The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Si Nan Zhao quickly grabbed a spare key. When he opened the door and saw Yun Bei in light clothing, he was stunned. Then he felt something wet on his nose and realized he was bleeding. Realizing this, Si Nan Zhao turned and ran away. Yun Bei was about to ask why he opened her door when she saw him running off. Confused, she walked to the entrance and looked at his retreating figure, wondering what was wrong with him. She waited at the door for a while, but he didn't return. Turning to go back to her room to sleep, she noticed some dark red drops on the floor. Remembering how hurriedly Si Nan Zhao had left, she was taken aback. Looking down at her outfit, she felt a bit embarrassed. She had been resting in her space and was dressed lightly. Hearing the noise outside, she had come out without changing clothes. It's a good thing Si Nan Zhao ran away. Otherwise, seeing her outfit that doesn't match this era would have raised questions. Thinking of this, Yun Bei quickly closed the door, entered her space, and changed into a more modest set of pajamas. After changing, she returned to her room, waiting for Si Nan Zhao to come back. Si Nan Zhao took some time outside, thinking that Yun Bei must have gone to bed before finally entering. However, he was startled by a shadow standing at the door. When he saw it was Yun Bei, he sighed in relief and asked, "Yun Bei, why are you still standing here?" "I was waiting for you," Yun Bei replied as she turned on the light. She noticed that Si Nan Zhao's nosebleed had stopped, but there were still blood stains on his clothes. Her gaze flickered slightly as she asked, "What happened earlier? Why did you rush to open my door?" Yun Bei always locked her door when she slept, but it could still be opened with a key. Si Nan Zhao had used a spare key to enter. If it were anyone else, she would have reacted differently, but Si Nan Zhao was still her fiancé, and they were currently in a partnership. Fortunately, a month isn't long, and soon they would part ways. She would follow her own path, and he would follow his. After hearing Yun Bei's words, Si Nan Zhao, fearing she might misunderstand, quickly explained, "I knocked on your door earlier, but you didn't respond. I was worried something happened to you. In my haste, I used the spare key to open the door. I'm sorry, it was my mistake to enter without your permission. Here, take this spare key." Seeing Si Nan Zhao admit his mistake and hand her the spare key, Yun Bei decided not to pursue the matter further. "Don't worry, I'm strong. I won't let something small like this bother me." She wasn't really just 18. Such things wouldn't harm her. Even if someone bullied her one day, she wouldn't give up on life. She knew how precious life was. There was no way she would abandon it over something trivial. Instead, she would live better and seek revenge on those who hurt her. When faced with challenges, it's important to stay open-minded to live well, Si Nan Zhao said, admiring Yun Bei for not getting stuck on small issues. "By the way, you still haven't told me why you were looking for me." "Yun Bei, it's like this. I just received news that both members of the Chu family have been taken away. If nothing unexpected happens, they probably won't return. I wanted to share this with you because I was a bit excited, but you already know the rest." Thinking about what just happened, Si Nan Zhao still felt a bit uneasy. Really? They were taken away so quickly? It seems the higher-ups are quite effective. Yes. Si Nan Zhao didn't expect it to happen so fast. Before dinner, he thought it would take a few more days. Since Chu Zheng has been taken away, will they arrange for someone else to take his place? Yes, someone should be appointed soon. Yun Bei listened and didn't ask further. Some things weren't suitable for her to know, and with her current position, knowing wouldn't be useful anyway. "All right, it's getting late. I'm going back to my room to sleep. You should rest early too," Yun Bei said as she prepared to leave. Suddenly, Si Nan Zhao called out to her, asking, "Yun Bei, wait a moment. Is there something else?" Yun Bei stopped and turned to ask. "Yun Bei, with Chu Fe out of the picture, what are your thoughts? Do you want to stay in the family quarters or move back to the hospital? If you're willing to stay, then our relationship should move forward. I haven't filed for marriage yet. If you're okay with it, I can write the report tomorrow. What do you think?" "I don't think that's a good idea." Hearing Yun Bei's response, Si Nan Zhao felt a bit disappointed. During their time together, he admired her personality and values. He had thought about how nice it would be if they continued living together. But he didn't expect that just mentioning it would lead to her disagreement. Yun Bei didn't notice Si Nan Zhao's disappointment and continued, "We agreed before that we would live together as an engaged couple for just 1 month. It was mainly to deal with Chu Fe and your health issues. Now that Chu Fe has been caught, she won't be a problem for you anymore, so let's end our arrangement here. As for your health, you've been recovering well, and you just need to go for checkups at the hospital occasionally. So I plan to stop staying here starting tomorrow, and we'll move directly to the hospital. That will be more convenient. Of course, I might still need to use your bicycle, so let me know how much it costs and I'll buy it." "No need to buy it, I'll give you the bicycle. However, you should wait until the end of the month to move out. Otherwise, if people ask, I won't know how to respond. I can't just tell them I was lying before, right?" Yun Bei thought for a moment. There were only a few days left until the month was up, so she agreed. After all, she had already stayed for so many days. A few more wouldn't matter. Seeing Yun Bei agree to stay for the full month, Si Nan Zhao was very happy. After saying goodnight to her, he went back to his room to sleep. However, once he lay down, he couldn't fall asleep at all. His mind was filled with thoughts of Yun Bei. There were memories of her treating patients, cooking, arguing, and moments that made his heart race. Yun Bei's images seemed to be etched in his mind, making it hard for him to sleep. The next day, Si Nan Zhao woke up with big dark circles under his eyes, causing Yun Bei to look at him curiously and ask, "What's wrong? Were you too excited to sleep last night?" Si Nan Zhao didn't respond, just gave her a longing look, leaving Yun Bei confused. She asked, "What's wrong? Did I cause this?" After giving her a meaningful glance, Si Nan Zhao turned to wash up. Yun Bei felt puzzled, but didn't dwell on it. She went to wash up as well, and was surprised to find that Si Nan Zhao had prepared her water. After glancing at him in surprise, Yun Bei went into the kitchen. She simply cooked 2 bowls of noodles, and after eating, she went to work while Si Nan Zhao headed to the army. His injuries were healing. Although he couldn't train, he could still handle some paperwork. Not long after sitting down, Si Nan Zhao received a phone call. Recognizing the voice of the elder, he stood up, answered the call, and glanced at the door to ensure no one could overhear him. The elder first mentioned Chu Zheng's situation, assuring him that the other party wouldn't be returning. However, considering the situation here, they wouldn't send anyone to fill Chu Zheng's position for now but would promote someone directly instead. This meant a position would be vacant. Si Nan Zhao's qualifications and achievements were sufficient, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would likely be promoted. He could possibly rise 2 ranks and become a regiment leader. Si Nan Zhao had anticipated this, so while he was happy, he didn't feel overly excited. Once the conversation wrapped up, he was about to hang up when the elder asked, "What's going on with you and Yun Bei? Why haven't you reported your marriage yet?" Hearing this, Si Nan Zhao was momentarily at a loss for words. He no longer finds it difficult to get along with Yun Bei. In fact, he thinks it would be nice if they could be friends for life or even partners. Unfortunately, Yun Bei does not agree, and he cannot force her. He regrets mentioning his views on not wanting to marry. Perhaps Yun Bei has her own concerns as well. It seems he will need to put in some effort to keep her close. When the old man noticed Si Nan Zhao was silent, he became a bit upset and said, "You rascal, you haven't won over Yun Bei yet, have you? I want you to know she is the granddaughter-in-law I approve of. If you can't win her over, don't come back to see me. Grandpa, don't worry about my matters. I know what I'm doing." "Really? I doubt that. Tell me, have you been talking about not wanting to marry with Yun Bei?" Si Nan Zhao fell silent again. The old man realized what was going on. He felt an urge to scold him. If Si Nan Zhao were in front of him, he would have given him a good talking to. What nonsense is this about not wanting to marry? It is natural for a man to marry and a woman to marry off. How could he talk about not wanting to marry while living with a woman? Is he being foolish? Si Nan Zhao, I order you to win over Yun Bei within a month and bring me a granddaughter-in-law. Otherwise, you are no longer a member of the Si family and don't come back to see me again. Do you understand? Yes. What else could Si Nan Zhao do but agree? Besides, Yun Bei is easy to work with, and he enjoys her company. If he must marry, he wouldn't mind if it were her. At that moment, Yun Bei had no idea that Si Nan Zhao had changed his mind. Otherwise, she would have confronted him. How could he keep insisting he didn't want to marry while secretly having thoughts about her? Yun Bei was unaware of the conversation between Si Nan Zhao and the old man. She was busy preparing for surgery. Today, she had just arrived at the hospital when a patient was brought in from a nearby village, a pregnant woman who had fallen and was in premature labor. Due to the early stage of her pregnancy, the situation had become complicated and a cesarean section was necessary. The gynecologists were hesitant to operate, fearing complications. Director Yang had no choice but to ask Yun Bei to step in. He believed that with her skills, she would have a good chance of success. Yun Bei accepted the task without hesitation. She quickly changed her clothes and was about to enter the operating room when a woman stopped her and said, "Doctor, my daughter-in-law is having a boy. He is the future of our family, and you must ensure the child survives. As for the mother, save her if you can. In short, the child must be protected." Yun Bei's expression turned cold as she glanced at the man standing nearby, the husband of the pregnant woman, and asked, "What about you? Do you also think the child should be saved?" I just listened to my mom," the man replied, appearing indecisive. This made Yun Bei's expression darken further. She coldly looked at the mother and son and said, "I am a doctor and will not give up on any life." With that, she ignored them and quickly entered the operating room. Once inside, Yun Bei saw that the pregnant woman's condition was critical. She immediately administered several injections to help stabilize her strength until the baby was delivered. After a few injections, the woman's condition improved and Yun Bei began the surgery. Before the anesthesia took full effect, the pregnant woman looked at Yun Bei and said, "Doctor, if something goes wrong, please save the baby." Yun Bei looked at her deeply and replied, "You should focus on yourself first. Don't worry about the baby. We will do our best." As the anesthesia took effect, Yun Bei started the surgery. The cesarean section went smoothly, but the baby was premature and had stayed in the womb longer than expected, leading to complications. Yun Bei handed the baby to a nearby nurse and began stitching up the mother. Seeing the baby's poor condition, the nurse felt anxious. She had already met the mother-in-law, who was difficult to deal with, and had repeatedly emphasized that it was a boy, but the baby was actually a girl. She worried that the mother-in-law would go crazy upon learning it was a girl and accuse them of switching the baby. Such situations had happened before, where family members caused trouble at the hospital, making life difficult for the doctors involved. Unaware of the nurse's fears, Yun Bei finished with the mother and then checked on the baby. After a careful examination, she found the baby was weak but had no other major issues. With proper care, the baby could survive. Though it was a close call, this child seemed to have a strong will to live and, having met her, should be able to thrive. Thinking of this, Yun Bei said to the nurse, "Take the baby out for the family to see, then send her to the nursery." "Okay." The nurse nodded and opened the operating room door. When the door opened, the mother-in-law rushed to the nurse and asked, "Nurse, is my grandson okay?" "It's a girl," the nurse said, showing the baby to her. Zhang Sonia looked down, and her expression changed instantly. She glared at the nurse and said, "You must be mistaken. My daughter-in-law was definitely having a grandson. How did it suddenly turn into a girl?" "I don't care. You need to give me my grandson," Zhang Sonia insisted, trying to grab the nurse. The nurse turned pale, nearly dropping the baby. "Don't pull. Your daughter-in-law is the only woman in the delivery room. Where would we have swapped the baby? And how can you know if it's a boy or a girl when the baby is still inside?" Saying this, the nurse hurriedly ran off with the baby, fearing that Zhang Sonia might drop her. After the nurse left with the baby, Zhang Sonia didn't chase after her, but waited at the delivery room door for Dr. Yun Bei to come out. She believed the doctor must have switched her grandson. Otherwise, how could a healthy boy suddenly become a girl? Yun Bei was unaware that Zhang Sonia was waiting outside, ready to cause trouble. After finishing her work, she exited the delivery room. As soon as she stepped out, Zhang Sonia grabbed her arm and loudly questioned, Did you switch my grandson? Hearing this, Yun Bei's expression darkened. She coldly looked at Zhang Sonya's hand gripping her arm and then glanced at the man beside her, who seemed incapable of standing up for himself. She asked coldly, "Do you think, like your mother, that I switched your son?"
Me?
Lu Zhenbao stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. Like his mother, he believed that his wife was having a boy because they had spent a lot of money consulting fortune tellers. They had consulted more than one person, which made them confident that the baby was a boy. Otherwise, why would they wait until her belly was so big, 8 months along, before something unexpected happened? If they had known earlier that the baby was a girl, they would have already asked her to terminate the pregnancy. After all, he already has 3 daughters. If this one is also a girl, that would make 4. The Lu family doesn't need so many burdens. He planned to sell the first 3, but his wife wouldn't allow it and kept stopping him. If this one turns out to be a girl, he insists they can't keep her. Lu Zhenbao has secretly decided that when the time comes, they will quietly leave the hospital and leave the baby there for the hospital to take care of. After all, she would be a burden, and they can let the hospital handle it. Seeing the other person's attitude, Yun Bei understood everything. She turned her gaze away from him and looked at Zhang Sonya, saying, "Today, your daughter-in-law is the only one giving birth in the whole hospital. Where am I supposed to find you another baby? If you keep making a fuss, I will have to call the police. Just so you know, making false accusations can also lead to jail time. You might regret it later. Don't try to scare me, old woman. I'm not easily frightened. My daughter-in-law is definitely having a grandson. If it turns out to be a granddaughter, I'll be the one to call the police on you. Just wait. I'm going to find the police and have you arrested. Go ahead, do it now. I'd like to know which doctor told you the baby was a boy. I hope it's not some fortune teller you found at home. Consulting fortune tellers is promoting superstition, and you're sure you won't get caught?" As soon as Yun Bei said this, Zhang Sonya's expression changed instantly. Even Lu Zhenbao beside her was affected. They had indeed consulted a fortune teller, not a doctor, as Yun Bei pointed out. They were aware of the situation outside and had been discreet about their search. If the police were involved, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. Not only would they face jail time, but they would also drag the fortune tellers into trouble. If it came to that, their whole family would be despised, and everyone would surely blame them for getting the fortune tellers in trouble. After all, many people secretly consult fortune tellers for advice on their lives, and it wouldn't just affect one person. Seeing that the mother and son were silent, Yun Bei knew she was right. They were relying on what the fortune teller said about the baby's gender, which was unlikely to be accurate. There are some experienced traditional doctors who can tell the baby's gender through pulse diagnosis. She actually knows how to do this too, but she rarely mentions it, fearing that some people might not want a girl and end up causing harm. "Let go," Yun Bei said mockingly to Zhang Sonya. "This little girl just born looks quite a bit like you." After speaking, Yun Bei withdrew her hand and turned to look at the newborn girl. The baby was weak and needed careful observation. Otherwise, who knew what might happen in the hands of the mother and child? In the nursery, the nurse was carefully taking care of the baby. When she heard someone enter, she was startled, thinking it was the baby's grandmother coming after her. When she saw it was Yun Bei, she sighed in relief and said, "Dr. Yun, you're here. How is the baby doing?" Yun Bei asked as she approached to check on the child. The newborn looked small and fragile, making Yun Bei feel a wave of compassion. At this moment, the baby needed to be handled with care, as it was easy for such a young child to face serious issues. The baby's grandmother was not someone to take lightly. If anything happened to the baby, she would surely cause a scene at the hospital. However, what Yun Bei didn't know was that Zhang Sonya, upon hearing her daughter-in-law would be hospitalized for half a month, was furious. She was already upset about her daughter-in-law giving birth to a child that would cost her money. Initially, she thought about extorting Yun Bei, but was too afraid to do so, fearing she might call the police. Now, hearing her daughter-in-law would need to stay in the hospital for so long, she was even more distressed about the expenses. Thinking about losing her grandson and then having to pay for her daughter-in-law's hospital stay made Zhang Sonya furious. As a result, She started causing a scene in the hospital, claiming that the hospital was trying to rip her off and accusing the doctors of switching her grandson. By the time Yun Bei received the news, Zhang Sanya had already been causing trouble for a while. Many people had gathered around her, asking if what she said was true and which doctor had taken her grandson, so they could avoid them in the future. Hearing Zhang Sanya slandering her, Yun Bei decided to call the police. Zhang Sanya was in the middle of her rant when she saw 2 police officers approaching, which frightened her into trying to run away. However, Yun Bei was already standing behind her. Seeing her attempt to flee, Yun Bei grabbed her and said, "You are slandering me and damaging my reputation and that of the hospital, and now you want to run?" Then, she turned to the curious onlookers and said, "I am Dr. Yun Bei, the one who delivered her daughter-in-law's baby. Today, she is the only patient giving birth in this hospital. The idea of a switched baby is nonsense, and I hope everyone can remain rational. Also, the gender of the baby she claims is a boy was not told to her by a doctor, but was based on fortune-telling. Before spreading superstitions, please consider the consequences. Officers, I appreciate your help. All right, we will take her away now." After nodding to Yun Bei, the 2 police officers directly took Zhang Sanya with them. Zhang Sanya was unwilling to go, struggling and even calling for her son to save her. However, Lu Zhenbao had always been dependent on his mother, never having his own opinions, so how could he rescue her? At that moment, Lu Zhenbao wished he could hide in a corner so the police wouldn't notice him. When Zhang Sanya called for help, he ran into his wife's hospital room instead. His behavior made onlookers shake their heads, thinking Zhang Sanya's son was ungrateful. However, when Zhang Sanya heard this, she angrily yelled at the person who spoke. Not only were her words harsh, but she also failed to appreciate the concern from others, making them want to turn against her. As a result, everyone fell silent and watched her being taken away, even feeling it was for the best. After Zhang Sanya was taken away, Yun Bei checked on the condition of the new mother in the hospital. Seeing Lu Zhenbao standing there, unsure of what to do, Yun Bei gave him all the necessary instructions. Afterward, she looked at Lu Zhenbao and said, "Your wife went through a lot during childbirth. She needs proper care." "Doctor, I understand," Lu Zhenbao nodded, but inside, he felt resentment towards Yun Bei, thinking she was being too harsh. He believed it was just a few words from his mother, and it didn't cause any real harm. Yet she had actually called the police. Yun Bei was unaware of his feelings towards her, and even if she knew, she wouldn't care. Some people will resent you no matter what you do, if it doesn't meet their expectations. She had no personal connection with Lu Zhenbao, so his resentment didn't matter to her, as long as he treated the new mother well. As a woman and a doctor, Yun Bei understood the importance of a good man to a woman. If a man lacks clarity, responsibility, and support, a woman's life can become difficult. This is also why many women in her past life preferred to remain single rather than marry. After a busy morning, Yun Bei was tired and returned to her office to rest for a while before going to lunch. When she returned after eating, she learned that the new mother had woken up, but her husband was nowhere to be found. Hearing this, Yun Bei frowned. The new mother had just given birth and needed care, but her husband was not around. Should the hospital staff take care of her? Thinking of this, Yun Bei directly asked Gao Lanlan how such situations were handled in the past. In her previous life, she would have contacted the mother's family to come and help. Gao Lanlan was not new to this situation and replied, "Dr. Yun, we used to call their team to have the leaders find the family and talk to them. Since there is a precedent, let's do it the same way. However, I think it would be better to find the mother's family. That might help more." "Okay, I'll give it a try," Gao Lanlan said before making a call. Yun Bei then went to the cafeteria to get a meal and some soup to bring to the hospital room. When the mother saw Yun Bei, she managed a weak smile and said, "Dr. Yun, you're here. Thank you for helping me with the delivery. Thank you for helping me with the delivery. I heard the baby is a girl and is a bit weak, which makes it harder to care for. If possible, let her fend for herself. This child has a tough life being born to me. Her future seems bleak." Yun Bei listened and placed the food on the nearby cabinet, saying, They say a mother is strong. You are her mother, and now that you have given birth to her, you should protect her well. Only when you are strong will your children have a good life. If you continue to accept everything passively, then this child will indeed have a hard life.
Me?
The mother was. Yun Bei did not expect an immediate change, so she said, think about it. Your mother-in-law has been sent to the police station, and your husband is missing. You must be hungry now, right? I brought you some food, please eat. No matter what, you need to fill your stomach first. Only when you are well can your child be well. The mother glanced at the food on the cabinet and nodded with tears in her eyes. She did not expect a doctor to be so kind to her, much more than her mother-in-law and husband. Can you eat by yourself? Yun Bei pretended not to see the tears in her eyes and placed the food in her hands. I can. The mother nodded and began to eat heartily. Seeing that the mother could eat without any issues, Yun Bei stood up to leave and check on the baby. However, when she reached the nursery, she found the nurse was crying. Xiao Qian, what happened? Where's the baby? Yun Bei quickly stepped forward and asked, why are you crying? Dr. Yun, the baby is missing. What? Yun Bei's expression changed as he asked, how could the baby go missing? Wasn't anyone watching? I was here watching. But then the baby's father came and said he wanted to see the baby. I didn't think much of it and let him in. Later, I went to get a bottle to prepare some milk. When I returned, the baby was gone. How long has it been? If it's not long, the baby is probably still in the hospital. Just 2 minutes. Then we should still have time. As Yun Bei spoke, he left the nursery. If he guessed correctly, the baby must have been taken by Lu Zhenbao. As for what he planned to do with the baby, Yun Bei wasn't sure yet. However, based on his previous attitude towards the child, it likely wouldn't be anything good. While Yun Bei thought, he carefully searched for clues, tracking Lu Zhenbao's direction. The nurse was also busy, asking colleagues for help and calling the hospital security to see if anyone had seen someone leaving with a baby. After confirming no one had, the nurse sighed in relief and joined her colleagues in searching the hospital for the baby. As Yun Bei searched for Lu Zhenbao, he considered where he might hide and where it would be easy to abandon the baby. Since Lu Zhenbao didn't want the girl, Yun Bei believed he would find a way to get rid of her. It had only been 2 minutes, so Lu Zhenbao should still be in the hospital. But where could he be? Or where would he leave the baby? Suddenly, Yun Bei remembered a classmate from his past life, whose grandmother had found her in a trash bin. Thinking of this, Yun Bei hurried toward the hospital's trash bin. Just as he was about to reach it, he saw Lu Zhenbao coming out of the restroom. Lu Zhenbao! Yun Bei shouted, rushing up to him and asking, where did you leave the baby? Lu Zhenbao glanced at Yun Bei, feeling guilty, and lowered his head. He remained silent. He didn't want the girl for several reasons. His family already had too many girls to care for, he didn't want to hear others mock him for not having a son, and he believed the girl was a bad omen since her mother was taken away by the police right after she was born. Moreover, he had heard that the baby was premature and weak, needing special care to survive. Instead of this, he thought it would be better to abandon the child. If she was meant to live, perhaps a good family would take her in, and she could have a better life. If she was unlucky, then she would die early and be reborn in the next life to a wealthy family, but definitely not to their poor household. Speak up. Yun Bei, seeing Lu Baozhen silent, felt very angry. She stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and said, the child has just been born, and you want to throw her away? She will die. That's her fate, Lu Baozhen replied coldly, showing no emotion. To him, the girl was worthless. He only wanted a boy to carry on the family name.
Yun Bei was infuriated by Liu Baogen.
She could understand his desire for a boy, but how could he bear to abandon his own flesh and blood? Lu Baozhen noticed Yun Bei was very upset and felt a bit scared, fearing she might hit him. However, he didn't think he was wrong. A girl was just a girl. He already had 3 at home and didn't care for another. Seeing him scared yet stubbornly silent, Yun Bei realized that even if she hit him, he might not tell her anything. It seemed she had to find the child herself. So, Yun Bei released her grip on Lu Baogen's collar, pushed him to the ground, and headed towards the restroom he had come from. As she got closer to the restroom, she heard a faint crying sound, like a small kitten. Listening closely, she realized the sound was coming from the men's restroom. Without thinking much, she rushed in to find the child. Sure enough, the baby was abandoned in the restroom. Fortunately, Liu Baozhen had placed her on the ground instead of directly in the waste pit. Otherwise, the little girl might have been lost. Yun Bei picked up the child and hurried out of the restroom, heading for the nursery. Nurse Qian, who was searching for the child with her colleagues, saw Yun Bei returning with a familiar bundle and exclaimed happily, "Dr. Yun, you found the child." "I found her, but her condition isn't good. I need to check her first. Please prepare some formula." "Okay." Yun Bei examined the child and gave her 2 injections. Seeing her condition improve, she handed the child over to Nurse Qian to feed her formula. After leaving the nursery, Yun Bei felt a heavy heart. She knew if this child went back with Liu Baozhen, her future wouldn't be bright, and she might not even survive to grow up. "So I need to find a new home for the child. Otherwise, with Liu Genbao's lack of care for her, the child will eventually be abandoned." As for the child's mother, Yun Bei has no hope for her. "Dr. Yun, I heard you found the child, but you still look worried," Gao Lanlan said when she met Yun Bei on the road, noticing her troubled expression. Yun Bei didn't hide her concerns and shared them. After hearing this, Gao Lanlan replied, "Dr. Yun, you haven't seen much of this. I've worked in the hospital for several years, and almost every year I encounter situations like this. We are just doctors. We can't control everything. The current environment is tough, and no family situation is ideal. Even those who seem well off can face difficulties. So, we can only try to communicate with the child's parents." Yun Bei understood that Gao Lanlan was right. They were just doctors, each with their own families, and not everyone had a good life. Adding another child would mean more responsibility. Moreover, the child is not an orphan. She has her own biological parents. What worries her most is that after raising the child with great effort, she might end up giving the child to someone else. It seems that no one wants to deal with such situations. Even if someone leaves a child at the hospital, the child would be sent to an orphanage. It looks like she'll have to talk to the child's mother and confront Liu Genbao. Fortunately, the mother will take a few days to be discharged, so there's no rush. She still has time to find a solution. In the afternoon, Yun Bei had few patients, so she finished work on time. However, because of the child's situation, she was not in a good mood. The mother couldn't stand on her own, so everything depended on her mother-in-law and the man. When she learned that the man didn't want the child, she said nothing. She even felt guilty towards her own partner for not giving him a son. Therefore, the mother was very scared, fearing that the man would leave her or divorce her. Yun Bei felt helpless about the woman's thoughts. This isn't her past life, where women were more independent. Even if they divorced, a woman could still raise a child well on her own. Of course, she knew how tough and challenging it was for single mothers. Her former good friend was a single mom. She raised her child alone, playing both the father and mother roles, which was truly hard. Many times, she couldn't bear to see it and suggested that her friend find another man to share her life with. However, the good friend directly refused, saying that she was fine raising her child alone and didn't want to be a free babysitter or caretaker for someone else. In her past life, it was already tough for women to raise children alone while working, so it was even harder now. Considering that the current monthly salary was only 20 to 30 yuan and that each work point was worth just a few cents, Yun Bei understood the woman's thoughts and choices. However, she couldn't just stand by and watch the child suffer. So, when she got home, her mood was still unsettled. Si Nan Zhao noticed that Yun Bei was feeling down and couldn't help but ask, "Yun Bei, are you okay? Is something bothering you? If you have something on your mind, please don't keep it to yourself. Talk to me. Maybe I can help you find a solution." "There is something, but it's not easy to solve." Yun Bei hesitated, unsure whether to share with Si Nan Zhao, worried it might trouble him. Si Nan Zhao seemed to sense her hesitation and encouraged her, saying, "It's okay, just tell me." Seeing that he genuinely wanted to help, Yun Bei decided to share her concerns with him. After listening, Si Nan Zhao was silent for a moment before saying, "This issue is both easy and difficult to resolve. Do you have a solution?" Yun Bei looked at him in surprise, curious about his idea. Honestly, she had thought about it all afternoon and couldn't come up with a good plan. She even considered putting the child in her space to raise them. But then she thought better of it. After all, you never know what someone is truly thinking. The child might be fine now, but as they grew up, it could lead to trouble. So, she quickly dismissed that idea. Then she thought about paying someone else to take care of the child. But that wasn't a good plan either. If someone misunderstood and thought she had a child out of wedlock, her reputation would be ruined. Plus, since she was single and had no burdens, raising a child wasn't a big deal for her. No one could predict the future, and she couldn't guarantee that she could always support the child. Just call the local authorities. With their supervision, they won't dare to mistreat the child. As for your worry about them abandoning the child, that's unlikely unless they don't want to stay in the area anymore. Is that really possible? Yun Bei felt a bit anxious and skeptical. She knows that people today have a strong sense of collective honor, but if the Liu family is determined not to keep the child, they will find a way to abandon it. Don't worry, it will definitely work, Si Nan Zhao said confidently. If someone else were handling this, it might not succeed. But there is one person who can definitely help, and that is the police station staff. When the time comes, he just needs to ask his friends at the police station to speak to the village officials, and the Liu family will surely raise the child. Then let's give it a try, Yun Bei said, looking at Si Nan Zhao's confident expression and believing him. After all, she is not from this era, so she doesn't fully understand some of its characteristics. It is best for a child to grow up with their parents. Right now, she can't help much, but if there's an opportunity in the future, she could lend a hand, like supporting their education. With a solution in mind, Yun Bei felt much better and decided to cook 2 nice dishes for Si Nan Zhao, 1 smoked chicken and 1 steamed salted fish. These were items she took from her space, but to avoid raising Si Nan Zhao's suspicions, she said she brought them from home and had kept them in her room without taking them out. After all, Si Nan Zhao wouldn't go into her room, and he had given her a spare key, so she usually locked the door when she went out. Si Nan Zhao had no objections to her locking the door. After all, everyone has their secrets, and he does too. However, he didn't have the habit of locking doors because this was his home. He would lock the main door, but locking the bedroom door felt inappropriate, as if he were guarding against Yun Bei. After dinner, Si Nan Zhao received a call from the old man checking on them and shared the old man's thoughts with Yun Bei. Hearing what Si Nan Zhao relayed from the old man, Yun Bei looked at him with amusement and asked, "You just said it was the old man's idea. What about you?"
Me?
Si Nan Zhao was taken aback for a moment before realizing, then looked at Yun Bei seriously and said, "I think we work well together and can continue collaborating. Is that all?" Yun Bei asked while carefully observing Si Nan Zhao's expression, trying to read something from it. However, Yun Bei was disappointed. She couldn't see anything. She felt a bit uneasy inside, but didn't show it on her face. Si Nan Zhao didn't notice Yun Bei's change and replied in confusion. "What else should it be?" "All right, I understand. I still say, once a month is up, I will move back to the hospital. Although your place is nice, it's too much trouble to go back and forth. It's more convenient to stay at the hospital." Si Nan Zhao didn't respond, but felt a bit gloomy and uneasy inside. After talking for a while, Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao washed up and returned to their rooms. Once inside, Yun Bei locked the door and entered her space. Her space was getting more cluttered, taking up too much room. She decided to take some time in a few days to visit the black market and sell some items. However, she planned not to tell Si Nan Zhao about this, fearing he would oppose it and worried about exposing her space. The next day, Yun Bei was ready to leave for work early in the morning. Just as she was about to leave the family compound, she was stopped by Grandma Zhang, who asked, "Yun Bei, when do you have time? Let's go up the mountain. I asked at the buying station a few days ago, and they do need medicinal herbs. There are a few kinds I'm not familiar with. Can you teach me?" "Sure. When I have time, I'll come find you." "Great, it's a deal." After speaking with Grandma Zhang, Yun Bei wasted no time and rode her bike out. At the hospital, Yun Bei talked to a few familiar colleagues to learn about the village leader's reputation among the villagers, which made her fully trust Si Nan Zhao's plan. Now, Yun Bei felt completely at ease and began to focus on her work. However, she hadn't been busy for long before she heard that a fight had broken out in the ward. When she inquired, she learned that Zhang Sanya had been released and was currently arguing with her daughter-in-law, Miao Honghua, trying to force her to leave the hospital. She claimed that Miao had given birth to a worthless child and didn't deserve to stay. At that moment, Miao Honghua's parents happened to visit her. Seeing Zhang Sanya attacking their daughter, they immediately stepped in to defend her. Soon, it turned into a 2-on-2 brawl, with both families fiercely fighting. When Yun Bei arrived, everyone was just watching and no one stepped in to break it up. Director Yang wanted to intervene but was too intimidated by the two elderly women's fighting spirit to approach. As for Lu Zhenbao and his father-in-law, it was a one-sided battle. The old man was aggressive, and Lu Zhenbao didn't even have a chance to fight back. Of course, he didn't dare to retaliate. After all, it was his father-in-law. If he got hurt, his brothers-in-law would surely not let him off easily. Seeing that the fight was winding down, Director Yang finally sent someone to separate the combatants. Even after being pulled apart, the two elderly women continued to argue. Two big men stood silently, one glaring and the other looking down. Yun Bei watched as the fighters were pulled apart and quickly entered the hospital room to check on Miao Honghua's condition. She had just had stitches yesterday, and if not handled carefully, she could bleed. Sure enough, when Yun Bei looked, blood was already seeping through the bandage, and Miao Honghua's face was pale from pain. Yun Bei immediately gave her a painkiller injection and asked a nurse who was watching to bring more medicine and bandages for a redressing. When Miao's mother saw Yun Bei changing the bandage, she realized her daughter had been cut in the stomach. Remembering how Zhang Sanya had just roughly pulled her daughter, she became furious. Without hesitation, she slapped Zhang Sanya and said, "How could you, Zhang Sanya? Do you have any humanity? Look at what you've done to my daughter. I swear if anything happens to her, I won't let this go." After scolding Zhang Sanya, Miao's mother turned to her daughter with disappointment and said, "You silly girl. Are you stupid? Why didn't you call for help when she pulled you? Look at the state you're in now." Miao Honghua remained silent. She was usually afraid of her mother-in-law and didn't dare to call for help. Seeing her daughter's silence only made Miao's mother angrier, and she wanted to scold her more, but Yun Bei interrupted, saying, "Ma'am, the patient needs to stay calm for her recovery. Please say less for now. You can talk to her once she is better." "I'm sorry, doctor. Is my daughter okay?" "She is fine for now. However, it's best if past incidents don't happen again. Also, the patient needs proper care, so it would be best if you stayed." "I understand. Thank you, doctor." Miao's mother thanked Yun Bei, sighed while looking at her daughter, and then turned to discuss with her husband. Children can be burdens. Although she had always favored her son over her daughter, she had raised her daughter with love. Now, seeing how her daughter was treated by her mother-in-law, she felt a mix of emotions. Zhang Sanya didn't want to stay, and when she heard Miao's mother would stay to care for her daughter-in-law, she pulled her son and went back to their village. They didn't even mention their granddaughter still in the nursery. The mother and son thought everything would be fine once they got home. However, as soon as they arrived, the village officials came to their door. First, they criticized Zhang Sanya for her superstitious beliefs. Then, they warned Lu Zhenbao about his intention to abandon the child. After the village officials left, the mother and son faced another round of scolding from their family. Originally, Zhang Sanya couldn't hold her grandson, which made her quite upset. Now, she feels even more frustrated because she can't shake off this burden. When she gets angry, her granddaughters suffer, and they all end up getting scolded. It's common for grandparents to discipline their grandchildren, and as long as it's not too harsh, people tend to look the other way. Almost every family has some form of discipline. Some are stricter than others. Yun Bei doesn't know that Si Nan Zhao has already helped her with the child issue. Right now, she is watching the little girl she helped deliver. They say children grow quickly and change every day, which is true. Just a day later, she notices the child has grown quite a bit and her voice is louder and stronger than yesterday. Miao Fu and Miao Mu visited their granddaughter. One went home, and the other stayed to take care of her daughter. With her mother's help, Miao Honghua feels much better. Seeing her like this, Yun Bei feels relieved. In the afternoon, there weren't many patients, so Yun Bei finished work early. However, instead of rushing home, she decided to explore the county town in search of the rumored black market. Unfortunately, she was unfamiliar with the area, and after wandering around without success, she felt a bit disappointed and planned to head home, intending to try again another day. Just then, she saw a woman carrying a basket hurriedly coming out of an alley. Yun Bei's eyes lit up, and she walked toward the alley. Not far in, a child stepped out and blocked her path, asking, "What do you want?" "I want to buy something." 10 cents, the child said, extending a hand. Understanding this was a fee, Yun Bei quickly took out a dime from her pocket and handed it to the child. The child accepted the money and told her, "The innermost courtyard."
Thank you.
Yun Bei replied, hurrying toward the courtyard. There was a guard in the courtyard, a tall man. Seeing Yun Bei come empty-handed, the man frowned but still let her in. Knowing it wasn't ideal to come without anything, Yun Bei pulled out a cloth bag from her pocket once inside. The tall guard noticed the bag in her hand and, confirming she was there to buy something, shifted his gaze away from her. There weren't many vendors in the yard, just a dozen or so. Yun Bei took a look around and only bought a piece of meat. After that, she checked the prices of other items before leaving. On her way back, she took the same route but didn't encounter the child this time, and she didn't mind. However, she felt the place was a bit small and didn't plan to sell her items there. She wanted to find someone who could take all her goods at once, which would save her a lot of trouble. Luckily, she wasn't in a hurry. She could take her time to look or get familiar with the black market first. When she got home, Si Nan Zhao noticed the meat she was carrying and his eyes flickered. The meat from the supply and marketing cooperative had already sold out, so he knew where her meat had come from. Si Nan Zhao didn't rush to say anything. Instead, he went to the kitchen with Yun Bei to help start the fire. After dinner, Yun Bei told Si Nan Zhao that she had the next day off and planned to go up the mountain with Grandma Zhang. "I'll go with you tomorrow," he said. Yun Bei was about to refuse when Si Nan Zhao added, "I want to see if I can get an extra meal. If you want meat in the future, just tell me. There's no need to go to that place. It's not safe." Yun Bei was a bit surprised to see Si Nan Zhao knew about her trip to the black market. "Okay, I understand," she replied, but she definitely planned to go to the black market. After all, she needed money, and she couldn't just leave her goods in storage forever. Seeing Yun Bei agree, Si Nan Zhao smiled. He had been to the black market before, and it wasn't a good place. Although Yun Bei was capable, he still worried. The next morning, Yun Bei went to Director Lu's house early and told Grandma Zhang about going up the mountain, which made her very happy. She had been waiting to go with Yun Bei and thought she would have to wait longer, so it was great news that they could go today. The sooner they went up the mountain, the sooner she could earn money. Even though her family didn't depend on her for food, asking others for help felt different from having her own money to spend anytime. So, Grandma Zhang hurried to prepare breakfast, and after they ate, she went straight to Yun Bei's house. Seeing the seedlings in her garden growing well, she immediately praised, "Wow, your little plants are doing great. It's clear you've been watering them every day." Yun Bei smiled. It was all thanks to Si Nan Zhao. She comes home late every day, so the watering is done by Si Nan Zhao. Yun Bei finished packing and called into the house, "Nan Zhao, let's go." At this point, Grandma Zhang realized that Si Nan Zhao was also going along. Thinking about how Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao had just started dating, she immediately exchanged knowing glances with Yun Bei, as if to say, "I see what's happening." Yun Bei found it amusing, but didn't explain that they were just working together. The three of them headed up the mountain and encountered several military wives along the way. They looked at Yun Bei with a mix of distance and fear. They noticed that anyone who opposed Yun Bei had left the family compound. Old Lady Lu was sent back to her hometown by her son, and Chu Fe was rumored to have been taken away. Not only was Chu Fe taken, but her parents were too. Previously, Mrs. Chu acted superior when she saw everyone, but now she was too embarrassed to even show her face. She avoided everyone quickly. This change made the military wives both fearful and wary of Yun Bei, worried that they might accidentally offend her and be forced to leave the compound, dragging their husbands down with them. Yun Bei sensed their distance and didn't feel the need to force friendliness. She greeted Grandma Zhang and the military wives before quickening her pace to walk ahead. Grandma Zhang, who spent all her time in the compound, was aware of what had happened and understood the shift in attitudes toward Yun Bei. However, she worried that Yun Bei might feel hurt and smiled, advising Yun Bei, "Just focus on yourself. As for the gossip, just pretend you didn't hear it." "Don't worry, Grandma Zhang. I'm not that fragile," Yun Bei replied with a smile, appreciating her concern. Although she wanted to get along with the military wives, she wouldn't force it if they weren't interested. As for Chu Fe and Old Lady Lu, she felt she hadn't done anything wrong. If she hadn't acted, they would have taken advantage of her. Si Nan Zhao was initially worried about Yun Bei, fearing she might struggle with the change in the military wives' attitudes. Seeing that she didn't seem to care, he felt a bit relieved but still worried. He feared he might lose Yun Bei and that she would leave when the time came. He even considered whether he should prepare a marriage report first and tell Yun Bei only after it was approved, thinking that might keep her from leaving. But he didn't want to force Yun Bei, fearing it would make her resentful and angry, which could ruin his chances with her. Yun Bei, however, was unaware of Si Nan Zhao's thoughts. Along the way, she patiently explained various herbs to Mrs. Zhang. The old lady and the young girl communicated harmoniously. Meanwhile, the military wives began to gossip after the three of them moved ahead. They felt that Yun Bei was being a bit harsh. Not only did she force old Lu to return home, but her actions also seemed excessive. However, they thought differently about Chu Fe. It seemed they hadn't seen her do anything wrong, so why was she taken away? They even dismissed previous claims about Chu Fe's disfigurement, believing that Yun Bei was mostly to blame. Unaware of the gossip behind her, Yun Bei continued chatting with Mrs. Zhang as they walked into the mountains. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Mrs. Zhang pointed to a hill, proudly telling Yun Bei, "Do you see that mountain? It has many herbs inside." Fearing Yun Bei might doubt her, she added, "I may not know the names of those herbs, but I know they are valuable." "Don't worry, we'll go check them out, and I'll teach you what you don't know," Yun Bei replied. "That's exactly what I was hoping for," Mrs. Zhang said happily, pulling Yun Bei along to gather herbs, while no one paid attention to Si Nan Zhao. Watching the two of them walk away, Si Nan Zhao shook his head. He suddenly realized that Yun Bei's personality seemed quite nice, as she got along well with the old lady. He had heard old Lu mention that there were often conflicts between the old lady and her daughter-in-law, making things difficult for him. Now, seeing the two getting along, he wondered if marrying a girl like Yun Bei would mean no mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. As he thought about this, he separated from Yun Bei and Mrs. Zhang. He had visited this mountain a few times and knew where the most game could be found. His task today was to improve Yun Bei's meals, so she wouldn't have to go to the black market. When Yun Bei and Mrs. Zhang reached the mountain and saw the abundance of herbs, they were both thrilled. Yun Bei said to Mrs. Zhang, "Auntie, you're amazing. There really are a lot of herbs here, and they can be sold for money." "Really? That's wonderful," Mrs. Zhang replied, eager to gather the herbs and sell them at the collection station. As they collected herbs, Yun Bei explained their names and uses to Mrs. Zhang. Old Lady Zhang was not annoyed at all. She listened very carefully. When the two of them got tired from gathering and sat down to rest, they suddenly realized that someone was missing. They exchanged smiles, realizing they had left Si Nan Zhao behind. Then, Old Lady Zhang, feeling a bit embarrassed, said to Yun Bei, "This is my fault. I was so focused on bringing you here that I completely forgot about little Si. It's okay, he should be nearby hunting. He'll probably wait for us at the foot of the mountain." Sure enough, when the two of them came down, Si Nan Zhao was sitting at the bottom, bored and chewing on some grass while waiting for them. When he saw them, he quickly ran over and greeted, Aunt Zhang. Yun Bei. You're pretty fast. Have you been waiting long? Yun Bei asked Si Nan Zhao with a smile, while looking at the ground beside her. To her surprise, Si Nan Zhao had indeed done well. In less than a morning, he had caught 2 wild chickens and 3 wild rabbits. Not long, just a little while, Si Nan Zhao replied, not telling the truth. He had actually been waiting for about an hour and a half. If he hadn't been waiting for them, he would have gone home long ago. Let's go home, Yun Bei said as she reached down to pick up the game on the ground. Seeing her put it in the basket, Si Nan Zhao immediately placed 1 wild chicken and 1 wild rabbit into old lady Zhang's basket. Aunt Zhang, take these 2 home to eat. No, I can't take your things. It's rare for you to go up the mountain. I can't take advantage of you. Aunt Zhang, how is this taking advantage? I have plenty left. Just the 2 of us, Yun Bei and I, can't eat them all. If you can't finish them, just dry them for later. When you want to eat, just cut a piece. It's very convenient. Old Lady Zhang said this, while trying to take the game out of the basket. Yun Bei also encouraged her a bit, saying that she had plenty of meat in her space. However, since everyone's living conditions weren't very good right now, she didn't dare to eat it every day. Seeing Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao insist, Old Lady Zhang had to accept. However, she told them, in the future if you want any vegetables, just come to my house and pick some. I have plenty of greens. Okay, then I'll come every day. The 3 of them chatted and laughed, and soon they returned to the family compound. They didn't encounter many people along the way, which saved them a lot of trouble. After returning home, Yun Bei started to process the game meat. She kept what they would eat that day and salted the rest to prepare for drying. Si Nan Zhao was also busy helping out. Watching Yun Bei do everything so well made him feel uneasy, thinking about what he had learned before. He never knew that Yun Bei had such a hard life in High City. Even though she had a pension and a house, she lived like a guest in someone else's home. Every day, she had endless chores and could barely eat enough. In the end, she even lost the job her mother left her and had to leave her hometown to seek refuge with him. Yun Bei was focused on her work and didn't notice Si Nan Zhao's changing emotions. After salting a rabbit and a chicken, she went to prepare lunch. After lunch, with nothing to do, Yun Bei started to process the herbs she had collected in the morning. Just then, someone knocked on the courtyard door. When she looked up, she was surprised to see Huang Xiaochao and asked, "Is there something you need?" "Dr. Yun, my neighbor Sister Deng, has a stomach ache. Can you please help her?" "Sure. Wait a moment while I grab my medicine box," Yun Bei replied, putting down her work and going inside to get her medicine box. Following Huang Xiaochao to Sister Deng's house, Yun Bei saw the woman lying in bed, her face pale from pain. She quickly approached and took her pulse. After checking, Yun Bei's expression changed, and she said, "You have appendicitis. It's best to have surgery. However, there is a conservative treatment option which includes acupuncture and medication, but there is a chance of recurrence." Sister Deng was startled at the mention of surgery. She was afraid of pain and operations. Thankfully, Yun Bei mentioned the conservative treatment, so she quickly said, "Then I'll choose the conservative option. Please do acupuncture and prescribe some medicine." "Okay." Yun Bei nodded, respecting her choice. She opened her medicine box and took out the silver needles. Huang Xiaochao watched nervously as Yun Bei swiftly inserted the needles into Sister Deng. At that moment, she felt she must have been foolish to think about pushing Yun Bei down the mountain. If she had succeeded, they would have lost a good doctor in their community. Although Yun Bei didn't socialize much with the military wives, she never turned anyone away when they needed her help. Not only that, but she was also very accurate in her diagnoses, often curing ailments with her treatments, unlike some doctors who prescribed a lot of medicine without results. As soon as Yun Bei inserted the needle, Sister Deng's stomach pain eased significantly. She looked at Yun Bei with gratitude and said, "Dr. Yun, thank you. You're welcome. I'm a doctor, and it's my duty to help patients." After 15 minutes of the injection, she finally removed the needle when Aunt Deng's stomach stopped hurting completely. Then, she wrote a prescription for Aunt Deng to get some medicine from the hospital. Holding the prescription, Aunt Deng thanked Yun Bei repeatedly and offered her $2 as payment. Yun Bei refused, making Aunt Deng feel embarrassed, so she gave her a jar of homemade chili as a thank you gift. Yun Bei accepted it without hesitation. After seeing Yun Bei off, Aunt Deng thanked Huang Xiaoqiao as well. If Huang Xiaoqiao hadn't helped her find Yun Bei, she didn't know how long she would have been in pain. Aunt Deng, you're too polite. We are neighbors, and it's natural to help each other. I have things to do at home, so I'll head back now. Just call me if you need anything. Wait a moment, Aunt Deng called out to Huang Xiaoqiao, then went inside to get some candies, handing them to her and saying for the kids to have something sweet. Unable to refuse, Huang Xiaoqiao accepted the candies. Back at home, looking at the candies in her hand, Huang Xiaoqiao suddenly smiled. In the past, she always tried to take advantage of others, but never succeeded. Now, when she wasn't trying to gain anything, others were giving to her willingly. When Yun Bei returned home, Si Nan Zhao was helping to dry the herbs. Why aren't you resting? I was waiting for you. Is something wrong? Yun Bei was surprised. Usually, Si Nan Zhao would have gone to his room by this time. Today, he not only stayed but was also helping her. Yes, I have good news to tell you. What news? Yun Bei asked with interest, wondering if it was about Chu Feifei's case being decided. To her surprise, Si Nan Zhao teased her by not saying directly and asked her to guess. Yun Bei looked at him speechlessly and said, "You really enjoy teasing people. All right, since you want to guess, I'll let you try." As she spoke, Yun Bei observed Si Nan Zhao's expression. She noticed that Si Nan Zhao looked very happy, almost as if it was good news for him. Recalling that he had mentioned a possible promotion before, she boldly guessed, "You got promoted, didn't you?" Si Nan Zhao's smile widened and he nodded, saying, "Congratulations, you guessed right." Just now, when Yun Bei went to see a patient, someone came to find him and asked him to go to the military base in the afternoon, saying that his promotion was confirmed. If he weren't waiting for Yun Bei to return, he would have already been at the base. Congratulations. Yun Bei smiled and expressed his happiness for Si Nan Zhao. He had risked his life and achieved so much. A promotion was the best reward for him.
Same to you. Same to you.
From now on, should I call you Commander Si Nan Zhao? Yun Bei joked, suddenly thinking of a phrase. Good morning, Commander Si Nan Zhao. Then she paused. Wasn't that the title of a novel she read in her past life? After all this time, she still remembered it. What are you thinking about? You can call me the same way as before. Si Nan Zhao gently flicked Yun Bei's forehead and said, I'll head to the base now. You should take a break after you finish your work. Okay, I understand. You go ahead. After Si Nan Zhao left, Yun Bei finished drying the herbs and then went back to her room to rest. Once inside, she immediately entered her space. After being busy for a few hours, she finally stopped to rest. Then, she organized the food in the space before coming out. To celebrate Si Nan Zhao's promotion, Yun Bei specially took out a lot of good dishes from her space. If Si Nan Zhao asked, she would just say she bought them in the afternoon. When Yun Bei finished preparing the meal, Si Nan Zhao happened to push the door open. He looked very happy, and it was clear he was in a good mood. Yun Bei, I'm back. Si Nan Zhao called out to the kitchen and quickly walked over. Yun Bei turned around and saw a spirited Si Nan Zhao standing at the kitchen door, smiling at her. His bright smile was dazzling, and Yun Bei blinked in surprise. When she regained her composure, she smiled and instructed, Welcome back. Go wash your hands. Dinner is ready. I made some special dishes for you today. Okay, I'll wash my hands. After washing his hands, Si Nan Zhao took off his military uniform and returned to the kitchen to help Yun Bei bring the food to the living room. Seeing the 5 dishes and a soup on the table, Si Nan Zhao was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect Yun Bei to make so many dishes, and they were all his favorites. Just as Si Nan Zhao was about to serve himself, Yun Bei took out a bottle of wine and asked with a smile, Want to have a sip? Sure. Si Nan Zhao nodded and turned to get 2 cups. He still had to work tomorrow, so he didn't plan to drink too much. But today was a rare happy occasion, so having a drink or 2 wouldn't hurt. Both of them were careful, so they didn't drink much. In her past life, Yun Bei could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, but this time, She got tipsy after just a small sip. Seeing Yun Bei fall over after one cup, Si Nan Zhao was startled and quickly went to help her back to her room to rest. However, Yun Bei didn't want to leave the table. She held her cup and insisted on talking more, claiming that she could handle her drinks and that this little bit wouldn't affect her. Watching the drunk Yun Bei, Si Nan Zhao couldn't help but shake his head. He thought to himself that if he had known she couldn't handle alcohol, he wouldn't have clinked glasses with her earlier. Now she was drunk and refused to go back to her room. What was he supposed to do? After thinking for a moment, Si Nan Zhao decided to carry Yun Bei back. Otherwise, she would end up sleeping on the table. But just as he reached out, Yun Bei suddenly fell into his arms and started touching his face, saying, "Where did this handsome guy come from? He looks really good." "Handsome guy, come on, give me a smile," Yun Bei said playfully, teasing Si Nan Zhao. Si Nan Zhao was taken aback by how different Yun Bei was from usual. It wasn't until she started stroking his face that he blushed and quietly said, "Yun Bei, you're drunk. Let me take you back to your room to rest, okay?" "Who said I'm drunk?" "I'm not drunk." Yun Bei shook her head vigorously, insisting, "Don't doubt me. I'm really fine. How about I drink a few more cups for you?" "I believe you," Si Nan Zhao said, but he didn't dare let her drink more. Seizing the moment while she was talking, he picked her up and carried her back to her room. However, when he tried to lay Yun Bei on the bed, she tightly wrapped her arms around his neck and wouldn't let go, saying, "Handsome guy, how about you stay and keep me company?" Si Nan Zhao looked at Yun Bei with a serious expression, thinking that he could never let her drink again. Who knew what would happen next? Yun Bei refused to let go, and Si Nan Zhao couldn't keep holding her, so they both ended up falling onto the bed. Just as they landed, Yun Bei rolled over and ended up on top of him. Si Nan Zhao's mind went blank as he stared at the Yun Bei on top of him, unable to react for a moment. When she started getting playful, he finally grabbed her hands and said in a low voice, "Yun Bei, stop it. Handsome guy, I'm not causing trouble. Don't you want to?" Yun Bei replied, giving him a flirtatious look. If Yun Bei hadn't been drunk, Si Nan Zhao might have followed her wishes. But now, she was inebriated, and he couldn't take advantage of her situation. So, Si Nan Zhao restrained himself and pushed down his restless thoughts. To avoid being entangled by Yun Bei, he knocked her out. Seeing Yun Bei peacefully lying on the bed, Si Nan Zhao finally sighed in relief. Honestly, he almost lost control just moments ago. If he hadn't feared that Yun Bei would hate him when she sobered up, he might have acted on his impulses. He had never experienced such a situation before and thought those who fell for beautiful women lacked self-control. It wasn't until Yun Bei hugged him that he realized it wasn't easy to be like Lu Xiahui. Si Nan Zhao sat on Yun Bei's bed for a while, covered her with a blanket, and then left the room. Back in the living room, looking at the table full of delicious food and the half-finished drink, Si Nan Zhao lost his desire to continue. He cleaned up the dishes, took a cold shower to cool down, and then returned to his room to rest. But lying in bed, he couldn't sleep at all. His mind was filled with thoughts of Yun Bei's drunken state and the lovely scent she emitted. Unable to sleep, he listened intently to the sounds from Yun Bei's room. When he heard a thud, he immediately jumped out of bed and rushed to her room. He opened the door and saw Yun Bei had fallen to the floor. For a moment, Si Nan Zhao didn't know what to say. He quickly went over and picked her up, placing her back on the bed. Just as he was about to leave, she grabbed his hand. He heard her softly say, "Don't go." Si Nan Zhao froze, looking at the somewhat dazed Yun Bei and then at his hand, which she was holding tightly. He tried to pull his hand away, but she held on firmly, making it impossible to free himself. Si Nan Zhao sat beside her, thinking she would let go soon. But instead, she not only held on tighter, but also moved closer to him. As Yun Bei drew near, Si Nan Zhao stiffened, feeling as if he were on fire, and jumped up. His sudden movement almost caused Yun Bei to fall again. She woke up, her eyes still hazy, and asked, "Why aren't you sleeping? Aren't you tired?" After saying that, Yun Bei closed her eyes again and drifted back to sleep. Si Nan Zhao, initially startled by her waking up, felt his heart racing. He was worried she might question him about what happened to her room, but before he knew it, she had fallen asleep again. This left Si Nan Zhao feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. After waiting a while and confirming that Yun Bei was truly asleep, he tried to shift her slightly and pull his hand away. However, as soon as he moved, Yun Bei showed signs of waking up. Si Nan Zhao was afraid of disturbing her, so he remained still. But he couldn't sit there all night, could he? Thinking this, he glanced at the large portion of the bed that Yun Bei had freed up. After some consideration, he gently lay down. Just as he settled in, Yun Bei shifted closer and rolled into his arms, wrapping her arms around his waist. Si Nan Zhao's expression changed, and he stiffened again. He lay still, fearing that any movement would wake her. Now that they were lying on the same bed, it felt even more complicated. Fortunately, Yun Bei didn't wake up again. Instead, she held onto him tightly and slept soundly. Feeling her presence, Si Nan Zhao eventually succumbed to sleep himself. The next morning, when the wake-up call rang, Si Nan Zhao opened his eyes wide. He felt something pressing down on him and looked down to find Yun Bei draped over him. Seeing her still peacefully asleep, he hesitated about getting up. He feared that if he moved, she would wake up. But lying there like that was uncomfortable for him. Last night, he hadn't felt this way, perhaps due to the alcohol or the late hour. But now it was broad daylight, and he and Yun Bei were not really a couple. Sleeping like this felt wrong, and he felt he was taking advantage of her. Just as he was deep in thought, Yun Bei woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, their gazes met, and both were momentarily stunned. With a surprised look, Yun Bei asked, "How did you end up here?" Hearing her question, Si Nan Zhao realized she probably didn't remember what happened the night before. He looked at her with a hint of sorrow and said, "You forgot that you got drunk last night?" "Did I get drunk?" Yun Bei asked, looking confused. She couldn't believe that her usual resilience to alcohol had failed her this time. But she had spent enough time with Si Nan Zhao to know he wouldn't deceive her about something like this. So, she really had gotten drunk? As for what she might have done while drunk, Yun Bei couldn't recall at all. Yun Bei looked at Si Nan Zhao lying next to her and felt a bad premonition. She cautiously asked, "I didn't do anything to you last night, did I?" Seeing her nervous expression, Si Nan Zhao decided to tease her and replied with a serious face, "What do you think?" "I'm just trying to remember. Why else would I ask you?" Yun Bei rolled her eyes and said, "You're a grown man. Even if I did something, you wouldn't be at a loss, right? Why does it seem like I'm the one who bullied you?" After a pause, Yun Bei looked at him suspiciously and asked, "You don't expect me to take responsibility, do you? Shouldn't you?"
Si Nan Zhao countered.
He was hoping to find a reason for Yun Bei to agree to marry him, and now he thought he had won. She should be responsible for him, right? Just as he was pleased with his clever plan, Yun Bei shattered his fantasy by pointing at their clothes and saying, "All right, stop joking. Nothing happened between us yesterday. Otherwise, our clothes wouldn't be so neat." Si Nan Zhao looked at their outfits and realized they didn't seem like they had done anything wrong. He thought to himself that he missed the chance to take things further with Yun Bei last night, which could have led to a proposal. Yun Bei didn't care about Si Nan Zhao's regrets. She got out of bed, remembering she had to go to work. If she was late, that wouldn't be good. Seeing that Yun Bei was ignoring him, Si Nan Zhao got up and followed her out. He thought that since they had shared a bed, she might feel a bit awkward. But looking at her, she seemed more comfortable than he was, almost as if their roles were reversed. Yun Bei felt a bit uneasy too. She trusted Si Nan Zhao's character. He wasn't the type to take advantage of someone. But she knew that when she drank, she might act differently than usual. She figured she must have done something last night, otherwise, Si Nan Zhao wouldn't have stayed in her room. However, she felt too shy to ask about it and decided to pretend nothing happened. After all, did she really want to marry Si Nan Zhao? She wasn't overly traditional. A little physical contact didn't mean she had to marry him. Even if she considered marriage, it should be mutual and happen naturally. She quickly made 2 bowls of noodles. After eating, Yun Bei hurriedly rode her bike to work. Si Nan Zhao watched her rush and felt a bit down. He thought Yun Bei seemed like she was trying to escape. But remembering her behavior in the morning, he wondered if he was overthinking it. In truth, Si Nan Zhao was right. Yun Bei did want to get away. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left without even looking at him after they finished eating. After Yun Bei left, Si Nan Zhao also went to work. Today was his first day in a new position, so he needed to arrive early. Meanwhile, Chu Fe was not feeling great about his situation. He received news about his father and sister and learned why they were taken away. Looking at the information in his hands, his expression was grim. Chu Fe never imagined that his pampered sister would cause their father to lose his job and end up imprisoned. Even though their father didn't know about her actions, it was their mother who used his connections to handle things. Now, what should have been none of his business had become his concern. At that moment, Chu Fe felt intense anger, both at his sister for harming the family and at his mother for being foolish. If they hadn't hidden things so tightly, they wouldn't be in such a passive situation today. As a son, he couldn't just watch his father be imprisoned. He needed to find a way to get him out. But he was just a small deputy officer. How could he have the power to do that? Thinking about this, his gaze fell on Qin Yan. If he married her, would her family help him? After all, they wouldn't want a father in prison, would they? Qin Hao Yuan had no idea that Chu Fe was considering his daughter to save his father or that he was thinking about his family's influence. Among all the people Chu Fe knew, only the Qin family had the strength and connections in the capital. Plus, since Qin Yan liked him, he believed that after they married, the Qin family would likely help him. But how could he make Qin Yan want to marry him without Qin Hao Yuan opposing it? Chu Fe knew that with his family situation, Qin Hao Yuan would definitely inform Qin Yan and might even prevent her from seeing him again. If that happened, saving his father would be impossible. He must win over Qin Yan in a short time, even if it means taking drastic actions. Chu Fe believes that once he has a close relationship with Qin Yan, she will have no choice but to marry him. Even if Qin Hao Yuan gets angry, he will have to accept it for the sake of his daughter's reputation. Chu Fe is not worried about whether Qin Hao Yuan will help him out of anger. As long as he can keep Qin Yan's feelings in check, he is confident that Qin Hao Yuan will assist him. He has noticed that Qin Yan, like his sister Chu Fe, is a child who has been spoiled by her family since childhood. Such people can be both good and bad. The good part is that they are naive and easy to influence. The bad part is that being overly pampered can lead to selfish behavior. While Chu Fe is trying to find a way to help his father, Mrs. Chu is asked to leave the family housing. Because of the trouble caused by Chu Zheng and Chu Fe, and since she is not part of the military, she can no longer stay there. During this time, due to the issues with her husband and daughter, Mrs. Chu has taken leave from work and is staying at home, afraid to go outside. She fears encountering the mocking gazes of others. So when the logistics staff came to inform her to move out, she was stunned and took a long time to process it. The staff, however, did not care about her feelings and left after delivering the message, leaving Mrs. Chu sitting alone on the floor. She thought this was her home, her safest place. After the troubles with her husband and daughter, she believed she would still have a place to stay. But who knew the higher-ups could be so ruthless as to force her out? Mrs. Chu sat on the floor crying for a while before she remembered to call her son. However, he was at work and couldn't answer her call. After failing to reach him, she cried some more before going to her room to pack her things. While packing, she suddenly found a beautiful box that someone had given her 2 years ago during a social event. She had opened it at the time and seen a necklace inside, but she had put it away without telling Chu Zheng. Seeing the box again, she couldn't help but open it and take out the necklace, running her fingers over it. She realized that no one would gift her something so valuable again in the future. After looking at it for a while, Mrs. Chu put the necklace back in the box. Only then did she notice that there was a phone number left inside the box. Seeing the phone reminded Mrs. Chu of the man's expression when he gave her the necklace. She felt a stir in her heart. She remembered that the man was named Yuan Ching, a friend of her boss's boss. She wasn't sure what he did, but he seemed to have some power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given her a necklace on their first meeting. Maybe he could help her. With that thought, Mrs. Chu decided to give it a try. Even if it didn't work out, it was okay. Things couldn't get any worse. If it succeeded, she wouldn't have to worry about where to live next. She wouldn't have ended up in this situation if she had listened to Chu Zheng and bought a house instead of sending all the money back to her family. Her family was living well with the money she gave them, but now she was homeless. It wasn't that she didn't want to go back to her family. She just knew they would kick her out again. She had always known her family's attitude. Mrs. Chu quickly dialed the number, feeling very nervous with each beep. She worried about what if he had forgotten her, and then thought about what to say once he answered. In her anxious thoughts, the person on the other end picked up the phone, and a deep, magnetic voice reached her ears. The voice was distinctive and hard to forget. Mrs. Chu immediately recognized it as Yuan Ching's, making her so nervous that she couldn't say a word for a while. Fortunately, he was patient and asked again. Finally, Mrs. Chu took a deep breath and said, "Comrade Mu, this is Yijinjin. Do you remember me? You gave me a necklace 2 years ago." "Oh, it's Director Yi. Of course, I remember. I can't believe it's taken you so long to call me." Yuan Ching's cheerful voice made Mrs. Chu feel a bit embarrassed and guilty. In the past, she had no worries and never thought to contact a man she had only met once. She wasn't foolish. She knew what was best for her. Now, she had no choice, or she wouldn't have reached out to Yuan Ching. Luckily, he didn't dwell on that topic and instead asked about her recent situation. Mrs. Chu knew it was time for her to perform. When Mrs. Chu spoke in a tone of despair and sadness about being homeless, Yuan Ching said, "If you don't mind, I have a place where you can stay for now." "Really?" Mrs. Chu pretended to be surprised and in disbelief, then hesitated and said, "Would that be okay? Would it cause you trouble? I don't want my situation to burden you. Maybe I should think of another solution." Mrs. Chu's strategy of retreating to advance successfully increased Yuan Ching's fondness for her. From the first moment he saw her 2 years ago, he was attracted to her. Although she was already married, she still captivated him, and he wanted to pursue her. So, he not only gave her a valuable necklace but also left her his phone number, thinking that if she had feelings for him, she would surely contact him. However, he ended up waiting for 2 years. They say good things take time. Now, although it was a bit late, he sensed that Yi Jinjin was in a difficult situation, likely due to changes at home. If he helped her now, wouldn't it bring her closer to him? So, when he heard her hesitation and concern about causing him trouble, he immediately said, "No, you can come over without worry. There won't be any trouble, I promise. Can you tell me where it is? I'll find a way to get there. Just give me your address, and I'll drive over to pick you up."
It'll be easier that way.
Mrs. Chu gave him her address, and after hearing it, Yuan Ching asked, "Are you coming alone, or do you need to move your family too?" "If you need to move your family, I can find someone to help you. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" "It's no trouble at all." In the end, Mrs. Chu agreed to Yuan Ching's suggestion and let him bring people and a vehicle to help her move. Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao were unaware that Mrs. Chu had just lost one support and quickly found another. At this time, one was busy in the hospital, while the other was occupied training his subordinates in the military. Yun Bei had it easier. The patients he saw these days had common ailments that only required a few prescriptions, without the need for injections or surgery. On the other hand, Si Nan Zhao was dealing with some tough cases, working hard to win them over. Fortunately, he had experience dealing with difficult people, and since his injuries were almost healed, he was ready to take action without hesitation. Soon, he had those troublemakers under control. With the troublemakers gone, Si Nan Zhao's work progressed smoothly, and Commissioner Fawn became his partner. They were in a period of adjustment. Although there were some minor conflicts, they were not serious issues. The only thing Si Nan Zhao was unsure about was Yun Bei. With a month passing quickly, Yun Bei still showed no intention of staying in the family compound. Every time he brought up the topic, Yun Bei would refuse. Although Si Nan Zhao was handsome, came from a good family, and was capable, having become a leader at a young age, Yun Bei felt she was still young and didn't need to rush into marriage. At just 18, she had 12 more years before she needed to think about marriage, allowing her to live freely and pursue the life she wanted. Therefore, when she learned of Si Nan Zhao's intentions, she decisively declined. She valued her freedom more than love or marriage. Moreover, she sensed that Si Nan Zhao wanted to marry her not out of deep feelings, but simply because he thought she was suitable. She didn't want to enter a loveless marriage and live a constrained life. While Si Nan Zhao was thinking of ways to keep Yun Bei around, she was already preparing to move back to her single dormitory. Previously, she had to travel back and forth between the hospital and the family compound, but now she wanted to prioritize her own comfort. If she stayed at the hospital, she could save 2 hours each day on the commute, giving her more time for herself. Living alone also meant she wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. Last time, when Si Nan Zhao unexpectedly entered her room, it almost exposed her situation. Fortunately, after he had a nosebleed, he didn't pursue the matter further. She worried that spending too much time with him would eventually lead to complications. So now, every day on her way to work at the hospital, she would bring a few things back, moving them little by little to avoid the hassle of transporting too much at once. Today was Yun Bei's day off. She finished work early and rode her bike home. However, when she returned to the family compound, she happened to see someone moving in. Watching the items being moved out of the family compound, Yun Bei felt curious about who was moving at this time. Upon asking, she learned it was Mrs. Chu. Since Chu Zheng and Chu Fe would not be returning, it was no longer suitable for her to stay in the compound. She had called people to help her move her belongings to free the house for someone else. Yun Bei initially did not pay much attention to Mrs. Chu's move, but she unexpectedly saw someone familiar. This person was someone she had never met before, yet they seemed oddly familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere. For a moment, Yun Bei couldn't recall where she had seen this person, but she was sure she had encountered them before. She frowned and stared at Yuan Ching for a while. Noticing Yun Bei's gaze, Yuan Ching smiled and approached her, introducing himself. "Hello, comrade. My name is Yuan Ching. May I ask your surname?" Just then, Mrs. Chu came out of the compound and saw Yun Bei talking to Yuan Ching. She quickly walked over and stood in front of Yuan Ching, saying to Yun Bei, haven't you caused enough trouble for my family? What do you want to do to Comrade Mu? Yun Bei glanced at Mrs. Chu with a hint of sarcasm and replied, "Mrs. Chu, one can eat more, but one shouldn't speak carelessly. If something happened in your family, it's because your family members did things that were wrong against the country, the party, the people, and their conscience. What does that have to do with me? As for this Comrade Mu, we just met. I'm a doctor. What could I possibly do to him? Treat him?" Hearing Yun Bei's words, Mrs. Chu's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed. She realized she had overreacted and didn't know what to say to ease the situation, nor did she dare to look at Yuan Ching, fearing he might sense something. At that moment, Yuan Ching smiled and said to Mrs. Chu, "Don't worry, Zhenzhen, Comrade Yun Bei won't do anything to me." Mrs. Chu smiled awkwardly and then said to Yuan Ching, "Comrade Mu, everything is loaded. We can go now."
Great.
Yuan Ching nodded, gave a slight bow to Yun Bei, and then got into the nearby car with Mrs.
Chu.
As she watched the car leave, a sudden image flashed in Yun Bei's mind. She finally realized who Yuan Ching was. He was the father of the future crime lord, Mu Senator. The reason he looked familiar was that she had seen Mu Sen's photo in the newspaper. The father and son looked very much alike, almost like they were made from the same mold. Reports said that Mu Sen would follow this path entirely due to his father's influence. Thinking of this, Yun Bei felt she needed to investigate this person further. So, when she got home, she directly told Si Nan Zhao, warning him that Madame Chu had found a new supporter and that person's influence should be considerable. She suggested he look into it when he had time, so he would be informed. Yun Bei's words were never doubted by Si Nan Zhao. He had heard about Madame Chu moving and had even been asked if he wanted to move into that house. Now that he had been promoted, his housing benefits had also improved. If he wanted, that apartment would be assigned to him. However, he neither refused nor agreed. Instead, he said he would discuss it with Yun Bei. After Yun Bei finished talking about Yuan Ching, Si Nan Zhao asked, Yun Bei, the house the Chu family lived in, is available now, and the logistics department asked if I wanted to move there. What do you think? Why are you asking me? Yun Bei said with a smile, knowing he was subtly testing her feelings. She replied directly, didn't we agree before? 1 month's time. Now that the month is almost over, I don't want to complicate things. You shouldn't think too much about it. Things will stay the same as before. Just enjoy being a happy single. Hearing Yun Bei's words, Si Nan Zhao felt uneasy. He wanted Yun Bei to stay, but didn't know how to convince her. In the end, he opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Yun Bei didn't mind. Si Nan Zhao not trying to keep her made her feel relieved. Otherwise, she would have to think of a way to refuse without hurting his feelings. She wasn't good at saying no, so his silence was the best outcome for her. Because of this topic, the atmosphere between them felt a bit strange. After dinner, they returned to their rooms. Yun Bei looked at her empty room and felt satisfied. She had packed most of her things, and once the month was up, she could leave easily. As for feeling attached, she didn't have much. Yun Bei had known for a long time that she wouldn't stay here long, so she didn't feel much belonging or emotion toward this place. Si Nan Zhao had another sleepless night. He had no experience in pursuing girls and didn't know who to ask for advice. He didn't want to be laughed at for suddenly wanting to marry when he had previously claimed to be against marriage. Yun Bei had no idea about Si Nan Zhao's feelings. After a good night's sleep, she happily went to work the next day. In just 2 days, she wouldn't have to run back and forth like this anymore, which made her feel great. They say too much happiness can lead to sadness, and that was true for Yun Bei. As soon as she arrived at the hospital, she heard shocking news. The county hospital was sending medical staff to the countryside, and the place she was assigned to was a village near the military base for a month. Yun Bei quickly realized that Director Yang arranged this to make her commute easier. Regardless, the conditions in the village would likely be poor. Being close to the military base meant she could return home every day. Director Yang had thought this through, but she wasn't thrilled about it. Yun Bei could ask Director Yang to change her assignment, but after some thought, she decided against it. She appreciated this special consideration from Director Yang. That evening, when she got home, Yun Bei hesitated for a long time before finally telling Si Nan Zhao about her assignment to the village. As soon as Si Nan Zhao heard, he immediately asked, "Where are you assigned? Is it far? If it's inconvenient, I can help you get a new arrangement." "It's not far, just in the neighboring village. But this means I might have to stay here for an extra month," she replied. "That's fine. You can stay as long as you want here," Si Nan Zhao said, instantly cheerful. He had missed his chance with Yun Bei last month, but now he was determined to win her over this month. At that moment, he felt incredibly grateful to the person who arranged for Yun Bei to be in a nearby village. They were truly his secret helper. Just the night before, he had been thinking about how to keep Yun Bei around longer, and now, it seemed like fate had already arranged it for him. Seeing Si Nan Zhao so happy made Yun Bei feel mixed emotions. Originally, she was supposed to move out the day after tomorrow, but now she had to stay. Plans really do change quickly. Feeling joyful, Si Nan Zhao decided to celebrate. He told Yun Bei, "You don't need to cook today. I'll bring back some dishes from the cafeteria." "Okay." Yun Bei agreed, not wanting to cook since she wasn't in the best mood. Si Nan Zhao returned with 4 meat dishes, catching the attention of the cook who served him. However, he didn't notice and hurried home after getting the food. As they sat down to eat, Si Nan Zhao's smile never faded. He kept serving Yun Bei more food, encouraging her to eat. Yun Bei noticed his enthusiasm and understood why he was so happy, but she didn't say anything. She knew what was on his mind. Actually, she has feelings for Si Nan Zhao. After spending a month with him, she feels quite comfortable. He is not a domineering person. He is thoughtful and cares for her a lot. But she doesn't want to marry young, nor does she want Si Nan Zhao to get his wish so soon. After all, he had said he was against marriage when they first met, making it seem like she was the one who desperately wanted to marry him. After dinner, Yun Bei started to clean up the dishes, but Si Nan Zhao quickly stepped in and said, "Yun Bei, you relax. I can handle this." Once Si Nan Zhao finished washing the dishes, He even prepared a bath for Yun Bei and encouraged her to take one. Facing Si Nan Zhao's excessive kindness, Yun Bei just gave him a deep look. Si Nan Zhao felt a bit nervous, worried that Yun Bei might say something. But when he saw that she didn't say anything, a smile appeared on his face. It seems he can work towards this in the future. In Liangcheng, Mrs. Chu invited Yuan Ching to her home for dinner to thank him. After a few drinks, Mrs. Chu was already a bit tipsy. She leaned on the table, looking up at Yuan Ching with a charming gaze. "Brother Mu, thank you. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do," Mrs. Chu said, pretending to be delicate and in need of protection. She had a good foundation and had taken care of herself over the years. Although she was in her 40s, she still had charm. Her delicate demeanor easily stirred a protective instinct, especially in Yuan Ching, who had noticed her from the first moment. Seeing Mrs. Chu like this, he couldn't help but step forward, taking her hand and saying, "Jinjin, I'll protect you from now on, okay?" "Really? Brother Mu, you really want to protect me?" "I, Yuan Ching, keep my word. If anyone dares to bully you, I will stand up for you." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Chu immediately felt touched. She stood up and threw herself into Yuan Ching's arms, crying softly. Yuan Ching didn't expect Mrs. Chu to embrace him so willingly. He froze for a moment, but when he heard her crying, he felt a pang of sympathy and hugged her tightly, softly comforting her. "Ching Ching, don't cry.
You still have me.
I promise to make you smile every day, okay?" "Really? Brother Mu, you're not lying to me?" "Why would I lie to you?" "All right, let's stop crying. If you have any grievances, just tell me directly. Don't hurt yourself by crying." Madame Chu knew when to stop, so she stopped crying and tightly hugged Yuan Ching, looking as if she was afraid he would disappear. Feeling Madame Chu's response, Yuan Ching was in a good mood. He patiently comforted her, encouraging her to express her grievances. Since the incident with her husband and daughter, Madame Chu had cried a lot. Before, she cried at home where no one could see or care for her. Now that there was a man who cared for her, she naturally didn't want to let go. She half-heartedly shared the conflict between her daughter and Yun Bei, claiming that her daughter's arrest was retaliation from Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao. After listening to Madame Chu, Yuan Ching took a small step back, creating some distance between them, and smiled as he asked, "Jinjin, how do you want me to help you? Should I help get your daughter out or teach Yun Bei a lesson?"
Me?
Madame Chu was unsure how to choose and stared at Yuan Ching, silent for a moment. Seeing her like this, Yuan Ching couldn't help but smile and said, "It seems you are quite greedy, wanting both. Is that wrong?" Madame Chu looked a bit shy, which made Yuan Ching like her even more. He gently held her chin, looking deeply into her eyes, and said, "It's possible, but you have to pay a price." "I'm willing to pay any price if you can help me." "Are you sure?" Yuan Ching looked into her eyes, trying to see if she was sincere. He wasn't foolish and wouldn't act recklessly just because he liked her. Yes, he liked Madame Chu, but he wouldn't do anything thoughtless just because of that. So, while arranging for Madame Chu, he had already found out what had happened to her. He knew her husband and daughter had been taken away, and the chances of them being released were very low. Even if they were released, her husband wouldn't regain his position. As for her daughter, although there was a serious situation with his abilities, he could manage it. But he couldn't help her without getting something in return, right? Only a fool would do something for nothing. Madame Chu understood this as well. After all, she wasn't a young girl. She knew that without offering something in return, how could anyone help her? When she approached Yuan Ching, she had already prepared herself mentally to say such things. "Absolutely," Madame Chu quickly replied, then lower her head, pretending to be shy and unable to look at Yuan Ching. She is a person who values benefits above all else, and she is not foolish. With the situation involving Chu Zheng, his future looks bleak. If she continues to be with him, her life may not be good. On the other hand, Yuan Ching, although she doesn't know his background, gave her such an expensive gift upon their first meeting, so he must be either rich or of high status. If she could marry him, her future would surely be bright. Therefore, She thinks that divorcing Chu Zheng and marrying Yuan Ching might be a better option. Of course, she cannot bring this up now. She needs to win his heart slowly, so that he feels he can't live without her. Yuan Ching, unaware of what Mrs. Chu is thinking, smiles at her shy demeanor and teases, "Are you shy?" "I'm not." Mrs. Chu looked up at him briefly before quickly lowering her gaze, acting coy. However, Yuan Ching did not immediately ask Mrs. Chu for any favors, nor did he plan to stay long. So, he soon released her and prepared to leave. Seeing him about to go, Mrs. Chu felt disappointed and was contemplating whether to be more proactive in keeping him when Yuan Ching suddenly said, "I'll help you take care of things. Be ready. Next time I come, I won't let you off so easily. Brother Mu, don't worry, I'll be well prepared and wait for you." After saying this, she remembered that Yun Bei was not easy to deal with and reminded him, "Brother Mu, Yun Bei has the support of the Si family, so be careful. Don't worry, the Si family is small. I don't take them seriously. Just focus on staying here and wait for me to find you." Okay. Once Yuan Ching left, Mrs. Chu's expression changed instantly. She no longer looked tipsy. She has always had a good tolerance for alcohol, and a small cup wouldn't make her drunk. She was just pretending and acting. She is confident in her acting skills. While Mrs. Chu sees Yuan Ching as a support to deal with Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao, Chu Fe is not idle either. He is working hard to win over Qin Yan. He has tried several times but failed, either because someone interrupted or because Qin Yan insisted on waiting until after marriage. He would like to wait, but his father and sister cannot. He can ignore his sister, but he cannot neglect his father. If something happens to his father, it would bring him no benefit and might even drag him down. Just as he was feeling anxious, another opportunity presented itself, filling his heart with joy. He swore that he absolutely could not miss this opportunity again. 3 days later, Yun Bei officially joined the Qingshan team next to the army as a station doctor. The Yang village team had received notice a week earlier, so they specially prepared a room next to the village committee to serve as Yun Bei's clinic. Yun Bei's first patient was a familiar face. Seeing the old bachelor in front of him, Yun Bei's expression darkened. The man was also quite frightened. He only knew that a doctor from the county hospital was coming to the village, but he never expected it would be Yun Bei. The reason he came to see the doctor was that Yun Bei had taken action against him. That day, he received money from Lu Posey to ruin Yun Bei's reputation, but in the end, he suffered the consequences and became unable to have children. He didn't dare go to the county hospital for fear of being seen by Yun Bei, so he secretly sought help from several local doctors, but they were not skilled enough to treat his condition. When he learned that a county hospital doctor would be stationed in the village, he was overjoyed. Therefore, on Yun Bei's first day at work, he rushed to see him. However, he never dreamed that it would be Yun Bei who came. If he had to admit it, he definitely hated Yun Bei. He felt that Yun Bei had not suffered but had dealt him a harsh blow, making him unable to be a man. Yes, he didn't have a wife, but he had a partner. In the past, whenever he had some money, he would go to his partner for some intimacy, enjoying his manhood. But now, even if he had money, he couldn't do anything. So, every night when it was quiet, he felt both regret and anger. He regretted listening to Lu Posey and having bad thoughts about Yun Bei. He was angry that Yun Bei had acted so ruthlessly, turning him into a eunuch. He had even gone to Lu Posey's residence to seek compensation, but he was told that she had already returned to her hometown. Now, he truly felt like he had lost everything. For just a few coins, he had sacrificed his future happiness. Coming back to his senses, the old bachelor didn't dare to stay a moment longer and turned to run, not even daring to speak to Yun Bei. Seeing him leave so quickly, Yun Bei showed a hint of mockery. At least he knew better, otherwise, even if he begged, Yun Bei wouldn't have helped him. Honestly, as a doctor, refusing a patient isn't a good thing, and people would definitely talk. But this old bachelor was someone Yun Bei would never treat. Though she was a doctor, she was not a saint. For someone who once tried to hurt herself, she finds it hard to treat everyone equally. Her hands have saved many people, but she has never saved an enemy. Enemies do not deserve her help, even if it might affect her reputation. She doesn't care. To her, feeling happy is more important than her reputation. The old bachelor was walking too fast and almost bumped into someone coming to see the doctor. That person was his neighbor, Old Lee. Seeing this, Old Lee couldn't help but grab him and ask, "Old Guan, what's going on? Are you being chased by a dog or something? You're running so fast, without looking where you're going. Luckily, you ran into me. I reacted quickly, or it would have caused trouble. I suddenly remembered I have something to do at home. I need to go," the old bachelor said as he pulled away from Old Lee's grip and hurried off. Old Lee was confused by his behavior and shook his head before entering the clinic. Upon seeing Yun Bei inside, he was taken aback for a moment and then asked somewhat shyly, "Are you the village doctor sent from the county hospital?" It was hard for him to believe because Yun Bei looked so young, not at all like an experienced doctor. Thinking about the old bachelor who had just rushed out, Old Lee felt a bit down. His illness was an old problem, coming and going over time. He had visited the county hospital before, but the medicine was too expensive, so he didn't buy it and let it linger. When he felt pain, he would take some painkillers, and when it didn't hurt, he would go about his business. Hearing that a doctor from the county hospital had come to the village, he decided to check if his illness could be treated and if he could spend less money. However, he didn't expect the doctor sent from the county hospital to be so young. She looked even younger than his granddaughter. His granddaughter, Li Dahua, was only 17 this year, taller and stronger than Yun Bei. Therefore, Old Li suspected that Yun Bei was probably only 15 or 16. At such a young age, she must have gotten in through connections and probably lacked skills. Thinking this, Old Li felt like backing out, wanting to go home like the old bachelor. Yun Bei could see the distrust in his eyes and felt a bit helpless, but there was nothing she could do. Her age was obvious, and no matter how much she tried to appear older, it was clear. However, since she was there, she couldn't just sit idly. She needed to examine patients as needed. Seeing that Old Li was hesitant, Yun Bei spoke up first, asking, "Uncle, where do you feel unwell? Sit down and I'll check your pulse." Old Li, who was initially planning to leave, hesitated after hearing Yun Bei's words. With a mindset of trying anything, he sat down on the nearby stool. After checking his pulse, Yun Bei immediately identified the issue and said, "Uncle, you've had this illness for a while." Upon hearing this, Old Li's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly, "Doctor, do you know what illness I have?" "I'm a doctor. What do you think?" Yun Bei replied with a smile. However, Old Li was still somewhat skeptical and asked, "Can my illness be cured?" "Of course. It's not a serious illness. You just need a few doses of medicine and a few acupuncture sessions. But you can't delay it any longer. If you wait too long, it could become a bigger problem, and then it will be harder to treat." "How much will it cost to cure my illness?" Old Li was most concerned about the cost, so he asked directly. If it was too expensive, he wouldn't dare to proceed. "Don't worry, it won't cost much. Traditional medicine is cheap, about $2. As for the consultation fee, it's not expensive, just 50 cents. "Really? You're not joking? Just $2.50 to cure my illness?" Old Li found it hard to believe the price was so low. Last time he went to the county hospital, the doctor said it would cost at least $10, and it might not even cure him. If it didn't work, he would still have to spend money on medicine. Hearing such a high cost, he decided not to get treated and went home. But Yun Bei told him it would only be $2.50, which felt like a windfall to him. Seeing that he was silent, Yun Bei thought he didn't believe her and quickly said, "Uncle, your back must be hurting right now. Let me give you 2 acupuncture needles and you can see the effect first?" "Okay, let's see how it goes." "Don't worry. If you really can cure my illness, I won't skimp on the payment." Yun Bei smiled and didn't say anything more. Instead, she took out the silver needles and asked Old Li to lie down on the treatment bed inside. Old Li looked at the bed, feeling a bit hesitant. In the end, his eagerness to get treated won out, and he lay down. "Uncle, please lift your shirt a bit, so I can give you the needles." Old Li felt his face flush. Although he was not young anymore, Yun Bei was still a young girl, and he felt a bit shy about lifting his shirt, even if it was just his back, in front of her. Yun Bei noticed that he was slow to move and thought he might be uncomfortable, so he smiled and said, "Uncle, you seem to be having a hard time. Can I help you?" No, I can do it myself." Old Li quickly refused and lifted his shirt. Yun Bei, unaware that the other person felt a bit shy, immediately started the treatment as soon as he saw Old Li's back. After giving him 9 acupuncture needles, Yun Bei stopped and waited quietly. Old Li wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but aside from the first needle being a bit painful, he felt nothing from the others. Just as he wondered if Yun Bei was tricking him, he suddenly felt a warmth in his lower back, and the pain that had been bothering him was gone. Yun Bei waited quietly, and when another patient arrived, she asked them to hold on for a moment. After 10 minutes, Old Li was almost dozing off when he heard Yun Bei's voice beside him. "Uncle, you can get up now." He was momentarily stunned before realizing that the needles had been removed and Yun Bei was writing something at the table. He got up, feeling the long-lost comfort in his back, and a smile spread across his face. Old Li quickly walked over to Yun Bei and, seeing the villagers waiting to be treated, praised her. "Dr. Yun's skills are really impressive. My back has been hurting for almost a year, and after just a few needles, it's no longer painful." "Really? Then I need to have Dr. Yun take a look at me. I'm always feeling uncomfortable, and it's so annoying." "Don't worry, Dr. Yun is very skilled. She will definitely help you with your problems." Old Li patted the other person's shoulder and then looked at the prescription in Yun Bei's hand, asking, "Dr. Yun, is that my prescription?" "Yes, it's ready. You can get 5 doses of medicine and take it for 5 days." "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Dr. Yun." Old Li thanked her, paid her 50 cents for the consultation, and happily went home. Meanwhile, Yun Bei continued to treat the villagers. Old Li returned home and saw that the door of the neighbor's house was open, so he couldn't resist walking inside. Seeing the neighbor sitting in the yard smoking, Old Li proudly said, "Old Guan, the doctor from the county hospital, is really something special. I tell you, Dr. Yun gave me just a few needles and my back doesn't hurt anymore." When the old bachelor heard the words "getting a shot," he immediately became excited, even putting down his cigarette. He grabbed Old Li's hand and said, "Old Li, what did you just say? Did you really let that doctor give you a shot?" "Yes, why? Are you out of your mind? How could you let her give you a shot? Don't you know that once she does, you might have problems?" "What do you mean by that?" Old Li looked at the old bachelor in confusion, not understanding why he would say such a thing. After all, his back pain had gone away after the shot. Why would there be a problem? Faced with Old Li's question, the old bachelor didn't know how to respond. He couldn't tell him that he had become a eunuch because of a shot from Yun Bei. If he did, Old Li would definitely dig deeper, and then his plans to ruin Yun Bei's reputation would be exposed. He would have no place to stand in the village. Not saying anything, Old Li was somewhat skeptical of his words. However, he ultimately trusted his instincts and went to town to get some medicine to brew and take. After taking the medicine, he felt its effects, so that night he went to find the old bachelor again, encouraging him to see Yun Bei if he was feeling unwell and not to feel embarrassed about it. Old Li believed that the old bachelor was so sensitive because of his pride as a man, while Yun Bei was just a young girl. The old bachelor naturally didn't want to go, and was too afraid to. Although Yun Bei had only been working for a day, many people in the village had already sought her help and praised her medical skills. No matter what illness, it seemed to be no problem in her hands. He wanted to see Yun Bei, but since his condition was caused by her, how could he dare to go? The old bachelor had thought about apologizing to Yun Bei and asking for her help, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Old Li, wanting the best for him, saw that he was hesitant and, without a second thought, dragged him to the clinic. Yun Bei was busy and only glanced at the two before looking away. Once the patient left, she turned to Old Li and asked, "Uncle Li, is there anywhere else you feel unwell?" "Dr. Yun, it's not me. It's my old friend here, who isn't feeling well. He's too shy to come see you, so I brought him along. Could you please take a look at him? He's been sighing and looking lost all the time." Old Li pushed the old bachelor in front of Yun Bei while talking. Yun Bei glanced at the old bachelor and said to Old Li, "Uncle Li, I'm sorry, but I won't treat him." "Why not?" Old Li looked puzzled, thinking the old bachelor must have a serious illness that Yun Bei couldn't treat. With that thought, he looked at the old bachelor with sympathy, even considering how to comfort him later, since he was his friend. However, Yun Bei then said, "You should ask him what good deeds he has done." After a pause, she continued, "I have 3 rules for treating patients. I won't treat enemies, incurable diseases, or those who bring trouble upon themselves." Hearing this, Old Li looked shocked at the old bachelor and asked, "Old Guan, what did you do?" "Me?" The old bachelor opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain. He wanted to say he had done something wrong to Yun Bei, but the words wouldn't come out. Seeing he couldn't speak, Yun Bei coldly dismissed them, saying, "All right, there's nothing more to discuss. You can leave now. Don't disturb the other patients." Old Li had no choice but to pull the old bachelor out. As soon as they left the clinic, he stopped and asked, "Old Guan, tell me honestly, what did you do that made Dr. Yun refuse to treat you?" Suddenly, Old Li remembered the day he went to the clinic and saw the old bachelor running out, looking guilty. He widened his eyes and said in an exasperated tone, "Old Guan, did you mess up again? Did you do something bad to Dr. Yun?" The old bachelor remained silent. He knew he had done something wrong to Yun Bei, or he wouldn't be in this situation. His silence was taken as an admission of guilt, which frustrated Old Li. He pointed at the old bachelor, unsure of what to say. The two were neighbors and had always gotten along well. Old Li knew the old bachelor didn't have a wife and liked to flirt, even teasing young women. But that was harmless banter. He thought the old bachelor was just joking with Yun Bei, so he intended to help him out and plead his case. So, when Yun Bei finished work, she found Old Li waiting outside the clinic. "Uncle Li, is there something you need?" Yun Bei actively asked, thinking he needed help with something. She didn't have any bad feelings towards Old Li. She just saw him as a regular patient. If there was something she could easily assist with, she would consider helping. "There is a little matter," Old Li said, feeling a bit shy as he took out a gift he had prepared, a bag of dried mushrooms, and handed it to Yun Bei. Yun Bei waved her hand and said, "Uncle, you don't need to do this. Just tell me what you need." Old Li insisted on giving her the mushrooms and said, "Dr. Yun, I'm here to apologize on behalf of Old Guan. He doesn't mean any harm. He just has a way with words. If he has offended you, please forgive him this time." Upon hearing this, Yun Bei realized that Old Guan hadn't told Old Li the truth. She immediately frowned and said, "Uncle Li, you should find out what he did before saying anything. If you knew what he did, you wouldn't be defending him. Some mistakes are not worth forgiving." After saying that, Yun Bei returned the mushrooms to Old Li and turned to leave. When she got back to the family compound, Si Nan Zhao had not returned yet. However, Grandma Zhang saw her come back and brought her some vegetables, also warning her that someone outside was inquiring about her. "Yun Bei, please don't be mad at me for being nosy. The outside world isn't safe, and you come and go at odd hours, so be careful. The person asking about you today could be good or bad. You need to be cautious." "Grandma, I understand. Thank you for letting me know." "Oh, it's nothing. I just happened to run into it," Grandma Zhang said with a smile. She had come to appreciate Yun Bei after she helped with her illness, and thought that since Yun Bei didn't have any elders around, she should offer some advice. Otherwise, she wouldn't bother with this matter. They were military families, and those people wouldn't dare to mess with them. But Yun Bei was different. She was attractive and skilled in medicine, and Grandma Zhang worried that some people might have bad intentions. After seeing off Grandma Zhang, Yun Bei kept this matter in mind. While cooking, she wondered who it could be and what their intentions were. Not having seen the person made it hard to judge. However, she decided to prepare some self-defense items for the evening. Being prepared is better than being caught off guard. Even if she didn't encounter a bad person, she wouldn't be afraid. Having made her plans, Yun Bei didn't tell Si Nan Zhao about this. After dinner, as Yun Bei was getting ready to rest to her room, Si Nan Zhao called out to her and said, "Yun Bei, I have some leads on the matter you wanted me to investigate. Your efficiency is impressive, Yun Bei said with a smile and admiration. Last time, she only reminded Si Nan Zhao to look into Yuan Ching, and she didn't expect results to come so quickly. Si Nan Zhao smiled back, holding back a thought. He knew that when Yun Bei asked him to do something, it was important to act quickly. After hearing what Si Nan Zhao found out, and recalling what she learned in her past life about Mu's son, Yun Bei felt informed. She thanked Si Nan Zhao and warned, Nan Zhao, the Mu family has a complicated background, so be careful. I'm worried that Madame Chu might use him to retaliate against us. Don't worry, I'll be careful. But you, with your long hours, need to be even more cautious, he replied. I know, Yun Bei nodded, agreeing with Si Nan Zhao. Compared to him, she was seen as an easy target, and it was expected that others would take advantage of her. Thinking about what Grandma Zhang had warned her earlier, Yun Bei suspected that someone was already planning to act against her. If she didn't have a job, she could stay in the staff quarters and avoid going out. But since she did have work, she had to face the challenges head-on. She was curious about what methods Yuan Ching would use against her. After returning to her room that night, Yun Bei entered her secret space. She walked around the storage room and took out the weapons she had used in her past life to clean them. In her previous life, her favorite tool for dealing with enemies was a scalpel. It was convenient and wouldn't raise suspicion about her identity. Since she was originally a doctor, carrying a scalpel made sense. So, she placed the scalpel at the front for easy access. The next morning, Yun Bei skipped breakfast and ate the buns and porridge that Si Nan Zhao brought back from the cafeteria. After finishing her meal, she rode her bike to work. As soon as she left the staff quarters, she felt a watchful gaze on her, causing her to squint slightly. It seemed someone couldn't resist and was tailing her. While thinking this, Yun Bei pretended not to notice and rode her bike into Liang village. It was still early and most villagers were at home cooking. Taking advantage of the quiet, Yun Bei cleaned the entire clinic since there were no patients. Once she finished, she sat down to read while keeping an eye on the large tree not far ahead. At that moment, someone was crouched in the tree, watching Yun Bei and secretly observing the happenings in the village. At 8:30, Yun Bei finally had her first patient of the day. A woman from the neighboring village heard that a doctor from the county hospital had come to Yang village, so she specifically came to see him. Most villagers think that going to the county hospital is too far and very expensive, so they endure their illnesses as long as they can. Only when they can't wait any longer do they seek help. Now that there is a doctor from the county hospital nearby, and he is said to be skilled, the villagers are eager to see him. So, the woman had breakfast early and came to Yang village to see Yun Bei. As she passed by a big tree, she thought she saw someone, but she didn't pay much attention, assuming it was just a mischievous child. She planned to mention it to Yun Bei later to prevent any accidents. What she didn't know was that this glance brought her trouble. The person watching Yun Bei thought the woman had spotted him. When he saw her enter the clinic, his expression darkened. He feared she would tell someone, so he quickly climbed down from the tree and hid behind the building. After the woman had Yun Bei examine her and receive some medicine, she mentioned casually that a child seemed to have climbed the big tree and advised Yun Bei to be careful to prevent any falls. Yun Bei smiled and replied, "Don't worry, that child won't fall." She knew it wasn't a child at all, so there was no risk of falling. The woman felt reassured by Yun Bei's words, took her medicine, and left the clinic, heading back home. The person watching Yun Bei saw her come out and quietly followed her. He felt that she might have discovered him, which could expose him, so he decided to take revenge. For someone like him, the best way to get back at someone was to eliminate them. However, he wasn't foolish and wanted to maximize his gain. His main target was Yun Bei, and if he could cause trouble for her through the woman's death, that would be ideal. With this in mind, he focused on the medicine the woman was carrying and came up with a plan. If the woman died after taking the medicine Yun Bei prescribed, his goal would be achieved. He believed that if Yun Bei caused someone's death, she might lose her medical license or even face worse consequences. This way, he would also fulfill the task given to him by his employer. Although the employer instructed him to only teach Yun Bei a lesson and cause her some trouble, he always aimed for perfection. A small lesson wouldn't showcase his skills. Yuan Ching was unaware that the person he hired was someone who liked to take matters into his own hands. Not only did he not follow the orders, but he also planned to create more trouble. Yun Bei also didn't know that the person watching her had such malicious intentions, wanting not only to harm her but also to frame her for it. Time flew by quickly, and before she knew it, the morning had passed. When lunchtime came, Yun Bei didn't return to her dormitory. She found it too troublesome to go back and forth, so she decided to use her lunch break to enter her space and prepare her own meal. The space had everything she needed, so she didn't have to worry about being hungry. If she felt good, she would make a hearty lunch. If she felt down, she would just snack on some treats she had saved. Once she closed the door to the infirmary, Yun Bei entered the space. Feeling good today, she decided to make clay pot rice. She first soaked the rice and then prepared the ingredients. After soaking the rice for 15 minutes, she poured it into a clay pot, added water, and started cooking. When the rice was almost done, she placed the vegetables on top to cook for a while longer. Once she smelled the delicious aroma, she knew the rice was ready. The small clay pot was filled with rice and topped with plenty of ingredients, including sausages, cured meat, and some greens. Yun Bei felt very satisfied. After eating, she rested in the space for a bit before getting ready to go to work. Meanwhile, in the neighboring village, the person watching her was preparing to add something to the water of an elderly woman while she was sleeping, hoping to cause her harm. However, he realized that the window in the elderly woman's room was too small and the door was inside the house, making it difficult for him to get in. After waiting for a while without finding a suitable opportunity, he was about to give up when he saw a child running back from outside. Suddenly, he had an idea. Yun Bei was unaware that the man was struggling to find an opportunity and had turned his attention to the child. She had already started treating the villagers. Since she had just arrived, there were quite a few villagers coming to see her for treatment over the past couple of days. They mostly had old ailments that weren't serious but had been lingering for a long time. Fortunately, these minor issues were easy for Yun Bei to handle. Some needed a shot, others required medication, and resolving them wasn't difficult at all. While she was busy, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching. A group of people rushed into the clinic and shouted, "Dr. Yun, help us." Upon hearing this, Yun Bei immediately apologized to the villager she was treating and asked the person who called for help, "What happened?" "Dr. Yun, please save my child. My eldest grandson ate something bad and is foaming at the mouth and has fainted." The speaker was the elderly woman from this morning. Seeing her grandson in trouble, she quickly had him brought over because she knew time was of the essence and that only Yun Bei could save him. Yun Bei's expression turned serious as she asked, "Where is the patient?" "Outside in the yard." Yun Bei hurried out of the clinic and ran to the yard. Seeing the child lying on a door plank, her face changed instantly. With just one glance, she realized the child was poisoned. If the poison wasn't treated quickly, the child could be in serious danger. Yun Bei turned back inside, grabbed her silver needles, and began to treat the child. After a few needles, the child vomited even more. The onlookers were frightened, thinking the child was beyond saving. Some experienced elders also suspected the child might be poisoned. They believed Yun Bei could treat illnesses, but detoxifying might be another matter. However, Yun Bei couldn't worry about that now. The child's condition was critical. Her hands moved swiftly with the needles, continuously treating the child. As she worked, the child continued to vomit. Once the child had emptied his stomach, Yun Bei paused to check his pulse and asked someone to bring water to clean him up. After confirming that most of the poison had been expelled, she removed the needles and cleaned the child. Once she finished cleaning, she took out a restorative pill from her supplies and gave it to the child. Though the family had acted quickly, the child had still suffered serious harm. Thankfully, they had arrived in time. Otherwise, the child's life could have been lost. Seeing the child's color gradually improve, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The child's father then asked Yun Bei, "Dr. Yun, what happened to my child? Did he eat something bad?" Yun Bei nodded and replied, the child likely ingested something toxic. From what he vomited, it seems he ate something like a pill. When they heard this, the child's family was stunned and looked at Yun Bei with doubt, saying, Dr. Yun, could you be mistaken? How is this possible? The child isn't foolish. He wouldn't just eat anything. And besides, we don't have any other pills at home except for the medicine you gave me this morning, the grandmother insisted, certain that her medicine was safe. She had carefully stored it away to keep the child from getting into it. Not only the child, but even the other adults in the house didn't know where the medicine was kept. Maybe we should wait until the child wakes up and ask him, Yun Bei suggested, knowing that they might not believe her, but she trusted her judgment. Although everyone had doubts in their hearts, they didn't voice them. Fortunately, the child woke up soon, looking at his family surrounding him, and suddenly burst into tears. He regretted eating the candy that someone had given to his grandmother. Indeed, the reason the child accidentally consumed the poisonous medicine was that the person who gave it to him said it was candy and told him to put it in his grandmother's cup. Unable to resist the temptation of the candy, he ate the medicine. Afterward, he felt discomfort in his stomach and remembered the method his grandmother had taught him to induce vomiting. He used his hand to press on his throat and brought up quite a bit. However, in the end, he fainted because the poison was too strong. Seeing the child suddenly cry, the adults rushed over to comfort him. After a while, they managed to calm him down. The child looked at Yun Bei with gratitude, saying, Pretty sister, thank you. You're welcome. I'm a doctor, and it's my duty to help people. By the way, little friend, I have a question for you, and you must answer truthfully, okay? Okay, you can ask, sister. The child nodded, ready to answer anything. Yun Bei smiled and gently patted his head, then asked, What did you eat before?
Can you tell me?
The child nodded and explained how he accidentally ate the candy that a stranger had given to his grandmother. Hearing this, the adults were all surprised. Especially the grandmother who had come for a checkup that morning. She never expected that her grandson had saved her from danger. If her grandson hadn't mistaken the medicine for candy, it would have been her in trouble. If it had been her, she might not have survived until Yun Bei came to help. Thinking of this, the old lady felt scared and said to her eldest son, Son, we need to call the police and let them investigate this properly. The other person's intentions were clearly malicious, and they seemed to want to harm her. Don't worry, Mom. I'll call the police right away. The child's father nodded, feeling just as frightened. Both his son and mother were his family, and he didn't want anything to happen to either of them. After hearing her son, the old lady still felt uneasy and decided to talk to the village chief to discuss the situation. She wanted to pay more attention to any strangers entering the village and find out their purpose. Yun Bei suspected that the stranger was the same person who had been hiding in the tree before. The attack on the old lady seemed directed at her. Fortunately, in the end, both the child and the old lady were safe. Otherwise, she could have faced serious trouble, even a lawsuit. Therefore, Yun Bei decided not to wait passively and to take action. She was confident in tracking someone's movements. After the child rested in the clinic for a while and was confirmed to be fine, Yun Bei allowed the adults to take him home. Once the family left, Yun Bei took a leave of absence from the clinic and decided to personally investigate the person who was watching her and wanted to harm her. After taking leave, Yun Bei left the clinic and walked around the village. Based on the child's words, she believed the person wouldn't leave so quickly. If she were in their position, she would also wait for the outcome. Thus, the person was likely hiding either in the village or in the mountains behind it. Yun Bei first searched the village, checking all the places where someone could hide, but found nothing. Just as she was about to head to the back mountain of the village, she noticed someone walking toward her. At first, Yun Bei didn't pay much attention, thinking the person was just taking the same path. However, the person stopped right in front of her. Seeing the old bachelor standing there, Yun Bei's expression turned serious, and she coldly asked, Do you need something? The old bachelor looked at Yun Bei, his face full of shame. Just as Yun Bei was about to lose her patience, he stammered, Dr. Yun, I know I was wrong. I understand you won't easily forgive me, so I'm here to make amends. Make amends? Hearing those words, Yun Bei's eyes flickered with a thought. Yes, you're looking for the person from the neighboring village who poisoned Xiaodazi, right? I know where he is hiding. Can you help me with my illness, considering I informed you about it? How do I know you're not lying to me? After all, this isn't the first time you've done something like this, Yun Bei said, looking at him with suspicion. The old bachelor sighed and replied, I admit I was foolish before, swayed by the 20 yuan promised by Lu Posey, which led me to act that way. But I swear, I won't harm you this time. Seeing that he seemed sincere, Yun Bei decided to trust him once. So she told the old bachelor, you know my abilities. If you dare to deceive me, it won't just be about being a eunuch. I will make you wish you were never born. Don't worry, I will not deceive you. All right, I'll trust you one more time. Hearing her words, the old bachelor felt happy. However, he didn't take Yun Bei directly to the location, fearing she wouldn't believe him and that he might become a burden. Instead, he pointed her in a direction and said, that person is hiding in the old house over there. If I hadn't stumbled upon it, no one would know he was hiding in our village. I will check if he's there. If you're not lying, I'll treat you in a few days. The old bachelor was thrilled by Yun Bei's promise and immediately assured her, don't worry, I won't deceive you this time. Yun Bei didn't fully trust his words, but decided to take a look. If that person was really there, she would capture him and find out who was behind everything. Even though she had her suspicions, without evidence, she couldn't take action. But if she caught that person, she would have proof, making it much easier to deal with Yuan Ching. With that thought, Yun Bei quickly headed in the direction the old bachelor indicated. Soon she spotted a small, rundown house. The house was a bit away from the village but not too far, and there was a large tree nearby. Climbing the tree would give her a clear view of the entire village, making it easy to keep an eye on things. To avoid raising the assassin's suspicion, Yun Bei took the path up the mountain. What she didn't know was that the assassin was thrilled to see her going up the mountain. Originally, the assassin planned to use a child to kill the woman seeking Yun Bei's help, framing Yun Bei for it, ruining her future and even getting her imprisoned. This is the simplest and most effective method, and it's his favorite way to eliminate someone without getting involved himself. But who would have thought that the greedy child would mistake the medicine he gave for candy, ruining his plans? Just when he was furious, Yun Bei unexpectedly walked right into his trap. He felt no fear towards Yun Bei. After all, he was a man. How could he not handle a woman? Moreover, he was one of the top assassins, so he had nothing to fear from her. Seeing Yun Bei alone climbing the mountain made him very happy. Without a second thought, he followed her up the mountain. Yun Bei immediately sensed someone was following her and smiled. She had just been thinking about how to draw out this assassin to deal with him. Unexpectedly, the assassin came right to her. This was perfect for her plan. However, she pretended not to notice him, walking up the mountain while occasionally stopping to gather herbs. The assassin, seeing that Yun Bei was completely unaware, felt quite pleased. This made it much easier for him to deal with her. At that moment, he thought Yun Bei was a foolish woman. As she walked up the mountain, Yun Bei observed the terrain, looking for a way to easily handle the assassin. Unfortunately, the mountain wasn't steep, and she had to withdraw her gaze in disappointment. The assassin, losing patience, decided it was time to eliminate Yun Bei. He quietly moved ahead to use the mountain's slope against her. What he didn't realize was that Yun Bei had already noticed his movements. So, when he suddenly attacked, she quickly entered her space. The assassin wasn't inexperienced. Yun Bei knew that even if she avoided him, he might not fall off the mountain. Besides, the slope was gentle, and with his skills, a fall wouldn't cause him serious harm. Suddenly losing his target startled the assassin, causing a moment of distraction. He stepped forward to where Yun Bei had just stood, wanting to see what happened. At that moment, Yun Bei suddenly attacked him, catching him off guard. Feeling the threat, the assassin instinctively rolled back, but he forgot that behind him was the mountain. No matter how he rolled, he couldn't go far. Therefore, the surgical knife in Yun Bei's hand quickly struck the opponent. When an expert makes a move, you can tell right away. As soon as Yun Bei acted, the assassin realized he had underestimated her. He then discovered that Yun Bei was not an ordinary girl. She actually knew martial arts. In fact, her skills were similar to his, both being lethal techniques. This realization made him take her seriously. While counterattacking Yun Bei, he asked, "May I know your name, miss?" In the assassin world, everyone has a code name. For example, his code name is Black Dragon. Few know his real name, but everyone recognizes the name Black Dragon in the assassin community. "You're mistaken," Yun Bei replied while continuing her movements. To quickly subdue him, she even used a special poison she had prepared. Black Dragon had no idea Yun Bei could use poison until it was too late. He collapsed right in front of her. Seeing Black Dragon fall, Yun Bei tied his hands and feet, then woke him up to interrogate him in the back mountain. Black Dragon never expected to be caught by a young girl. He felt angry, frustrated, and mostly regretful for underestimating her. If he had taken her seriously, he would have approached her differently and not fallen into her trap so easily. But now it was too late for regrets. He was in Yun Bei's hands, and escaping would be difficult. Not only were the ropes she used specially made to tighten with movement, but Yun Bei also wouldn't let someone she had captured slip away easily. She needed to extract information about the mastermind behind the scenes and ensure he was taken to the police. A killer like him had taken many lives. Such a person deserved to face justice and experience the consequences of his actions. At that moment, Si Nan Zhao, who was in the military, suddenly received a phone call, and his expression changed instantly. He quickly informed Commissioner Fong and rushed out of the base towards Yang Village. However, when he arrived at Yang Village, he found the medical room door closed. Upon inquiry, he learned that Yun Bei had taken leave. This news made Si Nan Zhao very anxious. He had just received word that someone intended to harm Yun Bei, and that person was already near her. Worried for her safety, he hurried to Yang Village to protect her and bring her home. But who knew he was still a step too late? Yun Bei had taken leave and had already been gone for a while. Si Nan Zhao was anxious and hurriedly asked around the village about Yun Bei's whereabouts. Finally, after inquiring with the old bachelor, he learned where Yun Bei had gone. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the small, run-down house the old bachelor mentioned. Soon, he arrived at the small house, only to find it empty. Not only that, but there were no footprints either. This made Si Nan Zhao panic again as he searched for possible clues. The more anxious he became, the harder it was to find anything. He forced himself to calm down and tried to think like Yun Bei to figure out what she would do. Once he calmed down, his thoughts became clear. His gaze quickly shifted to the back mountain, and he sprinted in that direction. Sure enough, after a short while, he discovered some footprints. After carefully examining them and confirming they belonged to Yun Bei, he quickened his pace. When he finally caught sight of Yun Bei, his eyes widened in shock and fear. He saw a poisonous snake hanging from a tree behind Yun Bei, watching her closely and ready to strike. Si Nan Zhao wanted to warn Yun Bei, but he couldn't make a sound. He was afraid that if he spoke, he might startle the snake and cause it to attack her. Unable to speak and not wanting Yun Bei to be harmed, Si Nan Zhao decided to take a risk and quietly approach the snake. Yun Bei sensed something dangerous behind her but didn't turn around because she noticed the glee in the black dragon's eyes. The black dragon was already restless, always thinking about escaping or retaliating. But Yun Bei didn't give him a chance, leaving him with nothing but hatred. Seeing the snake poised to strike behind Yun Bei made him happy. He wanted to shout out but feared that if he did, the snake might attack Yun Bei first. Now, with his hands and feet tied, how could he avoid the snake's attack? He wasn't foolish enough to risk his life. Although Yun Bei didn't look back, she had an inkling that something was behind her. In the mountains, the only threats were wild beasts or snakes. If it were a beast, she would have sensed it long ago. So, she quickly guessed that a snake was watching her. She didn't like snakes, especially being watched by one, so after giving the gleeful black dragon a cold glance, she decided to take the initiative. Although she had serum and antidotes for snake venom in her space, it was better not to waste them if possible.
So, it was best to kill the snake.
Just as Yun Bei was about to strike the snake, she sensed someone behind her and immediately changed her expression. At that moment, she had no idea that it was Si Nan Zhao behind her. She thought it was an accomplice of the Black Dragon. While she was thinking about how to handle the situation, a familiar voice rang in her ears. "Yun Bei, get down." Hearing the urgent voice, Yun Bei quickly rolled to the side without thinking. Si Nan Zhao initially intended to quietly deal with the snake, but the snake was very alert. Realizing his intention, it attacked Yun Bei first. Worried about her safety, he called out to her and lunged in front of her. Just as he shielded Yun Bei, the snake lunged at him. Si Nan Zhao's expression changed slightly as he raised his dagger and slashed at the snake. The snake was cut in half, but the head bit into his arm just as it fell.
Ouch.
His arm hurt, and Si Nan Zhao's face changed as he slapped the snake's head off. The snake had bitten him just before it died. Suppressing his anger, Si Nan Zhao quickly approached Yun Bei and asked, "Yun Bei, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Yun Bei shook her head. Just as she was about to ask how he got there, she noticed his arm was turning black. It was clear he had been poisoned. Realizing this, Yun Bei's expression changed, and she grabbed Si Nan Zhao's arm, saying, "You've been poisoned." Si Nan Zhao nodded, feeling a tingling in his arm. Looking closer, he saw 2 small puncture wounds surrounded by a dark purple color. He bent down to find the snake he had just cut in half, but Yun Bei stopped him. Not wanting to waste time, she quickly pulled out a serum from her pocket, actually from her space, and injected it into Si Nan Zhao. Si Nan Zhao trusted Yun Bei completely, so he said nothing as she gave him the injection. After administering the serum, Yun Bei drew some of his blood and searched for antidote herbs nearby. If she couldn't find any on the mountain, she would have to retrieve some from her space. Fortunately, she was lucky and found some antidote herbs not far away. Yun Bei crushed them and applied them to Si Nan Zhao's wound. The Black Dragon was initially pleased to see Si Nan Zhao injured. However, when he saw Yun Bei giving Si Nan Zhao injections, drawing blood, and applying medicine, he felt less happy. He didn't expect Yun Bei to be able to cure snake venom as well. Yun Bei didn't care what the Black Dragon thought. After applying the medicine to Si Nan Zhao, she tore a piece of cloth from her clothing to wrap around his injury. Once she finished, she decided to check on the snake and planned to extract its gallbladder. If she had the right tools, snake venom could be useful. For now, she could only take the gallbladder. After obtaining the gallbladder, Yun Bei handed it to Si Nan Zhao and asked, "Weren't you at work? How did you end up here?" "I received news that someone wanted to harm you. I was worried you might be in danger, so I took leave to find you," Si Nan Zhao replied, glancing at the Black Dragon. With just one look, he recognized the Black Dragon and said, "You are the Black Dragon? Do you know me?" The Black Dragon was surprised. He didn't expect a soldier like Si Nan Zhao to recognize him and know his name. Si Nan Zhao didn't answer but looked at Yun Bei and asked, "This person is a well-known assassin who has killed many of our people. What do you plan to do with him?" "Of course, I will let the authorities handle it. But first I need to find out who his employer is." "Don't worry, I'll help you find out," Si Nan Zhao assured. "Okay, then I appreciate your help." Yun Bei was glad to have Si Nan Zhao's assistance and felt secure with him in charge. To prevent the Black Dragon from escaping, Yun Bei didn't untie him and allowed him to be dragged down the mountain by her and Si Nan Zhao. Back in the village, Si Nan Zhao borrowed the village committee's phone. Not long after the call, the military arrived to take the Black Dragon away. Si Nan Zhao left with them but wanted to take Yun Bei back to the family compound. However, she declined and returned to the clinic, riding her bike home. As for Si Nan Zhao, the Black Dragon became very tight-lipped and refused to speak, no matter what methods were used. In the end, Si Nan Zhao had to use some special techniques to get him to talk and learned about his employer. Si Nan Zhao was shocked to find out that the person who hired the Black Dragon to kill Yun Bei was Yuan Ching. He had thought Yuan Ching only had a complicated background, but he never expected him to resort to hiring a killer, especially against someone he cared about. Since that's the case, he shouldn't blame him for taking action. After that, Si Nan Zhao made a phone call. An hour later, Yuan Ching received a call from his subordinate saying there was a problem with a shipment that needed his personal attention. After hanging up, Yuan Ching hurried to the location of the incident, unaware that it was a trap waiting for him to fall into. Yun Bei had no idea that Si Nan Zhao was eager to help her take revenge after learning who the employer of the Black Dragon was. When she returned to the housing complex, she had nothing to do, so she decided to loosen the soil for the vegetables she had planted in the yard. Since she was idle, she thought it would be better to find something to do to pass the time. While Yun Bei was busy, Mrs. Chu was on the phone with her son, telling him about being kicked out of the housing complex. Chu Feibai's expression darkened upon hearing his mother's words. He hadn't expected that after his father's incident, he would have nowhere to go. It seemed he couldn't wait any longer. He needed to secure Qin Yan quickly. Only by marrying her could his father leave that place and have a chance to turn things around, which would also brighten his own future. With that thought, he quickly hung up and went to find Qin Yan. Qin Yan was a teacher at the military district, teaching children language arts, with 3 classes a day, which was relatively easy. When Chu Feibai arrived, Qin Yan was still grading the children's assignments. Seeing Chu Feibai come to pick her up, Qin Yan was very happy. Amid her colleagues' teasing glances, she tidied up her desk and left with him. On the way home, Qin Yan talked about funny things at school, mischievous kids, and amusing colleagues, but Chu Feibai seemed distracted. At first, Qin Yan didn't notice, but as time passed, she sensed something was off and stopped smiling, asking, "Feibai, what's wrong? Do you have something on your mind?" "Nothing." Chu Feibai shook his head, trying to appear fine, but his expression told a different story. Though Qin Yan was innocent, she wasn't foolish and could tell he was troubled. Thinking about what had happened with the Chu family, she tried to comfort him, saying, "Feibai, don't worry. Uncle will be fine." "Maybe," Chu Feibai replied, looking dejected, which made Qin Yan feel very sorry for him. Remembering that tomorrow was Sunday and she had a day off, she said to Chu Feibai, "Feibai, I'm free tomorrow. Would you go out with me to relax?" Hearing this, Chu Feibai felt happy inside but didn't show it on his face, replying, "Forget it, I'm not in the mood." "Come on, just think of it as keeping me company." Qin Yan held onto Chu Feibai's hand and acted cute. The reason she wanted to go out was that she noticed Chu Feibai was in a bad mood. Otherwise, she would rather stay home and read. Chu Feibai pretended to be reluctant, but after Qin Yan insisted several times, he agreed to go out with her. This was exactly what he wanted, but Qin Yan had no idea and was just happy to have convinced him. Qin Haoyuan heard that his daughter was going out with Chu Fe by the next day and felt a bit worried. He said, Yen, should we wait a few days for your mom to go with you?" "No need, I have Fei Bai with me, so you can relax. He will take good care of me." Qin Haoyuan wanted to say that it was precisely because of Chu Fei Bai that he was worried. But seeing his happy daughter, he couldn't bring himself to spoil her mood. That night, while going to bed, Qin Haoyuan looked troubled, which puzzled his wife. She asked old Qin, "What's wrong? You look so worried." "It's about Yen. She's going to the city with Chu Fei by tomorrow." "Isn't that a good thing?" Lu Honging was confused. It seemed good for their daughter to spend time with Chu Fei Bai and build their relationship. How can it be good? That boy has bad intentions. Who knows what he plans when he takes Yen out? I can't let them go. As Qin Haoyuan spoke, he thought about calling Chu Fei Bai to assign him an urgent task. However, Lu Honging stopped him, saying, "Old Qin, are you being too anxious? I think Fei Bai is a good young man, handsome and capable. If Yen marries him, with you watching over them, she won't suffer." "You don't understand." Okay, you understand."
"Fine."
Lu Honging became upset and turned to go to bed. Seeing his wife angry, Qin Haoyuan tried to comfort her and completely forgot about the idea of giving Chu Fei Bai a task. Deep down, he still believed his wife was right. With the troubles in the Chu family, Chu Fei Bai could only rely on him and wouldn't dare treat their daughter poorly. At that moment, he had no idea that his confidence allowed Chu Fei Bai to seize the opportunity, forcing Qin Yan to marry him and compelling the Qin family to help rescue Chu Zheng. The next morning, Chu Fei Bai waited at the entrance of the Qin family home. He finally relaxed when he saw Qin Yan come out. He had been anxious all night, fearing that Qin Hao Yuan would stop Qin Yan from going out with him. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. It's not true that I'm not angry, but Qin Yan really likes Chu Fe Bai. Slowly, she stopped crying and looked at him, asking, "What should we do now?" Yan, don't worry, I will take responsibility. You are now mine and will be my wife in the future. Once we go back, I will ask your parents for your hand. Really? You really want to marry me? Qin Yan couldn't believe it. To her, sleeping with a man before marriage seemed like a shallow act that would be looked down upon. At that moment, she only knew she had lost her innocence and didn't suspect Chu Fe Bai at all, nor did she realize that everything was part of his plan. So, when she heard that Chu Fe Bai wanted to marry her, she felt very touched. Of course, you are so wonderful. Marrying you is my great fortune. Yan, just happily wait to be my bride. With Chu Fe Bai's comforting words, Qin Yan slowly calmed down and accepted the fact that she had lost her innocence. Thinking about their upcoming wedding made her less concerned about what had happened. Seeing that Qin Yan had calmed down, Chu Fe Bai sighed in relief. However, he still had a tough battle ahead. After resting for a while at the inn, they checked out and got on the bus back to the army. Qin Hao Yuan was also off today and was surprised to see them back so early. But soon, he sensed something was wrong, and a bad feeling settled in his heart. Sure enough, his intuition was right. As soon as Chu Fe Bai left, his daughter Qin Yan started insisting that she wanted to marry him. Qin Hao Yuan naturally disagreed, especially since Chu Zheng was still in custody. He had no intention of marrying his daughter to Chu Fe Bai before that. He knew that once his daughter married Chu Fe Bai, he and Chu Zheng would become in-laws. He couldn't ignore the difficulties that would arise from that. However, his daughter was determined and threatened him by saying she was already Chu Fe Bai's. What did you say? Qin Hao Yuan couldn't believe his ears. He looked at his daughter seriously and said, Yan, you can't say things like that. Think carefully. Dad, I'm not lying. I really belong to Fei Bai now, and I won't marry anyone else. If you don't agree, I will hate you for life. Besides, I might already be carrying Fei Bai's child. If I don't marry him, who else would I marry? Or, do you want me to have a child with Fei Bai and be a single mother? Her words nearly made Qin Hao Yuan faint from anger. Indeed, that boy Chu Fe Bai is up to no good. He just said he wanted to take my daughter to the city for fun, but it turns out he had other intentions. I always thought he was unreliable, which is why I never agreed to let my daughter be with him. Now I realize he is not just unreliable, he is downright despicable. At this moment, I regret not stopping my daughter from going out with him. I thought that with me around, he wouldn't dare to do anything to her. But I didn't expect him to be so bold, going ahead and making things serious between them. Now I have to accept him as my son-in-law. I don't want to, but with my daughter's reputation and her stubborn nature, I have no choice but to accept it. If I had known, I would have sent him on a mission last night. No matter how much I regret it, it's too late now. Meanwhile, after returning to his dorm, Chu Fe Bai was also feeling unsettled. He promised Qin Yan he would come to ask for her hand, but he knew getting past Qin Hao Yuan would be tough. However, unless Qin Yan was willing to give up her reputation, she would have to marry him. Chu Fe Bai had thought of everything and felt confident. After resting for a while in his dorm, he started preparing the things he needed for the proposal. He had bought some items while in the city, and he just needed to get a few more from the military supply store, so that wasn't urgent. Now it all depended on Qin Yan. Qin Hao Yuan wished he could take Chu Fe Bai apart piece by piece, but since his daughter was already involved with him, he had to endure. Still, he had no intention of making it easy for him. If he wanted to propose, he could forget it. So, while Chu Fe Bai was preparing for the proposal, he received a notice to go on a last-minute mission. Orders are orders. Even though he was reluctant, he had to obey and packed his things for the mission. Before leaving, he guessed that Qin Hao Yuan was behind his assignment, so he didn't say goodbye to Qin Yan and just left. Qin Yan had no idea that Chu Fe Bai was on a mission and was waiting at home for him to come and propose. Since he said he would come the next day, she waited eagerly. But after waiting from morning until evening without seeing him, she felt very disappointed. She didn't believe Chu Fe would break his promise, so she went straight to his dorm, only to find out he had gone on a mission. With a heavy heart, Qin Yen returned home, skipped dinner, and went straight to her room. Her heart was very uneasy, partly because Chu Fe had suddenly gone on a mission with an uncertain return date, and partly because he hadn't said goodbye before leaving. If he had told her in advance, she wouldn't have been waiting at home so foolishly. Of course, what scared her the most was the thought that if Chu Fe didn't come back for several months and she accidentally got pregnant, what would she do? If others found out she was having a child out of wedlock, they would surely judge her. What would she do then? The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became, even developing a hatred for the person who sent Chu Fe on the mission. That person was none other than her father. Never before had she felt such hatred. She had made herself clear yesterday, yet her father agreed verbally, but acted otherwise behind her back. Qin Haoyuan had no idea his daughter hated him. To prevent her from having a child out of wedlock, he directly contacted a friend at the hospital to get her some medication. He didn't really want to do this, but his daughter wasn't thinking clearly. If he had known this would happen, he would have insisted on having more children back then. But there are no remedies for regret, and money can't buy foresight. Now, he and his wife were too old to have more children even if they wanted to. Qin Haoyuan's regrets were unknown to Yun Bei. At that moment, she received a call from the hospital asking her to return, saying a patient's condition was critical and waiting for her to perform surgery. Without hesitation, Yun Bei locked the door to the medical room and left the village, waiting for a car at the village entrance. During the call, Director Yang had already informed her that the patient's family would send a car to pick her up, so she just needed to wait on the main road. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the car arrived. Seeing the familiar vehicle, Yun Bei realized who the patient was. Remembering what Si Nan Zhao had said to her the night before, her gaze flickered. If that person was indeed Yuan Ching, then even if she went, she wouldn't intervene. She wasn't generous enough to save someone who wanted her dead. However, she still got into the car and headed to the hospital. Even if she didn't save the person, she needed to clarify things, otherwise others might think she was taking advantage of the situation. Soon, they arrived at the hospital, and Yun Bei went straight to the director's office to find Director Yang. However, she was told that he had already gone into the operating room. It turned out that Yuan Ching's wife, Xiang Yuan, had come to urge Director Yang to perform the surgery quickly. As for Yun Bei, they didn't believe in her medical skills because she was just a young girl in her teens. Xiang Yuan said that Yun Bei is just a pretty face, and only those who lack experience think she is skilled in medicine, but she herself doesn't believe it. The reason is that Yun Bei is too young. Xiang Yuan thinks that a girl in her teens, no matter how good her skills are, can't be that impressive. Gao Lanlan saw that Yun Bei listened to Xiang Yuan's words without getting angry. Instead, she smiled and asked, "Dr. Yun, aren't you upset by what she said? Why should I be upset?"
Yun Bei replied.
She was not only unbothered but also relieved that she didn't have to perform surgery. Otherwise, she didn't know what might happen. After all, Yuan Ching had even hired someone to deal with her, and her retaliating was understandable, right? But if she did that, her career would be over. No one would trust a doctor who tampered with surgeries. "You're amazing, Dr. Yun," Gao Lanlan said, giving her a thumbs up and then asked about her time in the village. Although Gao Lanlan had never been to the village, she had a negative impression of the people there because she had seen many villagers come for treatment and behave poorly. For example, there was a recent case where a couple insisted their baby was a boy when it was clearly a girl. If someone hadn't pressured the village officials, that child might have been abandoned at the hospital. Even now, after taking the child away, they were still damaging the hospital's reputation by claiming the hospital switched their baby. Yun Bei knew that Gao Lanlan had a negative view of the villagers, so she didn't mention any bad experiences. Every place has good and bad people, and we shouldn't judge everyone based on one bad person. Seeing that she had nothing more to do, Yun Bei decided not to stay at the hospital. The success of Yuan Ching's surgery didn't concern her much. However, Based on what she knew from her past life, Yuan Ching was unlikely to die anytime soon. When Director Yang finished the surgery and learned that Yun Bei had already left, he didn't say much. The surgery on Yuan Ching was not complicated. He just had a broken leg. In fact, there was no need for Yun Bei to come at all, but Yuan Ching insisted that only the best doctor from their hospital should perform the surgery, which is why he called Yun Bei. Later, when Xiang Yuan arrived, she convinced Yuan Ching to let Director Yang do the surgery instead. The anesthesia hasn't worn off yet, and Yuan Ching is still unconscious. Xiang Yuan is waiting outside the hospital room and asks the people around Yuan Ching. She learns that he went to handle business matters and was ambushed. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan directly asks, "Have you offended anyone recently? Things used to be fine, but why are there problems now?" The subordinates are unsure. Even if they knew, they couldn't say anything. After all, the boss was hurt because of another woman, and if the sister-in-law found out, it would be a disaster. They know that if that woman gets into trouble, they will too. Although the sister-in-law seems easy to talk to, her methods are just as ruthless as the boss's. Seeing that the others are unwilling to speak, Xiang Yuan decides to wait until Yuan Ching wakes up to ask him. An hour later, Yuan Ching wakes up. Seeing his wife sitting by the bed, he feels a bit guilty and says, Yuan, why didn't you go rest? It's fine for Si Fei and the others to watch over me. I just hurt my leg, it's not a big deal, so you don't need to worry. Xiang Yuan looks at Yuan Ching and gently asks, this time it's just your leg. What about next time? What next time? What are you thinking? There won't be a next time, so don't worry. That's what you said. If you get hurt again next time, will you leave here with me, okay? Sure, I'll listen to you then. Wherever you say to go, we'll go. Yuan Ching replies readily, and a smile appears on Xiang Yuan's face. After a while, she stays with Yuan Ching, but eventually leaves at his urging to return to the city. She has children and elderly at home to take care of, so she can't stay there all the time. Besides, Yuan Ching is right. He has many subordinates who can take care of him. However, what Xiang Yuan doesn't know is that as soon as she leaves, Yi Zhenjin arrives at the hospital. Seeing the injured Yuan Ching, she immediately rushes to him and starts crying. Mrs. Chu looks as if she wishes she were the one injured, which deeply moves Yuan Ching. He thinks to himself, no wonder I chose her, she has a kind heart. So, when she throws herself on him, Yuan Ching is not angry at all. Instead, he patiently comforts her. Finally, Mrs. Chu stops crying and looks at Yuan Ching with tear-streaked cheeks, saying, Brother Mu, let me stay and take care of you tonight. No need, Si Fei, and the others will take good care of me. You can come by to see me when you have time. That won't do. Brother Mu is so good to me. Why shouldn't I take care of you? I don't care. I must stay and look after you, or I won't feel at ease. Mrs. Chu insisted, and Yuan Ching could not refuse her, so he eventually agreed. However, what he did not know was that Mrs. Chu had a satisfied smile on her face in a place he couldn't see. She had plenty of experience in handling men. In the military, Si Nan Zhao also received news about Yuan Ching's injury and learned that he had undergone surgery at the county hospital. At first, he thought it was Yun Bei who was performing the surgery, which made him quite worried. He understood Yun Bei's personality. She was the type who wouldn't tolerate any nonsense. Since Yuan Ching was the employer of the Black Dragon, it was surprising that Yun Bei didn't take action against him, let alone perform surgery on him. This situation would make it difficult for Yun Bei to stay in the hospital, as those who disliked her would surely take the opportunity to attack her. Worried about Yun Bei, Si Nan Zhao hurried back to the staff quarters after work. Upon seeing Yun Bei, he directly asked, Yun Bei, you didn't go back to the county hospital for surgery today, did you? Seeing Si Nan Zhao's anxious expression, Yun Bei smiled and replied, I did go, but I didn't perform the surgery. Hearing that Yun Bei hadn't operated, Si Nan Zhao finally relaxed and said, that's good to hear. Don't worry, I'm not foolish, Yun Bei said with a smile, appreciating Si Nan Zhao's concern. After all, having a friend who cares about her was nice. Indeed, in Yun Bei's eyes, Si Nan Zhao had upgraded from a partner to a friend. This time, Si Nan Zhao had originally planned to eliminate Yuan Ching, but he didn't expect there to be skilled people around him, resulting in only an injury to his leg. Si Nan Zhao's own people were also hurt. Thus, he looked at Yun Bei, unsure of how to speak. "What's wrong?" Yun Bei noticed that Si Nan Zhao seemed to have something to say, but appeared hesitant, so she took the initiative to ask. "Yun Bei, I'd like to ask you for a favor." "Go ahead." Yun Bei didn't hesitate. Since Si Nan Zhao had already helped her deal with Yuan Ching, she naturally felt obligated to help him in return. Not only had she considered him a friend, but even if they were still in a partnership, she wouldn't refuse. After all, mutual support is essential for lasting relationships. One-sided giving might work at first, but over time, it would surely lead to conflicts. "Yun Bei, here's the thing. I have a few friends who are injured and can't go to the hospital. I'd like to ask you to check on them." As soon as Si Nan Zhao said this, Yun Bei understood why he had been hesitant earlier. His so-called friends were definitely the ones who helped him deal with Yuan Ching. Now, Yuan Ching is staying in the hospital. If those people show up, they might be recognized. With Yuan Ching's influence in Liangcheng, if they are identified, it won't end well for them. "No problem. When and where?" Yun Bei's response was very straightforward, and Si Nan Zhao couldn't help but smile as he said, "Not far, just up the nearby mountain. After we eat, we'll head out." "Okay, I'll get ready." "By the way, are their injuries serious? Do they need surgery?" "They're all external injuries, but they might need stitches." "Got it." Yun Bei nodded and handed the kitchen duties to Si Nan Zhao while she went to her room to prepare the first aid kit. She planned to bring extra supplies for external injuries, and if there were any leftovers, she would give them to the injured as a way to show her gratitude. Since they were going to treat someone, dinner was simple. Yun Bei didn't make anything elaborate, just stir-fried some vegetables. After dinner, the couple set off with a flashlight. Fortunately, they lived at the foot of the mountain, making it easy to climb. Otherwise, if they were spotted, it could be troublesome. Yun Bei followed closely behind Si Nan Zhao as they quickly made their way up the mountain. They walked for about half an hour before reaching a hidden cave. Before entering, Yun Bei caught a strong smell of blood. The people inside the cave heard their footsteps and immediately asked, "Who's there?" "It's me," Si Nan Zhao called out as he led Yun Bei inside. The cave was dimly lit by an oil lamp, so it was hard to see clearly. Yun Bei glanced around and noticed 6 people, 4 of whom were injured. "Zhao, go, you're here." The others stood up to greet Si Nan Zhao. "This is the doctor I found for you, Yun Bei," he said, pausing for a moment before adding, "and she will also be your future sister-in-law." Hearing this, Yun Bei couldn't help but glance at Si Nan Zhao, but she said nothing, as she still held the title of his fiancée. "Hello, sister-in-law." The group greeted Yun Bei. Seeing their pain, Yun Bei quickly said, "Please don't stand. If you can sit, do so. If not, lie down. I'll take a look at your injuries." Si Nan Zhao also indicated that they didn't need to be so polite. So, everyone sat down, and Yun Bei gradually adjusted to the dim light in the cave, getting a clearer view of their faces and where they were injured. However, treating the wounds would require better lighting than the oil lamp. Yun Bei took a large flashlight from the medicine box, which was actually from his face, and handed it to Si Nan Zhao to help him shine the light. As soon as the large flashlight was out, the cave was brightly lit. Now, Yun Bei could clearly see the injuries of several people. Then, Yun Bei took out some alcohol and other supplies from the medicine box, preparing to treat their wounds. He decided to treat the more seriously injured first, while the lightly injured would be last. One person had a deep cut on his arm, and another was hurt in the waist. Before Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao arrived, the others had already tried to stop the bleeding themselves. So, Yun Bei started with the person who had the waist injury. This injury looked small, but it was the most dangerous because it was just a centimeter away from piercing the kidney. Yun Bei disinfected the wound, applied medicine, and bandaged it. After finishing, he gave the person some anti-inflammatory medicine and instructed him to take it daily. The second injury needed stitches, but Yun Bei had all the necessary supplies, so it wasn't a problem. It just took a bit more time to stitch it up. By the time she finished treating the last person's wound, It was already nearly 11 o'clock. Seeing that it was getting late, Si Nan Zhao and Yun Bei didn't stay long. They had to work the next day, so they told the others to come to Yang village in a few days to get more medicine from Yun Bei before leaving. When they got home, it was already past midnight. They each washed up and went to bed. Little did they know, after they left, the men in the cave were wide awake, discussing Yun Bei. As Si Nan Zhao's younger brothers, they knew their big brother's character well. So, they were very curious about him, saying Yun Bei would be their future sister-in-law. As soon as they left, they started to talk about it. Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao were unaware of what happened afterward, as they slept late and woke up late the next day. Luckily, there were noodles at home, so they each had a bowl before heading to work. When Yun Bei opened the door to the clinic in Yang village, the old bachelor arrived. He was the one who had pointed out the assassin's hiding place to Yun Bei, with the condition that she would help him with his illness. Yun Bei was a person of her word, and since she had promised, she wouldn't go back on it. Without hesitation, she took out a silver needle and prepared to treat the old bachelor. Seeing Yun Bei getting ready to use the needle made the old bachelor a bit scared. However, remembering how old Li's illness was cured with needles, he bravely closed his eyes.
All right.
Yun Bei put away the needle and signaled to the old bachelor that he could leave. Is it really that quick? The old bachelor asked in disbelief. Don't I need any medicine or something? No need. Yun Bei shook her head. Seeing a patient approaching, she added, if you don't believe me, just go home and try it. As soon as she said this, the old bachelor turned red and hurriedly left. However, after returning home, he did try it and found that he was indeed better. He was overjoyed and took the money he had saved up to visit his old flame. When he came out of her house, he was beaming and humming a tune all the way home. Old Li heard the tune and poked his head out of the yard, asking, Old Guan, you seem in a good mood today. Did something good happen? Nothing much, the old bachelor replied, not revealing his secret to anyone. Yun Bei had several patients every day. She wasn't too busy, but kept herself occupied. When she had some free time, she would take a stroll in the mountains. Today, she spent most of the day in the clinic. After noticing there were no patients, she decided to head up the mountain. Just before she reached the top, she heard someone shouting for help from a ditch by the road. Yun Bei rushed over and saw an elderly lady who had fallen inside. Without hesitation, she jumped into the ditch. The lady had hurt her leg and couldn't move. Seeing Yun Bei jump down, she immediately said, Young lady, I've hurt my leg. Please go to the cow shed and find someone to help me. Just tell them that old lady Xie fell into the ditch. Don't worry, I can get you out myself, Yun Bei replied, not realizing the lady was from the cow shed. She didn't plan to call for help because it would waste time. Dear, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm quite heavy. I don't want you to get hurt, Xie Shuhua said gently, genuinely concerned about Yun Bei's well-being. Even though she was not in good shape and had lost a lot of weight, she still weighed quite a bit. Yun Bei was shorter than her, so she doubted she could be lifted easily. She worried that if Yun Bei insisted on helping her, she might get injured. Yun Bei understood the lady's concerns, but didn't say much. She simply approached and lifted her up. To her surprise, she found she had quite a bit of strength and easily got the lady back to the bank. Xie Shuhua was still in shock when she landed on the road. She didn't expect Yun Bei to be so strong. Carrying her was as easy as carrying a child. Thank you, miss, she said. You're welcome. But your leg is hurt, and you can't walk. Let me take you home, Yun Bei offered. That would be a big help, Xie Shuhua replied, not hesitating to let Yun Bei carry her back to the barn. When the people in the barn saw Xie Shuhua being carried back, they immediately showed concern and asked, Shuhua, what happened? I accidentally fell into a ditch and hurt my leg, she explained. Hearing that she was hurt made them even more worried. They said, let's take you to the village clinic. I heard a doctor from the county hospital is there, and he's quite skilled.
Why spend money on that?
My leg isn't that bad. It just needs some rest, Xie Shuhua waved her hand. It wasn't that she didn't want to spend money. She simply had none to spend. Before her assignment, her home had been confiscated, and everything valuable was taken away. Her house was also damaged. Later, her husband fell ill, and the little savings they had were long gone. Shuhua, that's not right. You need to see a doctor. What if there are complications later? Come on, let's go. If you don't have money, we can help you, they insisted. Health is the most important thing. Money is secondary. Everyone insisted on taking Shuhua to see a doctor, and Yun Bei finally spoke up. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Hearing Yun Bei's voice, they turned to her and said, Thank you, young lady. If it weren't for you, Shuhua would have been stuck in that ditch for who knows how long. Yes. Thank you for bringing Shuhua back. We should properly thank you, but our resources are limited, so we can only express our gratitude verbally. We hope you don't mind. Please don't mention it. Anyone would have helped Shuhua, Yun Bei replied. Young lady, we won't keep you any longer. We need to take Shuhua to the clinic, they said, preparing to carry her. Yun Bei quickly added, Wait, I haven't finished speaking. They paused and said, Go ahead. Feeling a bit shy, Yun Bei said, I'm actually the doctor sent from the county hospital to work in the village. So, you don't need to take her anywhere. There won't be anyone there. You're a doctor? They looked at Yun Bei in disbelief. Heartfelt thoughts. Is this doctor too young? Can her medical skills be trusted at such a young age? Yun Bei didn't care what others thought and walked up to Shuhua, saying, Grandma Xie, let me take a look at your leg. Shuhua was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and told the elderly man carrying her, Old Zheng, you can put me down. Zheng Xinghua set Shuhua down and looked at Yun Bei, asking, Young lady, are you really a doctor? Yes, absolutely. Yun Bei winked at Zheng Xinghua and began to examine Shuhua's leg. It wasn't too serious. She just twisted it, and it needed some adjustment. However, since some time had passed, the injured area had already swollen. While feeling Shuhua's leg, Yun Bei chatted with her. When Shuhua wasn't paying attention, she quickly adjusted the bone. A sudden cry startled everyone. Zheng Xinghua was so frightened that he almost lost his composure. He looked at his wife with concern and asked, Shuhua, what happened? Shuhua looked a bit embarrassed at her husband, feeling that her foot no longer hurt, and quickly said, I'm fine. It just hurt a bit during the adjustment. Grandma Xie, you can try walking a couple of steps. Yun Bei smiled and stepped back to give her space. Shuhua tried to take a couple of steps, and her foot didn't hurt anymore. With a smile, she looked at Yun Bei and said, Thank you, young lady. By the way, I don't know your name yet. My name is Yun Bei. Your last name is Yun? Shuhua was a bit surprised, her gaze fixed on Yun Bei's face, as if trying to see something. Yun Bei noticed Shuhua's gaze, but didn't mind. She smiled and nodded, replying, Yes, my dad's last name is Yun, and his name is Yun Jianxi. Isn't it Yun Yi? Shuhua looked disappointed. For a moment, Yun Bei's demeanor reminded her of an old friend. She thought Yun Bei might be that person's descendant, but it turned out she wasn't. If she remembered correctly, that person's son was named Yun Yi. No, it's not. Yun Bei shook her head, not dwelling on the small incident. Seeing that Shuhua's leg was fine, Yun Bei prepared to leave. Before she left, she advised Shuhua to rest for a couple of days and not move around too much. Shuhua nodded in agreement, thanked Yun Bei several times, and watched her leave. Once Yun Bei was gone, Zheng Bangwa looked at his wife and said, Shuhua, what are you thinking about? Even though we share the same last name, one is in the south and the other in the north. How could we be family? Maybe I'm just imagining things, Shuhua said, feeling a bit embarrassed. She thought she might be missing an old friend too much, which made her think Yun Bei resembled that person. Don't overthink it. Just rest well. Your foot is injured, so you shouldn't go out for the next couple of days. We have enough people to help with the work in the fields. Exactly, just stay home and relax, the others chimed in. In tough times like these, they needed to support each other. Otherwise, life would be hard to bear. Yun Bei went up the mountain and found some good herbs, which she collected and put into her basket. The herbs she gathered could be used for the villagers and help them save some money. At the hospital, Mrs. Chu was taking great care of Yuan Ching, playing the role of a devoted wife. One day, as usual, She brought some soup to the hospital, only to find a woman already in the ward, acting very close to Yuan Ching. This scene pierced Mrs. Chu's heart, and her fists clenched. Although she suspected Yuan Ching had a wife and children, seeing it in person still hurt deeply. However, if she was having a hard time, she didn't want anyone else to have it easy. With this thought, Mrs. Chu prepared to head to the ward. But before she could get close, Ah Fei stopped her and said, "Comrade Yi, it's not a good time for Big Brother. You can give me the items, and I'll take them to him." Ah Fei was Yuan Ching's trusted aide, and Mrs. Chu didn't want to offend him. If she hadn't run into him, she would have gone in. But Ah Fei was clearly waiting for her and wouldn't let her pass, so she couldn't force her way in. Thus, she could only put on a brave smile and hand the soup to Ah Fei, saying, "Please make sure Big Brother drinks it while it's hot." "Okay." Ah Fei nodded, but didn't rush off. He watched Mrs. Chu, and only after she left did he take the soup into the ward. Seeing Ah Fei standing there, Mrs. Chu understood the situation. Although she felt frustrated, there was nothing she could do. After all, her importance to Yuan Ching was not as great as Ah Fei's. Moreover, she still needed to rely on Yuan Ching, not only to help her daughter, but also to improve their lives. If she didn't play her cards right, what if she upset Yuan Ching? Weighing the pros and cons, Mrs. Chu decided to leave for now. On her way back, Mrs. Chu felt quite down. She realized she didn't know enough about Yuan Ching and would need to put in more effort. While thinking about how to gather information, she heard someone calling her name.
Director Ye, Director Ye.
When she looked up, she realized it was an old colleague. Since the incident with Chu Zheng, she had taken a long leave. Seeing a colleague caught her off guard. "Director Yi, it's been a long time. I heard you were on leave. Are you feeling unwell?" The question came because they had just seen her coming out of the hospital. Chu's wife found it hard to explain the situation at home, so she nodded and said, "Yes, I just came from the hospital. By the way, shouldn't you be at work? Why are you out here?" "I had some matters at home and took a half day off." "By the way, when will you be back at work?" "You know, ever since you went on leave, Deputy Director Chen has been quite active, and it's been bothering the colleagues in the department. They all hope you return soon." "Is that so?" Chu's wife's expression was a bit indifferent, but she took in what her colleague said. She realized that during this time, due to her family issues, she almost forgot about her job. Although she wanted to rely on Yuan Ching, she knew she couldn't do that forever. If she had no value, he would likely lose interest in her. Right now, he was kind to her because it was still a new phase. Once that phase passed and she had no value, she might be abandoned. What would she do then? Thinking about this made Chu's wife shiver. She felt she should return to work. At least a job brings in a salary, which is better than relying on someone else. She realized she had been mistaken. She could have applied for housing from her workplace. Even if she couldn't get a house right away, she could at least get a dorm room, right? With this thought, she changed her direction and headed to work instead of going home. When she arrived at the office, before she even entered, she heard Chen Fang's loud voice. In the past, when she was around, Chen Fang seemed to have little presence, and she thought she was the type who didn't compete. Now she realized she had misjudged. Look at how she was gesturing. She seemed more authoritative than the actual director. Seeing this made Chu's wife even more determined to return to work. As for Yuan Ching, he had his wife around, so she wouldn't be needed for now. When someone saw Chu's wife, they immediately joyfully shouted, "Director Yi is back." That one sentence silenced Deputy Director Chen and excited the entire department. I must say, Mrs. Chu is quite skilled at connecting with people. Otherwise, everyone wouldn't be so happy to see her. Of course, the only one who isn't happy is Chen Fang. When Yi Jinjin is not around, she is the boss, and her subordinates dare not go against her orders. This sense of power excites her. She thought she could continue like this, and even take Yi Jinjin's position. However, she didn't expect Yi Jinjin to come back to work. Didn't she have family issues? Why is she here? Chen Fang's expression darkened, but she pretended to be happy and greeted, "Director Yi, you're back. I hope everything is settled at home." Mrs. Chu nodded lightly and walked to her desk. It had been a while since she was there, and dust had gathered on her workspace. As she was about to get water and clean up, a quick-thinking subordinate took the items from her and went to fill the water, saying, "Director Yi, you rest. We'll take care of it." "Thank you, Xiao Zhu," Mrs. Chu replied with a smile, feeling appreciated, which strengthened her resolve to return to work. No matter what happened with the men, her job remained the same, and her position was still secure. Those who needed to respect her still had to do so. Of course, she couldn't ignore Yuan Ching either. She was waiting for him to help rescue her daughter. In fact, Mrs. Chu wanted Yuan Ching to rescue Chu Zheng, but she knew that was impossible. Acknowledging what couldn't be done, she wouldn't push for it. Once her daughter was out, she would help her find a powerful man to marry. At that point, people like Si Nan Zhao and Yun Bei would be easy to deal with. The more she thought, the clearer her goals became. So, she turned to go to the leader's office to report her return. When the leader heard Mrs. Chu was coming back, he didn't make things difficult for her. Even though he knew about her family situation, circumstances change over time, and who knows if the Chu family might rise again. Besides, even if Mrs. Chu's husband fell, she still had a son. Her son was already a company commander at a young age, and his future achievements should be significant. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't want to offend Mrs. Chu and create an enemy for himself. "Xiao Yi, look ahead. Everything will get better." "I understand. Thank you, leader," Mrs. Chu replied gratefully before returning to her department. When she returned, the desk had already been cleaned by Xiao Zhu. Mrs. Chu thanked Xiao Zhu and chatted with everyone for a while to understand their work progress before heading back to her place. She wasn't planning to move yet, partly because it was a hassle and partly because the dormitory couldn't fit all her things. It seemed she needed to find out where there were rental houses with yards. Otherwise, living in Yuan Ching's house wasn't ideal. If his wife found out, it would be a problem. She didn't realize how close Yuan Ching's wife lived, making it easy for her to come over. Now that she knew, she had to think about her own situation. She didn't want to be caught at home and be called a homewrecker. Previously, she thought Yuan Ching's wife was no longer around, which made her consider marrying him. Now, she felt it was better to keep things as they were. After all, what you can't have is often the best, right? Once back at her place, Mrs. Chu didn't plan to be a diligent worker anymore. She quickly prepared a simple meal for herself and went to bed early after eating. At the hospital, Yuan Ching waited and waited, even past dinner time, but he still didn't see Mrs. Chu. Curious, he asked his friend Fei, "Why hasn't Yizhenjin come?" "I'm not sure, boss." "Should I go check?" "Forget it, don't go. She might be busy." "We'll talk tomorrow." Yuan Ching waved his hand, and his wife was once again persuaded to leave. Fei had already told him about the close call when Yizhenjin visited him in the morning, almost running into his wife. He did have feelings for his wife, but as a man with power and money, he thought about keeping his home stable while enjoying outside relationships. He loved his wife, but also liked Yizhenjin. The next day, Yuan Ching waited all morning but still didn't see Yizhenjin come to the hospital to bring him food. He started to feel restless and instructed Fei, "Go check if something happened to Yizhenjin. Why hasn't she come to bring me breakfast yet?" "Okay, boss, I'll go right away." Fei nodded and left the hospital, heading straight to Mrs. Chu's place. However, when he arrived, he found the door locked and she wasn't home. He asked the neighbors, but no one knew where Yizhenjin had gone. Unable to find her, Fei had no choice but to return to the hospital. Yuan Ching learned that Yizhenjin was not at her usual place and wondered where she had gone. He felt worried and also suspected that she might be upset. Thinking about the last time he wanted to help Yizhenjin, he noticed that there had been no news from Black Dragon, which made him frown. Fei, have a Yong contact Black Dragon and ask him what's going on. It's been several days. Why hasn't he taken action yet? It's just about teaching someone a lesson. How hard can it be? Fei nodded and went to reach out to Yong. Soon, Yong arrived at the hospital and said to Yuan Ching, "Big brother, Black Dragon has been caught." "What?" Yuan Ching's expression changed, and he thought about the trouble he was in. If it weren't for Ah Ming being by his side, he would have been seriously hurt. Useless fool, Yuan Ching muttered, then instructed Ah Yong, I have a task for you. Big brother, go ahead. To avoid being overheard, Yuan Ching signaled for Ah Yong to come closer and whispered his instructions. Don't worry, big brother. I will handle this well. After saying that, Ah Yong hurriedly left the hospital. Teaching a female doctor a lesson was not difficult for him at all. Yun Bei had no idea that Yuan Ching had sent his trusted subordinates to teach her a lesson to please Madame Chu. She had been in Yang Village for half a month, and the number of patients was decreasing, leaving her with more free time. During her spare time, she either went up the mountain to gather herbs or chatted with Xie Shuhua and others in the barn. Since getting to know the people in the barn, Yun Bei would visit them when she had time, secretly helping them improve their health. After taking the specially made pills Yun Bei had prepared for them, their health improved significantly and their complexions became much better. This was not just due to the pills. Yun Bei also secretly supported them. She took some food from her supplies to share with the elderly. At first, they refused, fearing they would burden her or that she would save her food for them. In the end, Yun Bei had to make an excuse, saying the food was given by villagers who came for treatment and that she couldn't finish it. Only then did they reluctantly accept. However, they didn't take it for free. They gave her some of their hidden supplies as payment for the food. Yun Bei initially didn't want to accept it, but she knew that if she refused, the elderly would definitely not take her food. Eventually, she had no choice but to accept it. Seeing that Yun Bei had helped others, Xie Shuhua and the others were very happy and silently remembered her kindness. They hoped that one day when they returned, they could repay her properly. Yun Bei helped others easily because she knew that these people would eventually return to the city. Plus, she had plenty of food in her space, so helping others was just helping herself. When Chen Fong saw that Yi Jinjin had really come to work, she felt uneasy. With Yi Jinjin around, she would be overshadowed again. If she hadn't enjoyed the benefits of power, she might not have felt so bad. But since she had, her feelings were understandable. Watching Yi Jinjin's back, she secretly made a decision. After 2 days without seeing Yi Jinjin, Yuan Ching felt quite unsettled. One day, just as dawn broke, he sent a Fei to find her at her place. When a Fei arrived, Yi Jinjin was surprised and asked, "A Fei, why are you here so early? Is there something wrong? Comrade Yi, you haven't been to the hospital these past 2 days and Big Brother is worried, so he sent me to check on you." "I'm fine, no need to worry about Big Brother." "Since you're fine, why haven't you visited him these past 2 days? A Fei was puzzled. Having been with Yuan Ching for a long time, he knew what kind of person Yi Jinjin was. It was strange that she hadn't gone to see him. The others used to cling to Big Brother every day. But Yi Jinjin was different. Aside from the first few days when she was always around him, she hadn't shown up at all in the last 2 days. He didn't think it was because of Dasa Xiang Yuan. There must be another reason, like Yi Jinjin having a new goal or playing hard to get. "I went back to work and didn't have time to visit. Please tell Big Brother that I'll come see him when I have a day off." "You're working?" A Fei was surprised. He hadn't expected Yi Jinjin to take a job. This was different from the other women Big Brother had been with. None of them had worked before. They preferred to enjoy life without the hassle of a job, receiving more money than a salary without doing anything. Yes, Yi Jinjin nodded. She needed to support herself, especially when her daughter arrived. She had to work. Although Yuan Ching was generous, she couldn't keep asking him for money. She also wanted to create an image of being strong and independent, wanting Yuan Ching to know that she was not with him for his money. Ah Fei returned and told Yuan Ching the news, which surprised him. He said to Ah Fei, "I can't believe she actually went to work. Big Brother, should we?" Ah Fei started to say, but Yuan Ching understood his meaning and waved his hand, saying, "Let her be. However, tell the people over there to speed things up and get her daughter out soon." "Don't worry, Big Brother, her daughter will be out before long." "Okay, don't tell her about this yet. We'll give her a surprise later." "Understood. By the way, how is Ah Yong doing?" "Big Brother, you can rest assured. There won't be any issues with Ah Yong. You know his abilities. There are only tasks he doesn't want to do, not tasks he can't complete. Thinking of Ayong's skills, Yuan Ching nodded in agreement, saying, "That's true." Meanwhile, what was Ayong doing? He was wandering along the main road in Yun Bei, waiting for Yun Bei to appear. Unlike Hei Long, he didn't like to take matters into his own hands. Since his brother said to teach Yun Bei a lesson, he would do just that. Teaching someone a lesson was simple. A good punch would do. So, Ayong waited on the road where Yun Bei would pass after work, ready to act when she showed up. That day, Yun Bei rode her bicycle home as usual. Just as she came out of the village and reached the main road, she saw a man loitering. She thought nothing of it, assuming he was just passing time. However, as she got closer, the man suddenly reached out and tried to pull her off her bike. Yun Bei's expression changed, and she quickly swerved to the side, coming to a stop. She realized that this person was not friendly. Getting off her bike, she looked coldly at Ayong and said, "Who are you, and what do you want?" "You don't need to know who I am. Just know that you've offended someone, and I'm here to teach you a lesson." "Teach me a lesson? Just you?" Yun Bei looked at Ayong with a mocking expression, her gaze full of disdain. It wasn't that she looked down on Ayong, but he seemed like someone who had lost himself to indulgence. Someone like that was far from being able to teach her a lesson. "How dare you look down on me? Take this punch." When Ayong heard Yun Bei's words, he immediately got angry. Just a woman. Why should she look down on him? Seeing Ayong swing his fist at her, Yun Bei simply put down her bicycle and moved forward. Last time she fought with the Black Dragon, she used some tricks to avoid a long fight. But with this one, she didn't need to use anything special. As soon as they started fighting, Ayong regretted coming to confront Yun Bei without knowing more about her. He didn't realize she was skilled in martial arts, and her punches and techniques were stronger than his. As Yun Bei pressed on, Ayong knew he couldn't win and tried to run away. However, Yun Bei wouldn't let him escape. So when he turned to flee, she kicked him. Ayong barely took a few steps before he was knocked to the ground, groaning in pain. Yun Bei didn't hold back, so when Ayong fell, he scraped his face and lost a tooth. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part for Ayong was that his mouth landed right next to a pile of dog waste. Yun Bei couldn't help but laugh at the situation. Ayong wiped the mess off his mouth and glared at Yun Bei, saying, "Don't get too happy. My boss won't let you off." "Is that so?" "I'll be waiting," Yun Bei replied mockingly. "But you probably won't see it." "What do you mean?" Ayong looked at her fearfully, not understanding her words. Did she really want to hurt him? Killing someone has consequences. Didn't she fear that? "What do you mean? You, a grown man, are bullying a weak girl. You don't think I'll let you off, do you? What do you want?" "Don't worry, I won't take your life. But you'll face some consequences. From now on, you'll be reformed on the farm." As Yun Bei spoke, she approached and gave Ayong a quick jab. Once he passed out, she disdainfully threw him onto the back of her bicycle and headed toward the nearby police station. People like him needed to be reformed to stop him from bullying others. At the police station, Yun Bei presented her identity and explained the situation. The officers took it seriously and locked Ayong up, planning to interrogate him once he woke up. Yun Bei woke Ayong up with a needle to make it easier for the police to question him. As soon as Ayong opened his eyes, he realized he was in the police station, and his expression changed. He glared at Yun Bei and said, "Are you crazy? Why did you bring me here?" "Crazy? If I didn't bring you here, would I send you back to your master?" "You're not that great, but your thoughts are quite lofty," Yun Bei replied, rolling her eyes. Then she turned to the nearby police officer and said, "That's what happened. The rest is up to you. Don't worry." Yun Bei felt good after catching another of Yuan Ching's men. She rode her bike home, humming a tune. Since Si Nan Zhao hadn't finished work yet, Yun Bei wasn't worried, knowing he was busy lately. When she got home, she went straight to the kitchen to prepare dinner for both of them. Although they weren't married, they were living together, so whoever got home first cooked. The one who didn't cook was responsible for washing the dishes and cleaning the kitchen. Even though they weren't a couple, they got along well. Yun Bei no longer felt the need to move out of the housing complex. After all, it wasn't her house, so it didn't matter where she lived. Whether it was the single dorm at the county hospital or the housing complex, each had its pros and cons. However, the housing complex was relatively better in terms of conditions. The size of the rooms and other aspects were more convenient. At least she didn't have to worry about basic needs and didn't have to go out for them. Yun Bei quickly finished dinner, but Si Nan Zhao still hadn't returned and hadn't even called. As time passed, she started to worry. So, she kept the food warm in the pot and headed toward the military base to ask if Si Nan Zhao was on a mission. Halfway there, she saw Si Nan Zhao rushing out of the base. When he spotted Yun Bei, he quickly walked over and smiled. "Yun Bei, what are you doing here? I noticed you weren't back, so I came to check on you. Sorry, I got caught up with something and made you worry." "It's okay." Yun Bei shook her head as they walked side by side back to the housing complex. On the way, she told him about Ayang. When Si Nan Zhao heard this, his expression darkened, and he said coldly, Yuan Ching was injured and still can't behave. It seems the lesson wasn't enough. As soon as Yun Bei heard this, she knew Si Nan Zhao was about to take action. So she quickly said, "Si Nan Zhao, don't worry about this. I can handle it myself." Yuan Ching would deal with her, and it all came down to Madame Chu. As long as she cut off the source, everything would be fine. Yun Bei felt she had an advantage when dealing with women. Plus, she wanted to solve the problem at once to avoid anyone bothering her repeatedly. Although she didn't mind trouble, it could be quite annoying.
Can you do it?
Si Nan Zhao asked with some concern, since Yun Bei didn't have much help there. He didn't want her to take risks herself, because Yuan Ching was not a good person. If he got angry, he could do anything. "Don't worry." Yun Bei gave Si Nan Zhao a reassuring look, knowing his concern came from not understanding her strength. "All right, then give it a try. If you can't handle it, just let me know, and I'll help you." "Thank you."
Yun Bei smilet in gratitude.
No matter what, she appreciated Si Nan Zhao's kindness. "Yun Bei, no need to be so polite. At least for now, we are still engaged. Helping your fiancé is only natural, so there's no need for thanks." "Okay, if you say so." Yun Bei didn't want to dwell on that topic and moved on to other matters. After returning home and having dinner, they both rested. Yun Bei thought about going to the county town, so the next morning, she got up early and requested a day off from Yang Village. After getting the day off, Yun Bei rode her bike to the county town. She didn't go directly to the hospital, but instead sought out Zhao Yang to help her find out where Madame Chu was staying. "Don't worry, Dr. Yun, I'll have my team look into it right away. Please wait here for a moment, you should have news soon." "No, I have some other things to do. I'll come back to see you in 2 hours." Yun Bei smiled and declined. Since she was in the county town, she decided to check out the black market. When she found the place from last time, Yun Bei was surprised to see a familiar face, one of Si Nan Zhao's younger brothers. Since Yun Bei was disguised, he didn't recognize her. This time, Yun Bei came to sell some food from her space. Upon discovering that he was the leader here, she immediately decided to hand over the goods to him. After some haggling, Yun Bei and he agreed to meet at an abandoned courtyard in the west of the city at 3 in the afternoon for the transaction. Zhao, who was very pleased. He didn't expect that after taking control of the black market, he would receive such a large order. With this batch of food, he and his brothers could finally establish themselves in the black market of the city. After leaving the black market, Yun Bei went straight to the delivery location. Since it was her first delivery, she felt it was important to be extra careful. After checking the yard and ensuring there were no issues nearby, Yun Bei entered her space to organize the food inside. When the time was right, she emerged from her space and headed directly to a certain committee. Upon seeing Yun Bei, Zhao Yang handed her the address of Madame Chu, which included both her home and workplace. "Thanks, I'll treat you to a meal another day," Yun Bei said to Zhao Yang as she took the address and left. Once outside, Yun Bei checked the time. It was already 11 o'clock. It felt a bit early to go for lunch. After thinking for a moment, she decided to first visit Madame Chu's workplace to gather some information. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. She didn't believe that Madame Chu wouldn't have rivals at work. Once she identified Madame Chu's opponents, everything would be easier. For dealing with Madame Chu, She didn't plan to use force. The best way to strike someone is to hit them mentally. Didn't Madame Chu want Yuan Ching to teach her a lesson? Time and again, although she hadn't suffered any real harm, it had caused her mental distress. Naturally, she felt the need to retaliate. While Yun Bei was looking for help at Madame Chu's workplace, Yuan Ching at the hospital had just received news that Yong had been arrested by the police. Hearing this, Yuan Ching's expression darkened. First it was Black Dragon and now Yong. How could Yun Bei be so powerful, sending them all to the police one by one? Yong was his trusted confidant and knew many of his secrets. Although he believed in Yong's loyalty, he couldn't take any chances. Therefore, he decided to use his connections to get Yong released. He instructed Fei to bring Ming to him, assigning him the task of getting Yong out. Ming was the strongest fighter by Yuan Ching's side and was capable of handling many difficult situations. He trusted that Ming could manage to free Yong. After giving the instructions, he waited in the hospital for good news. Soon, Ming returned but brought Yuan Ching some bad news. No matter what methods Amin used, the police were unwilling to release anyone and even said they would send Yong for re-education through labor. How could this happen? Yuan Ching's expression was very bad. This was the first time the police had not given him face. In the past, whenever he intervened, the other party would consider his position and downplay the situation. But this time, they showed him no respect at all, which made Yuan Ching feel frustrated. He had always believed that his reputation would allow him to navigate through Liangcheng without trouble. He never expected to hit a wall this time. Brother, I asked the other side, and they said Yong committed a crime of indecency, and the accuser is a military wife. Unless she changes her statement, Yong can only go for reform. What a crime of indecency. Doesn't she care about her reputation? Yuan Ching couldn't understand. People today value their reputations so much, yet it seemed Yun Bei didn't care at all. Brother, what should we do next? Fei asked. Yong was his brother, and if he was sent for re-education, his life would be ruined. Even if he got out later, it would leave a stain on his life. Let me think. Yuan Ching wanted to try again and see if his reputation could help. He immediately said to Fei, go help me with the discharge procedures. I need to meet their leader in person. Boss, your leg isn't healed yet. Can you manage? It's fine. Yong is your brother, and mine too. I can't just watch him go to prison. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I won't give up. Hearing this, both Fei and Amin were deeply moved. They felt that following Yuan Ching in this life and being his subordinate was worth it. Yun Bei, however, was unaware that Yuan Ching was planning to use his connections to get Yong out. At that moment, she had already gathered a lot of information. Mrs. Chu had previously been quite proud due to her husband Chu Zheng's high status, which had offended many people at her workplace. However, she was good at winning people over and had many supporters. Yun Bei quickly identified her potential ally, Deputy Director Chen Fong, who worked in the same department. Chen Fong had more experience than Mrs. Chu and should have been the director. But Mrs. Chu had taken advantage of her husband's position to take the role. For years, Chen Fong had been working under Mrs. Chu, holding back her frustrations. Recently, when Mrs. Chu took leave due to family issues, Chen Fong finally had a chance to lead the department. But who knew Mrs. Chu would return to work? As soon as she sat down in her new chair, someone took it away, which made her feel upset. Even if Yun Bei didn't seek her out for cooperation, she would find a way to trouble Mrs. Chu. Having a target in mind, and knowing that the other person returned home every day at noon to prepare lunch for her children, Yun Bei waited along the route. Just after 12:05, Yun Bei spotted Chen Fong and approached her. "You're Director Chen, right?" Yun Bei greeted Chen Fong, catching her off guard. Chen Fong asked, "Who are you, and how do you know my last name is Chen?" "I am Dr. Yun Bei from the county hospital. I need your help with something." Upon hearing that Yun Bei was a doctor, Chen Fong relaxed and asked, "What do you need help with?" "I must clarify, I won't do anything illegal." "Don't worry, I would never ask you to do anything illegal," Yun Bei replied with a smile. Knowing Chen Fong needed to get home to cook, she suggested. To save you time, how about we talk while walking? Okay. Chun Fong agreed, curious about what Yun Bei needed. Whether she could help or not, it wouldn't hurt to listen. With that thought, Chun Fong walked home while chatting with Yun Bei. At the hospital, Yuan Ching had completed the discharge procedures and the car was waiting outside. To reassure Yong, he sent a Fei to the police station to inform them that he was working on getting him released. As for Ming, he followed Yuan Ching to the leader's house. Yong was very happy to see a Fei and immediately asked, "What did the big brother say? Can he get me out?" Previously, Ming had come by, learned a bit about the situation, and left. So Yong was uncertain about his big brother's attitude. Not only had he failed to complete the task given by his brother, but he also ended up in jail, which would surely cause trouble for him. Yong worried that his brother might be angry and stop caring about him. However, holding on to hope, he remained silent during the police questioning, even denying the accusation of assault by Yun Bei. He simply said he accidentally bumped into her and that she was blaming him. Since Yong denied his wrongdoing, the police had no choice but to keep him detained for now. Yong, don't worry. The big brother is looking for someone. He sent me to tell you not to be anxious, a Fei said. Upon hearing this, Yong knew exactly what he needed to do. As soon as a Fei left, the police officer questioned him again, but he still stuck to his original statement. Since the interrogation didn't reveal anything new, the officer had to pause and wait for another opportunity to ask. Meanwhile, Yuan Ching quickly found the leader's home. The leader, seeing him arrive with an injury, was momentarily at a loss for words. However, since he was already there, he couldn't turn him away. Once inside, Yuan Ching handed the leader a box of tea and smiled, saying, "I brought back some tea from my last business trip. It tastes great, so I wanted you to try it." The leader's eyes lit up at the sight of the tea, but he said, "Old Mu, if you have something to discuss, just say it. We don't need to go through all this." Yuan Ching replied with a smile, "Come on, we're friends. What's wrong with giving you some tea?" Seeing that the leader had nothing more to say, Yuan Ching finally shared his purpose for visiting. Upon learning that one of Yuan Ching's subordinates had been detained by the police, the leader said, "Old Mu, I don't know the details, but I'll have someone look into it. You should go home and wait for news. You still need to rest. Your injury isn't healed yet." Yuan Ching understood that the leader couldn't directly call to have Yong released, so he agreed, saying, "All right, I appreciate your help. I'll head back now." Back home, Yuan Ching lay in bed, resting and waiting for news. Meanwhile, Yun Bei had reached a preliminary agreement with Chun Fong. Chun Fong invited Yun Bei to dinner, but she declined. After leaving Chun Fong's house, Yun Bei went to a state-run restaurant and ordered a bowl of beef noodles. After her meal, she went to the delivery location, unloaded the grain, and waited for Zhao Hu to arrive. Before 3 p.m., Zhao Hu showed up early. Fortunately, Yun Bei had already prepared the grain, otherwise, it would have been a problem. Zhao Hu's eyes lit up at the sight of the grain. While he had his men weigh it, he spoke to Yun Bei. "Big sister, do you have anything besides grain? If you do, why not sell it to me?
We can negotiate the price."
"Not at the moment. But don't worry, if I have something good next time, you'll be the first to know." Zhao Hu felt a bit disappointed, but was still pleased with Yun Bei's words. In business, it's all about mutual benefit for lasting relationships, right? After weighing, there was a total of 2,000 jin of grain, and Zhao Hu paid in cash, 80 cents per jin, totaling 1,600 yuan. Holding the money, Yun Bei didn't stay long and turned to leave. Back at the place where he stored his bike, Yun Bei took it out and rode home. Today was very rewarding. Not only did he find an ally to deal with Madame Chu, but he also sold the food supplies from his space and made a good profit. He didn't need the money right now, so he stored it in his space to use later when needed. At the police station, Ion waited and waited. As the afternoon was passing, he grew anxious because no one had come for him yet. Even though a Fei said the boss was working on it, why was there still no news? Yuan Ching was also worried, but without support from above, he couldn't help Ion get out. Thinking about the tea leaves he sent out that morning, Yuan Ching's expression darkened. He thought that since they accepted the gift, they would surely handle the matter well, and Ayong would be released immediately. But who knew the response was that they couldn't interfere because it involved the military. He had no connections there. Did he really have to find Yun Bei and lower himself to ask her for help? Aiming, who was by Yuan Ching's side, noticed his bad mood and felt guilty about Ayong's situation. He knew that to solve the problem, they needed to approach the source, which was Yun Bei. To get Ayong out, they had to find her. As a subordinate, he felt it was his duty to help his boss. So, Aiming decided to meet Yun Bei himself. Whether through persuasion or force, he had to make her agree to release Ayong. To avoid worrying Yuan Ching, Aiming made an excuse to leave. Watching Aiming leave, Yuan Ching sighed softly. After so many years, he understood Aiming well. He was definitely going to find Yun Bei. However, he didn't stop him. Aiming was the best among his subordinates, both in intelligence and skill. He wanted to see what would happen when Aiming confronted Yun Bei. Would the east wind prevail over the west wind, or vice versa? If Aiming also failed, he could still go to Yun Bei to plead for help later. After all, he had money. If needed, he could spend a little more. In Yuan Ching's view, no problem could not be solved with money. If it couldn't be solved, it just meant the offer wasn't enough. Aiming already knew about Yun Bei. Therefore, after leaving the Mu family, he wasted no time and rode straight to the residential area. At that moment, he had no idea that Yun Bei was still on the road and hadn't returned yet. When he arrived at the family compound looking for Yun Bei, he was told that she had not returned yet. Amin thought Yun Bei was still in Yang Village treating patients, so he turned back towards Yang Village. However, he was disappointed again. This made Amin feel bad, but he was unwilling to leave just like that. After thinking for a moment, he focused his attention on the back mountain of the family compound. Since he couldn't get in front to find her, he decided to go up the big mountain behind. He couldn't believe that the security of the family compound was so strong that even the foot of the mountain was protected like a fortress. Amin found a good spot, hid his bicycle in the woods, and started climbing up the mountain. At that moment, Yun Bei had just arrived at the family compound. When she entered, the guard told her that someone had come looking for her, but they left when they heard she wasn't there. Yun Bei didn't think much of it. If the person really wanted to find her, they would come back. So, when she got home, she took some meat out from her storage. Since she had gone to the county town today, she could say she bought it there. Feeling good today, Yun Bei planned to make a couple of extra dishes. She had vegetables in her garden, so she could just pick them. She decided to make braised pork and spicy fish. After preparing the ingredients, Yun Bei noticed it was getting late, so she started cooking the braised pork. By the time Si Nan Zhao got off work, she had already finished dinner. Before he even entered the house, Si Nan Zhao smelled the delicious aroma of meat and couldn't help but quicken his pace. Yun Bei, did you go buy meat today? Si Nan Zhao asked as he walked into the kitchen. When he saw the large plate of braised pork, his appetite was instantly awakened. Yes, I was lucky today. There was still meat when I went, so I bought 2 pounds. Yun Bei replied while taking out the bowls and chopsticks. They both brought the dishes to the table and started eating heartily. After dinner, Si Nan Zhao washed the dishes while Yun Bei went to her room to get some clean clothes, preparing to take a shower. It was a bit warm, and she had sweated a lot today. After her shower, Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao sat in the yard and chatted for a while before heading back to their rooms to rest. However, just as they lay down, they heard some noise outside. Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao came out of their rooms and exchanged a knowing glance before walking towards the door together. As they reached the entrance, they felt someone had entered their yard. Amin easily climbed over the tools and into the yard, feeling quite pleased with himself. He thought, how could this family compound be as secure as a military base? Indeed, his guess was completely correct. On one side of the residential area, there was only a tall wall. The wall looked high, but it was nothing for him. At that moment, Amin did not know that both Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao had already noticed him. He was considering whether to go directly into the house to talk to Yun Bei or to bring her out for a discussion. After thinking for a moment, he decided it would be better to bring her out. After all, there was more than just Yun Bei in the yard. Her husband was there too. To be honest, he had wanted to meet those soldiers for a long time. They were said to be very skilled, but he didn't quite believe it. He had practiced martial arts since he was young and considered himself quite capable. Therefore, he looked down a bit on the soldiers trained in the army, thinking it would be easy to defeat them with his skills. They say that the more skilled you are, the bolder you become, and Amin was just like that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to sneak into the residential area at night to cause trouble for Yun Bei. After walking around the yard, Amin sniffed the air and headed straight for one of the windows. I must say, Amin had a keen sense of smell. The window he chose was indeed the one belonging to Yun Bei's room. Hearing Amin's movements, Yun Bei exchanged silent signals with Si Nan Zhao and decided to wait for him. Si Nan Zhao saw Yun Bei heading back to her room and quickly grabbed her, signaling her to stay in the living room while he went to her room. This way, Yun Bei would be relatively safer. He had listened carefully and confirmed that only one person had come. Yun Bei shook her head, insisting on going in with him. She understood Si Nan Zhao's intention, but she was also worried about him since he had just recovered from his injury. Seeing Yun Bei's determination, Si Nan Zhao had no choice but to agree, but he insisted on going in first. Yun Bei did not oppose this. The two of them quietly opened the door and entered the room. It was a bit dark inside, and Amin didn't dare to use a flashlight. Fortunately, his night vision was good, so he quickly opened the window and sensed the surroundings. Not finding anything unusual, he jumped inside. But just as he landed, a strong wind rushed at him, aiming for his face. Amin was startled, leaning back to avoid it while also preparing to counterattack. What he didn't expect was that he was being attacked from both sides. It was only then that he realized why Hei Long and a Yong had fallen into Yun Bei's hands. She was skilled in martial arts too. Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao quickly cornered Amin, leaving him with no chance to fight back. Feeling anxious, Amin pretended to make a move and headed for the window. He knew he wouldn't win today and had to escape. Otherwise, he would end up with Hei Long and Ayong. As Amin tried to run, Yun Bei wouldn't allow it. Not being able to catch him, she threw her scalpel instead. No matter how fast Amin was, he couldn't outrun the scalpel. It struck him in the back, causing him to fall out of the window. The only thing he was thankful for was that he landed outside the house. Taking advantage of the moment before Si Nan Zhao and Yun Bei came out, he got up despite the pain and ran toward the wall. He needed to leave quickly. Once he entered the forest, everything would be easier. Si Nan Zhao and Yun Bei jumped out of the window to chase after Amin. When Amin reached the wall and was about to climb over, both Si Nan Zhao and Yun Bei arrived. Si Nan Zhao, being taller, reached out and grabbed one of Amin's feet as he climbed. Amin was furious, unable to move up or down, and couldn't stay hanging on the wall. Seeing that Si Nan Zhao had caught Amin's foot, Yun Bei opened the gate and stepped outside. With both of them closing in, Amin's expression turned grim. He regretted coming to this compound. If he had intercepted Yun Bei outside, even though she was skilled, he was confident he could have taken her down. Now, he hadn't caught her and was about to be captured himself, likely ending up with Ayong. However, there's no such thing as a pill for regret, and Amin was ultimately pulled down from the wall by Si Nan Zhao. Seeing Amin captured, Yun Bei returned to the yard, took out a rope, and tied him up. To prevent him from bleeding out due to his back injury, Yun Bei gave him 2 stitches to stop the bleeding. Once Amin was secured, Si Nan Zhao left the house to make a phone call. An intruder in the compound was serious business. Upon receiving Si Nan Zhao's call, the leader took it seriously and ordered her to bring Amin to the military for proper questioning. Amin never imagined he would end up in the military, but unfortunately, as a criminal. Before leaving, Si Nan Zhao instructed Yun Bei, "Make sure to rest at home and remember to lock the doors and windows. I might not be back tonight." "Okay, I understand." Yun Bei nodded and watched Si Nan Zhao leave. As soon as he was gone, Yun Bei quickly locked the gate and returned to her room. Although she didn't interrogate him, she knew that a Ming must have come for her. First it was Hei Long, then a Yong, and now another one. Yuan Ching was determined not to give up until he dealt with her. It seemed that just causing trouble for Madame Chu wasn't enough. She needed to show Yuan Ching that she was not to be underestimated. Thinking this, Yun Bei decided not to sleep. She quietly left the yard and headed straight for the county town under the cover of night. She intended to find Yuan Ching and teach him a lesson. The distance from the family compound to the county town was not short, and Yun Bei didn't plan to walk. Once she reached the main road, she took out a motorcycle from her space. As she sat on the motorcycle, Yun Bei was grateful that in her previous life she had stored several types of transportation in her space. Otherwise, walking to the county town would be tiring and time-consuming. Riding the motorcycle, Yun Bei quickly arrived in the county town. Not knowing where Yuan Ching's house was, she headed straight for the county hospital. At the hospital, she couldn't find him, so she checked for his address. Fortunately, the hospital had Yuan Ching's address on file. Otherwise, she would have had to search longer. Finding his address, Yun Bei didn't linger at the hospital and went directly to Yuan Ching's home. He lived in a 2.5-story small villa, and besides him, there were 5 or 6 trusted aides living with him. In the quiet of the night, Yuan Ching and his aides were sound asleep. To avoid trouble, Yun Bei entered the yard and quietly slipped through the window, adding a little something to each room. Of course, without a Ming there, the others were not a threat. But Yun Bei didn't want to waste time, so it was better to let them sleep. Once everyone inside was deeply asleep, she confidently entered Yuan Ching's room. His was the only room she hadn't tampered with, but since he was a patient, he had gone to bed early and was still sleeping soundly. However, he soon sensed danger and instantly opened his eyes. As he did, he noticed someone sitting in his room.
Who are you?
Why are you in my room? Yuan Ching asked, reaching for something under his pillow where he had hidden a gun. Yun Bei saw his movement and quickly threw a silver needle, pinning it to the headboard above him, saying, "Be honest." Yuan Ching's hand holding the gun froze as he looked at the needle above him, feeling scared. As a boss who dealt with both the legal and illegal worlds, this was the first time he felt fear. First, the person in front of him could easily enter his room. If they wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. Second, the room was dark, yet the other person could see his movements and warn him in time. If the needle had been slightly off, he would have been hit too. Seeing that Yuan Ching had stopped moving, Yun Bei casually turned on the light. The room quickly brightened, and Yuan Ching finally recognized who had come. "It's you," he exclaimed in surprise. He had thought it was someone from the underworld, not Yun Bei. Thinking about how Amin had left in the afternoon and still hadn't returned, a bad feeling surged in his heart. He worried that Amin might have been caught by Yun Bei, just like a Yong, and taken to the police station. One was still not out, and now another was in. This was becoming a big problem for him. However, he was a businessman and always prioritized profit. He had originally planned to negotiate with Yun Bei if things didn't go well with the higher-ups, asking her to drop the case and release a Yong. After all, whether it was 1 or 2 people, it was still a negotiation, just with double the cost. "You must be surprised to see me here," Yun Bei said calmly, looking at Yuan Ching. "I didn't want to come, but you kept sending people to trouble me. They say trouble comes in threes, and tonight is the 3rd time, so I have to come personally to discuss terms." "What do you want to discuss?" Yuan Ching knew that since Yun Bei was here, she wouldn't leave empty-handed. She had shown she could enter his room unnoticed, so she clearly had skills. He didn't want to provoke her. Whether he was being cautious or valuing his life, he knew he couldn't anger Yun Bei. Otherwise, he might not see the sun tomorrow. "You sent people to trouble me 3 times. Although they didn't cause me any real harm, they did cause me mental distress, so you need to compensate me with 10,000 for emotional damages." "Comrade Yun, that's a bit too much, don't you think? You said my people didn't cause you any real harm. And you sent my people to jail, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. How can you ask for so much? From what you're saying, it seems there's nothing to discuss." Yun Bei looked coldly at Yuan Ching and said, "You must have a wife and kids, right? They say you should return a favor. Should I go find them and cause some trouble instead?" "Don't," Yuan Ching said, a bit panicked. His wife and child were his bottom line. "Do you still think 10,000 is too much?" Yun Bei sneered. She was just joking. She wouldn't harm women and children. The one who caused her trouble was Yuan Ching. She could confront him directly, without involving the innocent. If she really harmed Yuan Ching's wife and child, how is she any different from him? I can give you 10,000, but you need to drop the case and release my people. Drop the case? You must still be half asleep, Yun Bei said mockingly. Since they committed a crime, they deserve to face the law. You don't think that just because they didn't hurt me, nothing should happen, do you? Yun Bei, they say to leave some room for future encounters. I advise you not to be so ruthless. You never know what might happen later, right? Yuan Ching, before advising me, maybe you should reflect on yourself? You can't have double standards, thinking it's fine for you, but not for others. That's not a good habit. Enough talk. Just give me the 10,000. I don't have that much right now. How about I send it to you tomorrow? Yuan Ching tried to buy some time. He didn't believe Ming would be caught by Yun Bei. In that case, let me give you a little gift. As Yun Bei spoke, she stood up and walked toward Yuan Ching. Seeing Yun Bei approach, Yuan Ching felt a sense of pride. He quickly reached for his pillow, planning to grab his gun. Unfortunately for him, Yun Bei was quicker. She not only seized his wrist but also took the gun from him. Holding the gun, Yun Bei played with it for a moment and said, "This gun is nice. I'll take it." Yuan Ching's face turned pale. He never expected Yun Bei to not only take his gun but also control his hand. If his leg hadn't been injured, he might have been able to fight back. But now, that would be a death wish. Yun Bei put away the gun and took out a pill, smiling as she said to Yuan Ching, "This is a slow-acting poison I made myself, a gift for our meeting." As she tried to put the pill in Yuan Ching's mouth, he was shocked and dodged, saying, "Yun Bei, let's talk this out." "I'm talking just fine," Yun Bei replied with a mocking look. "It's you who won't have a proper conversation, isn't it? Take the poison away, and I'll give you the money," Yuan Ching said, genuinely afraid. He knew he was no match for Yun Bei. If he took the poison, his life would be in her hands, and she could do whatever she wanted with it. He had experienced the feeling of being unable to make his own choices before and didn't want to go through it again. "Should have done this earlier," Yun Bei said lightly, glancing at Yuan Ching as she put away the pill. Seeing Yuan Ching hurriedly get out of bed to get her money, a smile flashed in Yun Bei's eyes. In reality, it wasn't poison at all. It was a health supplement. But Yuan Ching didn't know that, so it was a perfect scare tactic. After getting the money, Yun Bei didn't stay long and told Yuan Ching, "This is a warning. If you bother me again, don't blame me for being harsh. I know your background is strong, but there's a saying, those without shoes aren't afraid of those who wear them. If you insist on being my enemy, then bring it on. I'm ready." Once Yun Bei left, Yuan Ching angrily smashed a cup nearby. When he calmed down, he tried to call for help, but no one responded, not even Si Fei from the next room. Yuan Ching wanted to see what was happening, but his leg injury hadn't healed, so he couldn't walk far. So, he spent the whole night lying in bed with his eyes open until dawn. While Yuan Ching was having a hard time, Ming was also struggling. He was taken to the military and interrogated overnight. Entering a military-restricted area was no joke. Although he had entered a family compound, the situation was still serious. Ming thought he would be treated like Yong and sent to the police station, then to labor reform, but that was not going to happen. He would be imprisoned on charges of espionage. Of course, he didn't know this at the time, so during the interrogation, he acted casually, appearing unconcerned. He only said that Yun Bei harmed his brother and that he sought revenge on Yun Bei. However, the people in the unit didn't believe him. They thought that if he really wanted to take revenge, he could easily do it outside the family compound. After all, Yun Bei had to go to work every day, and he could have acted on the way there. Plus, since her workplace was in the village, it would be easy for him to deal with Yun Bei. Not telling the truth would only lead to being locked up. If one interrogation didn't work, there would be 2, 3, and so on. As long as they kept interrogating him, he would eventually tell the truth. Si Nan Zhao returned just before dawn, while Yun Bei had already come back from the county. So, Si Nan Zhao had no idea that Yun Bei had gone out while he was at the unit and had even managed to get some money from Yuan Ching. In a time when the average salary was only 20 or 30 yuan, 10,000 yuan was a significant amount. Only someone like Yuan Ching could come up with that kind of money. Yun Bei knew that 10,000 yuan was a lot, but she wanted to make Yuan Ching feel the pain. Otherwise, he wouldn't learn his lesson and would come back to trouble her later. She wasn't afraid of trouble, but she didn't like it either. If Yuan Ching had more money than he knew what to do with, she wouldn't mind helping him spend it. When Si Nan Zhao got home, he found the yard gate locked from the inside. Not wanting to wake Yun Bei and disturb her sleep, he decided to climb over the wall. As soon as he landed, Yun Bei woke up. Just as she was wondering if Ming had accomplices, she heard familiar footsteps. Si Nan Zhao reached the front door of the living room, only to find it also locked. Now, he couldn't get into his own room. Looking at the time, it was almost dawn, so he thought he might as well make breakfast. Just as he turned to go to the kitchen, the front door opened, and Yun Bei peeked out. "Yun Bei, I'm sorry for waking you up." "It's fine." Yun Bei waved her hand and said, "You've been busy all night. You must be tired. Go inside and get some rest. You have work today." After saying that, Yun Bei ignored Si Nan Zhao and went straight back to her room to sleep. She hadn't gotten enough sleep the night before and needed to catch up. Si Nan Zhao looked at Yun Bei, who seemed still half asleep, and regretted coming back. If he had known, he would have stayed in the dorm at the unit. Seeing that Yun Bei had gone back to her room to sleep, Si Nan Zhao also returned to his room and collapsed onto his bed to rest. Lying there, he thought about what his leader had said the night before. Si Nan Zhao found it hard to sleep. The leader asked him why he still hadn't submitted the marriage report and if he didn't want to marry Yun Bei. How could he not want to? It was Yun Bei who didn't want to marry. But he couldn't say that to his leader. He had to take the blame himself and ended up getting scolded. The leader gave him 3 days to submit the marriage report. Facing the leader's request, he felt both happy and worried. He was happy because the leader's personal attention would speed up the approval process. He was worried about what to do if Yun Bei still disagreed. Lost in thought, Si Nan Zhao fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already bright outside, and Yun Bei was up making breakfast. Seeing that it was getting late and Si Nan Zhao still hadn't gotten up, Yun Bei was about to go wake him when the door opened. Seeing Yun Bei standing outside, Si Nan Zhao paused for a moment and said, "Good morning, Yun Bei." "Good morning." Yun Bei replied, then added, "Breakfast is ready. Go wash up." "Okay." Si Nan Zhao nodded and went outside to wash up while Yun Bei brought out the breakfast. After breakfast, as Yun Bei was getting ready to go to work, Si Nan Zhao called her and said, "Yun Bei, can I take a few minutes of your time? I need to talk to you." Yun Bei stopped and asked, "What is it?" "Last night, the leader personally asked about the marriage report. He gave me 3 days to submit it, or I would face a penalty. What do you think?" Si Nan Zhao didn't finish his sentence, but Yun Bei understood. They had been getting along well lately, and Si Nan Zhao had treated her kindly. Even if they couldn't be a couple, they were friends. She didn't want Si Nan Zhao to be penalized because of this. After thinking for a moment, she said, "In that case, go ahead and write it. I can't let you be punished. Yun Bei, you agree?" Si Nan Zhao was a bit excited. Although he had made up the penalty story, he didn't expect Yun Bei to agree so readily. He thought she would want to think it over. He regretted not using this approach sooner. Otherwise, they might have already been married. Yun Bei, unaware of Si Nan Zhao's thoughts, smiled at the excited man and said, "I'm off to work," before riding away on her bike. In Liangcheng, Yuan Ching waited until after 8 o'clock for his subordinates to wake up one by one. Fei opened his eyes and immediately changed his expression when he saw the time. He thought to himself, "This is bad. How could he have slept until now? Could something have happened?" Thinking of this, he quickly grabbed his clothes and hurried into Yuan Ching's room. Seeing that he was okay, Fei let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon noticed something unusual about Yuan Ching and asked nervously, "Big brother, what happened?" "Last night, someone came in. You all were knocked out by her," Yuan Ching replied calmly, his face looking very bad. He hadn't slept all night, and because Fei and the others were still unconscious, he had trouble even going to the bathroom. He had held it in all night, so it was no wonder he was in a bad mood. Plus, the fact that Yun Bei had entered his territory so easily left him feeling very uneasy. If Yun Bei had wanted more than just money, he might have been in serious danger.
What?
How could this happen? Fei's expression changed as he asked, "Big brother, do you know who it was?" "I'm fine, but she took a large sum of money from me." Upon hearing this, Fei immediately asked, "Big brother, do you know who that person is?" "I'll take the brothers to deal with her right away." Although the money wasn't his, if Big Brother had money, they would naturally benefit as well. So, if that person took Big Brother's money, it was like taking theirs too.
Yun Bei.
Yuan Ching spat out the name through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with anger. Yun Bei not only got his people arrested but also took a large amount of his money. She was his enemy. Before, he had only wanted to please Yi Zhenjin, which was why he had sent someone to trouble Yun Bei. Now, even without Yi Zhenjin, he wouldn't let Yun Bei go. However, he still needed to wait for news from Ming. Thinking of Ming, Yuan Ching immediately said to Fei, "Fei, go check if the others are awake. If they are, bring them all to my room. I have something to say to everyone." Soon, Fei brought the people who were staying nearby to protect Yuan Ching into his room, waiting for his instructions. Once everyone was gathered, Yuan Ching finally spoke. "What happened last night was unexpected for me, so I don't blame you. However, you all were negligent, and there must be consequences. Now, I have something for you to do. Big brother, just tell us." Everyone felt guilty about their negligence. Yuan Ching didn't blame them for not speaking and assigned them tasks, so everyone naturally rushed to show their loyalty. "Go check on Yun Bei's situation. I want all her information within 3 days. If possible, find out everything about her family history." "Yes," they responded, eager and ready to work hard. Also, Ming went out yesterday and hasn't returned yet. Go find him and see where he is. Tell him to come see me immediately. Okay. After giving out the tasks, Yuan Ching kept Fei behind and sent the others away. "Fei, I need you to help me with something." "Sure, big brother, what is it?" "Help me get rid of Yun Bei's job," Yuan Ching said coldly. Yun Bei had taken 1,000 yuan from him, so why should she keep her job? She might as well live off that money for the rest of her life. Yuan Ching still had some connections in Liangcheng, and that morning, Yun Bei received a call from Director Yang. As soon as Director Yang spoke, he asked, "Yun Bei, have you offended someone?" "What's wrong?" Yun Bei asked, but her mind went to Yuan Ching. If she had offended anyone, it would definitely be him. After all, she had directly taken 1,000 yuan from him yesterday. Even in the late 1980s, having that much money was rare. Taking so much money from Yuan Ching was like taking a piece of him. He wouldn't let it go easily. Therefore, Yun Bei suspected that Yuan Ching had done something, or else Director Yang wouldn't ask like that. "What do you think?" "The higher-ups just ordered me to dismiss you," Director Yang said with a serious expression. There were already few skilled doctors in the hospital, and he had finally found one. Now, the higher-ups wanted him to let her go. Really? Yun Bei's face fell at this news. She hadn't expected Yuan Ching's revenge to come so quickly, directly threatening her job. Fortunately, she wasn't entirely dependent on this job. Otherwise, it would have been infuriating. "Yes, I pleaded with the higher-ups, but they insisted on your dismissal." "Yun Bei, I'm sorry. I can't protect you this time." "It's okay, Director Yang. I understand your situation. If I have to be dismissed, it's not a big deal," Yun Bei reassured him, knowing he had tried his best. If she wanted to continue being a doctor, she would need to find someone higher up than Director Yang to apply pressure. However, she didn't plan to do that for now. Without a job, she would be freer. Just right, her parents left her a courtyard in the capital, and she can take some time to visit it. If possible, she might settle down in the capital. Right now, her relationship with Si Nan Zhao is uncertain, and staying here isn't a long-term solution. "Yun Bei, I just feel it's a pity," said Director Yang. "It's okay, Director Yang. If I don't stay here, there will be other places for me. I'll go to the hospital tomorrow to handle the paperwork, so you won't have to worry." "All right, you can come any day." After hanging up, Yun Bei returned to the medical office. Seeing there were no patients, she began to pack her things. Since she arrived in Yang Village, she had added quite a few items to the medical office. Now that she wasn't a doctor at the county hospital anymore, there was no need to keep those items. Otherwise, if the new person didn't know how to use them, it could cause problems. Once she packed everything, Yun Bei made a special trip to the barn to inform the elderly residents that she wouldn't be staying in the village anymore. The elderly people in the barn were very reluctant to hear this. Recently, their health had improved, all thanks to Yun Bei. They now regarded her as one of their own. When they heard she was dismissed from the county hospital due to offending someone, they were quite upset. However, they couldn't do much since they were struggling themselves and couldn't help Yun Bei. Seeing their concern for her, Yun felt grateful and comforted them. After speaking with them, she left some medicine and reminded them to take it regularly before she departed. Watching her leave, the elderly residents sighed again about the unfairness of the world. Then, Yun Bei stopped by the village committee to say hello before returning to the medical office until the end of her shift. After work, she took her things and rode her bike back to the staff quarters. While Yun Bei was losing her job, Yuan Ching was also feeling down. Because Ming was missing, no matter how hard his subordinates searched, they couldn't find him. Yuan Ching guessed what Yun Bei had done, but he couldn't approach her. He had just caused her to lose her job, and even if he found her now, she might not tell them where Ming was. Darn it! Yuan Ching angrily slammed the table. If he had known that Ming was still with Yun Bei, he would have waited a bit longer before getting her fired. Now, Yun Bei had lost her job, making it even less likely for him to find Ming. Just then, one of his subordinates came over and said, "Boss, Young over there is about to give up. He's asking when you can get him out." Another day has passed, and Young is feeling quite exhausted. If he doesn't go out soon, he will surely spill everything he knows. Tell him to hold on a little longer. I'm trying to find a solution, Yuan Ching said, feeling annoyed but knowing he had to calm him down first. Deep down, he understood that Young might not be able to hold out much longer. If he could, he would have done so by now. However, he decided to check in with the leader again. After all, he had given a significant gift. Having accepted his gift, how could they not help him? So, Yuan Ching tidied up and took Fei with him to the leader's house again. Upon seeing Yuan Ching, the leader immediately understood his purpose. Thinking about the information he had received, he said directly, "Old Mu, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's that I can't. The person you offended is not someone ordinary. Instead of pushing me, you should go directly to the person involved." Hearing this, Yuan Ching understood everything. Someone was intervening. Otherwise, releasing Young would be a simple matter for the leader. Seeing that Yuan Ching understood, the leader didn't keep him any longer and returned the gift he had sent that day. Naturally, Yuan Ching wouldn't take the gift back. Although this matter didn't work out, he might need to ask the leader for help in the future. If he took the gift back, there would be no future. Back at home, Yuan Ching was so angry that he smashed something again. Once he calmed down, he had to give up on Young. But he still wanted to make an effort regarding Ming, so he sought out Yizhinjin. After all, good subordinates are hard to find, especially those skilled in martial arts. Seeing Yuan Ching come to her, Yizhinjin was surprised and asked, "Brother Mu, what brings you here? Your injury isn't fully healed. Why are you out of the hospital?" After saying this, she looked at Yuan Ching apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Mu. I've been busy with work lately, so I haven't had time to visit you. I was planning to come see you on Sunday, but I didn't expect you to leave the hospital early. I had a situation, so I left the hospital early. Jinjin, I'm here today because I need your help with something. Brother Mu, just tell me. If I can help, I will." "Jinjin, here's the thing. I heard you say that Yun Bei has been bullying you, so I sent someone to teach her a lesson. Unfortunately, that person has gone missing. I was hoping you could help me find out if they are with the military." This, Madame Chu seemed a bit hesitant. She has already left the family compound, so she might not be able to gather news from the military. However, thinking about how Yuan Ching's people went missing to help her, and since her daughter still needs Yuan Ching to get out, Mrs. Chu immediately said, "Brother Mu, I'll give it a try." But you know that since my husband had his accident, the people inside have not been very friendly to me, so I might not find any useful information. It's okay. If you can't find anything, I won't blame you. Alright, I'll ask around. Yuan Ching didn't rush to leave. He waited by Yi Zhenjin, as he missed her cooking. After Mrs. Chu went out, she called a familiar contact in the family compound. However, the person didn't know much, only mentioning that someone from outside had broken into the compound and was taken away by the military. Mrs. Chu immediately understood that the intruder was likely one of Yuan Ching's subordinates.
Fool.
Mrs. Chu cursed silently. Was the family compound so easy to break into? She couldn't believe Yuan Ching's people would act so thoughtlessly. If they wanted to teach Yun Bei a lesson, why did they have to come to the family compound? After getting the information, Mrs. Chu quickly hung up the phone. Seeing Yuan Ching waiting at home, she said directly, "Brother Mu, I found out. They said someone broke into the family compound last night and was captured by the military." "Okay, I understand. Zhenjin, thank you. Brother Mu, you're too polite. This is partly my fault. If it weren't for wanting to help me, your people wouldn't have gotten into trouble. It's fine, I don't blame you."
Yuan Ching hugget Yezen's hand to comfort her.
He only let go when a Fei returned with groceries and said, "Zhenjin, I'll stay for dinner tonight. You don't mind, do you?" "Brother Mu, what are you saying? I'd be happy to have you stay for dinner. Just wait, I'll go cook now." With that, Mrs. Chu took the groceries into the kitchen to prepare dinner for the three of them. While Yuan Ching waited for dinner, Yun Bei was also cooking. Although she lost her job, she didn't let it bother her. As long as she had skills, she could work anywhere. After finishing work, Si Nan Zhao saw Yun Bei in the kitchen and went in to help her. Yun Bei, no longer hiding her job situation, said directly, "I was let go from the county hospital. Was it Yuan Ching's doing?" Si Nan Zhao's expression turned serious. He had just caught one of Yuan Ching's subordinates, and now he had caused Yun Bei to lose her job. "Most likely. What are your plans?" "I want to go to the capital." Hearing this, Si Nan Zhao nodded and said, "That's fine. You can visit my grandfather. He has wanted to see you for a long time, but hasn't had the chance. Now that you're free, it would be good for you to go and meet him." "Okay, I'll go visit him," Yun Bei replied, nodding. After all, Grandpa Si was the one who arranged her engagement to Si Nan Zhao, so it made sense to meet him. After dinner, Si Nan Zhao returned to his room and handed Yun Bei an envelope. Yun Bei looked puzzled and asked, "What's this?" "Your allowance. Since you don't have a job now, don't worry, I have money. I'll earn money for you to spend in the future." As he spoke, Si Nan Zhao placed the envelope in her hands and added, "When you run out, just tell me, and I'll give you more." Hearing this, Yun Bei couldn't help but laugh and joked, "Why not just give me your bank book? If you run out of money, I can just withdraw it myself." Si Nan Zhao glanced at her, and just when Yun Bei thought he would refuse, he said, "You're right. Why didn't I think of that? Wait here, I'll go get the bank book for you." He turned to go back to his room. Yun Bei was taken aback. She didn't expect him to take her joke seriously and actually consider giving her the bank book. They were just nominally engaged. Even if they were to share finances, that would be after marriage. Realizing this, Yun Bei quickly called out to Si Nan Zhao, "Si Nan Zhao, wait a moment."
What is it?
Si Nan Zhao turned back, confused. "I was just joking."
Don't take it seriously.
Yun Bei, we will be husband and wife eventually. The bank book will be yours anyway, so it doesn't matter if I give it to you now or later. Besides, you'll need money for your trip to the capital.
So, don't be shy with me.
After speaking, Si Nan Zhao ignored Yun Bei and went straight into the room. He took out a savings book and handed it to Yun Bei, saying, "Here, this is the money I've saved over the years. Use it as you need, don't hold back. Even though my salary isn't very high, I can still support you." "No need, you keep the savings book," Yun Bei replied, not even looking at how much money was inside. She pushed the book back to him. Not to mention the money she got from Yuan Ching last night, her own little stash already had several thousand. Money now is different from her past life. It doesn't lose value quickly. Prices are low, and a few thousand can buy as much as tens of thousands, or even over 100,000 in her previous life. Yun Bei, we've already registered our marriage, so why do you insist on keeping things so separate? Si Nan Zhao insisted on giving the savings book back to her, looking like he would be upset if she refused. With no choice, Yun Bei temporarily accepted the savings book. However, she was sure she wouldn't touch the money inside unless they truly got married and were genuinely in love. Otherwise, if they divorced, she would have to account for how much she spent, which would be a hassle. If she had no money, she would have to use his. But since she had her own money, there was no need to use Si Nan Zhao's. Seeing Yun Bei accept the savings book made Si Nan Zhao very happy. He felt he was one step closer to marrying her. In Liangcheng, after having dinner with Madame Chu, Yuan Ching left. He was injured and, with several of his men also hurt, he wasn't in the mood to stay. Otherwise, he would have definitely wanted to spend more time with Madame Chu. Chu Fe would be released soon, and he felt he had helped her with something, so he deserved some benefits. When Madame Chu saw Yuan Ching preparing to leave, she felt a bit disappointed. She thought he would stay overnight. Although she knew it wasn't right for her daughter and their family, she had to do this. Otherwise, she had no other options. She had hoped for help from her son, but so much time had passed without any news. So, to rescue her daughter, she could only rely on herself or Yuan Ching. At that moment, Madame Chu had no idea that her son, Chu Fe, had angered Qin Yanzhao by plotting qin Yan and was sent on a mission. It was no simple task, it would take a long time, and was dangerous. Of course, with danger came opportunity. If Chu Fe completed the mission and returned safely, he could be promoted. This was also a test from Qin Yanzhao for him. However, Qin Yan had a different opinion. Ever since she learned that Chu Fe was sent on a mission by her father, she became angry with him and refused to communicate, not saying a word to her father. Qin Haoyuan was naturally very upset, but there was nothing he could do about his daughter. He had spoiled her, so he had to bear it. Of course, although Qin Yan was infatuated, she understood the seriousness of the situation. She still took the medicine her father brought back. While she believed that Chu Fe would return safely, she didn't want to take any chances. Losing her innocence before marriage was one thing, as long as she didn't say anything. No one would know. But if she were to have a child before marriage, it would be a different story. She would face a lot of judgment, and the gossip could drown her. She had seen similar situations before, where a woman was driven to despair. So, she didn't want to end up like that woman. Right now, besides teaching her students every day, she was just praying for Chu Fe's safe return. Meanwhile, after sending off Yuan Ching, Mrs. Chu locked the gate and returned to the house. The house felt empty and lonely with just one person inside. Mrs. Chu sat in a chair, lost in thought. It wasn't until the alarm clock rang that she snapped back to reality and prepared for bed. After returning home, Yuan Ching immediately asked Fei, how did it go with the task I asked you to handle? Don't worry, big brother. I've talked to sister-in-law, and she said she would keep an eye on it to make sure everything is fine. Okay, I understand. Yuan Ching nodded, thinking to himself that he was lucky to have his wife's help. Otherwise, he would have to find another way. After a long day outside, Yuan Ching was quite tired. So, he fell asleep shortly after getting back to his room. Yun Bei had planned to meet Yuan Ching later that night, but thinking about Si Nan Zhao sleeping across the hall made her hesitant, fearing he would find out. At that point, not only would Ming be suspicious, but she would also be suspected of being a spy. Unable to go out, Yun Bei had no choice but to go to bed early. The next day, after breakfast, Yun Bei rode her bicycle to the county hospital to process her resignation. Gao Lanlan was very upset to hear that Yun Bei had been dismissed. She even threatened Director Yang, saying, "Director, if you're going to fire Yun Bei, you might as well fire me too." Gao Lanlan, stop causing trouble and go back to work, Director Yang said, his expression darkening. He didn't want to fire Yun Bei either, but he had orders from above, and there was nothing he could do. He is just a small hospital director. How can he stand up to the leaders above him? If he had any way, he would have kept Yun Bei here. Director Yang, you are being unreasonable, Gao Lanlan said angrily, feeling that Director Yang was being unfair. She thought he had lost his mind for dismissing such a skilled doctor like Yun Bei. As the two were about to argue, Yun Bei stepped in to mediate. She pulled Gao Lanlan aside and quietly explained, Lanlan, I know you don't want me to go. But this isn't Director Yang's fault. I offended someone, and they pressured him to let me go. Don't worry, even if I'm not working here anymore, we will still be friends. Upon hearing this, Gao Lanlan stopped blaming Director Yang and angrily asked, Yun Bei, who did you offend? That person is really terrible for getting you fired. Even if you upset them, they didn't have to be so harsh. What will you do without a job? It's hard to find work these days. That's the reality. Even temporary jobs are hard to come by because there are so many people looking for work. Yun Bei got her job at the hospital because of her medical skills. Now, with this situation, even the local hospital wouldn't want to hire her. No one wants to offend the higher-ups, and she is already marked by them. Unless she doesn't care about her future, no hospital would dare to take her in. It's okay. I'll find something eventually, Yun Bei said with a smile, patting Gao Lanlan's shoulder to reassure her. If she really wanted to, finding a job wouldn't be difficult. After all, she has skills beyond just medicine. However, she wasn't in need of money right now, so she didn't want to look for a job at the moment. Besides, having a job could feel like a restriction. It might be better to be a free doctor, focusing on some challenging cases. After chatting with Gao Lanlan for a while, Yun Bei left. After the county hospital learned about her resignation, some were happy, while others were sad. They stood at the entrance, watching Yun Bei leave. Once outside the hospital, with nothing pressing to do, Yun Bei decided to visit Mrs. Chu's workplace to check on Chun Fang's progress. She planned to wrap up everything here before she left. One by one, she would deal with Mrs. Chu and Yuan Ching. There was no rush. She would show them that the Yun Bei without a job is truly formidable. Yun Bei didn't rush to find Chun Fang. Instead, she chatted with the security guard. Soon, she gathered useful information from him. After learning that Chun Fang had already taken action, Yun Bei chose to stay out of sight. She believed that with the rumors Chun Fang spread, Mrs. Chu wouldn't last long at her job. With Mrs. Chu out of the picture, Yun Bei decided to target someone else. She reappeared at Yuan Ching's house. That night, she only took 10,000 yuan from him, and the next day, he got her fired. She needed to settle the score. Last time, he broke one of her legs. This time, she planned to break the other one. Of course, this was just to collect some interest. To truly make him suffer, she needed to take everything from him. He had taken her job, so she would ruin his career and leave him with nothing. Thinking of this, a chilling smile appeared on Yun Bei's face. What she enjoyed most was reciprocating, an eye for an eye. Yuan Ching had given her a big gift, so she would return the favor. Yuan Ching was still at home recovering when he was startled to see Yun Bei suddenly appear. But soon, he became smug and asked, Yun Bei, are you here to beg me? Beg you? Yun Bei scoffed, her gaze fixed on his other good leg. You can think that if you want. I knew you would come. Now you see that my money isn't easy to get and my people aren't easy to deal with, right? Yes, I see that, Yun Bei nodded, pretending to cooperate. What do you want? Very simple. You release my people and return the 10,000 yuan. If you do that, I'll let you go back to work at the county hospital immediately. Are you saying I was bullied for nothing? You don't have to do what I say. But whether you'll find work in the future is another story, Yuan Ching said with a smug look. He had plenty of connections and with one word, he had made Yun Bei lose her job. He thought he should have used this tactic from the start. He was sure that Yi Jinjin would be pleased about Yun Bei losing her job, especially since everyone knew how hard it was to find work these days. Without a job and income, Yun Bei would have to rely on a man and live by his whims. Don't worry, I definitely won't do what you say. Yun Bei sneered and took a few steps closer to Yuan Ching. What do you want? Yuan Ching was startled and looked at Yun Bei with suspicion.
Guess.
As soon as Yun Bei finished speaking, a sharp pain shot through his leg.
Ah.
Yuan Ching couldn't help but cry out, then realized what had happened and glared at Yun Bei, growling Yun Bei. How dare you? Why wouldn't I dare? Yun Bei looked at Yuan Ching mockingly and said, that night, I could have done the same to you. But I felt sorry for you, thinking you had already lost one leg. If you lost the other, you would really be disabled. But who knew you would be so ungrateful and ruin my job? Well, now my heart has hardened. Yun Bei, if you want to die, I'll help you, Yuan Ching said with hatred, then shouted loudly, someone come. At his call, several loyal followers rushed into the room and were surprised to see Yun Bei. Seeing his subordinates arrive, Yuan Ching gained confidence and pointed at Yun Bei, saying, beat her up, just don't kill her. The subordinates were taken aback but quickly reacted, surrounding Yun Bei and preparing to attack. Watching Yun Bei surrounded by his men, Yuan Ching smirked. How dare she hurt him? Now he wouldn't hold back. However, his leg was hurting a lot, and he needed to go to the hospital to make sure he wasn't really disabled. Thinking about not being able to watch his subordinates take revenge made Yuan Ching feel a bit regretful. Fei, hurry, take me to the hospital, Yuan Ching instructed Fei, who was standing nearby. Yes, big brother. Fei responded and pushed Yuan Ching's wheelchair towards the door. Just then, they heard the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. They turned to see that Yun Bei had already knocked down his men. Looking at his subordinates groaning on the ground, Yuan Ching's face turned grim. He hadn't expected Yun Bei to be so strong that she could take down his men. Seeing Yun Bei looking at him and Fei, Yuan Ching was startled and shouted, Fei, run. Fei knew he couldn't defeat Yun Bei, so he quickly pushed Yuan Ching outside. However, just a few steps later, Yun Bei blocked their way and smiled, asking, why are you two running? Yun Bei, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. My leg hurts a lot, and if I don't go to the hospital soon, it might get worse, Yuan Ching pleaded with a sad expression. What's the rush? Am I not a doctor? Yun Bei replied with a smile, pointing to himself. Don't forget, before today, I was the best young doctor at the county hospital. Remember when you wanted me to operate on your other leg? Have you forgotten so quickly? Upon hearing this, both Yuan Ching and Fei's expressions changed. Yuan Ching felt the regret of making a mistake. Fei was even more scared because Yun Bei's job was something he had arranged for Yuan Ching. If anything happened to his brother's leg due to a delay in treatment, he would be in serious trouble. Even though he was just following orders, who knew if his brother would blame him later? Yuan Ching looked at Yun Bei, feeling deep regret. But even though Yun Bei was a doctor, he didn't dare let her examine his leg. They had become enemies, and he couldn't trust her not to do something harmful while treating him. He didn't want to end up crippled. So he said to Yun Bei, I'm sorry. I promise that once I get to the hospital and my leg is treated, I'll help you get your job back. How does that sound? Not good enough. Yun Bei shook her head with a smile. My job is not that important to me. But your leg, if you don't treat it quickly, it could become seriously damaged. If you ask me nicely now, maybe we can save it. Hearing this, Yuan Ching recalled what he had just said in the room. If he had known his subordinates were so useless, he would have never acted so recklessly. Now, it was clear that Yun Bei wanted to take revenge for losing her job. His leg was hurting more and more, and if he delayed any longer, it might really become useless. Thinking about his leg being ruined made Yuan Ching feel both angry and anxious. But Yun Bei wouldn't let him go, and Fei couldn't fight her. He had no choice but to consider begging Yun Bei. Just then, Fei suddenly knelt down in front of Yun Bei and said, Yun Bei, please let my brother go to the hospital. This is my fault, not his. If you want to be angry with me. I won't object to whatever you want to do to me. But my brother is innocent. Please show him some mercy and let him see a doctor for his leg. As he spoke, Fei bowed deeply to Yun Bei, knocking his head against the ground repeatedly. In just a few moments, a red mark appeared on his forehead. Yun Bei watched without any sympathy. Everyone knew that Fei was behind this. Yuan Ching felt mixed emotions as he saw Fei bowing to Yun Bei. He hadn't expected Yun Bei's retaliation to come so quickly and fiercely. That night, Yun Bei only wanted money and didn't harm him, so he thought she wouldn't dare to hurt him. Now he realized that she didn't act against him because he hadn't caused her any real harm, so she settled for just taking the money. It was as if he paid to avoid disaster. However, he didn't understand this and foolishly caused someone to lose their job over 10,000 yuan. That job was a stable source of income for life. So, it was reasonable for Yun Bei to retaliate against him. If the roles were reversed and he lost his job, he might have acted even more aggressively. He understood the situation, but now his leg was broken, and he urgently needed to see a doctor. Fei thought he had taken all the blame on himself, so surely Yun Bei would let Yuan Ching go to the doctor. But she still showed no reaction, blocking their way. Did it really come down to his brother having to keep bowing? Just then, Yuan Ching's loyal follower, who had been knocked down by Yun Bei earlier, suddenly ran over. They blocked Yun Bei and said to Yuan Ching, "Brother, we'll hold her back. You and Fei should leave quickly." Seeing his people arrive, Yuan Ching sighed in relief. Thankfully, he didn't have to decide whether to bow and apologize to Yun Bei anymore. Yun Bei watched Fei and Yuan Ching leave, but didn't pursue them. Instead, she stayed behind to deal with his followers. In no time, those men were once again knocked down by Yun Bei. This time, she didn't hold back and they couldn't get back up. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as Yun Bei walked away. Yun Bei didn't chase after Fei and Yuan Ching but headed in the opposite direction. She intended to gather evidence of Yuan Ching's wrongdoing and ensure he faced legal consequences, even sending him to jail. This was also why she had injured his other leg, making sure he would be stuck in the hospital and unable to focus on anything else. Yuan Ching had no idea that Yun Bei planned to send him to jail. Upon arriving at the county hospital, he was taken back into the operating room. However, when Director Yang saw the injury on Yuan Ching, he said he couldn't help and suggested that they go directly to the city for surgery. "Director Yang, is there no other skilled doctor in your hospital besides you?" Fei and Yuan Ching looked worried. It would take at least 2 hours to get to the city. Delaying treatment for the leg injury would definitely have consequences. There was another doctor, but he has been dismissed by the higher-ups. "I'm very sorry." Hearing this, Fei and Yuan Ching exchanged glances, feeling the frustration of their situation. Since Director Yang couldn't perform the surgery, they had no choice but to go to the city. Fortunately, Yuan Ching had a car, so they didn't waste any time and left immediately. After learning that Yuan Ching went to the city, Yun Bei decided to go as well. She stopped by the post office to call Si Nan Zhao, informing him of her trip to the city with an uncertain return date. It could take 3 to 5 days, or even up to 10 days or 2 weeks. Si Nan Zhao wanted to stop Yun Bei, but he knew he couldn't. So he told her, "Yun Bei, be careful going to the city alone. If anything happens, call me right away." "I understand." After hanging up, Yun Bei went straight to the bus station. She was lucky and soon boarded a bus to the city. Yuan Ching had no idea that Yun Bei was also coming to the city. He endured the pain and finally arrived, but as he entered the hospital, a child bumped into him. This collision worsened his already injured leg. Fei was furious and wanted to yell at the child, but Yuan Ching stopped him, saying, "We need to focus on the leg first." The most important thing was to take care of his leg. Everything else could be dealt with later. After hearing Yuan Ching's words, Fei shot a fierce glare at the child and the child's parent before taking Yuan Ching to get his leg checked. Soon, Yuan Ching was taken into the operating room. Fei took a moment to call Xiang Yuan and inform her about Yuan Ching's leg injury.
"What?
Your brother's leg is injured again?" Xiang Yuan was shocked. He had just started recovering from the last injury. How did he get hurt again? At this rate, his leg might be ruined. "Yes, sister-in-law. This time, it wasn't an accident. Someone intentionally hurt him." Fei couldn't help but mention Yun Bei's arrogant attitude. Xiang Yuan is a strong person who can't tolerate any disrespect. She loves Yuan Ching deeply. Last time, when Yuan Ching hurt his leg, she investigated the people responsible, planning to take revenge. However, those people were hard to find, and she still has no leads. But this time is different. This time it was Yun Bei's doing, and many people witnessed it. Now that Yun Bei has lost her job, if Xiang Yuan wants to find trouble with her, it will be easy. Okay, I understand. I'm on my way, Xiang Yuan said with a grim expression as she hung up the phone. She quickly briefed her family and rushed to the city hospital. Since Xiang Yuan was already in the city, she arrived quickly. Seeing a Fei waiting outside the operating room, she immediately asked, "A Fei, what happened? How did your brother get hurt again?" "Big sister-in-law, here's the thing," A Fei replied honestly, explaining how Yuan Ching got into trouble while trying to defend Mrs. Chu. Of course, he didn't dare to reveal Mrs. Chu's true identity, only saying she was a friend of Yuan Ching. Xiang Yuan didn't question this. She knew Yuan Ching had many friends in the underworld. Given his loyalty, she had no doubt he would act this way. "So it's Yun Bei," Xiang Yuan said, her expression darkening. How dare she hurt her man? She wouldn't let this go. On the bus, Yun Bei suddenly sneezed, startling the person next to her. Apologizing, she wondered if someone was thinking about her, as it was unusual for her to sneeze out of the blue. Unbeknownst to Yun Bei, it was Xiang Yuan who was thinking about her, and she mistakenly thought it was Si Nan Zhao who was concerned about her. A faint smile appeared on her face as she thought, "I should bring a gift for Si Nan Zhao when I get back. It would be unfair not to acknowledge his thoughts." After learning that Yun Bei was responsible for Yuan Ching's injury, Xiang Yuan didn't wait outside the operating room any longer and made a phone call. If Yun Bei dared to hurt her man, then she shouldn't be surprised when Xiang Yuan seeks revenge. If a leg was broken, then she would not only break Yun Bei's leg but also her hand, teaching her that some people are not to be trifled with. Yun Bei had no idea that Xiang Yuan had already sent someone to find her trouble in Liang City. The bus arrived in the city, and she got off with the others. Since it was her first time in the city, Yun Bei felt unfamiliar. Instead of rushing to find a place to stay, she decided to explore a bit first. After leaving the station, she found a quiet spot and took out her bicycle. Riding it, she explored the streets while gathering information. Previously, while in Liangcheng, she had learned that Yuan Ching's wife and child lived in the city, and she knew his wife's name. So, it didn't take long for her to find out about Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan was a well-known figure in the city, not only because of her strong abilities, but also due to her impressive family background, making her someone no one dared to provoke. Anyone who crossed her path ended up facing serious consequences, and over time, people grew fearful of her. The city was much larger than Liangcheng, and Yun Bei spent the entire afternoon exploring without finishing. As it was getting late, she decided to find a place to stay. She chose a guest house not far from where Xiang Yuan lived, hoping to observe her closely. Xiang Yuan, unaware that Yun Bei had arrived in the city, was waiting outside the operating room with a Fei after making a phone call. 5 hours later, a doctor came out as the operating room door opened. Xiang Yuan and a Fei rushed over and asked, "Doctor, how is the patient?" The surgery was relatively successful, but due to the severity of the injury and the delay in getting him here, there may be some lasting effects. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuan panicked and asked, "Doctor, what do you mean by lasting effects? In the future, he may have some difficulty walking." At this, Xiang Yuan understood completely. Yuan Ching was likely to become disabled. The thought of her healthy husband potentially becoming a cripple filled her with anger towards Yun Bei. She suddenly changed her mind and decided to take matters into her own hands against Yun Bei. After Yuan Ching was moved to his hospital room, Xiang Yuan made another phone call, instructing her people to bring Yun Bei to the city. She wanted to handle it personally. Once she finished, she returned to Yuan Ching's room. Looking at the man lying in the hospital bed with his leg wrapped in bandages, her heart ached. A Fei stood nearby, trying to minimize his presence, feeling guilty for not being able to protect his brother. After a short wait, Yuan Ching woke up. Seeing his wife by his bedside, he was unsure how to comfort her. He never expected to injure his leg repeatedly, and this time it was serious. Even if he healed, his leg might never be the same. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but remember the child who bumped into him when he entered the hospital. He looked at Fei and asked, Fei, have they found that child? Child? What child? Xiang Yuan looked confused at Yuan Ching's words. Fei hadn't mentioned this matter to her before, so she was unaware that her husband had been injured and bumped into by a child. Seeing his wife's puzzled expression, Yuan Ching had to explain. After hearing him, Xiang Yuan's face turned serious. She turned to Fei and asked, Fei, why didn't you tell me about this?
Me?
Fei felt a bit guilty. He had been focused on getting Xiang Yuan to deal with Yun Bei and forgot about the child. Big brother, I'm sorry. I'll find out the child's identity right away. Fei said as he quickly left the hospital room. Once Fei left, only the couple remained in the room. Xiang Yuan looked at Yuan Ching with concern and said, Ching, don't worry. I've already sent someone to find that Yun Bei. When the time comes, I will personally make her pay for what she did to you. Yuan, I'm sorry for making you worry again. But let me handle the revenge myself. Once my leg is better, I will take care of it personally. That's not acceptable. You are my man. If she dares to hurt you, it means she doesn't respect me. I must teach her a lesson. If I wait until your leg is healed to get revenge, it will be too late. Xiang Yuan was determined. She had always been strong-willed and spoiled by her parents, being the eldest daughter of the Xiang family. In Si City, no one dared to disrespect her. Yun Bei's actions against Yuan Ching were a slap in her face. She was used to being the one who stood strong. She couldn't let someone else undermine her. Even for her own pride, she needed to confront Yun Bei and teach her a lesson herself. Seeing his wife's determination, Yuan Ching didn't know how to persuade her. After so many years of marriage, he understood her character. The more he advised her, the more determined she became. However, he also knew Yun Bei was not someone to be underestimated. Not only was she skilled, but she was also a doctor. If they faced off, it would likely be his wife who would suffer. Still, even if his wife wouldn't listen, he felt he had to try. So he looked at her seriously and said, Yuan, that Yun Bei is not simple. I'm worried you might get hurt. Isn't she just a doctor from a county hospital? What's so special about that? Xiang Yuan had learned about Yun Bei's identity from Fei, so she did not take her seriously. Seeing his wife like this, Yuan Ching felt somewhat powerless. He himself had underestimated Yun Bei, which led to a big loss. He didn't want his wife to make the same mistake, so he decided to talk to her about Yun Bei. Yuan, she is not only a doctor at the county hospital but also a military wife. Her husband's surname is Si, and he is the grandson of an important figure in the capital. So she has someone backing her up. No wonder she dared to go after you. But don't worry, the Si family is nothing to me, Xiang Yuan said dismissively. In her eyes, the Si family was not significant. She knew why she was respected in City Si. It was not just her own abilities, but also the connections she had. Her support came not only from her father, who was a key figure in City Si, but also from her influential family in the capital. Her mother's family, the Nangong clan, was a well-established family in the capital with a history of over 100 years. Compared to them, the Si family was insignificant. That's why she wasn't afraid of the Si family. If they truly provoked her, one call to the capital would have the old man from the Si family regretting it. Hearing his wife's words and thinking about her background, Yuan Ching swallowed the advice he was about to give. After all, he didn't marry her just for her family status, did he? The couple talked for a while, and Yuan Ching grew tired, closing his eyes to rest. By the time Fei came back to report on the child's identity, Yuan Ching was already asleep. Seeing his older brother asleep, Fei hesitated to wake him. Just as he was about to wait for him to wake up, Xiang Yuan spoke up, asking, "Did you find out?" "I did." Fei nodded, looking at Xiang Yuan, unsure of how to proceed. The child's identity was somewhat special, with some power behind them. "Give me the information." "You don't need to worry about anything else," Xiang Yuan said firmly. She didn't care what Fei was thinking. Anyone who harmed her husband would not get away easily. "Big sister-in-law, should we wait for Big Brother to wake up before discussing this?" Fei was a bit worried, fearing Xiang Yuan might go too far. He had checked, and the child did not act intentionally. No need. Xiang Yuan coldly replied, looking displeased at Fei. Seeing her anger, Fei realized he had to comply or face the consequences, so he shared the information he had found. After hearing it, Xiang Yuan's expression turned cold, and she ordered Fei, "You stay here with your brother. I will handle this matter." As he watched Xiang Yuan leave the hospital room, Fei opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. He knew that even if he spoke, it wouldn't matter. Xiang Yuan was quite self-centered. Once she made a decision, she wouldn't listen to anyone. Fei didn't know how Xiang Yuan would handle things, but he did know that the next morning, the child's family came to Yuan Ching's hospital room, begging for his forgiveness. Although his leg was broken by Yun Bei, the child had also played a part, so Yuan Ching wouldn't easily forgive them. He only agreed not to pursue the matter after they offered enough compensation. Once the family left, Xiang Yuan came in with breakfast. Seeing that Yuan Ching was awake, she smiled and asked, "Ching, how do you feel? Is it still very painful?" "It's okay. It doesn't hurt as much now, but I will trouble you again. We're married, so you don't need to say that. If you're really worried about me, just focus on healing. You don't need to worry about anything else for now. I will handle things with a Yong and a Ming." Yuan Ching wanted to help, but he felt powerless. Not only was he hospitalized and unable to move, but even if he weren't, a Ming was in the army, and he couldn't reach him. Xiang Yuan, however, had connections there, so he had to let her take care of it. Yuan, thank you. The best decision I ever made in my life was marrying you," Yuan Ching said gratefully. Marrying Xiang Yuan was his proudest achievement. Since marrying her, his life had changed dramatically. He not only had a warm home but also his own career. Hearing this, Xiang Yuan smiled widely, poured out the breakfast, and handed a bowl to Yuan Ching, playfully saying, "All right, stop talking and eat your porridge." Fei stood by, watching the loving couple before quietly leaving the room. Xiang Yuan still had to go to work, so after Yuan Ching finished his breakfast, she left. As soon as she was gone, Fei returned to the room and saw Yuan Ching lost in thought. He asked, "Brother, aren't you going to stop your sister-in-law from dealing with Yun Bei?" "No need. Your sister-in-law knows what she's doing." Yuan Ching waved his hand. He trusted his wife, her connections, and her abilities. For Xiang Yuan, dealing with Yun Bei was not a problem at all. At that moment, Yuan Ching had no idea that Yun Bei was not just skilled in medicine but had many other talents as well. He also didn't know that Yun Bei was secretly planning to take him down. After staying at the guest house for a day, Yun Bei figured out Xiang Yuan's routine. When she left home for work, Yun Bei quietly slipped inside. She needed to find evidence of Yuan Ching's crimes, and the best place to look was his home. She had considered searching in Liangcheng but only found a small amount of information. If she relied solely on the evidence she had gathered, even if she managed to send Yuan Ching to jail, he would be released quickly. Therefore, she had to find solid proof that would ensure Yuan Ching stayed in prison for at least 10 years. Ideally, it would be best if he faced serious consequences. She wondered if Yuan Ching's death would prevent his son from becoming a criminal leader in the future. If she could stop Mu Xin from engaging in crime, wouldn't that be a good deed? It was known that many people had died at Mu Xin's hands, including several who had contributed to the country. Yun Bei quietly entered the Xiang household, carefully searching for the evidence she needed. While she was collecting evidence against Yuan Ching, Xiang Yuan's people had arrived at the residential area, pretending to be patients seeking Yun Bei's help. Even when the guard informed them that Yun Bei was not home and had gone to the county town, they refused to believe it and continued to wait at the entrance. They stayed there for most of the day, asking several military wives until they finally confirmed that Yun Bei was indeed not in the residential area and left. Back in the county town, they tried to track Yun Bei's whereabouts. They first searched various ghost houses and then inquired among Yun Bei's acquaintances. After some effort, they confirmed that Yun Bei had left Liangcheng and gone to the city. The person in charge immediately called Xiang Yuan to share the good news. "She's already in the city?" Xiang Yuan sneered, thinking, "You didn't take the safe path, and now you've come to my territory. Since you're here, You won't be going back. After hanging up, she sent more people to find out Yun Bei's location. As expected, the city was indeed Xiang Yuan's territory, and she quickly located where Yun Bei was staying. When she discovered that Yun Bei was staying in a guest house not far from her home, she felt delighted. She thought Yun Bei was the most foolish woman she had ever seen, daring to come to her territory and staying so close to her home. Wasn't that asking for trouble? Or did Yun Bei think that the most dangerous place was the safest? No matter what Yun Bei thought, Xiang Yuan had no intention of letting her off the hook. After finding out where Yun Bei was staying, she skipped work and took a leave of absence. She gathered her people and headed straight to the guest house where Yun Bei was staying. However, when Xiang Yuan and her team arrived at the guest house, Yun Bei had not yet returned. Looking at the locked door of the room, Xiang Yuan's expression darkened. She went back to the front desk and asked the staff, "When did the person in room 302 leave?" "I didn't notice." The staff member shook their head and then asked, "May I have your name and contact information? I can let her know when she returns." "No need. I'll come back later," Xiang Yuan replied, shaking her head as she left with her team. After exiting the guest house, Xiang Yuan assigned someone to keep watch and decided to go home. Since she had taken leave, she didn't need to go to work and thought it would be better to return home early to prepare a nice meal for her children. However, just as she reached her front door, she sensed something was off. Her expression changed immediately, and she called back her departing team member. "Xiang Jie, is there something wrong?" A few of them asked, confused. "Don't leave yet, come back with me to check at home," Xiang Yuan said as she walked toward the gate. "Okay." They nodded and followed her without asking further. They were loyal to Xiang Yuan and would do as she said. As they entered the yard quietly, they approached the house. It was clear that Xiang Yuan had been careful, hiding things well enough to make it difficult for Yun Bei to find them. However, with her high-tech tools, Yun Bei eventually discovered the evidence. Just as Yun Bei was about to examine the evidence she found, she heard the sound of the yard gate opening. Realizing the danger, she quickly hid the evidence and prepared to leave the same way she came. But when she reached the window she had entered through, she saw Xiang Yuan returning with her team. Xiang Yuan trusted her instincts. As she walked home from the guest house, an uneasy feeling suddenly washed over her. Looking at her yard, she felt that someone had entered. There were many things in the house that shouldn't be, but when she reached the window she had entered through, she saw Xiang Yuan returning with her team. Xiang Yuan trusted her instincts. As she walked home from the guest house, an uneasy feeling suddenly washed over her. Looking at her yard, she felt that someone had entered. There were many things in the house that shouldn't be found. She wanted to see who had the audacity to break into her home. However, after searching around, she found no signs of anyone entering. Still, she trusted her instincts. So, she checked every corner of her house again, but found nothing. Could it be that her instincts were wrong? A question formed in Xiang Yuan's mind. Her instincts had always been accurate, but today she felt someone was in her house, yet she found no one. Could the intruder have entered her secret room? The thought made her heart race. The things in the secret room were not meant to be seen, so she couldn't take her team inside. But if someone was indeed in the secret room, it would be dangerous for her to go down alone. She still didn't know who the intruder was. If they were skilled, she wouldn't be able to handle them by herself. Thinking this through, Xiang Yuan decided to wait for the intruder to leave on their own. She just needed to guard the escape routes in her house. With that in mind, she went outside with her team and asked those guarding the area if they had seen anyone come out. She then said, "There's a thief in my house, and they probably haven't left yet. Make sure to keep watch and don't let them escape." "Don't worry, Sister Xiang. If they dare to come out, we'll catch them," they replied. Xiang Yuan nodded, her brow furrowed. She wanted to check the basement directly, but it was inconvenient with her team there. After some hesitation, she decided to wait a little longer. Meanwhile, where was Yun Bei? She was in Xiang Yuan's room. The reason Xiang Yuan didn't find her was that she was hiding in a concealed space. Originally, Yun Bei planned to leave before Xiang Yuan and her team arrived, but Xiang Yuan blocked her escape route. With no other choice, she had to stay hidden for now. She thought she would leave once Xiang Yuan's team was gone, or perhaps wait until nightfall to leave. Xiang Yuan searched her house again but still found nothing, feeling a bit defeated. Her instincts told her the person was still inside. However, aside from the basement, she had checked everywhere else and found nothing. Was the intruder really in the basement? After thinking it over, Xiang Yuan still felt uneasy. Once again, she returned to her room to check the open mechanism and see if there were any discoveries. Upon looking, her expression changed instantly. She was always careful and had marked the switch. Now that mark was gone. This meant that someone had entered her home and tampered with the switch. In other words, the items in her secret room might have been seen by that person. She wasn't worried about the gold and silver treasures, as they couldn't take much. What concerned her were the ledgers and other documents, especially the ledgers, which contained sensitive information. If these fell into the wrong hands, not only would she and Yuan Ching be in trouble, but her father could also be implicated. She needed to inform her father so he could prepare in advance, preventing any surprises if something went wrong. However, her father was still at work, and it was difficult to reach him there. So, she decided to wait until he got home. Still, she decided to check the basement. What if that person was still in the secret room? If she could capture that person, it would eliminate many problems. At that moment, Yun Bei watched Xiang Yuan's actions clearly from the space and felt a bit relieved. Thankfully, she had come out in time. Otherwise, being trapped in the secret room would have been troublesome. However, she regretted not taking the treasures with her. Xiang Yuan decided to check the secret room and told her subordinates, "I'll be in the house for a while. Don't come in unless it's urgent." "Okay, Sister Xiang." Her subordinates nodded, their eyes wide as they scanned the surroundings, afraid of missing anything. After giving her instructions, Xiang Yuan entered the room and quietly opened the mechanism to head to the secret room. Before going in, she took a gun. Although she knew some self-defense moves, having a gun gave her a sense of security. Yun Bei watched as Xiang Yuan entered the secret room, then quietly emerged from her space and moved to a different location. Even though she was hidden, Xiang Yuan wouldn't notice her, but she didn't like staying in someone else's room for too long. It made her uncomfortable. The new place she chose was a guest room, usually unoccupied, with few belongings, making it relatively comfortable. Xiang Yuan cautiously entered the secret room, but found no one inside. However, when she looked at the spot where the ledgers were kept, her face turned pale. The ledgers were gone, and even the box was missing. Now, she no longer had any hope. It was clear that the items had fallen into the thief's hands. Therefore, she didn't stay in the secret room any longer. After quickly leaving, she immediately decided to find her father and tell him what happened. Before leaving, she was still reluctant and searched the whole house again. Once she confirmed that no one was home, she left with her subordinates. Yun Bei didn't expect Xiang Yuan to leave so soon and felt very happy. After the courtyard gate was locked from the outside, she came out from her hiding place and returned the same way. To avoid any surprises, Yun Bei deliberately took a longer route before getting back to the guest house. As soon as she entered the guest house, the receptionist called out to her and said, "Comrade Yun, someone came looking for you this afternoon." Just as Yun Bei was about to ask who it was, the receptionist quickly added, "They didn't leave any contact information, but they looked a bit intimidating." "Okay, I understand. Thank you," Yun Bei replied and turned back to her room. Xiang Yuan's subordinate had been waiting outside the guest house. When he saw Yun Bei return, he followed her inside and asked the receptionist, "Did the person from room 302 just come back?" The receptionist glanced at the man, hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, she just came back. Can I use your phone?" The man asked as he picked up the phone at the front desk and called Xiang Yuan. However, Xiang Yuan was not at home. She had already gone to her father's workplace with some people. But halfway there, she felt it wasn't right. So, she changed direction and headed toward her parents' house instead. She knew that telling her mother would be just as important. Her mother would then inform her father, and it would be the same. When Xiang's mother saw her daughter return at that time, She was quite surprised and asked, Yuan, why are you back at this hour? Didn't you have work today? Mom, I took a day off, Xiang Yuan replied as she entered the house. As soon as she stepped inside, she couldn't wait to tell her mother, Mom, something bad has happened. What happened? Xiang's mother asked, a bit flustered by her daughter's words. Mom, there was a thief in our house and some important things are missing. Xiang Yuan didn't hide anything and told her mother what had happened at their home. What? Which thief is so bold to break into your house? Xiang's mother exclaimed in surprise. Her daughter's place was government property. Although it wasn't as big as her own residence, it was generally not a place that would be targeted. I'm not sure yet. I came back to let you know so that my dad can be prepared and take precautions. Okay, I understand. With a serious expression, Xiangmu nodded and then said to her daughter, Yuan, should we call the police about the thief breaking into our home? Mom, the things we lost are not suitable for the police. Reporting it will only cause us more trouble. I see. So, what should we do?
Don't worry, Mom.
I'll have someone investigate. I won't let that thief get away, Xiang Yuan said angrily. How dare they steal from her home, especially such important items? She would not let it go. She would find that person and make them pay. At this moment, Xiang Yuan did not suspect Yun Bei. She thought it was a rival of hers or her father's. After telling her mother, she hurried home. The kids would be back from school soon, and she needed to prepare dinner. As for the man, she couldn't worry about that for now. Thankfully, Ah Fei was there, so she didn't have to stress. When Xiang Yuan returned home, she learned that Yun Bei had already gone back to the guest house. However, with the kids returning soon, she didn't have time to deal with Yun Bei's situation. She instructed her subordinates, come up with a plan to lure her out and disable her hands and feet. Understood, Sister Xiang. Her subordinates nodded and headed to the guest house where Yun Bei was staying. Meanwhile, Yun Bei was in her space looking at the items she had taken from Xiang Yuan's home. After a quick glance, she used the copier in her space to make several copies. She decided to take one out tomorrow to test the waters and see if she could bring down Yuan Ching. Yesterday, she had learned that the city was not entirely under the Xiang family's control. There were people who opposed them. She wanted to see if she could leverage those people's influence to bring down the Xiang family. If that didn't work, she would have to think of another way or escalate the evidence to a higher authority. Just as she was contemplating how to send the evidence out, she heard a knock at the door. Yun Bei quickly emerged from her space and went to the door, asking, Who is it? It's me, the server. The server replied quietly, glancing at the men beside her. She hadn't expected to be forced to knock on Yun Bei's door by these men. Originally, she didn't want to come, but they had shown their knives. With no choice, she had to bring them to knock. Yun Bei heard the server's voice but did not rush to open the door. Instead, she asked, Is there something you need? The server glanced at the people nearby before replying, I'm here to bring you some water. Could you please open the door? Realizing the server was delivering water, Yun Bei looked at the hot water bottle in the room. If she remembered correctly, she had to fetch the water herself. So, what was the server really up to? Thinking this, Yun Bei pressed her ear against the door and listened for a moment, noticing several breaths outside. Remembering what the server had said when she returned, Yun Bei understood the situation. It was clear that some troublesome people had come to find her. They probably sent the server to make sure she would open the door. Now that she understood, Yun Bei was even less inclined to open it. She wasn't foolish. Thank you, but no. Yun Bei firmly declined and stepped away from the door, ignoring the people outside. Seeing that Yun Bei wouldn't open the door, the server felt helpless and looked at the men, saying with her eyes, She won't open the door, and there's nothing I can do. Why don't you try knocking yourself? The men's faces darkened as they glanced at the server and then at the closed door before turning to leave. This approach wasn't working, so they would have to think of another plan. Perhaps they could wait outside until Yun Bei came out? Once Yun Bei heard the people leave, she went to the window. She looked outside and saw an alley with few people passing by. If those people were persistent, they might try to climb up at night. It seemed she needed to take some precautions. With that thought, Yun Bei entered her space and started to prepare. When Xiang Jia and Xiang Fu returned home, Xiang Fu's wife informed him about their daughter's encounter with a thief. Upon hearing this, Xiang Fu's expression darkened as he asked, "Did Yuan say if anything was stolen?" Xiang Mu nodded and whispered a few words in her husband's ear. Afterward, she reminded him, Yuan wants you to prepare early. She suspects it was your rival." "Okay, I understand. I'll call Yuan right away to clarify things." When Xiang Yuan received her father's call, she was not surprised and shared what was missing along with her suspicions. After listening to his daughter, Xiang Fu furrowed his brow and asked, Yuan, is everything okay with you and Yuan Ching lately?" He asked this because he knew his opponents had been very busy lately and weren't focused on him at all. So, he suspected that the thief was not targeting him but rather his son-in-law and daughter. Thinking back to a couple of days ago when his daughter asked him to find out about the situation in the military, he felt that the theft at his daughter's home was likely related to that matter. "Dad, I forgot to tell you, Ching's leg was broken by someone," Xiang Yuan said, not wanting to hide anything from her father. "Wasn't his leg already broken last time?"
Xiang Fu asked, confused.
He remembered that his son-in-law's leg had been broken recently. Why was his daughter mentioning it again? "Dad, this time it's his other leg that was broken," Xiang Yuan said, filled with anger. Thinking about Yun Bei returning to the guest house and that her people were ready for revenge made her feel a bit better. What happened? Xiang Fu's tone became serious. Yuan Ching was his son-in-law, who had the audacity to harm him. Since her father asked, Xiang Yuan explained the conflict between Yuan Ching and Yun Bei. After hearing his daughter's words, Xiang Fu was at a loss for words. He thought his son-in-law was foolish. Knowing the other party was not an ordinary person, how could he dare to interfere with their job? It was no surprise that they would seek revenge. He knew how important a job was to a person, so he couldn't understand why Yuan Ching would jeopardize someone else's work. If it were him, it would probably be more than just a broken leg. Moreover, the military hadn't intervened yet. Otherwise, it would have been even more troublesome. Then he considered a possibility, and his expression changed. He immediately asked his daughter, "Can you find that Yun Bei?" "Yes, she lives not far from my house at the guest house." Upon hearing this, Xiang Fu felt his suspicions were likely true. He quickly told his daughter, "You need to find Yun Bei right away, apologize to her, and arrange a job for her. She was a doctor, so get her a position at the hospital, preferably at the city hospital." Xiang Yuan immediately protested, raising her voice, "Dad, why should I? She broke Ching's leg. Why should I help her? I want to get revenge for Ching. She shouldn't even think about a job. I've already sent someone to break her hands and feet. I want her to know that Ching is my man, and not just anyone can interfere with him." "You?" Xiang Fu didn't know how to explain his suspicions to his daughter, so he said, "Don't be stubborn. Just do as I say, it will be fine." "I won't. I want to get revenge for Ching," Xiang Yuan said, ignoring him and even hanging up the phone. Listening to the busy signal, Xiang Fu was extremely frustrated. After hanging up, he told his wife, "I need to go out for a bit. It's almost dinner time." "Where are you going?" Xiang Mu looked at her husband in confusion. He was upset over a phone call and was skipping dinner. "I'm going to find Xiang Yuan," Xiang Fu replied, opening the door to leave. Since he couldn't reach her by phone, he had to talk to her in person. After hanging up, Xiang Yuan was still angry, so she decided to go check on her subordinates and teach Yun Bei a lesson. She told her two children, "You two stay home and behave. Mommy will be back soon." Without waiting for a response, she left the house and headed to the inn. When she arrived, she saw her people still waiting outside. "What's going on?" Xiang Yuan approached, displeased. It had been a while since she ordered them to deal with Yun Bei, and they were still outside the inn. What a waste. "Xiang Jia, she hasn't come out, so we plan to act tonight." "Not coming out?" Xiang Yuan's expression darkened, and she angrily entered the inn. Once inside, she headed straight for room 302 and knocked loudly on the door, calling out, "Yun Bei, I am Xiang Yuan, the wife of Yuan Ching. Come out. I need to talk to you." At first, Yun Bei ignored her, pretending not to hear. He didn't respond or open the door. However, Xiang Yuan didn't leave. She kept knocking, making a commotion. Someone nearby came out to see who was knocking. Seeing someone, Xiang Yuan shouted again, "Yun Bei, I know you're in there. If you don't come out, I will kick the door down. What's going on? Why are you making so much noise?" "Yeah, knocking like that is disturbing everyone's rest." Hearing the comments from outside, Yun Bei had no choice but to open the door. He saw Xiang Yuan and said, "I don't know you. What do you want?" "Yun Bei, I know you don't know me. But I know you. You broke my husband's leg, so you owe me an explanation." "Look at what you're saying. If he hadn't gotten my job taken away first, would I break his legs? You know how hard it is to find a job these days, right? I finally found a job, and he ruined it with one sentence. If it were you, could you just accept that?" "I'm not here to argue about that. All I know is that you broke my man's leg, so I want to break yours too." "That seems fair." "Fair?" Yun Bei sneered, looking at Xiang Yuan with mockery. "Hearing that from you is quite ironic." More and more people gathered to watch. Even tenants from other floors came to see what was happening. Xiang Yuan's subordinates arrived, looking at the crowded hallway, unsure whether to act. If they fought, it would create a bad scene. If they didn't, it would seem like they were letting Xiang Yuan's words go unchallenged. Seeing Xiang Yuan's determination to avenge her man, Yun Bei laughed and said, "Xiang Yuan, you protect Yuan Ching so much, but do you know he has someone else in Liangcheng?" At these words, Xiang Yuan's expression changed instantly. She glared at Yun Bei and said, "Stop trying to change the subject. Do you think I'll believe you? I know what kind of person Ching is better than you do. He loves me deeply. How could he be interested in other women? If you think this will make me let you go, you're dreaming. Xiang Yuan, you're smart. Why not investigate for yourself? Do you know why Yuan Ching ended up like this? It's because of that woman. I have a grudge against her, and he kept bothering me for her sake. I couldn't take it anymore, so I broke his leg." Xiang Yuan stared at Yun Bei, trying to find any sign of a lie on her face. However, she was disappointed. This meant that what Yun Bei said was true. The conflict between Yuan Ching and Yun Bei was indeed because of a woman. If that was the case, why was she defending him here? Did a man who betrayed her really deserve such loyalty? Yun Bei noticed a change in Xiang Yuan's expression and continued, "If I were you, I would investigate thoroughly first." "What else do you know?" Xiang Yuan's face darkened, her gaze sharp as it landed on Yun Bei. Today, not only did she fail to take down Yun Bei, but she also became the subject of ridicule. "Do you want me to say it out loud?" Yun Bei's gaze fell on the crowd watching the scene and said, "If you don't mind, I will speak up." "Wait a moment," Xiang Yuan shouted, then said to the others, "This is none of your business." The crowd was enjoying the spectacle and didn't want to leave. However, at that moment, Xiang Yuan's subordinates arrived, urging everyone to leave while pushing them away, looking quite intimidating. Seeing that Xiang Yuan had backup, the crowd felt a bit scared and gradually left the hallway. Once everyone had gone, Xiang Yuan turned to Yun Bei and said, "Now you can speak." "Actually, there's not much to say. I just know who that woman is, where she lives, and where she works. If you want to know, I can tell you for free." I don't need your false kindness. I can investigate myself. But don't think that just because you told me this, I will let you off the hook. Just wait until I uncover the truth, and then I will come for you." Yun Bei smiled, appearing unconcerned. By the time Xiang Yuan figured out the truth about Madame Chu, she might have already left. After all, she wasn't someone who would just sit back and wait for trouble. Of course, such a thing shouldn't happen to her, because she would deal with anyone who tried to harm her first. Xiang Yuan stormed in, and then stormed out. After leaving the guest house, Xiang Yuan instructed her subordinates to stay there. As for the situation in Liangcheng, she would have someone else investigate. Once she finished her instructions, Xiang Yuan went home to prepare to call someone in Liangcheng. As soon as she got home, she saw her father sitting in the living room talking to the children. When her father saw her return, he frowned and asked, "You're back. Where have you been? Why did you leave the kids alone at home? Aren't you worried something might happen to them?" Xiang Yuan glanced at her father, but didn't respond. Instead, she walked straight to the phone and picked it up. Seeing his daughter ignore him made her father a bit unhappy. Just as he was about to say something, she spoke. Someone said Yuan Ching has a lover in Liangcheng. Please investigate it thoroughly for me. After giving her orders, Xiang Yuan hung up the phone and looked at her father, asking, Dad, what brings you here? Have you eaten yet? What do you mean, what brings me here? Her father replied, looking displeased. He said to her, Yuan, you can't just act on impulse. Things are different now. The wind has changed recently. If we get into trouble, it won't be good. What are you afraid of? Xiang Yuan didn't pay attention to her father's words. Feeling unhappy, she thought others shouldn't be happy either.
You?
Xiang's father looked at his daughter, unsure of what to say. Enough, Dad. I know what you want to say, but I won't listen to you. I have to deal with Yun Bei. Even if Yuan Ching really betrayed me, that's between me and him. Since Yun Bei dared to attack Yuan Ching, I won't let her off. Hearing this, Xiang's father's expression darkened. Yuan, are you being foolish? Yuan Ching is with someone else, and you still protect him? Dad, the situation isn't clear yet, so don't jump to conclusions. I trusted Ching. I believe he wouldn't do this to me.
You?
Xiang's father looked at his stubborn daughter, unsure of what to say. As for Yuan Ching, he wouldn't let him off for treating his daughter this way. At that moment, he even thought that breaking Yuan Ching's leg would be too lenient. A man like him, who uses the Xiang family's resources but spends his time with other women, deserves to suffer greatly. However, for now, he needed to set aside thoughts of Yuan Ching and focus on how to resolve the missing account books. Speaking of this, he felt some blame towards his daughter. Why keep those account books? While they could be useful for controlling others, they could also become a problem for themselves. And now it was a problem. If those things were exposed, he, as the leader, would be finished. Thinking of this, he suppressed his anger and asked his daughter for details again. The more he asked, the more he suspected that Yun Bei was involved. First, why did she choose to stay at a guest house close to his daughter's home instead of another one? Second, she had no issues until she came home, and then trouble started. This made it hard not to connect the two. Therefore, he asked his daughter to arrange a job for Yun Bei at the hospital, partly to test her and partly to let Yun Bei know that there was room for negotiation, so things wouldn't become too difficult for everyone. But his daughter was being disobedient, which frustrated him. Thinking of this, Xiang's father couldn't help but ask, Where were you just now? You weren't looking for trouble with Yun Bei, were you? Xiang Yuan remained silent. She didn't want to tell her father that she hadn't found trouble, but had instead become the subject of someone else's laughter. Thinking about Yun Bei saying in front of everyone that Yuan Ching has a woman outside, Xiang Yuan felt a deep anger. She was angry at Yuan Ching for betraying her and at Yun Bei for publicly revealing this matter. Did she think she could just get away with it? Dream on. The only reason she didn't confront Yun Bei earlier was because there were too many people around. Even though they might not recognize her. What if someone did? What if someone recognized her and told her father's rival about her confronting Yun Bei? That would be a problem. So, she decided to wait until Yun Bei was alone to take action. She didn't believe that Yun Bei could stay at the guest house forever. As soon as she dared to come out, she would not let her off the hook. After all, she had already made her intentions clear, and she meant it. Xiang's father saw his daughter silent and understood what was going on. He pointed at her forehead, so angry that he could hardly speak. After a while, he looked at his daughter and asked, Where does she live? I want to meet her. Dad, are you crazy? You want to meet her in person? Does she deserve that? Xiang Yuan looked at her father in shock, unable to believe it. Her dad was a high-ranking official in the city, not someone just anyone could meet. What was Yun Bei? A woman who caused her man to get hurt and made her lose face. Why should she meet her dad? Shut up, Xiang's father said angrily, scolding his daughter. He needed to see her to know if his suspicions were right. If it really was Yun Bei's doing, he couldn't let her get away with it. But if it wasn't, he could feel relieved, right?
Dad.
Xiang Yuan looked at her father with a wronged expression, unable to believe he was scolding her. "You're actually angry at me? For a stranger, you're scolding your own daughter. Yuan, if you keep being so foolish, I will not only scold you, but also punish you. Don't you know what's most important right now?" Xiang's father looked at his daughter in anger. Normally, she seemed quite smart, but when it came to Yuan Ching, she acted like she had lost her mind. He didn't know what kind of spell Yuan Ching had cast on his daughter, making her so devoted to him.
Me?
Xiang Yuan bit her lip, unable to speak. She knew what was most important, but she didn't believe Yun Bei had the ability. After all, in her eyes, Yun Bei was just a military wife living off Si Nan Zhao. The fact that she could work in a hospital might have been thanks to Si Nan Zhao's help. As for Yun Bei's medical skills being good, that had to be a lie. How good could the skills of a teenage girl be? The father shot a fierce glare at his daughter and left directly. Since she was unwilling to speak, he would go to the guest house himself to ask. He was confident that with his status, he could find out which room Yun Bei was in. Sure enough, his status worked well. The staff immediately told him the room number and even offered to go get Yun Bei. The father smiled and nodded at the enthusiastic staff, saying, "Thank you for your help." "You're welcome, sir. It's my duty," the staff replied happily as they quickly headed to the third floor. In room 302, Yun Bei was busy in her space. When she heard a knock on the door again, she felt a bit annoyed. She stepped out and asked in a not-so-friendly tone, "Who is it?" "Comrade Yun, I'm the front desk staff. The leader is here to see you, so please come out." "Which leader?" Yun Bei thought it might be Xiang Yuan, but this time she had mentioned her position. However, the staff's answer surprised her greatly. "It's the top leader from our city, so please come out, Comrade Yun. The leader has something to discuss with you." The staff was thrilled to have met the leader in person and even spoken with them. For an ordinary person like her, meeting the leader was not easy. Honestly, she felt like her family must have been very lucky to have this opportunity. Yun Bei didn't expect Xiang Yuan's father to come looking for her personally. She was a bit surprised but realized she couldn't keep hiding. She had to go see what he wanted to say. So, Yun Bei smiled and replied, "Okay, just a moment. Let me change my clothes, and I'll be right out. Please hurry. We don't want to keep the leader waiting." Ignoring the staff's comment, Yun Bei went back into her space and changed into a fresh outfit. She had been working with herbs, and her clothes smelled of medicine. If she didn't change, it would be disrespectful, and she didn't want to reveal her skills in medicine. When Yun Bei opened the door, she found the staff still waiting outside. Seeing her come out, the staff smiled and said, "Comrade Yun, the leader is waiting downstairs. Let's go." Yun Bei nodded, looking at the staff who seemed as happy as if they had found money and couldn't help but shake her head. Isn't it just meeting the top leader of the city? Is it really necessary to be so happy about it? Of course, she can understand. After all, the city's top leader is not easy to meet. Not to mention ordinary people, even grassroots officials, might not get the chance. However, Yun Bei feels indifferent about it. She has met many important figures in her past life, so she doesn't feel as excited as a server who just won the lottery. The two walked to the lobby on the first floor, where Xiang's father was sitting in a chair, reading a newspaper and waiting. When he heard footsteps, he looked up from his paper. He was quite surprised to see Yun Bei at first. He never expected her to be such a young girl. However, his surprise was brief. He put the newspaper back down and smiled at Yun Bei, saying, "Hello, Comrade Yun, I am Xiang Yuan's father." "Hello, Leader Xiang. You can just call me Yun Bei." After greeting, Yun Bei got straight to the point and asked, "I heard you were looking for me. What is it about?" "Yun Bei, this place isn't very convenient. Why don't we find a better spot to chat?" Xiang's father said while observing Yun Bei. I must say, he was quite satisfied with her demeanor. She was confident and neither overly humble nor afraid, due to his status. She wasn't overly excited like a server either.
"Sure."
Yun Bei nodded, glancing around and noticing nothing unusual. Seeing that Yun Bei agreed, Xiang's father was a bit surprised and looked at her with more appreciation. "Not bad. She's quite bold." The two headed outside, and Xiang Yuan's subordinates saw Yun Bei coming out and quietly followed. Yun Bei noticed someone was tailing her, but didn't mind. After all, these people were either brought by Xiang's father or were with Xiang Yuan. If they dared to harm her, she wouldn't hold back. Even with Xiang's father around, she wasn't afraid. The weather outside was gradually getting darker as Xiang's father led Yun Bei towards a quieter street. Xiang Yuan's subordinates followed for a while and thought it was a good opportunity. However, since the leader was with Yun Bei, they hesitated to act. For a moment, they were conflicted. Missing such a good chance might not happen again easily, but they also didn't want to cause trouble in front of the leader. After all, the leader is the top person in the city. If there's a mistake, it wouldn't be good. Unable to decide, they had to send someone back to ask Xiang Yuan for her opinion. Hearing her subordinate, Xiang Yuan's expression was not good. She didn't expect her father to actually meet Yun Bei and even take her out of the guest house. Thinking about how she had knocked on Yun Bei's door for half a day without a response made Xiang Yuan a bit angry. She felt that Yun Bei was also someone who judged others based on their status. Yun Bei didn't care what Xiang Yuan thought. She had already walked a distance with Xiang Fu. Noticing that he hadn't mentioned why he was looking for her, she took the initiative to ask, "Leader Xiang, may I ask why you came to see me?" Xiang Fu stopped and looked at Yun Bei with a face full of regret, saying, "Yun Bei, I actually came to apologize. I heard that my useless son-in-law got you fired, so I feel bad about it." "Leader Xiang, what good is just an apology?" Yun Bei's words were quite blunt, but Xiang Fu didn't get angry. "So today I came to offer you another job." "Oh, what kind of job?" Yun Bei raised an eyebrow, looking surprised at Xiang Fu. She couldn't understand why he would do this. Honestly, she was just an ordinary person. Even with the help of Si Nan Zhao, he didn't need to go this far, right? Moreover, her job was taken by Yuan Ching, and now he was offering her a new position. Wasn't that a slap in the face for his own family? Was this appropriate? "I heard you were a doctor before, so I can arrange for you to work at the City People's Hospital." "How does that sound?" Xiang Fu said while watching Yun Bei for her reaction. However, Yun Bei's expression was quite calm as she replied, "That's a good job. If you're not satisfied, I can arrange something else for you." Seeing that Yun Bei didn't seem too pleased, Xiang Fu added. But Yun Bei shook her head and said, "No need. The city is a bit far from my fiancé's place, so let's skip it." "From what you're saying, you want to work in Liang City." Hearing this, Yun Bei smiled and said, "Of course. But I won't go back to the county hospital." "That's fine. I can arrange for you to work as a factory doctor." "How does that sound?" Xiang Fu thought that being a factory doctor at her age was already quite good. She should be satisfied with that. Yun Bei once again declined, saying, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I have other things to focus on right now, so I won't consider work for the time being." Upon hearing this, Xiang Fu's expression changed but quickly returned to normal as he casually inquired, "That's fine. You can start working once you're done with your other tasks. By the way, can you tell me what you're busy with lately? Maybe I can help." Yun Bei glanced at Xiang Fu and smiled, shaking her head. "Thank you for your concern, but I plan to go on a trip soon." "A trip? Where are you going?" "I know many people outside, and if I know your destination, I can give them a heads up to look out for you." Seeing Xiang Fu's enthusiasm, Yun Bei felt more cautious. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and Xiang Fu's eagerness, even offering his connections, surely meant he wanted something in return. Yun Bei understood his intentions but pretended to be surprised and waved her hand, saying, "Thank you, but I don't like to trouble others." "I see. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to contact me. Here's my phone number, please keep it." Since Yun Bei did not accept his offer, Xiang Fu took out a pen and paper to write down his contact information. Yun Bei couldn't refuse his kindness entirely, so she smiled and accepted the number, carefully placing it in her pocket. Seeing her action, Xiang Fu smiled and pointed to a nearby state-run restaurant, inviting, "Yun Bei, let's go. I'll treat you to a meal." "Thank you, but I've already eaten. I'm sorry to decline your kind offer." Yun Bei had already eaten in her space, and politely refused. Even if she hadn't, she wouldn't go with Xiang Fu. She knew what he wanted, but she couldn't agree because, from the start, she and Xiang Fu were not on the same path. Since they were on different paths, Why create unnecessary ties? I see. That's all right, Xiang Fu said, a bit disappointed. He hadn't had dinner yet and was feeling hungry. He had hoped to eat with Yun Bei to build a closer relationship. After their conversation, he was fairly certain that Yun Bei was not an ordinary person. If she had indeed taken that item, it would create significant trouble for him. However, since Yun Bei was not cooperating, he had no choice. But if she didn't recognize the situation, he wouldn't hold back. Yun Bei looked at Xiang Fu and smiled as she said goodbye. Xiang Fu replied with a smile, "Let me walk you back then?" "No, thank you, Leader Xiang. You haven't eaten yet, right? You should go eat. If you wait too long, you might make yourself sick. The guest house isn't far, so it's safe." Since she said that, Xiang Fu didn't insist any further. He was indeed hungry, so he nodded and said, "All right, I won't walk you back. What I said before still stands. If you change your mind, you can come find me anytime. Whether you want to stay in Liang City or work in the city, it's not a problem." "Okay, if I change my mind, I will definitely contact you," Yun Bei said with a smile, waved goodbye to Xiang Fu, and turned to head back. Xiang Fu watched her leave, his expression darkening. How ungrateful. Yun Bei had only taken a few steps when she noticed those people following her. Realizing their intentions, she decided to teach them a lesson. So, instead of going straight back to the guest house, she took a more secluded route. Xiang Yuan's subordinates were pleased to see Yun Bei not returning to the guest house and heading into a quiet area. Wasn't she just asking for trouble? While they wouldn't go as far as to kill her, the more isolated the place, the easier it would be for them to act. They quickened their pace, getting closer. Seeing them fall for her trick, Yun Bei smirked and quickened her own pace, entering an empty alley. Xiang Yuan's subordinates quickly followed her in and were momentarily surprised to see Yun Bei standing still in the alley. However, they didn't think too much about it and quickly moved in to surround her, laughing as they said, "You silly girl, you could have taken the easy path but chose the hard one. If you're looking for trouble, don't blame us. Get her. Break her hands and feet." As soon as the words were spoken, several men pulled out short sticks about 2 feet long and swung them at Yun Bei's hands and feet. Yun Bei wasn't going to let them succeed. She dodged and fought back. The enemies had sticks, but she had weapons too. When Xiang Yuan's subordinates saw the nunchaku appear in Yun Bei's hands, they were stunned. They never expected her to be armed. But they weren't afraid. 4 against 1 was still in their favor. Even if she had weapons, it would be useless. Could it be that 4 strong men couldn't handle 1 woman? However, the truth is that even 4 big men might struggle against a small woman. Soon, all 4 of them were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Their hands and feet had been broken by Yun Bei. Looking at the men on the ground crying out in pain, Yun Bei sneered and asked, "How does it feel to have broken hands and feet?" The men glared at her, unable to speak due to their pain. If they had known how strong Yun Bei was, they should have brought more people. After enjoying the sight of their suffering, Yun Bei happily left. She didn't care about their fate. It was all about their luck now. If they were lucky, someone might find them soon. If not, they would have to wait until tomorrow. Yun Bei felt no sympathy for them. If it weren't for her own skills, she might have been the one lying there with broken limbs. She brushed off the dust from her clothes and left the alley with a light heart. The men, seeing her walk away, felt both angry and anxious, and their pain made it hard for them to shout for help. Xiang Yuan was unaware that her men had been dealt with by Yun Bei and was still at home waiting for news. As time passed, Xiang Fu returned home, and she began to feel uneasy when she didn't hear from her subordinates. After waiting for another half hour, as it was almost 10 o'clock, she couldn't sit still any longer and went to the guest house. Upon inquiry, she learned that Yun Bei had already returned. At this point, Xiang Yuan understood that her men had failed. However, even if they had failed, they should have returned by now. But several hours had passed without any news. Could something have happened? Thinking this, Xiang Yuan immediately sent others to search for them. After searching for over an hour, they finally found the 4 men in the alley, unconscious from pain. They were rushed to the hospital, and Xiang Yuan was both angry and frustrated. She had intended to break Yun Bei's limbs, but instead, it was her own men who ended up injured. Darn Yun Bei, she wouldn't let her get away with this. Xiang Yuan thought angrily. Since her subordinates were in trouble, she couldn't just stand by. Therefore, the next morning, she went to the hospital to visit them. All 4 men, without exception, had broken hands and feet. Yun Bei showed no mercy this time. The severity of the injuries, with severed hands and feet, is as serious as Yuan Ching's. Even after surgery, they will still have lasting effects. Not only will they become disabled, but they also won't be able to exert themselves. Hearing the doctor's words, the 4 men looked pale. Xiang Yuan felt bad too because these 4 got hurt because she asked them to teach Yun Bei a lesson. Now that they are in this condition, it feels like she has ruined their futures. None of these men are married yet, and with their injuries, which good woman would want to marry them? What will they do then? It seems she needs to find them better jobs. Otherwise, who would want to follow her and work for her in the future? Thinking this, Xiang Yuan comforted them, saying, "Don't worry, I will help you get revenge for this. As for the medical expenses, you don't have to worry. I will take care of it. Also, if you face any difficulties in life later, I will help you." After hearing Xiang Yuan's words, they felt a little better. The reason they were willing to follow Xiang Yuan was because she is the daughter of a leader. After all, no one wants to do something without benefits, right? Now that Xiang Yuan is willing to take responsibility for their injuries, it couldn't be better. Otherwise, not only would the medical expenses be a problem, but their future lives would be too. Moreover, they were grateful that Xiang Yuan didn't blame them for not handling the situation well. To be honest, the 4 of them never expected to be outmatched by a girl. They thought that no matter how strong Yun Bei was, she was still a young girl who hadn't fully matured. How could 4 grown men lose to her? But the reality was that not only did they fail to defeat Yun Bei, but they also ended up being beaten by her. After checking on her 4 subordinates, Xiang Yuan thought for a moment and decided to visit Yuan Ching. It didn't make sense for her to come to the hospital and not see her man. Even though this man might have betrayed her, she remained skeptical until the truth was uncovered. Seeing his wife, Yuan Ching was very happy and asked, Yuan, why aren't you at work? If you don't have time, you don't need to come. You're already busy with work and taking care of the kids, and now you're here to see me. It's too much. I have a Fei taking care of me, so you can relax. I'm not working today. Xiang Yuan replied softly. Even though she didn't believe that Yuan Ching had betrayed her, Yun Bei's words still left a deep impression in her heart. If it were before, she would have definitely checked on Yuan Ching and shown concern for his recovery. But now, she didn't want to say anything. She just stared at him quietly. Yuan, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Did something happen? At this point, Yuan Ching suddenly remembered what Yun Bei had said about finding his wife and child, and he was startled. He asked, Yuan, did Yun Bei come to trouble you? Xiang Yuan remained silent, just looking at Yuan Ching. Seeing his wife like this made Yuan Ching even more anxious. He asked again, did she really come to see you? Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Xiang Yuan finally spoke, her gaze fixed on Yuan Ching as she casually said, but she did come to the city, and we met. How was it? She didn't hurt you, right? Yuan Ching looked tense and worried, fearing that Yun Bei would harm his wife. At that moment, he felt a surge of anger and thought about wanting to get rid of Yun Bei. If she stayed, she would eventually cause trouble, not just for him but possibly for his wife and child too. No, but she did tell me something. She said you have a lover in Liangcheng. Is that true? As soon as she said this, Yuan Ching's expression changed, and he felt a rush of panic. He knew Xiang Yuan well. She wouldn't tolerate any dishonesty. He had kept the matter of Yi Zhenjin from her and had instructed his subordinates to do the same. But he didn't expect Yun Bei to reveal this to Xiang Yuan. That's impossible. Yuan Ching denied it and explained to Xiang Yuan, I helped a woman with a small favor in Liangcheng, but we are not in the kind of relationship Yun Bei mentioned. I helped her because I owed her husband a favor. Is that so? Xiang Yuan clearly didn't believe him and thought he was lying. But without evidence, she decided to let it go for now. Moreover, she wasn't in a hurry. She would wait for her subordinates to find out the truth. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Seeing Yuan Ching's earnest expression, Xiang Yuan's demeanor softened a bit. She said, I believe you, but only she knew what she truly thought. Xiang Yuan didn't stay long at the hospital. After talking with Yuan Ching for a while, she left. In Liang City, Lady Chu has been overwhelmed by rumors and is unaware of the trouble involving Yuan Ching. She is too afraid to confront Yuan Ching, fearing that someone might use it against her and get her into trouble. At this moment, if it weren't for waiting for her daughter to return, she would have already left Liang City. After Chen Fong spread the rumors, she stopped paying attention to them. Worried about retaliation from Lady Chu, she has been very cautious at work, trying to remain unnoticed. Even when Lady Chu gets angry with her, she silently endures it. Although Lady Chu once suspected her of being behind the rumors, seeing her submissive demeanor dispelled any doubts. Chen Fong had secretly tried to investigate but found nothing. She wanted to ask others for help, but she didn't have much money. In the end, she had to give up and let the rumors spread at work, planning to resign and find a new job once her daughter returned. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait long, as her daughter had already called her and would be back in a couple of days. Yun Bei was unaware that Lady Chu was close to resigning. After having breakfast, she prepared to leave the guest house. However, as soon as she stepped outside, she felt someone watching her. This person was clearly on a different level than those from yesterday. After a moment of thought, Yun Bei realized that the person watching her was likely someone assigned by a leader. She wasn't sure if they were just observing her or had other intentions. Nevertheless, she had things to do today and needed to shake them off. With that in mind, Yun Bei headed toward a crowded area. The person was quite skilled and continued to follow Yun Bei, making it impossible for her to lose them. Finally, Yun Bei decided to change her appearance. If she kept being followed, she wouldn't be able to accomplish her tasks today. So, she found a restroom to hide in, then changed her outfit in the space before confidently walking out. When she saw the man standing outside, she merely glanced at him before looking away. The man also glanced at Yun Bei, and upon realizing she wasn't the person he was looking for, his gaze returned to the restroom. He waited for half an hour, and when he realized too much time had passed, he sensed something was wrong. He then asked an older woman for help to check inside. The woman searched the restroom, but found no one. The man's expression turned sour, and he hurriedly left to report back. After leaving the restroom, Yun Bei did not rush to take care of her business. Instead, she went straight back to the guest house to check out. There were too many people watching outside, and it was no longer safe to stay there. Fortunately, she had changed her outfit, so no one recognized her. She easily completed the checkout process and left the guest house. When Xiang Yuan came out of the hospital with people to confront Yun Bei, she found out that Yun Bei had already checked out and left. Darn it, she actually escaped. And her people hadn't noticed. Xiang Yuan was furious and had to go home, instructing her subordinates to search for Yun Bei, determined to find her no matter what. Meanwhile, after leaving the guest house, Yun Bei decided not to stay in another guest house because it was too risky and could easily lead to being found by the Xiang family. She decided to stay in her own space and disguised herself as a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s. This way, even if the Xiang family searched for her, they wouldn't suspect that she had turned into a middle-aged woman. Back at home, before Xiang Yuan could catch her breath, the phone rang. It was a subordinate from Liang City, informing her that Yuan Ching had indeed helped a woman by giving her a place to stay. The subordinate also found out that the woman had been visiting Yuan Ching daily in the hospital to bring him meals. However, after Xiang Yuan's visit, the woman returned to work. Although they had no evidence of the two being together, this was enough to show that Yuan Ching's relationship with the woman was complicated. Moreover, there were many rumors circulating at her workplace. Xiang Yuan, already upset about Yun Bei's disappearance, became even more frustrated. She stormed into the hospital and slapped Yuan Ching hard across the face. The loud sound startled Ah Fei, who was taking care of Yuan Ching. Seeing Xiang Yuan's furious expression, Fei thought it was bad news. It seemed she had found out about Madame Chu's situation. Earlier that morning, when Xiang Yuan visited Yuan Ching, he was out. Upon returning, he learned about the situation from Yuan Ching. He had sensed trouble, and now it had indeed come to pass. Xiang Yuan was taking her anger out on Yuan Ching. If she could hit her own man, how could he, who helped keep things hidden, expect to be safe? Just then, he heard Yuan Ching shout, Yuan, have you lost your mind? Yes, I've gone crazy. But it's because of you that I'm like this. Xiang Yuan looked at Yuan Ching with anger and asked, what have I done to deserve this from you? I have given you children and taken care of everything at home. Yet you say you are going out for business, but you are actually seeing another woman. If you were going to find someone, at least choose someone younger and prettier. Instead, you chose someone older than me. What do you like about her? Her age or her lack of hygiene? Yuan Ching was speechless. What did he like about Yi Jinjin? Maybe it was because she resembled the ideal woman he had in his mind. Of course, he couldn't tell Xiang Yuan that, or she would become even angrier. Their argument attracted a lot of onlookers, making Yuan Ching feel extremely embarrassed. So, he quietly pleaded with Xiang Yuan, saying, Yuan, can you please calm down? I already explained about Yi Jinjin before. There is nothing between us. The only reason I helped her was to return a favor to her husband. ¿Returning a favor? Does that mean she has to come to the hospital to take care of you and bring you meals every day? Xiang Yuan didn't believe him at all. She was a woman too. If a woman had no feelings for a man, how could she go out of her way to take care of him? I advised her, but she didn't listen. What can I do? Yuan, I swear to you, I only helped Yi Jinjin and had a few meals she cooked. I haven't done anything to betray you. In Yuan Ching's eyes, emotional cheating was not cheating. After all, he and Yi Jinjin had only hugged and never shared a bed. At this moment, he was incredibly grateful for his leg injury. Otherwise, how could he be so confident now? If he hadn't hurt his leg, he might have already been in bed with Yi Jinjin, and then it would be impossible to explain. What you call not betraying me means you haven't slept with her, right? Xiang Yuan looked at Yuan Ching with a mocking expression, thinking, does emotional cheating not count as cheating? She had always been the apple of her parents' eye, spoiled and raised to be strong-willed. After marrying Yuan Ching, she had calmed down a lot, but she still wouldn't tolerate any disrespect. Yuan Ching's self-righteousness meant nothing to her. Yuan, you weren't always this aggressive. Why do you have to make it sound so harsh? I really just helped her out of kindness. What will it take for you to believe me? Yuan Ching, they say you can trust a man's words, but even a sow can climb a tree. Today, I see that is true. Since you have someone else in your heart, let's end this here. From now on, you are no longer the man of Xiang Yuan. We have no more connection. After saying this, Xiang Yuan glared at Yuan Ching and walked out of the hospital room. She didn't care about the onlookers outside. In the past, she believed she had found true love and thought Yuan Ching loved her deeply. Now, she realized it was just a joke. Seeing Xiang Yuan leave, Yuan Ching panicked and hurried to get out of bed to chase after her. He was afraid she would really divorce him and not want him anymore. If that happened, his life would be over. Although he seemed successful now, he knew it was because he had a good wife and a good father-in-law. If they left him, he would be left with nothing. The more he thought about it, the more anxious Yuan Ching became. The more anxious he got, the more he forgot about his injured leg and tried to chase after her. In his haste, he stumbled and fell to the ground, worsening his already healing leg and causing him more pain.
Ah!
Yuan Ching cried out in pain, startling Fei. When Fei looked up, he saw his boss had fallen. Fei immediately panicked and rushed over to help Yuan Ching up. However, he was not strong enough to lift him alone. In the end, he had no choice but to press the call button for a nurse to come help. When the nurse arrived and saw Yuan Ching on the floor, her face turned pale. She quickly ran back to the nurse's station and called for other nurses and doctors. When the doctor arrived and saw Yuan Ching on the ground, He became furious and shouted at Fei, "How are you taking care of the patient? How could you let him fall? Don't you know he just had surgery on his leg? If he gets hurt again, he might lose the use of it completely." Upon hearing this, both Fei and Yuan Ching turned pale. He only wanted to chase after Xiang Yuan. How did it come to this? Thinking of Xiang Yuan, he couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment. If his leg really did become useless, it would all be Xiang Yuan's fault. Of course, besides Xiang Yuan, he should also blame Yun Bei. If she hadn't spoken out and told Xiang Yuan about Yi Jinjin's situation, the following events wouldn't have happened. At this moment, Yuan Ching's hatred for Yun Bei had reached its peak. He felt that just dying wouldn't be enough to erase his anger towards her. He wanted to make her suffer greatly. Yun Bei, unaware of what was happening in the hospital, was on her way to deliver a copy of some evidence to Xiang's rival. Initially, she planned to send it through the post or have someone else deliver it. However, she decided to do it herself to avoid putting anyone else at risk. Confident in her makeup skills, she learned where Xiang's rival lived and transformed herself into an elderly woman before heading to her destination. Instead of going directly to the rival's house, she found their mailbox, intending to place the evidence inside. Upon arriving, she noticed the locked mailbox and couldn't help but smile. For someone like her, a former agent, this lock was easy to handle. She took a thin wire from her pocket and fiddled with the lock for a moment. With a soft click, it opened. Yun Bei quickly placed the evidence inside the mailbox and restored the lock to its original state. After ensuring everything was fine, she quietly left. When the rival would check the mailbox and how they would handle the evidence remained to be seen. Even if they received it, they wouldn't immediately believe it and would likely verify its authenticity. If Xiang knew there was evidence against him and tried to destroy it, he would surely leave some traces behind. Thinking about this made Yun Bei a bit worried. She feared that Xiang's rival might not be capable enough to take him down. After some consideration, she decided to aim higher. While Xiang had significant power in the city, he didn't hold the same influence in the province. With her decision made, Yun Bei headed straight to the bus station. Although taking a train to the provincial capital would be more convenient, she didn't want to risk being discovered by Xiang's people when buying a ticket, which required an introduction letter. Therefore, taking a bus was a better option, as there was only one bus a day, and tickets could be purchased without any identification. Yun Bei was fortunate. The bus to the provincial capital departed at night, so she would arrive in the morning. The car didn't leave quickly. Yun Bei didn't wait in the waiting room like everyone else. Instead, he wandered around and bought some things. Since there was still plenty of time, he planned to arrive half an hour early. While Yun Bei was shopping, Xiang Yuan went straight to Liangcheng. She wanted to see the woman who had caught Yuan Ching's attention and find out what made her so charming that Yuan Ching was so infatuated. Madame Chu was unexpectedly called into the office by her boss. She thought it was because of the rumors and was trying to figure out how to clarify things. When she arrived at the office, she saw not only her boss but also a woman who seemed to have a special connection with him. As she wondered who this woman was and why her boss was being so friendly, their eyes met. In that moment, Madame Chu felt an uneasy premonition. She sensed that the woman did not have good intentions toward her. However, after thinking it over, she couldn't recall where she had seen the woman before or if she had offended her. Unable to remember, she pushed her feelings aside and approached to greet her. "I see the boss. May I ask why you called me?" Madame Chu asked. Her boss glanced at her and said, "This is Comrade Xiang Yuan. She wants to speak with you." "Hello, Comrade Xiang." Madame Chu greeted politely and even extended her hand. However, Xiang Yuan ignored her, looking coldly at her and replied, "I'm not good." This response surprised Madame Chu and left her boss confused. It was only then that he realized Xiang Yuan was there to confront Yi Jinjin. But when had they crossed paths? He had no idea. Logically, it shouldn't be possible. One was in the city and the other in Liangcheng. How could they have any connection? Madame Chu was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure and asked Xiang Yuan, "Comrade Xiang, may I ask what you need from me?" Xiang Yuan looked Madame Chu up and down, then smirked disdainfully and said, "So you're Yi Zhenjin? Let me introduce myself again. I'm Xiang Yuan, Mu Yuan Ching's wife. Now you should understand why I'm here." Upon hearing this, Madame Chu's face turned pale. No wonder she sensed hostility. It was Mu Yuan Ching's wife. It seemed she heard the rumors outside, which is why she came to trouble her. Just thinking about this makes Mrs. Chu hate the person who spread the rumors. Although she has that feeling, she and Mu Yuan Ching are completely innocent. At most, they just hugged. Nothing else happened. But now, Xiang Yuan is causing her trouble, which only confirms those rumors. How will she survive at work after this? The leader originally didn't know what was going on, but now, seeing Yi Zhenjin's expression and connecting it with some recent rumors, he understands everything. At this moment, the leader is confused about why Yi Zhenjin is acting this way. Even if her man is in trouble, she doesn't need to rush to find another partner, right? And if she is looking, she should at least choose someone single. But instead, she chose a married man, and one whose wife has a strong background. For a moment, the leader doesn't know what to say about Yi Zhenjin. Mrs. Chu looks at Xiang Yuan, knowing that if she doesn't clarify things, she won't have a good outcome. The person even the leader wants to please must have a significant identity. In the past, she had speculated about Mu Yuanqing's wife's identity, thinking she might just have some power, like holding an important position in the factory or being a small leader in some unit. But she never imagined her status was much higher than she thought. Such a person is definitely someone she cannot compete with. If it were before, when Chu Zheng hadn't had his incident, others might have given her some respect. But now, she can only rely on herself to dispel Xiang Yuan's hostility and make her stop pursuing the matter. So, she looks at Xiang Yuan and explains, "Comrade Xiang, things are not as you think. There is nothing inappropriate between Comrade Mu and me. He helped me, and I just invited him to dinner to show my gratitude." "Is that so? Then what about when he was injured, and you rushed to the hospital to take care of him? You can't tell me that was just to thank him for his help?" Xiang Yuan looks at Yi Zhenjin with a mocking expression, feeling a bit tempted to confront her. As a woman, she can see that Yi Zhenjin has feelings for Mu Yuanqing. After all, Mu Yuanqing is not only good-looking but also has status and wealth. He is generous to others, so it's no surprise that Yi Zhenjin is interested in him. However, her man is not someone anyone can covet. Today, she came to see Yi Zhenjin, not to deny their relationship. Even if they haven't crossed that line, both of them have feelings for each other, which is undeniable. As the original partner, there's no need to be polite to a woman who is after her man, nor to reason with her. Yes, it is indeed to thank him, Yi Zhenjin could only say. Otherwise, if Xiang Yuan found out she had feelings for Mu Yuanqing, she would be in trouble. But she didn't expect that after hearing this, Xiang Yuan would slap her hard and say, "You think I'm foolish? You dare to lie to me. What kind of thanks are you talking about? If you had just admitted it, I might have respected you for being honest. But you want to deceive me while pretending to be innocent. Do you think I'm easy to fool? Xiang, why are you hitting me? I'm telling the truth. There's nothing between me and Comrade Mu. If you don't believe me, you can check or ask him." "You both wouldn't admit it anyway," Xiang Yuan said mockingly, looking at Mrs. Chu. "Yi Zhenjin, you don't know? Mu Yuanqing broke his leg for you. If you had no relationship, would he make such a sacrifice? Do you really think I'm that gullible, trying to team up to deceive me?" As she spoke, Xiang Yuan slapped Mrs. Chu again, making her face swell with pain and humiliation. Mrs. Chu didn't know about Mu Yuanqing's injury, but she couldn't agree that it was because of her. How could she have that much influence to cause him harm? Furious, Mrs. Chu glared at Xiang Yuan and shouted, "Xiang, you are going too far. I've said there's nothing between me and Comrade Mu. Why don't you believe me? I swear if I'm lying, let lightning strike me or be hit by a car." To make Xiang Yuan believe her and clear the rumors, Mrs. Chu even swore an oath. She knew she had to be firm. Outside the office, there were people passing by, actually just watching the drama unfold. If she couldn't convince Xiang Yuan of her innocence, soon everyone in the unit would know she was involved with a married man. The rumors were already making her life difficult at work. If news of Xiang Yuan causing her trouble got out, her future would be even worse. At that time, not only would people at her workplace point fingers at her, but even when she stepped outside, she would be treated like a rat in the street, despised by everyone. Seeing Yi Zhenjin swearing an oath, the leader began to lean toward doubt. He looked at Director Xiang and said, "Director Xiang, could there be a misunderstanding? Comrade Yi Zhenjin shouldn't be that kind of person. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. She may not have been like this before, but things are different now. If she really had nothing to do with my husband, he wouldn't risk everything for her time and again. Now, he even got his leg broken because he stood up for her. What kind of relationship could make a man disregard everything for a woman, even risking injury?" Xiang Yuan's words left the leader speechless, making it hard for him to defend Yi Zhenjin. As a man, he wondered who would go to such lengths without any gain. So, was it true that Yi Zhenjin and Yuan Ching were involved? Madame Chu couldn't argue with Xiang Yuan and couldn't clarify her relationship with Yuan Ching, feeling a sense of despair. She could already predict that after today, she might not even dare to go outside. However, she felt a bit relieved knowing that Yuan Ching had brought her daughter out, otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. Just as she thought of her daughter, she saw a familiar figure walking down the hallway. Madame Chu couldn't help but call out, "Fei Fei." Chu Fe was originally looking for her mother, intending to go to her office. However, she heard her mother's call before she arrived. So, Chu Fe stopped and glanced inside. Seeing her mother in the leader's office surprised her. But the surprise quickly turned into joy, and she smiled, calling out "Mom." Just as she finished calling, she noticed the swelling on her mother's face, and her expression changed to one of concern. She asked, "Mom, who hit your face?" Madame Chu didn't respond, but Xiang Yuan glanced at Chu Fe and replied coldly, "I did." "What? Do you want to take revenge for your mom?" In Xiang Yuan's eyes, Chu Fe and Madame Chu were cut from the same cloth. "How dare you hit my mom?" Chu Fe exclaimed angrily, ready to confront Xiang Yuan. Since her family had troubles and she had been taken away, she had faced some hardships but emerged unscathed. Therefore, she had not experienced the coldness of human relationships that often comes with family issues. In her view, since she could get out, her father could too. It was just a matter of time. With that in mind, she wasn't afraid. Therefore, she was very angry about Xiang Yuan daring to hit her mom and wanted her mom to get justice. "Why should I?" "Just because your mom is shameless and is after my man," Xiang Yuan said firmly, believing she was in the right and that no one could say she was wrong. In fact, even if she wasn't right, she had never been afraid of anyone. After all, she had a good father. Thinking of her father made Xiang Yuan remember the lost evidence and wonder if her father had a plan. However, since she was in Liangqing now, she couldn't ask and would have to wait until she dealt with things here before going back. "You're talking nonsense."
My mom is not like that.
"Besides, my dad is so outstanding and a leader in the military. How could my mom possibly be interested in your man?" "Nonsense? Ask your mom and see if I'm lying," Xiang Yuan said mockingly, thinking about how she could get out, but Yuan Ching had used her family's influence. Her expression turned cold again as she added, "Don't you know what your family situation is? If it weren't for my man, you wouldn't be out at all."
Impossible.
Chu Fe didn't believe it and thought Xiang Yuan was definitely lying. Her release had nothing to do with her man. So, she looked at Mrs. Chu and asked, "Mom, she's lying, right? My being out has nothing to do with her man, right?" Mrs. Chu looked at her daughter, opened her mouth to deny it, but the truth was clear. Her daughter was out because of Yuan Ching. So, she could only remain silent. Seeing her mother not speak, Chu Fe felt a bit overwhelmed. Remembering what Xiang Yuan had just said about her mother, she asked again, "So, what she said is true? You really went after her man?" "Fei," Mr. Chu shouted, afraid she would say something inappropriate. Such matters were easier to handle than to discuss. Chu Fe looked at Mrs. Chu, wanting to say how could she be so low and go after someone else's husband. But the words stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say a thing. Her mother did this entirely for her sake. If her mother hadn't found a way to get her out, she would still be in jail. Thinking of her time in jail made Chu Fei's face turn pale. Xiang Yuan watched Chu Fei fall silent and mocked her again, saying, "Weren't you just about to act like a loving mother and daughter? Why aren't you doing that now?" Chu Fei snapped back to reality after hearing those words. She glared at Xiang Yuan and said, "No matter what my mom did, it's wrong to hit someone. I could also choose not to hit her and just report her for her inappropriate relationships, or even send her to jail. What do you think?" Xiang Yuan said with a smile, suggesting her idea. As soon as they heard the word jail, both Chu Fei and Mrs. Chu changed their expressions. Chu Fei had been to jail before, so she was scared. Mrs. Chu hadn't been to jail, but she could imagine how bad it would be. Just look at her daughter. During the time she was taken away, she seemed to have lost a lot of weight and looked very worn out. Before, her daughter was slim for her looks, but now she looked like a stick. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a gust of wind could blow her away. Because of this, she looked at her daughter and said, Fei, stop talking. You just got back and you must be hungry. Let's go home, and I'll make you something to eat." After saying that, she turned to her boss and said, "Boss, my daughter is back, and I'd like to take a leave." In fact, even if she didn't ask for leave, she couldn't stay there any longer. Not only could what Xiang Yuan just said get out, but with Xiang Yuan's relentless attitude, it was better to keep her distance. Who knew if she would go crazy again? What if she went crazy again and hit her? Should she fight back or not? If she fought back, she wouldn't feel confident. If she didn't want to suffer that loss. Go ahead. The boss waved his hand in agreement. He hadn't expected things to escalate like this, so it was better to separate the two. As for whether Xiang Yuan would cause trouble for Yi Xinjin later, that was not his concern. As long as it wasn't at work, it had nothing to do with him. Xiang Yuan didn't stop Mrs. Chu from taking leave or leaving. However, she didn't plan to let her off easily. Since Mrs. Chu wanted to act inappropriately and tempt someone else's husband, Xiang Yuan didn't mind making her a target for everyone to criticize. Actually, she could have reported Mrs. Chu and let her experience being pelted with vegetables and rotten eggs. But if that happened, her husband wouldn't escape either. She didn't mind, but the children would definitely be affected. Even if she wanted to report her, she would have to wait until she divorced Yuan Ching and separated the children from him. But for now, she could still annoy Mrs. Chu and create trouble for her. With that thought, a cold glint flashed across Xiang Yuan's face. Yi Xinjin thought that taking leave from work would solve everything, but that was a dream. At the city hospital, Yuan Ching came out of the operating room again, and it was already afternoon. After being injured again, his leg was completely ruined. Even with surgery, he would have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. This news hit him like a bolt from the blue, making it hard for him to accept, and he felt a strong urge to vent his frustration. However, he didn't want to trouble his wife for now, nor did he dare to. If he did, his father-in-law would surely not let him off easily. So, he directed his anger towards Yun Bei. Didn't she come to the city? He would make sure she would not return, leaving her forever in the city. Back in the hospital room, Yuan Ching said directly to Fei, you don't need to stay here with me anymore. Big brother, are you mad at me? Fei was startled and looked at Yuan Ching helplessly. He felt guilty and regretful, thinking that if he had been more careful, his brother wouldn't have injured his leg again. It was all his fault for only thinking about the trouble Yun Bei might cause and not paying attention to his brother. Otherwise, the earlier incident wouldn't have happened. So, it was understandable for his brother to be upset with him. If he could, he would gladly take his brother's place and suffer instead. Yuan Ching had no idea that his words made Fei think so much. He continued, you need to find Yun Bei and make sure to locate her. At that moment, Yuan Ching had no clue that Yun Bei was planning to go to the provincial city. Hearing Yuan Ching's command, Fei sighed in relief, glad that his brother wasn't angry with him. However, thinking about leaving his brother alone without care, he quickly said, okay, big brother, I'll find someone to take care of you. Go ahead. I can manage by myself. Even if something happens, there are nurses and doctors, right? Your only task now is to find Yun Bei and figure out a way to keep her here. I want her to suffer. Understood. A Fei nodded. He knew his brother hated Yun Bei, and he felt the same way. If it weren't for her, they wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Before leaving, a Fei found a little brother to take care of Yuan Ching. The task needed to be done, but his brother's well-being was equally important. While a Fei searched for Yun Bei, she had already returned to the bus station, looking for a place to wait for her departure. At 6 in the evening, the bus departed on time, and Yun Bei set off for the provincial city. Once she was on the bus, she remembered that she had forgotten to call Si Nan Zhao to let him know. Fortunately, she mentioned earlier that this trip would take a long time. However, what Yun Bei didn't know was that Si Nan Zhao was worried about her. It had been 4 or 5 days since she left, and she hadn't called him, which made him anxious. Even though he knew Yun Bei was capable, he couldn't help but worry about her safety. So, Si Nan Zhao decided to take a break the next day and go to Liang City in hopes of finding her. When Yun Bei got into the car, Mrs. Chu had already prepared dinner and was ready to celebrate with her daughter. No matter what, her daughter had returned, which was good for both her and the family. As for the future, she had a plan: to take her daughter to stay with her son. Although her son lived far away, he was not affected by any negative influences from men. She believed that once they arrived, he would take good care of them. Then, she could help her daughter find a suitable husband, preferably an officer. As for the men in her life, she wished she could do more to help, but as a woman, she felt powerless. So, she was grateful that her daughter had returned. Mrs. Chu was in a good mood. Even though she had been hurt, it didn't affect her desire to celebrate with her daughter. She had already discussed with her daughter about quitting her job the next day and moving in with her son. Chu Fe felt a bit uneasy, but was also very happy. After all, she had returned, which was a huge blessing. So, she raised her glass and said to Mrs. Chu, "Mom, thank you. No matter what others say, you are the best mom in my heart." Hearing her daughter's words, Mrs. Chu was so moved that she started to cry. Her daughter finally understood her, which should have made her happy. But she couldn't feel joy because the price for her daughter's understanding was too high. Their family had fallen apart, and it took that for her daughter to realize things. If she could, she would rather have her daughter not go through such hardships. Seeing her mother cry, Chu Fe couldn't hold back her tears either. She felt anger inside, but didn't know who to blame. She understood that their family's situation was a result of her own actions. But in her youth, who hadn't made mistakes? If there was blame to be placed, it was not only on herself, but also on her parents. If they hadn't spoiled her and cleaned up her mess, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation. At that moment, the two crying women had no idea that there were more tears to come in the future. Today, Xiang Yuan stayed in Liangcheng, not only spreading rumors about Madame Chu to make her famous, but also preparing to deal a fatal blow to her. Xiang Yuan had long planned to reclaim the house where Madame Chu lived, intending to make both Madame Chu and her daughter, Chu Fe, homeless. After spreading the rumors, she went out for dinner before heading to Madame Chu's courtyard with a group of people. Madame Chu and Chu Fe had cried for a while and talked a lot until they got hungry and started to eat. Just as they were halfway through their meal, they heard a knock on the door. The two looked at each other, wondering who would come knocking at this late hour. "I'll go check," Madame Chu said hesitantly as she stood up to see who was at the door. She quickly walked to the courtyard and called out, "Who is it? Open the door." Xiang Yuan replied coldly. If she weren't worried about damaging the door, she would have had someone break it down. Upon recognizing Xiang Yuan's voice, Madame Chu's face turned pale. She stood behind the door, hesitating to move. At that moment, Chu Fe came out of the room and saw her mother standing still. She asked, "Mom, who is knocking at this hour?" Before Madame Chu could answer, Xiang Yuan's voice came again. "Yushinjin, if you don't open the door, I will break it down. If the door gets damaged, you'll have to pay for it." Hearing this, Madame Chu had no choice but to unlock the door. She looked at Xiang Yuan, who stood at the entrance with 8 or 9 people, and stammered, Xiang, comrade, What brings you here? What brings me here? Xiang Yuan sneered, pushing past Madame Chu and walking into the house. Oh, having dinner are we? Madame Chu followed behind Xiang Yuan, remaining silent. She felt a bit scared and wondered about Xiang Yuan's intentions. Chu Fe, unhappy with the interruption, looked at Xiang Yuan and said, "You've disturbed our meal. If you have nothing important, please leave, or I will have to report you for trespassing." "You should be the ones leaving." Xiang Yuan turned her icy gaze towards Chu Fe and said, "Do you really think that just because your mother has stayed here for a few days, this house belongs to her? Let me tell you, this is my man's house, and it's mine too. I am the owner here, so I need you both to leave immediately."
You?
Chu Feifei's face turned pale as she shouted in disbelief at Madame Chu. "Mom, is what she said true? Is this her house?" Madame Chu's expression was also grim. Although she planned to resign and leave Yuan Ching, she hadn't done so yet. Even if she intended to leave, she needed to pack up their belongings and sell what they could. Moreover, it was nighttime, and they hadn't even finished their meal. Yet, Xiang Yuan was already trying to kick them out. This would leave the mother and daughter homeless on the streets. Thinking of this, Madame Chu looked at Xiang Yuan and pleaded, "Comrade Xiang, can we stay for 2 more days? We won't stay here for free. I can pay rent, okay?" "No way. You have to leave today," Xiang Yuan replied coldly, showing no willingness to negotiate. Normally, women shouldn't make things difficult for each other. But how could Madame Chu have tempted her man? "You're going too far," Chu Feifei said angrily, glaring at Xiang Yuan. "There are so many things in this house, and it's late at night. Where do you expect us to move them? Besides, my mom said we would rent your house for 2 days. We're not refusing to pay. I don't care about your money. Leave and do it now. As for your belongings, I'll have someone throw them outside. Comrade Xiang, I'm begging you, can we stay just 1 more night? I promise we'll move out tomorrow," Madame Chu pleaded again. It wasn't that she didn't want to move. It was just that there was nowhere to go at night. Even if she tried to rent a place, she wouldn't find anything available. They could stay at an inn, but where would they put their things?
No.
Xiang Yuan had no intention of negotiating. Seeing the anger on the faces of Madame Chu and Chu Feifei, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Hearing this, Madame Chu and Chu Feifei felt despair. The items in the house were valuable and had been bought with care. They couldn't bear to just throw them away. But they didn't know where to move them. They also didn't want to leave their belongings with Xiang Yuan. In the end, the mother and daughter decided to look for someone who might help them move their things. Chu Feifei had a place in mind for storage. So, she glared at Xiang Yuan and said, "Give us some time. We need to take our things with us."
Fine.
Xiang Yuan nodded indifferently. She didn't care much for the things in the house, but she was curious to see what the mother and daughter could do. So, she said to Mrs. Chu, "Yizhenjin, I can give you 4 hours. Before midnight, if your things are not moved out, I will consider them as trash and throw them away." "Understood," Mrs. Chu replied quietly. They had no choice but to move out. Of course, they could also take a gamble and stubbornly stay, waiting to see what would happen tomorrow. But she knew Xiang Yuan would not let them off easily and would find other ways to deal with them. In that case, they might not be able to take everything with them, and who knows, Xiang Yuan might even demand money from them. "We'll leave and come back at midnight to collect the house," Xiang Yuan said. Seeing Yi Zhenjin quiet down, Xiang Yuan left with her subordinates, satisfied. She didn't need this house. Even if she drove the Chu mother and daughter away, no one would move in. But why should she let them stay? She would rather leave it empty than let them live there, because they didn't deserve it. Once Xiang Yuan and her team left, Mrs. Chu and her daughter exchanged glances. "Feifei, stay here and keep an eye on things. I'm going to find someone to help us." "Mom, who can you find at this hour?" "I'll ask our neighbors if they can take us in for a night." Mrs. Chu wasn't very confident about this, but if she didn't try, how would she know? If someone was willing to help, she wouldn't mind paying a little. Chu Feifei wanted to stop her, but her mother was already out the door, so she kept quiet and went back to pack their things. It was now 7:30 p.m., leaving them with 4.5 hours until midnight. They had a lot to pack, so they needed to hurry. She didn't know much about Xiang Yuan, but from what she just saw, she seemed like a person who kept her word. This meant that if they weren't gone by midnight, she really would throw their things away. Mrs. Chu knocked on the doors of their neighbors, thinking that since she was willing to pay, they should agree. After all, she had lived there for a while and they were neighbors. However, when the door opened, the person immediately showed a look of disgust and said, "Go away, you old fox. You lure men. Who would let you stay in their home?" Some neighbors, upon seeing her, didn't even say a word and just slammed the door shut. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she would have been hit by the door several times. After knocking on several doors with the same result, Mrs. Chu felt both angry and frustrated. Finally, she returned home and said to her daughter, "Fei, what should we do? None of the neighbors are willing to help us." Seeing her mother's unhappy face, Chu Fei didn't know how to comfort her at first. She thought about Wang Xiaoshuang, whom she met in Yuan Ching, and wondered if he had come out yet. Regardless, she decided to go check on him. If he was available, that would be great. She could ask for his help with many things. If he wasn't around, that was fine too. His house was still empty, and it should be okay for her to stay there for a few days. With this in mind, she said to her mother, "Mom, you stay here and tidy up. I'll go find someone to help. Fei, it's late at night. It's not safe for you to go alone. How about I go with you?" Her mother suggested. "It's fine. I've been to jail before. I'm not scared." Chu Fei waved her hand dismissively and stepped out of the house. In the past, she would have been afraid, but now she couldn't worry too much. She had heard what the neighbors said earlier. It was clear that Xiang Yuan had said something to everyone. To put it bluntly, her mother had become the town's scapegoat, someone everyone wanted to avoid. It was fortunate that no one had physically attacked them. Verbal insults were the least of their worries. Chu Fei quickly arrived at Wang Xiaoshuang's yard. Seeing the unlocked gate, she felt a rush of excitement. She thought Wang Xiaoshuang had returned, so she happily approached and knocked on the door. However, when the door opened, a man with a fierce look appeared. He was surprised to see Chu Fei but then smiled and said, "Hey there, who are you looking for? Is Xiaoshuang home?" "I'm her cousin," Chu Fei replied, feeling a bit scared but forcing herself to stay calm. The man's smile widened as he said, "Oh, you're Xiaoshuang's cousin. She went out to run some errands. What do you need her for? You can tell me since she's not here." Chu Fei was somewhat skeptical of the man's words, but she had no other options, and time was running out. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Big brother, I'm in a bit of trouble, so I was hoping to stay with Xiaoshuang for a few days."
Stay?
The man's face lit up, and he replied readily, "No problem at all." "Really? Are you someone important to Xiaoshuang? Can you make decisions for her?" Chu Fei put on a happy face while quietly trying to find out the man's identity. Hearing her words, the man's eyes flickered, and he smiled, saying, "I'm a friend of Xiaoshuang, just back from out of town. It's normal that you don't know me. Is that so?" Chu Fei was a bit skeptical and could clearly sense the man's ill intentions. However, as a vulnerable woman, she couldn't fight him or run away, so she decided to keep him calm for now. "Of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaoshuang when he comes back. By the way, when do you plan to start staying over? I need to tidy up the place. Tonight, if that's okay?" "Of course, it's no problem at all." The man was thrilled at the thought of sharing a roof with a girl that night. "Since that's the case, I need to ask you for a favor." "What do you need?" "I have a lot of things to move over."
Could you help me find a few people?
"That's no trouble at all. I'll go find some people to help you right now." "Great. Thank you. Don't mention it. By the way, where do you live? I'll find the people and come to get you." After Chu Fei gave him her address, she left immediately. Watching her leave, the man smiled in a sly way. Instead of going to find help right away, he quietly followed her to see if she was lying. Chu Fei sensed someone was following her, but didn't dare to look back, so she quickened her pace toward her mother's place. When she knocked on the door, she quickly rushed inside. "Fei, what's wrong?" Mrs. Chu looked worried at her clearly frightened daughter and asked, "Did you encounter a bad person?" "Mom, Someone is following me and I'm scared. Chu Fe didn't hide anything and told her mother what happened. Mrs. Chu was alarmed and asked anxiously, "Are you okay? Should I have gone to find someone?"
Mom, I've fine.
That person just followed me. He didn't do anything. By the way, how are you doing with the packing? Someone should be coming to help us soon. You found someone? Mrs. Chu felt relieved. Having help was wonderful. Otherwise, it would take forever for just the two of them to move. Luckily, when she moved out of the staff quarters, she sold some things, or they would have had even more to carry. She should have sold everything when she knew she might be kicked out one day. Sort of, Chu Fe replied, unsure if that person would actually come, so she didn't speak with certainty. Mrs. Chu immediately sensed something was off in her daughter's tone and asked, "Fei, what do you mean by sort of?" After hesitating for a moment, Chu Fe decided to tell her mother what had just happened. Hearing her daughter's words, Mrs. Chu felt a bit scared and said, "Fei, how about we stay at a guest house and leave the things here?" "Mom, can you really bear to leave all this behind?" That one question left Mrs. Chu speechless. In the past, when her husband and daughter both had incomes, she would have been fine with it. But now, she didn't have much money and couldn't bear to throw everything away. Seeing her mother silent, Chu Fe didn't feel disappointed but continued, "Mom, you should hide the valuable things well, preferably ones you can take with you." "Don't worry, I've already hidden them," Mrs. Chu replied with a smile. She wasn't foolish. She had found a safe place to hide their belongings when they first moved in. "Okay, let's move the things outside first. When they arrive, we can load them up right away." Half an hour later, there was a knock at the gate, and Chu Fe went to open the door. "Hey, I brought the guys. Have you packed everything?" The man entered with several others who didn't look very friendly. Mrs. Chu felt a bit scared seeing the big men come in, but they were already in a tough spot and had to pretend to be calm. "Young man, everything is packed. We'll need your help now." "This is?" The man paused when he saw Mrs. Chu. "This is my mom." Upon hearing Chu Fe's introduction, the man smiled, "Auntie, no need to be so polite. Your situation is my concern." With that, he waved to the others and said, "Guys, stop standing around and quickly move the things to my place. And be careful not to bump anything." "Don't worry, Brother Biao." While they spoke, the group started moving the packed items outside. They had brought a cart when they arrived, which was now waiting outside the yard. When Mrs. Chu moved the items in, she had used a cart, so one trip wouldn't be enough. After several trips back and forth, they finally finished moving everything. Chu Fe and Madame Chu followed the last load of items to Wang Xiaoshuang's house. When they reached the end of the alley, they ran into Xiang Yuan and her group, who were there to collect the house. They thought that in such a short time, Yuan wouldn't find anyone to help move her things. At that moment, she could easily make an excuse to throw everything away. However, to their surprise, she managed to find help even late at night. But when Xiang Yuan saw the faces of those people, she couldn't help but laugh. Although she didn't know them, it was clear they weren't good people. For the Chu mother and daughter, falling into their hands was like sheep entering a tiger's den. If they didn't give something up, leaving would be nearly impossible. Thinking about the fate awaiting the Chu family made Xiang Yuan's earlier displeasure turn into joy. If it weren't for other matters in the city, she would have wanted to stay and watch the drama unfold. When Xiang Yuan arrived at the yard where Yuan had lived, she didn't go inside. Instead, she locked the gate and left with her group. There was no need to check on a house that was no longer in use. Yun Bei had no idea that the Chu family had been driven out by Xiang Yuan overnight. At that moment, she was on the bus, resting with her eyes closed. 2/3 of the journey had passed, and in 3 hours, they would reach their destination. The only downside was that it would still be dark when they arrived. But there was nothing to be done. This bus only ran once a day. As she was dozing off, the bus suddenly braked hard, and Yun Bei almost got thrown out of her seat. The bus became noisy immediately. Cursing, crying, and screaming filled the air. What happened? Why did the bus stop? Everyone asked in confusion. "I don't know. Should we go see what's going on?" Some passengers, quicker to react, headed toward the front of the bus. Yun Bei sat at the back and didn't move for now. However, since she was by the window, she opened it to look outside. But it was very dark, and despite the headlights, she couldn't see what was happening at the front. Just as she was wondering whether to go check, someone shouted loudly, "Oh no, there are robbers."
What?
Robbers. The passengers inside the bus panicked upon hearing there were robbers outside, and they began to scream. "Oh my gosh, how can there be robbers? What are we going to do?" Yes, even though there are many of us on this bus, we don't have anything to defend ourselves with. How can we face those robbers? The driver and ticket collector were also very anxious. They were not new to this road, but it was the first time they encountered such a situation. How could there be robbers out here? At that moment, after forcing the car to stop, the robbers started banging on the car door and shouted, "Open the door and let us in." The passengers immediately yelled at the driver, "Don't open it. Don't let those robbers in, or we're all done for." Exactly, driver. You absolutely cannot open the door, or we're all in danger. As the banging on the door grew louder, it felt like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts. Although the driver hadn't opened the door yet, everyone was scared. Someone even suggested, "Driver, just ignore them and drive through. We'll back you up." That's not right. That would be like killing someone. Someone opposed the idea. Even though these robbers were bad and annoying, they were all ordinary people and didn't want to take a life. "If we don't stop them, they will kill us," the person who first suggested driving through said. Who wants to kill someone if it can be avoided? Seeing that the driver was still not opening the door, the robbers lost patience and moved toward the car window. The window was easier to access than the door since some people had opened their windows and hadn't closed them. As the robbers' hands reached inside the window, the passengers sitting nearby were too scared to react and just looked for a place to hide. As the robbers tried to climb into the car, Yun Bei couldn't sit still anymore. At that moment, she regretted not using the car from her space when she realized they would face such a situation. Earlier, she had thought about driving to the provincial city, but she didn't know the way and couldn't find a map. So, after considering it, she decided to take the bus. If she had known this would happen, she should have followed the bus in her car. Although it would have been slower, she wouldn't have gotten lost. Yun Bei stood up and walked toward the robber, trying to climb through the window. The other passengers had already moved away, creating an open space. However, since the passengers were pushing back, Yun Bei couldn't get through the aisle. With no other choice, she jumped over from her seat. Everyone was surprised to see Yun Bei, a girl, not only refusing to hide but actually moving toward the robbers. They urged her, "Miss, don't go over there. They're not good people." "Yes, miss, you should hide quickly. Otherwise, we don't know what these robbers might do next." Seeing everyone so scared and not daring to resist, the robbers felt pleased. They didn't rush to deal with the others but went straight to the driver, holding a knife to his throat and threatening, "Open the door, or I'll take your life." The driver, terrified, pleaded with the robber, "Please don't do anything rash," while tremblingly opening the door. As soon as the door opened, several robbers rushed in, causing the passengers to scream again and push back, thinking this would help them escape the robbers' grasp. Yun Bei finally made it to the front, but the robbers were already climbing in. They saw that most of the seats were empty, with only Yun Bei standing there. Spotting Yun Bei, the robbers' eyes lit up, and one said, "Hey, this girl is nice. Let's take her down and have some fun." Hearing this, the people in the vehicle became worried. They looked at Yun Bei, wanting to help her, but too scared to move. Some even thought Yun Bei was asking for trouble. They had just warned her not to go forward, yet she did anyway, either foolish or in league with the robbers. Unaware that the passengers suspected her of being with the robbers, Yun Bei was focused on how to take them down. As one robber passed by Yun Bei, he had a bad intention and reached out to touch her face. Seeing this, Yun Bei realized it was her chance. She quickly pulled out a needle filled with a sleeping drug from her bag and jabbed it into the robber's side. He felt a slight pain but didn't pay attention, continuing to eye Yun Bei. Holding back her disgust, Yun Bei silently counted. When she reached 5, the robber fell to the ground with a thud. The sudden change startled the robbers who were demanding money from the ticket collector. They turned to see their comrade lying on the floor. Then, they focused on Yun Bei and shouted, "What did you do to him?"
Guess.
Yun Bei replied with a smile. Before the robbers could react, she swiftly moved in front of them and injected each one with a needle. As she moved, the robbers fell one by one. In the end, only the one holding the knife to the driver's throat remained standing. Seeing his companions fall for no apparent reason, the robber holding the driver hostage became frightened and said to Yun Bei, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him." "All right, I won't go over. As long as you let the driver go, I can let you leave." As soon as Yun Bei said this, the passengers immediately protested. "No, we absolutely cannot let him go." Hearing this, the robber, who was about to lower his knife, tightened his grip again. Seeing his movement, Yun Bei's expression darkened. She turned to the passengers and said, "Who told you to speak? Be quiet." After shouting, Yun Bei looked back at the robber and said, "I keep my word. If you let the driver go, I will spare your life." "You swear?" The robber looked at Yun Bei, waiting for her response.
Fine, I swear.
"If I go back on my word, may lightning strike me, okay?" As soon as Yun Bei finished speaking, she lunged at the robber. Taking advantage of the robber's distraction, Yun Bei grabbed his wrist with one hand and caught the falling knife with the other. Her sudden action startled everyone. However, when they saw the robber on the ground and the driver unharmed, they finally felt relieved. The driver stared at Yun Bei, unable to process what had just happened for a while. The ticket seller rushed to the driver's side and asked loudly, "Laolu, are you okay?" Hearing the ticket seller's voice, the driver snapped back to reality and looked at Yun Bei with a complicated expression, saying, "Thank you. You are really brave. Isn't that right?" Luckily, this young lady was here today. Otherwise, we all would have been in trouble. "Do you think those people are dead?"
How could that be?
"Can't you see they are still breathing? Then why aren't they moving?" "They fainted." Yun Bei watched as the commotion in the carriage settled down and smiled, asking, "Does anyone have some rope? I need to tie these people up so they don't cause trouble when they wake up." "I have some." Soon, ropes were handed to Yun Bei. She tied up the robbers' hands and feet, connecting them together. This way, they could prevent them from escaping or hurting anyone when they woke up. Once Yun Bei finished tying them up, the driver finally spoke. "Thank you. You can sit in the front and help keep an eye on them." "Sure."
Yun Bei nodded.
Even if the driver hadn't said it, she would have suggested it. It was better for her to keep an eye on these people herself. No one objected to Yun Bei sitting in the front. Today, she saved them. She is their lifesaver. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. Losing money is minor. What matters is that they are safe. Now, not only are they fine, but they also have all their money, so their gratitude towards Yun Bei is immense. Moreover, Yun Bei sat in the front row to keep an eye on the bandits. Once she was settled, the driver tried to start the car again but couldn't get it to work after several attempts. Seeing this, Yun Bei thought he might still be shaken from the earlier scare. After some thought, she suggested, "Driver, why don't you take a break? We're not in a hurry." The others agreed with Yun Bei and encouraged the driver to rest for a bit before trying again. The driver's hands were indeed shaking, so he took a short break before restarting the car. Meanwhile, in Liangcheng, the Chu mother and daughter were having a tough time. A Biao, a friend of Wang Xiaoshuang and someone involved in shady dealings, had returned home to hide after getting into trouble. He had been hiding for a while and rarely went out, let alone sought women. So when the Chu mother and daughter came to him, he seized the opportunity. That night, he sneaked into their room. Facing the strong A Biao, the Chu mother and daughter were no match for him, and the outcome was predictable. After he left, Chu Fe felt intense hatred. She believed everything was because of Xiang Yuan. If she hadn't forced them to move that night, this wouldn't have happened. Now, with a Biao still interested in her, she decided to seek revenge. A Biao was keen on Chu Fe and wouldn't refuse her demands. So, the next morning, he took a few friends to confront Xiang Yuan. Chu Fe secretly followed them and called the police when the fight broke out. In the end, both sides were taken away. However, Chu Fe didn't expect to see Si Nan Zhao at the police station. He was surprised to see her, not believing she was out so soon. It seemed Yuan Ching had some influence, getting her released quickly. But he didn't have time to deal with Chu Fe. He had come to the police station to find Yun Bei. He arrived early that morning in Liangcheng but searched everywhere Yun Bei might be and found no trace of her. Furthermore, even Yuan Ching had left Liangcheng. Si Nan Zhao was worried that Yun Bei might be in trouble, so he went to the police station to ask a friend for help. However, Si Nan Zhao didn't want to pay attention to Chu Fe, but that didn't stop her from blocking his way. With a resentful look, she asked, Si Nan Zhao, are you happy now? Chu Fe, are you okay? If you're not thinking straight, you should see a doctor. Is it interesting to come here and say such things to me?
What you do has nothing to do with me.
How can it not be related? I ended up like this because of you and Yun Bei. Chu Fe, you are in this situation because of your own choices. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Now that you're out, you should focus on improving yourself instead of coming here to talk nonsense. You? Chu Fe was furious, glaring at Si Nan Zhao. She thought that since she was having such a hard time, Si Nan Zhao would feel guilty. But instead, he showed no guilt and blamed her for her problems. What problems did she have? She was fine before Yun Bei arrived. Ever since he came, she had slowly turned into this. In short, Yun Bei was the reason for her situation. Si Nan Zhao, as Yun Bei's fiancé, also had some responsibility. Enough. Instead of wasting time talking to me, you should focus on your own life. We can keep our distance, which would be better for both of us. After saying this, Si Nan Zhao ignored Chu Fe and left the police station. He still needed to find Yun Bei and had no time to listen to her complaints. Watching Si Nan Zhao walk away, Chu Fe felt a deep anger. But she couldn't do anything to him and could only wait for another chance to speak up. Turning her attention away from Si Nan Zhao, Chu Fe entered the police station. She wouldn't let those who harmed her have it easy. She wanted to see what would happen to Xiang Yuan and a Biao. However, the outcome was not what Chu Fe expected, as Xiang Yuan soon came out. Seeing Xiang Yuan, Chu Fe felt scared and quickly hid. Once she left, she went to ask about the result. Xiang Yuan didn't expect to encounter such a situation, just as she was about to return to the city. Thinking about the foolish A Biao, Xiang Yuan felt speechless. She never thought Chu Fe would dare to send a Biao to trouble her. It seemed she was living too comfortably. If she weren't in a hurry to return to the city, she would definitely make things difficult for Chu Fe and her mother. However, there's no rush. They can deal with her after she finishes her business in the city. What Xiang Yuan didn't know was that Mrs. Chu had already started selling off her assets. Originally, she and her daughter planned to rely on her son, Chu Bei. After what happened last night, their desire to leave Liang City grew stronger. So, when Chu Fe went to report a Biao and the others, Mrs. Chu was already contacting people to begin selling their belongings. Mrs. Chu's items were of good quality when purchased. Although they had been used for a few years, they still looked almost new, and with reasonable prices, many people were interested in buying them. By the time Chu Fe returned from the police station, most of their things had already been sold. Fe, we've sold almost everything, and I've also sold my job. Let's go buy the train tickets, Mrs. Chu said happily when she saw her daughter return. Okay, I'll rest for a bit, and then go buy the tickets. Chu Fe nodded. She didn't want to stay there any longer. This place only brought her sadness, and she had no attachment left. By the way, how did things go on your end? Mrs. Chu was a bit worried because she knew Xiang Yuan had considerable influence and was concerned about her daughter. It's all sorted out. The woman named Xiang is fine, but a Biao has been taken in. They say he has a record, so he might be locked up for a long time. Chu Fe still felt uneasy about Xiang Yuan being unharmed. However, she understood that she was no longer the daughter of the chief and couldn't just make anyone suffer as she pleased. Although the outcome wasn't perfect, she was still glad that a Biao was in trouble. He deserved it for bullying her. Fei, if the woman named Xiang is fine, then that's okay. We can't compete with her, so let's leave it at that. Mom, I know. You don't need to worry. Chu Fe had matured a lot after everything she had been through and was no longer the impulsive girl she once was. Seeing her daughter take her words to heart, Mrs. Chu felt very pleased. She tidied up the things they were taking with them, and they just needed to buy the train tickets before leaving. In the provincial city, Yun Bei was still at the station, being interviewed by reporters. They arrived in the provincial city around 3 in the morning. Due to some delays on the road, they were nearly an hour late. When the vehicle pulled into the station, Yun Bei got off with a group of bandits. The scene of her pulling the bandit was seen by the station master, who couldn't sleep because the train hadn't returned yet. The station master approached and asked Yun Bei what was happening. Before she could respond, the ticket seller and other passengers explained the situation to him. When the station master learned that Yun Bei had saved everyone and captured the bandit, he was extremely grateful. He arranged for her to rest at a nearby guest house and even sent the bandit to the police station that night. When Yun Bei woke up, it was already 8 in the morning. The guest house staff warmly greeted her and offered to take her for breakfast. Yun Bei accepted and followed the staff to the dining hall. After breakfast, as Yun Bei was about to attend to her own matters, 2 reporters arrived, wanting to interview her. It turned out that one of the passengers last night was a newspaper employee. This morning, he shared the events with his colleagues, who thought it was a great story and quickly came to interview Yun Bei. Although Yun Bei didn't like being interviewed, she felt she couldn't refuse them. After saying a few brief words, she slipped away. Back at the guest house, she hurriedly checked out. She preferred to avoid trouble, so she decided to leave quietly. When the station master returned to work and wanted to thank Yun Bei, he found out she had already checked out and left. He was quite upset and reprimanded the staff. To avoid more complications, after leaving the guest house, Yun Bei found a place to change her appearance and then looked for another place to stay. Having just arrived in the provincial city, she felt lost and didn't rush to handle her business. Instead, she spent 2 days gathering information. Meanwhile, in City C, her father's rival decided to expose the evidence Yun Bei provided. When Yun Bei prepared to hand the evidence to the provincial leaders, she discovered that her father's crimes had already been revealed in the newspapers. It was clear that her father's opponent was quite ruthless to use such a method against him. With the evidence in the papers, it would be difficult for the leaders to protect her father, as thousands of people would see it. Comparing herself to others, she felt behind. Given that she had lived 2 lives, she should have thought of such a method sooner. However, Yun Bei has no regrets. She just needs to be more careful in the future. Right now, she doesn't feel like she's lost anything. In fact, this way, she doesn't have to take any risks anymore. Originally, she wanted to deliver the evidence directly to her leader's desk, with copies for everyone. Now, this works out well. She doesn't have to deliver it herself. Not only will the leader see it, but ordinary people will see it too. Even to silence the public, the leaders will have to take some action. With no personal matters to worry about, Yun Bei feels relaxed. She decides to take a good stroll around the provincial city and then head straight to the capital. What she didn't expect was to find herself in the newspaper. There were not only written reports but also photos. Yun Bei never dreamed she would become famous, especially in this way. Because of the newspaper, not only Si Nan Zhao learned about Yun Bei's whereabouts, but also the Xiang family and Yuan Ching found out. Seeing the person in the newspaper and reading the report about how Yun Bei caught 5 or 6 robbers with her bare hands, Si Nan Zhao felt both happy and worried. He was happy that Yun Bei was safe, but worried because she had gone so far to the provincial city alone, and now she was in the newspaper. What if the robbers' accomplices sought revenge on her? As for the Xiang family and Yuan Ching, they were furious to see that Yun Bei had reached the provincial city. The provincial city was not their stronghold, and it wasn't easy to reach in. Darn it, it's really her. I should have sent someone to deal with her back then, mister. Xiang regretted deeply. He was now 100% sure that Yun Bei had taken the evidence. What a coincidence that his incriminating evidence was exposed in the provincial newspaper just as Yun Bei appeared there. But now he was under restrictions and being watched all day, so he couldn't do anything about Yun Bei. Fortunately, his daughter and her husband were still safe for now. He hoped they would be strong enough to deal with Yun Bei and take revenge for him. Xiang Yuan and Yuan Ching both wanted to eliminate Yun Bei, so they were trying to contact people in the provincial city. However, before they could reach anyone, the authorities came to find them. Xiang Yuan looked at the people in front of her, stunned for a moment, and then asked, "Do you have business with us?" "You are Xiang Yuan. Come with us." "Where are you taking us?" "To where you need to go." Hearing this, Xiang Yuan had a bad feeling. She hadn't been able to contact her father for 2 days, and when she asked his colleagues, they only said he was in a meeting. Seeing the people in front of her, Xiang Yuan understood everything. The meeting was a lie, but being taken away was real. Thinking about the evidence published in the newspaper, her expression darkened. She knew that once she left, it might not be easy to return. So, she looked at the group and asked, "Can I make a phone call before I go with you? My child is still at school, and if I leave, no one will be there to pick them up. I need to make arrangements to ensure their safety." "Sure, but you have to do it in front of us," they replied. "Okay." Xiang Yuan agreed. For now, she could only inform her mother about her situation and remind her to make arrangements. Actually, she had warned her parents when their belongings were taken, but she didn't know why her father hadn't taken action. It was also possible that he had tried, but it didn't work. After all, no one expected the evidence to be published in the newspaper. When Xiang's mother received her daughter's call and learned she would be away for a while, she immediately understood what was happening. Her daughter's job never required travel, so something must have gone wrong. Thinking about the man who said he was going to a meeting and then went silent, Xiang's mother felt heavy-hearted. She hadn't expected things to escalate so quickly or that her daughter would be involved. However, she didn't say much on the phone, just assured her daughter to go and that she would handle things at home. After hanging up, Xiang's mother called her family in the capital, knowing they were the only ones who could help her daughter and the man. Xiang Yuan sensed her mother's hint and felt a little relieved. After ending the call, she followed the group and left her workplace. At the same time, Yuan Ching at the hospital was approached by people from a certain organization. Seeing them filled him with a bad feeling. However, he didn't show it and pretended to be confused, asking, "What do you need from me?" "We need your cooperation for an investigation. Please come with us," one of them said, glancing at Yuan Ching before focusing on his injured legs. They had already learned that both of his legs were hurt, so he couldn't walk. Fortunately, they had brought a wheelchair, so it wouldn't be a problem. Yuan Ching remembered his leg injury and quickly said, "My leg is hurt, so I might not be able to go with you. Why don't you just ask here? As long as I know, I will tell you everything." "No need. We've already asked the doctor. You can be discharged now. We also have a wheelchair ready for you, so it won't affect anything." Hearing this, Yuan Ching realized they were determined to take him away today. He knew that once he left, he probably wouldn't come back. After thinking for a moment, he made a request to call his wife, Xiang Yuan. He knew that at this moment, only Xiang Yuan could save him. Upon hearing Yuan Ching's request, the leader replied calmly, "No need. Your wife has already arrived at the location. You will see her when you get there." Yuan Ching's expression changed. He hadn't expected Xiang Yuan to have come early to take him away. It seemed he could only rely on himself now. Fei watched as his boss was taken away, feeling scared. He hid to the side, afraid to get closer. He feared that he might be taken too. Fortunately, those people's target was only Yuan Ching, and they paid no attention to Fei hiding in the corner. Once Yuan Ching was taken away, Fei quickly left the hospital and found his other brothers to tell them what had just happened. Upon learning that their boss Yuan Ching had been taken, his subordinates became fearful and ultimately decided to leave the area. Thus, within half an hour of Yuan Ching's departure, his men hurriedly left. When Yuan Ching arrived at the location and saw his wife, who was also handcuffed, they were momentarily speechless. He had always thought that relying on the Xiang family would provide security, but he never considered that this support could also fail. Now, both he and his wife were in trouble, clearly indicating that the Xiang family was in decline. Recalling the newspaper he had seen that day, he knew he was finished. So, when the interrogators left, he lashed out at Xiang Yuan, blaming her for not safeguarding the evidence and for leaving it behind. He had suggested burning the evidence before, but Xiang Yuan had disagreed, saying it would be useful to keep it. Now, the evidence they kept had become their incrimination, and it indeed was useful. Listening to Yuan Ching blame her, Xiang Yuan became angry. She coldly looked at him and said, "You're blaming me now? If it weren't for you provoking Yun Bei, our family wouldn't be in this situation." "What are you saying? Yun Bei did this?" Yuan Ching found it hard to believe. Yun Bei was a doctor. How could she have such power? Otherwise, what do you think? Xiang Yuan's face was filled with hatred. She hated herself for being deceived by Yuan Ching, and even more for the trouble he caused her and her father. Is she really that amazing? Yuan Ching looked doubtful. Seeing that Yuan Ching didn't believe her, Xiang Yuan stopped trying to explain. There was no point in saying more now that things had turned out this way. Now, she just hoped her mother could find a way to help. She wished her relatives would be supportive enough to help her get out. She vowed that once she was free, she would not let Yun Bei off the hook. In the provincial city, after 3 days of fun, Yun Bei encountered a bit of trouble. Looking at the child who was clinging to her, Yun Bei's expression turned sour. She had only given him a bun yesterday because she felt sorry for him. Now he had attached himself to her. No matter how she tried to avoid him, the child always found her. "What do you want?" Yun Bei asked the little boy, feeling impatient. She was only 18 and didn't want to take care of a child. "Sister, I like you, and I want to be with you," the boy said earnestly. From the moment he saw Yun Bei, he felt a connection and wanted to be close to her. Yun Bei looked at the little boy and decided to take him to the police station. Maybe they could find his parents. So she nodded and said, "All right, if you want to follow me, you can." Hearing Yun Bei's words, Fugang was overjoyed. His sister finally agreed to take him along, which was wonderful. He thought he wouldn't go hungry anymore. Thinking of this, he patted his slightly full belly and said to Yun Bei, "Sister, I'm still a bit hungry. Can you buy me 2 more buns? There's probably no more buns available now. How about this? I have some cookies. You can eat those for now," Yun Bei said as she took a cookie out of her pocket. Yun Bei usually didn't like children because they were so troublesome. However, she couldn't bring herself to dislike this little boy. "Thank you, sister," Fugang said as he took the cookie and happily started eating. As he ate, his mood began to drop. How long had it been since he had eaten cookies? It seemed like he hadn't had any since he got separated from his family. "Why are you crying?" Seeing the boy eat his cookie while shedding tears, Yun Bei felt a headache coming on. She didn't understand why he was crying. This was also why she didn't like children. They cried too easily, which was annoying. "It's nothing, I just miss my mom and dad." Fugang shook his head, thinking he didn't know if his parents were looking for him. But if they were, why hadn't they found him after more than half a year? Yun Bei, hearing this, paused for a moment, then reached out to pat the child's head and asked, "Do you remember where your home is?" Fugang shook his head. He only remembered that his house was very big, but he couldn't recall where it was. He had gotten separated from his parents because they took him on a trip to find someone. Yun Bei looked at Fugang and understood why he didn't know where he lived. He seemed to be only 5 or 6 years old. So she asked, "What are your parents' names? Do you know?" "My mom is called Xianger and my dad is called Hua."
Yun Bei felt disappointed.
It was clear that these were just terms of endearment, not real names, making it harder to find them. So she asked the child, "What is your name?" "My name is Fugang, Yun Fugang." Upon hearing this, Yun Bei was surprised. She never expected that this child would share her surname. It seemed they had a special connection. She smiled, patted the child's head, and said, "You didn't call me sister for nothing. My surname is Yun too, Yun Bei." "Really? Sister, you also have the surname Yun." Fugang exclaimed happily, not realizing that the sister he liked shared the same surname. It made sense why he liked her. They were family after all. "Why would I lie to you?" The two of them chatted as they walked, and soon they arrived at the police station. Seeing the entrance, Fugang stopped and looked at Yun Bei, confused. Sister, do you need to go in there? Yes. I need to ask the police to help find your parents. Upon hearing this, Fugang's expression immediately fell. He tugged at Yun Bei's clothes and pleaded, Sister, can we not go in? Why not? Don't you want to find your parents?
Yun Bei asked, puzzled.
Don't all children want to be with their parents? Why did Fugang seem reluctant? Fugang looked up at Yun Bei and said seriously, It's not that I don't want to. It's that I can't find them. Can't find them? Yun Bei was surprised, wondering if Fugang had tried to look for them before. Yes, I can't find them. When I first got separated from my parents, I found a police officer, but they said they couldn't find them. Later, they said they would send me to an orphanage, so I ran away. Hearing this, Yun Bei sighed. Fugang didn't know where her home was or her parents' names. She only knew her own name. Yun Bei understood why the police couldn't find them. However, she decided to give it a try. After all, Fugang still needed her parents, and it wasn't good for her to stay with Yun Bei all the time. So, she looked down at Fugang and said seriously, Fugang, no matter what, we have to try. What if your parents are looking for you too? Fugang met Yun Bei's gaze for a moment, realizing she wouldn't change her mind, and nodded, saying, okay. But we need to agree that you won't leave me with the police. I want to stay with you, alright? Yun Bei didn't expect Fugang to make such a request but nodded and said, sure, you can stay with me for now. Thank you, sister. You're so nice. Is that all it takes for you to stay with me? Yun Bei laughed, holding Fugang's hand as they walked into the police station. The officers at the station were surprised to see Yun Bei enter with a dirty child and asked, excuse me, how can we help you? Yun Bei explained that Fugang wanted to find her parents. All right, we can help with that. One officer nodded and then asked, do you know your parents' names or what they do? Upon hearing this, Yun Bei shook her head and said, she doesn't know anything. She only knows her last name is Yun and her name is Fugang. She lives in a big house. She has no idea what her parents' names are or where they live. The officer looked troubled. Without any clues, how could they find her parents? Seeing the officer's difficulty, Yun Bei didn't know what to say. But Fugang smiled and said to the officer, I'm sorry for the trouble. If you can't find them, it's okay. I can stay with my sister. She will take care of me. Comrade Yun, what does this mean? The officer looked at Yun Bei in surprise, thinking she brought Fugang to hand her over, but it seemed like she intended to take care of her. Officer, until we find this child's parents, can she stay with me? That's fine, but please leave your contact number and address, so we can reach you when we find the person.
Sure.
Yun Bei did not refuse and gave the police officer the phone number and address of the military unit. Seeing the address and phone number she provided, the police officer was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized something and looked at her with surprise, saying, Comrade Yun Bei, it's you. Yun Bei looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he seemed to know her. If he did know her, he should have recognized her right away. The police officer quickly clarified for Yun Bei. He took out a newspaper from the side, pointed to a photo on it, and asked, Comrade Yun Bei, is this you? Seeing the newspaper, Yun Bei understood. She had disguised herself earlier to avoid being recognized. Now, because of Fugang's situation, she had revealed her name and identity. This matched the report in the newspaper, so it was no wonder he recognized her. That's me. Yun Bei nodded, confirming her identity. Comrade Yun Bei, you did an amazing job. Not only did you capture 6 robbers by yourself, but you also saved a whole bus of people. I want to learn from you. Comrade, this is what I should do. Yun Bei smiled and said to the police officer, please take care of Fugang's parents' situation. I have to go now. By the way, I'm temporarily staying at the guest house on XX Road. If you have any news, you can find me there. Got it, the police officer nodded, watching as Yun Bei and Fugang left. As soon as she was gone, the police officer immediately made a call to inform his colleagues at the front station about Yun Bei's whereabouts. The colleagues at the front station were thrilled to hear they had found Yun Bei, and one of them called the station master. The station master, who had been worried about finding Yun Bei and was considering going to the military unit to look for her, was relieved to hear she was still in the provincial capital. He immediately set aside his work and went to the guest house with the driver and ticket seller from that night. Meanwhile, after leaving the police station, Yun Bei first took Fugang to buy 2 sets of clean clothes, then brought him back to the guest house. Back at the guest house, Yun Bei spent a little money to ask a male staff member to help thoroughly wash Fugang's clothes. When Fugang finished his bath and changed into clean clothes, Yun Bei noticed something unusual in his eyes. She didn't expect that this little boy resembled her so much. If they walked out together, others would surely think they were siblings. Just as this thought crossed Yun Bei's mind, a female staff member nearby said, "Comrade Yun, is this your brother?"
You really look alike.
"Really? I look like my sister?" Fugang was excited to hear the staff member's words. At that moment, he wished there was a mirror nearby so he could see how much he resembled his sister. "You really do." The staff member smiled, looking at Fugang's face, which had turned rosy from the bath, and wanted to pinch his cheeks. However, with Yun Bei nearby, she felt shy to do so and instead complimented, "Comrade Yun, your brother is really good-looking, just like a doll from a traditional painting." "Honestly, this is the first time I've seen such a cute child." "He is indeed good-looking," Yun Bei agreed with a smile. Not just the staff member, she also wanted to pinch the boy's cheeks but ultimately held back. Seeing Fugang, who seemed like a different person, Yun Bei took him back to their room. Once inside, she asked Fugang if he was tired and needed to rest. As for herself, she felt fine. "Sister, I'm not tired, but I'm a bit hungry." Fugang felt a little shy when he mentioned his hunger. Earlier, his sister had given him a cookie, but he was still hungry. "Okay, wait here. I'll go buy you something to eat," Yun Bei said, feeling a bit regretful for forgetting to buy him food while shopping for clothes. She had plenty of food in her space, but it wasn't convenient to take it out in front of Fugang. Even though he was only 6, he was quite clever. "Sister, I'll go with you," Fugang said, afraid that Yun Bei would leave him behind, and quickly got off the bed to follow her. "Just wait here. I'll be back soon," Yun Bei replied. She only wanted to find a private place to take out some food from her space and didn't actually intend to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. "Sister, I really want to go with you," Fugang insisted, holding onto Yun Bei's hand tightly, looking anxious. Seeing him like this, Yun Bei sighed and decided to take him along. Just as they were about to leave the guest house, the station master arrived with the driver and ticket seller. Seeing Yun Bei, the 3 of them immediately became happy and greeted, "Comrade Yun Bei, are you going out?" "Station Chief, Master Wang, sisterly. What brings you here?" Yun Bei was surprised, not expecting them to come so far from the station. At first, to avoid trouble, Yun Bei had chosen a place in the opposite direction from the station when leaving the nearby guest house. She didn't expect them to find her. "Comrade Yun Bei, we came specifically to thank you. That day, you left in such a hurry that we didn't have a chance to properly express our gratitude." "Station Chief, it was just a small effort on my part. You are too kind." Yun Bei felt a bit shy. Within her abilities, she would never ignore someone in need. "It may have been a small effort for you, but to us, you are a lifesaver." Master Wang said as he handed Yun Bei something he was carrying, "This is a small token of our appreciation. Please don't refuse it." "Master Wang, you should take this back. I appreciate your kindness." Yun Bei pushed the item back. "Comrade Yun, you must accept this. It's not anything valuable, just a small gesture of thanks." Master Wang insisted, noting that if he weren't worried about Yun Bei refusing, he would have brought something more substantial. After some back and forth, Yun Bei finally accepted the gift. Now, she didn't need to go out to buy food for Fugang, as Master Wang and the others had brought egg cakes and peach crisps. The 3 of them thanked Yun Bei warmly, and once they saw her accept the gift, they left satisfied. As soon as they left, the guest house staff looked at Yun Bei with admiration and said, "Comrade Yun, so you are the one from the newspaper. You are truly amazing. Not only did you catch the criminals, but you also saved a whole bus of people. You are a hero." Yun Bei felt embarrassed by the praise. She never thought of herself as a hero. What she did was just within her capabilities. In that situation, anyone with the ability would have acted. The reason she was able to capture the criminals without them harming anyone was largely due to the anesthetic she had made. However, Yun Bei did not expect someone would come to her because of the anesthetic. Yun Bei returned to the room with Fugang and took out the food for him to eat. As Fugang enjoyed the egg cake, he asked Sister, "You are so amazing. How did you catch those criminals?" Looking at the curious Fugang, Yun Bei smiled and pinched his cheek, saying, "Sister gave each of them a shot, and that's how we caught them." "Really?" Fugang was a bit skeptical. How could one shot catch someone? "Of course," Yun Bei replied with a smile, telling the truth but mostly trying to make Fugang happy. Hearing this, Fugang looked seriously at Yun Bei and said, "Sister, I want to catch bad people like you when I grow up." "Okay, when you grow up, you can catch bad people just like me," Yun Bei said, patting Fugang's head, growing fonder of him. If only he were her real little brother, even if he were just a cousin, she would be happy. Unfortunately, she couldn't do a paternity test right now, otherwise, she would definitely want to. The more she looked at him, the more she felt a connection. With the current technology, the only way to find out if Fugang was her brother was to locate his parents. But it wouldn't be easy to find them in a short time unless Fugang knew their names and address. Otherwise, with just Fugang's name and his parents' nickname, it would be nearly impossible to find them. After all, it wasn't like her previous life, where the police departments were connected and one name could reveal all information. Yun Bei originally planned to spend a few days in the provincial city before heading to the capital, but now with little Fugang around, it was less convenient. It seemed she would have to return to the army soon. While Yun Bei was thinking about when to go back, there was a knock at the door. When she opened it, she found police officers in uniform standing there. Confused, she asked officers, "What brings you here? Are you Comrade Yun Bei?" The leading officer asked. "We need your cooperation with something, so please come with us." Fugang felt scared upon hearing this and tightly grabbed Yun Bei's sleeve, looking worriedly at her. Sensing Fugang's anxiety, Yun Bei gently patted his shoulder and smiled, reassuring him, "Don't be afraid, Fugang." Then she looked back at the officers and asked, "Can I bring my brother with me?" The leading officer glanced at Fugang and nodded, saying, "Yes, you can." Hearing that he could go along, Fugang let out a small sigh of relief. He was very scared, afraid that Yun Bei would leave him here, just like his parents had done before. He never wanted to feel that kind of waiting again, especially not to end up in despair. "Then let's go," he said. Yun Bei held Fugang's hand and followed the police officer. The officer had driven them there, and once they were in the car, they explained why they were looking for Yun Bei. It turned out that while questioning the robbers, they heard that something had pricked them, causing them to lose consciousness. After investigation, the police found that the robbers had been drugged. They suspected that Yun Bei either made the drug or bought it somewhere and had it with her. However, when they tried to find Yun Bei to ask her about it, they discovered she was missing. If it weren't for a colleague who had called to inform them of Yun Bei's whereabouts, they would have gone to the military to search for her. "Do you want that drug?" Yun Bei asked, surprised that the police were interested in it. No. We want to ask Comrade Yun Bei for a favor," the officer waved his hand. Besides asking about the drug, they also wanted her help. "I'm not sure what you need my help with," Yun Bei replied, surprised that they came to her for assistance. She didn't understand how she, an ordinary citizen, could help with something even the police couldn't handle. "Comrade Yun Bei, here's the situation. We received a report about a pack of wolves that frequently attack the villagers nearby. In just half a month, over 10 people have been killed. The local police have sent many officers and even sought help from nearby military personnel to deal with the wolves. But for some reason, these wolves are very clever, and our people have suffered losses while the wolves continue to be a threat." "Are there many wolves?" "According to the villagers, there are probably over 100. "That's a lot." Yun Bei was shocked by the number. If they all came down at once, the entire village could be in danger. "Yes," the officer nodded and said, "We were trying to figure out how to deal with them, to minimize losses while eliminating the wolves, but we hadn't found a good solution. Then we saw how you used the drug to capture the robbers, which gave us a new idea." "I see." All right, I'll help you, Yun Bei agreed. It's everyone's responsibility to protect the community. Since the wolves have come down to attack people, they should be kept. The police officer did not expect Yun Bei to agree so readily and was quite pleased. He said to her, Yun Bei, don't worry. We will ensure your safety. Yun Bei smiled but did not respond. She wasn't afraid. Even alone, she would be fine. After all, she had her space. Back at the police station, the officer went to report to his superiors. Soon after, the leader met with Yun Bei, confirmed that she was volunteering and that the sedative was made by her, then smiled and said, Yun Bei, we will need your help. The sooner we handle this, the better, or more villagers will be harmed. I understand. I will prepare the sedative. However, I will need your team to help gather the ingredients. She had the sedative in her space but didn't plan to use it, as it might raise suspicions about her supplies and expose her secret. Of course, the leader agreed with a smile. As long as they could deal with the wolves, the department would fully support Yun Bei. Yun Bei asked the officer for paper and pen and wrote a list of ingredients. While they prepared the materials, she said to the leader, actually, using a sedative is fine, but using a tranquilizer gun would be more convenient. The leader smiled wryly and replied, I know that would be easier, but we don't have those. Otherwise, we would have dealt with those beasts long ago. Before long, the ingredients were brought back. Yun Bei requested a vacant office and began making the sedative, while Fugang helped out. By the time Yun Bei finished the sedative, most of the day had passed. Looking at the powder she had prepared, the leader asked curiously, Is this ready? Yes, it can be sprinkled at the upwind area, and the wolves will faint from the scent. Of course, I could also soak the needles in the sedative like I did, but that takes longer and we might not have time. Thank you, Yun Bei. However, we have one more request. Please go ahead. Could you join us? Don't worry, we won't let you do this for free. There will be rewards and compensation. Hearing this, Yun Bei smiled and said, Leader, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I plan to go with you. Rewards didn't matter much. She was just concerned about unexpected situations. Regardless, my medical skills are quite good, so it won't hurt to go along. Then it's settled. By the way, we plan to leave early tomorrow morning. Do you have any requests? My only request is that I need someone to look after my younger brother. He is too small, and I can't take him with me. When Fugang heard he would be separated from Yun Bei, he immediately protested, grabbing her clothes and pleading, Sister, can I go with you? I promise I will be good and won't cause any trouble, okay? Seeing Fugang's pleading eyes, Yun Bei remained firm. He was still a child, and taking him along would only be a burden. Plus, he was too young to run away if there was danger. No, you need to stay here and wait for me to come back. Sister, I'm begging you. Begging won't help. Seeing that Yun Bei truly didn't want to take him, Fugang stopped arguing. He understood that he and Yun Bei were not really siblings, and if she got annoyed with him, he wouldn't be able to follow her anymore. To be able to stay with his sister in the future, he could endure this temporary separation. So, he looked at Yun Bei seriously and asked, Sister, you won't leave me behind, right? Don't worry, since I promised you, I won't leave you unless we find your parents. This trip will be dangerous, so I can't take you with me. Just stay here and wait for me to come back. Okay, I will listen to you. The leader saw that Yun Bei and Fugang had come to an agreement, so he directly called over a female police officer to help take care of Fugang tomorrow. Though the female officer was unmarried, she loved children. Seeing Fugang, who looked like a doll, her maternal instincts kicked in, and she smiled, saying, Don't worry, leader. I will take good care of him. Good. I trust you to do your job. And so it was settled. Since Yun Bei's current place was a bit far from the police station, the leader suggested she move temporarily to the staff dormitory. Yun Bei didn't refuse. She didn't have much to bring, just a few pieces of clothing. So, she took Fugang back to pack her things and then returned to the station. Fortunately, there was a car to pick them up, so it didn't take much time. The next day, Yun Bei and Fugang got up early. After having breakfast at the station, they handed Fugang over to Officer Xiaozhou from the day before and joined the other police officers to head to the mountain village, where the wolf pack had been spotted. The village was quite far away, taking over 2 hours by car. Once they arrived, the rough mountain roads forced everyone to abandon their vehicles and walk. After walking for over an hour, they finally reached Do Wang village. Surrounded by mountains, this village was a frequent haunt for the wolf pack. Looking at the small village and the towering mountains behind it, Yun Bei furrowed his brow. Logically, there shouldn't be so many wolves here. With this question in mind, Yun Bei followed the police officers into the village. The village chief and the villagers were already waiting at the entrance. When they saw only about 30 police officers, their faces showed disappointment. According to an old hunter in the village, there were about 100 wolves. With just over 30 officers, it was clearly too few. With such a small group, it would be hard to confront the wolves, and they might even end up in danger. The villagers were even more dissatisfied to see that one of the officers was a woman. If they encountered wolves, she would be in serious trouble. Officer Zhu, is this all the people you have? The village chief, who knew the leading officer, held back his dissatisfaction. Yes, these are all we have today. We will need the village chief to find a few people to guide us. That's not a problem. But I must warn you, with so few people, it might not be enough. There are quite a few wolves out there. Don't worry, village chief. We are well prepared this time. Just lead us to the location, and you don't have to worry about anything else.
All right.
The village chief accepted this, but still felt uneasy. Having had breakfast before leaving, they had already spent over 3 hours on the road and still needed to go into the mountains. The village chief was concerned about everyone getting hungry, so he suggested they eat something at his house first. However, Officer Zhu declined. They had brought snacks and preferred to eat in the mountains. Besides, the wolf pack posed a continuous threat, so it was better to deal with it quickly. Moreover, he wanted to see if Yun Bei's tranquilizer would actually work to subdue the wolves. Seeing the police officers insist on going up the mountain, the village chief pointed out a few villagers who were familiar with the area to guide them. Following the villagers, the group began their ascent into the mountains. The mountains are high and the forests are dense, making the path steep and difficult to walk. It was already past noon, and Officer Zhu, who was leading the group, was considering whether to let everyone take a break and eat something when the villager guiding them suddenly became anxious and said, "Everyone, get ready. Wolves are coming." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became alert. Officer Zhu looked at Yun Bei and said, "Comrade Yun, find a place to hide soon." Yun Bei nodded and listened carefully to the sounds around her. When she realized that the wolf pack intended to surround them, a slight smile appeared on her face. She was thinking about how to best use the tranquilizer when the wolves made the choice for her. The wolves were fast, and in no time, they had surrounded the group, watching them closely and ready to attack. Yun Bei glanced around, but didn't see the lead wolf. However, she wasn't worried because she knew that the lead wolf was likely nearby, watching them. The most important thing now was to deal with these wolves, otherwise they would surely be in trouble. Although the police had guns, these wolves seemed undeterred, as evidenced by previous failed captures that resulted in heavy losses. As the wolves prepared to pounce, Yun Bei quickly threw out the tranquilizer powder. Of course, she had given everyone the antidote beforehand. Otherwise, if the police were also affected while trying to subdue the wolves, it would be a disaster. The villager leading the way saw Yun Bei scattering something and asked, "Officer, what is she doing? Is she crazy? What if the wolves eat her?" From the villager's perspective, Yun Bei seemed to be a liability. With the wolves about to attack, she was still throwing out some powder. "Don't worry, comrades. Comrade Yun is spreading a tranquilizer. Once the wolves smell it, they will faint," explained the officer. Since the villagers were not informed that they planned to use a tranquilizer against the wolves, they were unaware of the situation. They also hadn't taken the antidote Yun Bei had just given them. One person even feared that the substance Yun Bei provided was poisonous and threw it away.
What?
A tranquilizer? That won't work. The villagers became anxious and told the officers, "In the beginning, we tried this method too, using our chickens and ducks as bait and applying rat poison to them, but it was useless. The wolves just sniffed and left." Yun Bei was surprised by this and asked, "Can wolves really smell rat poison? Have they become clever?" "We don't know if they have become clever, but your idea definitely won't work." The villagers were very distrustful of Yun Bei and wanted to run away immediately. However, they were surrounded by the wolf pack and couldn't escape. What should they do? Were they really going to wait here to die? The villagers felt a bit hopeless and mostly regretted coming to guide them. Now, just for leading the way, they might lose their lives. If we don't try, how will we know if it works? Yun Bei glanced at the desperate villagers and said, "Don't worry, my sleeping powder is different from rat poison. It will work on them." Seeing Yun Bei's confident expression, the villagers turned away. They thought she was just boasting and didn't believe her at all. The police officers were also skeptical of Yun Bei. They had not known that the villagers had previously tried to poison the wolves, so they had confidence in her sleeping powder. Now, they began to doubt it and felt a bit regretful for being overconfident. If they had known, they should have been better prepared. Yun Bei didn't care what others thought. After throwing the powder, she started counting. Just as she began, the wolves attacked, charging at the group. The villagers screamed in fear and raised their tools. They had brought machetes to clear the way. With the wolves coming at them, they naturally had to defend themselves. Yun Bei also held a stick she had picked up along the way. The police officers were scared as the wolves charged and raised their guns, ready to pull the trigger. Suddenly, the wolves that had jumped at them started falling to the ground one by one. The villagers, who were prepared to fight to the death, were startled to see the wolves collapse right in front of them. When they came to their senses, they realized the wolves were not moving. At first, they thought the wolves were dead, but upon closer inspection, they saw they were still breathing. Remembering the powder Yun Bei had thrown, the villagers turned to look at her. Meeting their gaze, Yun Bei smiled and said, "It's okay, they have fainted." The police officers, who had expected a bloody battle, sighed in relief as they watched the wolves fall one by one. Then they told the villagers, "You go back and gather the people from the village to help take these wolves back." To keep the wolves unconscious for longer, Yun Bei decided to give them another injection. Otherwise, if the villagers came to carry the wolves away and they woke up, it would be a disaster. Yun Bei held a silver needle, injecting each wolf one by one. The best solution would be to finish them off, but that would attract other wild animals with the smell of blood. Yun Bei and her team weren't afraid since she still had medicine, but they worried that the villagers might run into trouble when they arrived. So, Yun Bei thought it would be better to give another injection, effectively increasing the dosage. The lead wolf watched this from a distance, filled with hatred for Yun Bei. Then, it howled to the sky, preparing to summon more wolves to confront her. Hearing the howl, not only did the police change their expressions, but the villagers did too. They knew the Wolf King was calling its pack. It seemed the police were in danger. Thinking of this, the village chief quickly gathered the villagers to head up the mountain to rescue them. Although the villagers were scared, they each took tools from their homes and headed up the mountain. However, halfway up, they encountered villagers coming down. When the chief asked, he learned that Yun Bei had used a tranquilizer to put the wolves to sleep, and they were coming down to find people to help carry the wolves away. Upon hearing that the wolves were already subdued, the villagers felt relieved. But when they heard the howl again, they became worried once more. "Let's go check it out. If there's trouble, we can help," the chief said, and everyone immediately headed back up the mountain. At that moment, while Yun Bei was injecting the wolves, an unexpected event occurred. One wolf opened its eyes and lunged at Yun Bei's arm. The sudden change startled everyone. They hadn't expected that some wolves were still awake. Their hearts raced, fearing Yun Bei might get bitten. Fortunately, Yun Bei reacted quickly. As the wolf lunged, she rolled away and shot the needle straight into the wolf's eyes. The wolf let out a terrible cry and fell to the ground. This incident made everyone tense, worried that there might be more wolves pretending to be unconscious. So, the police decided not to wait for Yun Bei to inject each wolf and thought it would be better to finish them off. However, the police had not brought knives, only guns, and ended up borrowing knives from the villagers. As Yun Bei was chopping away, a sudden noise echoed through the forest. She thought to herself, this is bad, and warned everyone, be careful, the wolves are back. Upon hearing that the wolves had returned, everyone became alert again. However, since they had easily subdued the wolves before, they were not as tense this time. Soon, the wolves appeared again, and this time there were clearly more than before. Seeing the large number of wolves, Yun Bei gasped in surprise. No wonder they said there were over 100. It seemed there were even more. Moreover, the fact that these wolves appeared so quickly indicated they were not far away. This raised a question in Yun Bei's mind. It was unusual for so many wolves to gather in one area. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, causing her expression to change. However, this was not the time to confirm her suspicion. She needed to find a way to deal with these wolves. Otherwise, they would all become the wolves' next meal. With that thought, Yun Bei stopped hesitating and took out her tranquilizer, preparing to throw it at the wolf pack. However, the Wolf King, having learned from its previous encounter, ordered the wolves to attack Yun Bei first to prevent her from using the tranquilizer. The Wolf King's plan was simple: stop Yun Bei from using her drug. As the wolves charged at her, Yun Bei's expression turned serious. The police officers also looked worried and positioned themselves in front of her. This made it difficult for Yun Bei to use her tranquilizer. Therefore, she stepped out from behind the officers and said, "You all focus on yourselves. I can take care of myself." After saying that, she moved closer to the wolf pack instead of retreating. Seeing Yun Bei's reckless move, the Wolf King growled and commanded the wolves to attack. Several wolves lunged at her simultaneously. One aimed for her head, another for her leg, one for her hand, and the last for her body. As the wolves charged, Yun Bei's expression hardened. She swung her stick with one hand while throwing the tranquilizer with the other. Fortunately, her tranquilizer worked well. Even a little contact would cause the wolves to fall. Seeing that his plan was failing, the Wolf King became angry and stepped out from his hiding place, glaring at Yun Bei with fierce eyes, as if he wanted to tear her apart. Feeling the Wolf King's murderous intent, Yun Bei glanced at it and continued with her actions. There were too many wolves. She had to quickly spread the sleeping powder, otherwise the police would be in trouble. Just as Yun Bei thought this, the wolves that hadn't been affected yet launched their attack towards the police. This put the officers in danger. Their guns fired one after another, but even so, some were injured. Some had their clothes bitten, while others were bitten on the hands. Although the injuries weren't severe, being hurt was still bad. Seeing the officers getting hurt, Yun Bei hurried her actions. But at that moment, the Wolf King took the chance to ambush her, forcing her to stop what she was doing to deal with it. Fortunately, Yun Bei didn't intend to confront it directly. She kept shooting the needles coated with sleeping powder. When the police saw Yun Bei being attacked, they all became worried and wanted to help her. In doing so, they overlooked the dangers around them, resulting in even more injuries. Yun Bei realized this couldn't continue, so she shouted, "Just take care of yourselves. I can handle this." After saying that, she focused on the Wolf King. Just like capturing a thief, capturing the king was the priority. Once the Wolf King was dealt with, the pack would be leaderless. However, the Wolf King was not easy to defeat. It took Yun Bei a lot of effort to injure it. Of course, she didn't come out unscathed either. A piece of her clothing was torn. Luckily, 2 of her needles hit the Wolf King, and with a little time, it would surely be finished. While waiting for the Wolf King to succumb, a faint sound of a flute suddenly echoed through the forest. Upon hearing the sound, all the wolves stopped their attack and retreated in an orderly fashion. At that moment, Yun Bei's suspicion was confirmed. Indeed, these wolves were being trained by someone. As for why there were so many wolves here, she wasn't sure yet, but her instincts told her it couldn't be anything good. With the wolves gone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief but felt a bit anxious, as many present had sustained injuries. Looking at the situation, Yun Bei was relatively better off. She only had a torn piece of clothing on her arm and a few scratches from wolf claws. Most others had minor injuries as well, but nothing serious that couldn't be treated. Yun Bei first disinfected her own wounds before starting to help each of them with their injuries. Just then, the villagers arrived. Seeing the injured police officers, they were all very worried. When the village chief saw that everyone was only injured and no one had died, he let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the villagers had already spotted the wolves lying on the ground and began to feel happy. Right now, there is a shortage of supplies and wolf meat is still meat. With so many people, if they shared the meat, each family could get at least 5 or 6 pounds or even more. Yun Bei helped everyone treat their wounds before approaching the village chief and asked, "Chief, I want to know, is there anyone living in the mountains?" "No. How could anyone live in the mountains? Everyone has already moved down to the valley." "No one lives there?" Yun Bei frowned slightly. Thinking about the flute sound earlier, it couldn't be that someone in the village was raising wolves in the mountains, could it? Exactly. There are wolves in the mountains. Who would dare to live up there? Only someone who doesn't care about their life would. Yun Bei didn't continue on that topic but asked other questions, like when the wolves appeared and whether they had heard the flute sound before. Officer Zhu noticed Yun Bei continuously questioning the village chief and, recalling that the wolves retreated because someone played the flute, a bad feeling arose in his heart. As a police officer, he had seen and experienced much more than the villagers. So, after Yun Bei finished asking her questions, he decided to take a few people to the mountains to investigate and see if his suspicions were correct. Officer Zhu called Yun Bei aside and said, "Comrade Yun, you should go back down the mountain with the villagers. I have some matters to attend to and won't be going with you." Upon hearing this, Yun Bei understood immediately. She smiled and replied, "Officer Zhu, I want to go with you. I can take care of myself and won't slow you down. Plus, I'm a doctor, so if anyone gets hurt, it will be easier with me around." Hearing her words, Officer Zhu felt a bit troubled. No matter what, Yun Bei had helped them a lot today, and he didn't want her to take risks with them. If the situation in the mountains was indeed as he suspected, it would be dangerous. They were police officers who had long set aside their own lives. But Yun Bei was just an ordinary citizen. After thinking for a moment, he said to Yun Bei, "Comrade Yun Bei, you should go back with the villagers. It's too dangerous in the mountains, and we might not be able to take care of you." "Officer Zhu, I'll say it again, I don't need your protection. On the contrary, having me around will provide you with extra safety. I am truly a doctor and knowledgeable about various herbs. If you get injured, I can handle it quickly. So, I think it's better to have me along." This, Officer Zhu hesitated, but one of his colleagues spoke up, saying, "Captain, just let Comrade Yun Bei come with us." "Exactly, Captain. We really needed Comrade Yun Bei when we dealt with the wolves earlier. Plus, I can tell she has skills and won't hold us back." Hearing this, Yun Bei smiled and said to Officer Zhu, "Captain Zhu, I can take care of myself, so you don't need to worry." Officer Zhu glanced at his team, who were all in favor of having Yun Bei join, and he decided not to insist further. He looked at Yun Bei seriously and said, "Comrade Yun Bei, you chose to come with us. If anything goes wrong, don't blame us." "Don't worry, Captain Zhu. I won't blame you." The decision was made. Officer Zhu led 10 team members up the mountain to assess the situation, while the others helped the villagers bring the wolf down. The two groups separated, and Yun Bei's team followed the direction the wolf pack had gone. The mountains were high and the forest dense, making the path difficult. Fortunately, the wolves had left traces behind, making it easier to track them. As time passed, they ventured deeper into the mountains but had not spotted a single wolf, which made everyone a bit anxious. It was already afternoon, and if they didn't find any signs of the wolves before dark, it would be even more dangerous at night. After all, there were likely other wild animals in the mountains besides wolves. There were 10 of them, which seemed like a lot, but they might not be able to handle larger predators if they encountered one. After walking for an hour or two, everyone was tired. So, Captain Zhu decided to let them rest for a while before continuing. They found a relatively flat spot to sit down, drinking water and eating snacks. They hadn't eaten lunch, but luckily they had enough provisions. Otherwise, they would only have water to drink. Yun Bei took out some jerky from her supplies and shared it with everyone while observing their surroundings. They had been following the traces left by the wolf pack, and logically, they should have encountered wolves by now. However, after such a long time, not a single wolf had appeared. In fact, they hadn't seen any other animals either. Either this place was the wolves' main den, or there were other predators nearby. Otherwise, it's impossible that there are no wild chickens or rabbits at all. While observing, Yun Bei suddenly felt as if she was being watched. She turned her head but saw nothing. She never doubted her sixth sense, as it had helped her avoid many dangers in her past life. If she felt someone watching, then someone was definitely there. Thinking this, Yun Bei stood up and looked around. "Comrade Yun Bei, what are you doing?" The police officer, seeing her not resting but wandering around, asked in confusion. "I just felt like someone was watching us, so I wanted to check," Yun Bei replied honestly, sharing her feeling of being watched to alert everyone. Sure enough, after hearing her words, everyone became cautious and started looking around with her, hoping to find something. However, after searching, they found nothing. They also did not feel the sensation of being watched that Yun Bei mentioned. They looked at Yun Bei and asked, "Comrade Yun Bei, could it be your imagination? There doesn't seem to be anything around here." "It shouldn't be an illusion." Yun Bei shook her head and said to the one who asked, "Think about it. If there really was nothing, why haven't we seen a single animal on our way? Maybe they were all eaten by wolves?" "That's possible. But I still trust my instincts, so it's best for everyone to be careful." As soon as Yun Bei finished speaking, she felt a push from behind. She slipped and was about to fall. Seeing she was going to fall, Yun Bei reached out to grab a nearby branch and looked back. But there was nothing behind her. While she was puzzled, the police officers gathered around and asked, "Comrade Yun Bei, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Yun Bei shook her head and then asked everyone, "I felt like someone pushed me just now. Did you see anything?" "No." The police officers shook their heads. They were confused about how Yun Bei could fall when she had been standing still. Hearing their responses, Yun Bei's expression turned serious. This indicated that whatever was there was targeting her specifically and moved so quickly that no one else noticed. Thinking of this, Yun Bei looked back again. Upon seeing this, Yun Bei immediately noticed the problem and said to the police officers, "Everyone, be careful. There's a problem here." Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, the ground suddenly gave way beneath them, and a group of 10 people fell straight down. At the same time, Yun Bei saw a cave opening behind her, where a woman in black was coldly watching her. Next to the woman stood a large wolf. The woman and the wolf stared fiercely at Yun Bei. Seeing her fall into their trap, a mocking light flashed in their eyes. The police officers did not expect that this was a trap. As they fell, they searched for something to stop their descent. However, the area around the trap was smooth and offered no support, leaving them to fall helplessly. The moment they landed, they saw that several wolves were already waiting in the trap, ready to tear them apart and devour them. In this critical moment, Yun Bei quickly pulled out a scalpel from her space and lunged at the wolf that was closest to her. At the same time, she took out some sleeping powder from her space and threw it at the wolves. The police officers initially thought they were doomed and might end up as wolf prey. However, at the crucial moment, Yun Bei acted again. As she scattered the powder, the wolves immediately fell unconscious. Seeing this, everyone felt relieved. Especially those who had persuaded the captain to bring Yun Bei along silently praised themselves. Fortunately, they had convinced the captain to take Yun Bei. Otherwise, they might have lost their lives here. With the wolves incapacitated, Yun Bei no longer held back. Using her scalpel, she swiftly dealt with the 10 or so wolves. The woman in the cave and the large wolf caught the scent of blood in the air, and a smug look crossed their faces. But soon, the large wolf realized something was wrong. The smell was not that of human blood. It was more like the scent of its companions. It nudged the woman to alert her that something was amiss. The woman looked down at the wolf and communicated with it for a moment, realizing that the trap had not killed the people. Her expression instantly darkened. These wolves were hard to train, and now she had lost half of them. How could she not feel pain? If the higher-ups found out about her significant loss, she didn't know how they would punish her. Just thinking about how angry they would be made the woman shiver. No, no, no. We must not let the higher-ups know that something went wrong here. So, the best solution is to eliminate these people, including the villagers, leaving no one behind. If it weren't for the villagers, the police wouldn't have come, and she wouldn't have suffered such great losses. At first, she sent the wolves down the mountain just to scare the villagers and keep them away, to protect their secret. But to her surprise, the villagers weren't scared at all and kept coming back again and again. She had no choice but to let the wolves attack a few people to intimidate them. She thought this would make the villagers stop coming up the mountain, but instead, they sought help from outside and brought the police, resulting in her losing so many wolves. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Therefore, she decided to teach the people in the trap a lesson. Killing her wolves would come at a cost. Inside the trap, after everyone worked together to deal with all the wolves, Yun Bei and Officer Zhu began to discuss their situation. He said, "Captain Zhu, we need to find a way out. We don't know what might happen next. I know, but this trap is very smooth and there's nowhere to step. How can we get up? And even if we manage to get up, what if there are wolves waiting for us?" This was indeed a problem. After thinking for a moment, Yun Bei said to Officer Zhu, "How about I try going up first?" "That's a good idea. Comrade Yun Bei has sleeping powder that can put the wolves to sleep." Before Officer Zhu could respond, others spoke up. Although they didn't know how capable Yun Bei was, her sleeping powder should work on the wolves. "No, we can't let Comrade Yun Bei go up alone." Officer Zhu shook his head in refusal. No matter how skilled she was still just one person. It was too dangerous to let her go alone. "That's simple. We can find a few people to go up with Comrade Yun Bei." Just as the officers were about to discuss who would go with her, Yun Bei interrupted, "Everyone, let's calm down. What we need to focus on is how to get up." Once she said that, everyone fell silent. Yun Bei was right. Figuring out how to get up was a big issue. Yun Bei had tools at her space, but she couldn't take them out now. Otherwise, everyone would think she was a monster. Plus, if her space was exposed, it would lead to endless trouble in the future. While she was thinking about whether she should climb up, Yun Bei noticed a pile of wolves nearby. "I have an idea." Yun Bei smiled and pointed at the wolf bodies, saying, "We have a plan. If we stack these wolves, we can climb up. A dozen wolves piled together will give us some height." Everyone's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, they began to stack the wolf bodies. Before the pile was finished, Yun Bei and a few agile police officers had already climbed on top and started to ascend. Standing on the last wolf's body, Yun Bei noticed they were still over a meter away from the exit. Just as she considered using a rope from her space, a police officer said to her, "Yun Bei, step on my shoulders to get up." He crouched down, and seeing this, Yun Bei stepped onto his hands and rushed toward the exit. Once outside, she quickly scattered some sleeping powder and then paused to look around. A woman in black was preparing to throw stones at Yun Bei and the others, but before she was ready, Yun Bei had already emerged, and her expression turned sour. She immediately commanded the lead wolf to deal with Yun Bei while she began throwing stones into the trap. Seeing her actions, Yun Bei warned the officers in the trap, "Everyone, be careful. The bad guy is throwing stones." While warning them, she continued to fight the lead wolf. The lead wolf, furious that Yun Bei had killed its pack, attacked fiercely, wanting to tear her apart for revenge. However, Yun Bei was not easy to handle. When she found the scalpel ineffective, she switched to nunchucks. With a more effective weapon, Yun Bei's attacks became increasingly fierce. At that moment, more police officers emerged from the trap. As soon as they did, they charged at the woman throwing stones, quickly engaging her. As more officers joined, the woman found herself at a disadvantage. In response, she blew a whistle to summon the wolves for help. Seeing this, Yun Bei gasped and shouted, "Destroy her whistle." The police officers rushed toward the whistle as instructed. When Officer Zhu arrived and saw his teammates struggling to subdue the woman, he aimed for her wrist and pulled the trigger. With a gunshot, the woman's whistle fell to the ground. Seeing that she had no chance of winning, The woman turned and ran towards a cave. Officer Zhu immediately tried to chase her, but at that moment, the wolf pack had arrived and surrounded them again. Yun Bei noticed the wolves coming and quickened her pace. However, the lead wolf was very strong. Yun Bei worked hard to take down the lead wolf. After it fell, she sighed in relief and ran to help the police officers. With their previous experience, the officers were more capable this time. Although some were injured, the wolves also suffered losses. With the lead wolf down, the other wolves didn't want to fight anymore and turned to flee. Yun Bei knew she couldn't let them escape. Otherwise, they would come back to cause trouble. So, she quickly moved forward, scattering sleeping powder and throwing needles. Despite her efforts, some wolves managed to escape. Yun Bei wanted to chase them, but Officer Zhu stopped her, saying, "Comrade Yun Bei, don't chase them. Let's check the cave first." The woman just went inside, and probably escaped. "Okay," Yun Bei replied and stopped pursuing the wolves, heading to the cave instead. Officer Zhu and his team entered the cave, only to discover that it was quite spacious. The path had been improved and was about 3 meters wide and 2.5 meters high. However, that wasn't the most surprising part. The cave was deep, and they could faintly see a glimmer of light coming from the end of it. Meanwhile, the woman in black was running through the cave, consumed by one thought: the secret of the cave must not be revealed. If it was, not only would she be in trouble, but others would suffer too. After about 10 minutes of following the police officers, Yun Bei suddenly heard a loud explosion, as if something had been blown up. The noise made everyone serious, and they rushed towards the source of the sound. They were determined to find out what had happened. The woman was clearly not a good person, and the commotion in the cave was likely caused by her. Soon they reached the scene. Before they could see what happened, the woman in black suddenly dashed out from the side and ran in another direction. Watching the woman disappear, Officer Zhu immediately said, "I'll take a few people to chase her. The rest of you check what just happened inside." After giving his instructions, he ran after the direction the woman had gone. "Let's follow the captain," said a few police officers, and they hurried after him. The remaining officers decided to investigate what the woman had been doing in the nearby cave. Yun Bei and her group quickly entered the cave, but after a few minutes, they found that the path was blocked. The original route had collapsed. Remembering the noises they had heard earlier, they guessed it was likely caused by the woman. Looking at the pile of stones blocking the entrance, they exchanged glances. One of them said, "Should we try to move these stones?" "Okay, let's give it a try. Otherwise, we'll have to go down the mountain to borrow tools from the villagers." They worked together to shift the stones. After some effort, they finally cleared a small hole just big enough for one person to pass through. Peering through the hole, they saw a large space inside filled with boxes. "Shall we go in and take a look?" With that, they lined up and crawled into the cave. When they reached the end, they discovered that the cave was about 300 square meters. Upon closer inspection, they noticed many boxes inside, each marked with strange symbols. Seeing this, Yun Bei thought about the wolves they had encountered. She turned and noticed a smaller cave nearby that seemed to have something inside. Curious, Yun Bei entered and found more items inside, but unlike the previous boxes, these had no markings. She stepped inside and opened a box, gasping in surprise when she discovered it was filled with weapons. Meanwhile, outside, the police officers opened the boxes and were startled to find items that looked like gas canisters. Hearing their exclamations, Yun Bei stepped out and was equally shocked by what she saw. Thinking about the wolves on the mountain and the woman in black who had escaped, she began to understand the situation. Without getting involved further, Yun Bei turned to find Officer Zhu. As for the police officers who came in with her, they stayed behind to guard against any accidents. When Yun Bei found Officer Zhu and the others, she noticed that they were all injured and lying on the ground. Seeing Yun Bei, Officer Zhu immediately warned, "Be careful." At that moment, a strong wind rushed at her from behind. Yun Bei dodged while turning to look. She saw the woman in black swinging a sword at her. It turned out that the woman had not escaped but was hiding there, catching the police officers off guard. Due to the cave's limitations and the officers not expecting anyone to be hiding nearby, they were caught by surprise, and 2 of them were injured. By the time Officer Zhu and the others reacted, they couldn't fight back. The woman was skilled and, armed with a weapon, took advantage of her knowledge of the area to injure all the officers. Seeing that the opponent had a weapon, Yun Bei was cautious. She took out her nunchaku and began to fight the woman. After a few exchanges, Yun Bei's expression darkened as she coldly asked, "Are you a spy?" Hearing this, the officers' faces changed. If this woman was a spy, what was she planning with those wolves? Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the police officers knew they couldn't stay there any longer. Even though they were injured, they needed to find a way to escape and send a message. So, Officer Zhu and the others tore their clothes to make bandages for themselves and prepared to leave to send word. At that time, they were not far from the exit, so they headed towards it instead of going back. The woman saw that Officer Zhu and the others still had the strength to move and immediately changed her expression. She wanted to chase after them, but was blocked by Yun Bei. With hatred in her eyes, the woman glared at Yun Bei. It was her who had killed her wolves, and now she was ruining her plans. If Yun Bei hadn't shown up, those police officers would have been killed by her already. Now, these police officers clearly intended to send a message. How could she let them leave? But Yun Bei blocked her, making it impossible for her to stop them. "You filthy woman, die!" The woman shouted, swinging her knife quickly towards Yun Bei.
Yun Bei dodged while counterattacking.
After a few moves, she managed to disarm the woman, taking the knife from her. Without weapons, the woman's fighting ability dropped sharply. Yun Bei quickly knocked her to the ground and restrained her. The woman glared at Yun Bei, never imagining she would be defeated by someone shorter and lighter than herself. Fearing she might harm herself, Yun Bei held her tightly and firmly adjusted her jaw, looking coldly at her. "I ask you answer. If you lie to me, don't blame me for being harsh. And if you don't cooperate, I can make you wish you hadn't been born." The woman stared at Yun Bei, silent, but determined not to say a word. Yun Bei saw her intention and didn't want to waste time. He took out a homemade poison and forced it into her mouth. As the pill went down, the woman was shocked and asked, "What did you give me?" "Just something good," Yun Bei replied, closing her jaw again. The pill would have a similar effect to a muscle relaxant, making her lose strength and unable to harm herself.
"You?"
The woman was furious, her eyes blazing with anger. Yun Bei calmly said, "Now I ask you answer." The woman sneered and replied, "You're wasting your time. I won't tell you anything." "That's fine. Someone will make you talk," Yun Bei said nonchalantly, which confused the woman. Meanwhile, Officer Zhu and his team had exited the cave and discovered a road not far away. This meant they could easily move things from the cave without being noticed. Looking around, Zhu noticed the nearest village was quite far, making it difficult to send out news. After some thought, Officer Zhu decided to return the way they came and inform the department. With that in mind, he led his team back. Yun Bei, unable to extract any information, saw Officer Zhu return and briefly asked about the situation, sharing what she had seen in the cave. After hearing this, Officer Zhu felt the seriousness of the situation even more and decided to head down the mountain immediately. Yun Bei listened to Officer Zhu and looked at their injuries. He said, "Officer Zhu, if you go down the mountain now, I need to help you rebandage your wounds." "All right, then I appreciate your help." With the woman, they returned the same way. Passing by the destroyed area, Officer Zhu stopped to greet the brothers guarding inside. The brothers saw that Officer Zhu was injured and were very concerned. When they learned he was going down the mountain immediately, they said, "Captain, why don't we go instead? You can stay here and let Comrade Yun Bei check your wounds." "It's fine. Comrade Yun Bei will help me rebandage my wounds. It will be okay." Officer Zhu shook his head, deciding it was better for him to go himself. Seeing his determination, the brothers finally came up with a compromise. One uninjured brother would go down the mountain with Officer Zhu, so there would be someone to assist if needed. "All right, that's settled." Yun Bei followed Officer Zhu out of the cave and found some herbs nearby to rebandage him. Once the bandaging was done, he and another brother started walking down the mountain together. Yun Bei stayed on the mountain, watching the woman and keeping an eye on their supplies. The woman tried to escape more than once, but, without strength, she had to give up. It is said that going up the mountain is easy, but coming down is hard. Officer Zhu and the others worked hard to return to the village. The villagers rushed over to ask about the situation when they saw Officer Zhu and the others return. Officer Zhu didn't say much, only instructing the villagers to stay out of the mountains for now. Then he went to the team headquarters and made a phone call back to the bureau. After learning about the situation on the mountain, the leaders immediately called to report to their superiors and waited for instructions. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the superiors to respond and inform them that troops would be sent to assist. In the military, Si Nan Zhao received a temporary order to lead a team to the provincial city to assist the police. Without hesitation, Si Nan Zhao set off with his brothers in a vehicle. On the way, he wondered if Yun Bei was still in the provincial city and if he might run into her. At that moment, Yun Bei was unaware that Si Nan Zhao was coming. She and the police were waiting on the mountain for reinforcements. However, as night began to fall with no sign of movement, everyone started to feel worried. The mountains were most dangerous at night, especially since they were holding a woman who could tame wolves. Although many wolves had been killed, some managed to escape. What if they returned under the cover of night? Thinking of this, a police officer looked at Yun Bei and asked, "Yun Bei, do you still have any sleeping medicine?" "I have a little left. Why?" In fact, Yun Bei had more in her space, but it was inconvenient to take it out. So, she downplayed the amount to avoid explaining how she could carry so much in her small bag. "I'm worried the wolves might come tonight." "Don't worry, if the wolves come, I have enough sleeping medicine to handle them. What you should really be concerned about is whether this woman's accomplices will show up. If they do, that would be a real problem." The officers thought about it and agreed with Yun Bei. If the woman's accomplices arrived, it would complicate things. What should we do? The officers looked at each other, hoping someone had a good idea. "Guard the two entrances and don't let them in. We don't have many people. Splitting up might not be a good idea. But if we don't split up, what if they come in through the entrance we're not guarding?" "That's true. But if they send many people, we might not be able to handle them with just the few of us." The officers looked worried, regretting not bringing more weapons when they were on the mountain. "Don't worry, I have a plan." Yun Bei smiled and pointed to the herbs she had collected while helping Officer Zhu with his bandaging. "Just light this at the entrance." "What is this? Is it also sleeping medicine?" one officer asked curiously, while another even picked up the herbs to smell them. "Something like that," Yun Bei replied with a smile, signaling for them to take the herbs. With 8 people left, they assigned 4 to guard each exit. Yun Bei, concerned about the wolves, decided to guard the entrance from which they had come. To prevent the woman from escaping, Yun Bei tied her hands and feet with a vine. The woman was furious, as she had been planning to escape once the others fell asleep. After all, she was quite familiar with the terrain of the mountain. Unaware of the woman's thoughts, Yun Bei found her angry expression amusing. As night fell, she ignored the woman and prepared to roast some meat to eat. Earlier, the wolves that had been killed were left outside. Yun Bei didn't mind and brought some wolf meat inside to cook and eat. After filling his stomach, Yun Bei tidied up and prepared to rest. Just then, the woman spoke up, saying, "I'm hungry." "You're hungry? That's not our problem," Yun Bei replied, rolling his eyes. "Missing one meal won't kill her."
"You?"
The woman was furious, but couldn't do anything to Yun Bei. However, she vowed to herself that if she ever got the chance to leave, she would make him regret it. Yun Bei ignored her and discussed the shift schedule with the 3 police officers. They decided to split into 2 teams, with each team on duty for 6 hours. Since Yun Bei was a woman, he was assigned to the first half of the night. He had no objections to this arrangement and let the other 2 officers who were on the second half of the night go to sleep. He stayed up with another officer, chatting while keeping watch. They didn't pay any attention to the woman, as long as she was alive. Everything else was not a concern. The woman, seeing that they were ignoring her, became very angry. She kept demanding water and then insisted on going to the bathroom. Her need to go to the bathroom was just a pretense. She really wanted to escape. Yun Bei wasn't going to indulge her. He took her outside but didn't untie her hands and feet. He removed her pants and tossed them aside. Whether she really needed to go or not was not his concern. When the time came, he would bring her back to the cave. The woman, realizing Yun Bei wasn't falling for her tricks, was filled with rage. As she was thinking of ways to annoy him further, Yun Bei suddenly took out a silver needle and pricked her a few times. After a few pricks, the world went quiet. The woman couldn't make a sound anymore. She had become mute. The inability to speak frightened her. She stared at Yun Bei, as if questioning, "What did you do to me? Why can't I talk?" Yun Bei ignored her gaze and closed his eyes to rest. Officer Zhu was waiting in the village for someone from the bureau to arrive and found it hard to sleep that night. He was worried about the brothers in the mountains, fearing they might run into trouble. Previously, Yun Bei had said that the woman was a spy, and he believed there was a high chance that it was true. After all, how else would she know about the things in the cave and how to tame so many wolves? It was clear she didn't want anyone to go up the mountain. The night passed quickly and slowly at the same time. Yun Bei's guess was correct. In the middle of the night, the wolves came. Although they didn't enter the cave, they lingered outside, looking as if they wanted to come in but were too afraid to do so. They discovered a fire in the cave and saw Yun Bei guarding the entrance. They were very afraid of Yun Bei and didn't dare to approach. In the end, they only dragged the wolves outside away. The police officer who was keeping watch with Yun Bei felt relieved when he saw the wolves leave. He had been scared that the wolves would come in. They were only 2 people and couldn't handle the wolves. Fortunately, the wolves did not enter. Yun Bei wasn't afraid because she had a space with everything she needed. Even at night, if she took something out from her space, the others wouldn't notice. So, compared to her companion, she was much calmer. The woman saw the wolves coming and felt very happy, thinking they might rescue her. However, the wolves didn't dare to come close, which made her angry and frustrated, and she started to shout. But after shouting for a while, she realized she couldn't make any sound, which made her feel gloomy. On the other side, the people keeping watch faced more danger. There were no incidents in the first half of the night, so they relaxed their guard in the second half. Just when they let their guard down, a few people appeared in front of them. Those people saw the firelight at the cave entrance and initially thought the woman had lit it because she knew they were coming. But as they got closer, they realized it was 2 uniformed police officers guarding the entrance. They were startled to see the police. They had planned to leave, but thinking about what was in the cave, they hesitated. The items in the cave were very valuable to them, and they had been guarding them for over half a year. Just as they were about to take the items away, this unexpected situation occurred. They hadn't come for just one day, and now there were police guarding the area. Of course, they knew the items were still in the cave. In just one day, they couldn't have been taken away, and they were aware of that since they had been watching the road. As for going around to the other side, that was not an option. There was no proper road there, and moving the items down would be very troublesome. Determined to get the items from the cave, they decided to take a risk. They planned to catch the police off guard, especially since it was late at night when everyone was sleepy. However, as they approached the cave entrance and smelled the air, they suddenly felt dizzy. As they moved a little further, they could barely stand up. Since they couldn't keep their balance, several of them fell to the ground, startling the 2 police officers on duty. The officers looked up and saw that someone had arrived and was lying on the ground. Seeing the fallen individuals, the officers thought it was bad news. They remained alert while calling their colleague to help. The enemy agents, realizing they might be caught, bit their tongues to try to stay awake. One even pulled out a gun and aimed it at the police officers guarding the entrance. The sound of a gunshot startled Yun Bei and the others. "Oh no, something has happened over there. Comrade Yun Bei, there's trouble on that side. Can you stay here alone while we check it out?" One officer asked. "Of course, you can go." Yun Bei waved her hand. She felt more at ease alone. Even if something happened, she could use her space to get supplies, so she wasn't worried. "All right, We'll leave this to you. With that, the three officers quickly headed to the other entrance. Meanwhile, the agent who fired the gun, under the influence of a drug, couldn't aim properly. Even at close range, he missed and hit the stone wall instead. Seeing he hadn't hit anyone, the agent tried to fire again but found his vision blurry and lacked the strength to pull the trigger. Soon, like his companions, he collapsed to the ground. The police officers, noticing the agents were down, cautiously approached to investigate and found they were all unconscious, which made them happy. "Are we just going to leave them lying here?" one officer asked. It was dark outside, making it hard to see, and they couldn't even tie them up. "Let's leave them for now. It's too late to do anything. But we need to search them, since they have weapons." Agreed. With a consensus, they moved in together to search the agents thoroughly. They not only retrieved their weapons, but also collected any money they had. After some thought, they decided to remove the agents' clothing. Otherwise, it would be hard to see them later, and they might escape. If they didn't have clothes, escaping would be much harder because they would definitely get cold. Although the weather isn't too cold yet, the temperature on the mountain at night is still quite low. Spending a night in such cold, while it wouldn't be fatal, would surely make them sick. However, when they saw the clothes in their hands, they had a new idea. They used the agents' clothes to tie up their hands and feet, and then dragged them into the cave. Compared to outside, the cave was warmer. After all, they had a fire going, so the temperature was manageable. This way, they wouldn't get sick from the cold, saving on medical expenses. When the three police officers from Yun Bei arrived, they found that the brothers had already tied up the agents. "Are you all okay?" one of them asked. "Don't worry, we're fine. Thanks to Comrade Yun Bei's herbs, these people fainted as soon as they smelled them. Otherwise, the outcome would have been terrible." Yes, bringing Comrade Yun Bei up the mountain was definitely the right choice. "By the way, how did you get here?" "We heard gunshots and were worried about you, so we came to check. Since you're okay, we'll head back. Go back and make sure nothing happens to Comrade Yun Bei over there." That made sense. The three police officers didn't delay any longer, exchanged a few words with the brothers, and then headed back the way they came. Meanwhile, on Yun Bei's side, the female agent saw that only Yun Bei was left at the cave entrance and began to stir again. She leaned against the rock wall, quietly rubbing the vine tied around her hands. What she didn't know was that Yun Bei had excellent hearing, so he noticed her movement right away. However, Yun Bei didn't confront her. He simply glanced at her and returned to guarding the fire. The female agent, thinking she had been discovered when Yun Bei looked her way, felt a surge of anxiety. She only relaxed when he shifted his gaze away and continued to work on the vine. As time passed, she felt the vine was about to break and was pleased. But then she realized Yun Bei was suddenly standing right in front of her. "What are you doing?" the woman exclaimed in surprise, opening her mouth but unable to make a sound. Yun Bei smiled mockingly at her and said, "I think that's a question I should be asking you. You've been busy for half the day. Aren't you tired?" The woman stared at Yun Bei in disbelief, thinking she had hidden her actions well, not realizing he already knew. "All right, you can stop trying. Even if that vine was broken by you, as long as I'm here, you won't escape." The woman looked at Yun Bei defiantly, as if to say she hadn't been given a chance. Otherwise, she would definitely have shown him she could escape. Yun Bei understood her meaning but ignored it. Provoking her was of no use. Of course, she didn't want to keep watching her late at night, so she took out a silver needle and pricked it directly into the woman's body. As she did this, the woman felt her strength slowly fading away. She widened her eyes in surprise, staring at Yun Bei.
"What are you looking at?"
"Can't you just be quiet for a while? After being busy for so long, aren't you tired?" After saying this, Yun Bei returned to the fire and closed her eyes to rest. She completely disregarded the woman's hateful gaze. In the village, Officer Zhu, unable to sleep, wondered if it was just his imagination, but he thought he heard gunshots coming from the mountains. However, when he tried to listen closely, there was nothing. This made him even more worried, thinking about whether he should go up the mountain to check. With that thought, he quickly got out of bed but accidentally pulled at his wound, causing him to fall back down in pain. Once the pain subsided, He tried to get up again. After several attempts, he still couldn't succeed. Looking at his wound, he felt frustrated, thinking he was useless for failing at a critical moment. Meanwhile, on the highway from Yuan Ching to the provincial city, a large truck was speeding along. Si Nan Zhao sat in the passenger seat, looking ahead, and told the driver, Xiaoguan, "Speed up a bit. We need to reach the provincial city before dawn." "Yes, Captain," Xiaoguan replied, pressing the accelerator. In the provincial city, Fugang woke up again, realizing it was still dark outside, looking quite unhappy. He had already woken up 5 times that night. Each time, he hoped for dawn and to see Yun Bei. But every time he opened his eyes, it was pitch black outside. To be honest, he was a bit afraid of the dark, so he tightly hugged his blanket for comfort. During the day, he had patiently waited at the police station for her to return. But as night fell, she still hadn't come back. He asked the policewoman taking care of him when his sister would return, but she didn't know either. The policewoman just told him to wait patiently, assuring him that his sister would definitely come back. But by nightfall, he still hadn't seen her. He was scared, afraid that his sister would abandon him. But he didn't dare to show it, so much so that he couldn't sleep well at night. Yun Bei didn't know that Fu Guang couldn't sleep because he was afraid she would leave him. He also didn't know that Si Nan Zhao was already on her way to the provincial city and would meet him soon. At that moment, she saw the police officer return and asked about the situation. After learning that the enemy agents had been captured, she felt relieved and went to sleep. The female agent also heard Yun Bei and the police officer talking and learned that her accomplices had been caught, which made her very anxious. She had been waiting for her partners to rescue her, but now that they were all captured, there was no hope for her escape. She could only hope that her superior would notice something was wrong and send help. Usually, she would message her contact every night. Now that the agreed time had passed, they should realize something was off, right? The long night would eventually come to an end. Before dawn, Si Nan Zhao and the soldiers she brought had arrived in the provincial city. After coordinating with the police, they headed straight for the mountain. Of course, they drove a different route than Yun Bei and the others, taking another road that led to a different exit. At that moment, Officer Zhu woke up. Seeing that dawn was approaching, he could no longer lie down. He decided to go with another officer to check the situation in the mountains. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang. After learning that the troops had set off and were taking a different route, Officer Zhu wasted no time and called the other officer to head up the mountain together. When the village chief prepared to go to the office to have breakfast with Officer Zhu and the others, he found out they had already gone up the mountain. Of course, before leaving, Officer Zhu had left some people in the village, both to send messages and to be cautious. He was worried that enemy agents might infiltrate the village, so he stationed a few people there to keep watch. On the mountain, as dawn broke, Yun Bei opened his eyes. Seeing the female agent beside him, who was already awake and glaring at him, Yun Bei smiled and said, "Good morning." The female agent glared at Yun Bei in silence, knowing that even if she spoke, she wouldn't make a sound, so it was better not to say anything. However, her glare had no effect on Yun Bei. She stood up, stretched, and walked out of the cave. Breathing in the fresh air and the fragrant scent of the grass and trees outside, Yun Bei smiled. "Comrade Yun Bei, why are you up so early? Don't you want to sleep a bit longer?" A police officer who had just stepped out returned and greeted Yun Bei with a smile. "I'm used to it. I wake up naturally," Yun Bei replied with a smile. Her routine was already set, so even if she went to bed late, she would still wake up at this time. Usually, she would enter her special space to exercise, but now she couldn't do that, so she decided to take a walk in the mountains instead. She told the police officer and headed towards the mountains. The wolves they had dealt with yesterday had all been taken away by other wolves, and she guessed they had probably eaten most of them by now. Yun Bei was a bit excited about the possibility of encountering those wolves again. If she did, she could catch them all. If not, it would just be a nice walk. After walking for a while, Yun Bei discovered another cave. Upon closer inspection, she noticed signs of habitation. Considering the distance from the previous cave and the lack of signs of life there, she concluded that this cave must belong to the woman. Intrigued, she removed the camouflage at the entrance and stepped inside. Once inside, Yun Bei smiled because her judgment was correct. The signs of life indicated that this was indeed the woman's dwelling. Not only were there grains like rice and flour, but also pots and pans. Surprisingly, there was even a mountain spring inside, making water easily accessible. As she moved past the cooking area, Yun Bei spotted a simple wooden bed and discovered blankets. However, what surprised her the most was an old telegraph machine sitting on a nearby table. She had seen this type of machine during her training as an agent in her past life. Now, seeing the telegraph machine, Yun Bei was certain that the woman was indeed an enemy agent. With this discovery, she searched the area for a codebook. Unfortunately, after searching thoroughly, even checking the blankets and pillows, she couldn't find what she was looking for. Not finding anything, Yun Bei didn't dwell on it. After looking around and finding nothing else, she left the cave. When she returned to the original cave, the police officers were already up and preparing to find some food to eat. They had finished the dry rations they brought yesterday. Unless someone brought food, they would have to search the mountains for something to eat. Officer Zhu realized they had forgotten to bring food when they reached the foot of the mountain. He then sent someone back to ask the villagers for supplies. When the village chief saw the officers return, he learned they wanted to trade for food to take to their friends in the mountains. He immediately had his wife and a neighbor make a lot of flatbreads, which the officers took with them. In the mountains, Yun Bei was getting ready to go hunting with the officers when another officer approached them and said, "We spotted a large truck on the road heading our way." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious. They worried it might be a truck from the enemy, considering what was hidden in the cave. "It seems we won't be having breakfast today," Yun Bei said. He told the officers, "Just like last night, I'll stay here while you guard the other side. More people means more strength." "Understood. We'll leave this area to you. Don't mention it." Yun Bei waved his hand, signaling everyone to get back to work. The officers didn't say much more and headed toward another entrance, taking all their weapons with them. They had planned to leave a gun for Yun Bei, but she declined. After all, she had plenty of weapons in her space, just not convenient to access. She had stored many valuable items from her past life, and those weapons were far more advanced than what they were currently using in terms of accuracy, range, and precision. Of course, she wouldn't use them unless absolutely necessary. Besides, she still had a gun from Yuan Ching. Meanwhile, Si Nan Zhao and his team quickly arrived at their designated location. To his surprise, there were tire tracks on the ground. Remembering the warning from the leaders at the station, Si Nan Zhao told his team, "Everyone be careful. This road seems to be frequently used. If you see any suspicious individuals, capture them immediately." "Understood." The team nodded and jumped down from the vehicle. In the provincial city, as soon as it was dawn, Fugang woke up and went to sit on the steps at the entrance of the police station, waiting for Yun Bei to return. When the female officer in charge of watching Fugang woke up and noticed he was missing, she became very worried. After searching the police station, she finally spotted him at the entrance and felt relieved. Honestly, she was very scared, afraid that Fugang would get lost. If that happened, how would she explain it to Yun Bei and the leaders? Of course, that was secondary. What worried her more was that Fugang was such a small child. What if he ran outside and got taken by someone? "Fugang, it's barely dawn. Why are you here?" The policewoman didn't scold Fugang, but sat down beside him, looking at him gently. Fugang knew he shouldn't have done that, so he immediately apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, officer. I missed my sister too much, so I came here to wait for her. If she comes back, I want to see her first." "I understand, but next time can you please tell me what you're going to do? Otherwise, I'll worry," the officer replied. "I got it, I'm sorry." Fugang apologized again and, after the policewoman's encouragement, went to the cafeteria for breakfast. After breakfast, he sat at the door waiting again. Seeing this, the policewoman sighed and let him be. However, she asked the guard to keep an eye on Fugang and make sure he didn't run outside. Luckily, Fugang was well behaved and just waited for Yun Bei without wandering off. On the mountain, The female agent heard a truck coming and thought it was her accomplices, feeling quite pleased. When it was just Yun Bei left, she signaled him to let her speak. Coincidentally, Yun Bei had questions for her too, so he released her from her silence. Finally able to speak, the female agent was very happy and glared at Yun Bei, saying, "You're too much. I couldn't talk all night because of you. Stop the nonsense. Didn't you say you had something to tell me? You can say it now," Yun Bei replied calmly, curious about what the woman wanted to say. The female agent still had some frustration to vent, but thought of Yun Bei's methods and kept her complaints to herself. She said directly, "You heard that our people are coming. With just a few of you, you won't stand a chance against us. If you join us, I can protect you from our people." "Is that all you wanted to say?" Yun Bei looked at the female agent in disbelief and asked, "What makes you so confident that it's your people coming? What if it's ours?"
Impossible.
The female agent didn't believe it. She was sure it was her people because she hadn't reported to her superiors the night before, so they would definitely send someone to check the situation. "How is it impossible?" Yun Bei said mockingly, "You don't think you're the only one who can contact your partners, do you? We can find help too." "You?" The female agent looked furious. Yun Bei was right. 2 police officers had come down the mountain yesterday, and they might have found assistance. On their side, their original help had been captured. Other potential helpers might not arrive quickly unless they had already set off. As far as she knew, they shouldn't have come out so soon. When she contacted them the day before, the people above said they would need to wait a few more days to come and take the things from the cave. So it was very likely that the ones coming now were indeed police officers. Thinking of this, the female agent's expression darkened. She felt she needed to escape. Otherwise, once the police reinforcements arrived, it would be difficult for her to get away. Right now, there was only Yun Bei here, so she still had a chance. With this in mind, the female agent said directly to Yun Bei, "I need to use the restroom. Please untie the vines binding me." "You can go, but there's no way I'm untying the vines," Yun Bei replied as he pulled her along outside. Once they were a bit away from the cave and closer to where she lived, he finally stopped. Seeing her living cave, the woman's eyes flickered. The items inside were quite complete, and if she wanted to deal with Yun Bei, it would be more convenient to go there. So, she pretended to feel unwell and started to groan. When Yun Bei grew impatient, she suddenly pointed to her living cave and said, "Look, there's a cave over there. I want to go there." Yun Bei glanced at the cave she pointed to and smiled knowingly. He knew what was inside. After a brief hesitation, he pretended to be persuaded by her and led her into the cave. As soon as they entered, the woman made her move. She quickly broke free from the vines that had been worn down and lunged at Yun Bei. Yun Bei had been on guard, so when she lunged at him, he kicked her away. As he did, a mocking smile appeared on his face. The woman fell heavily to the ground, looking up at Yun Bei with hatred. Yun Bei stepped forward, standing over her and looking down with a cold smile. "You still have a long way to go if you want to play mind games with me." Then, he stepped on her chest and said, "This is where you live, right? There's even a telegraph machine inside. How did you know?" The woman looked at Yun Bei in shock, not expecting that she already knew. "I'm not stupid. I can tell just by looking," Yun Bei replied, stepping forward firmly. "Now, I'll ask the questions, and your honesty will determine if your punishment is lessened. First question, which side do you belong to?" The woman kept her mouth shut, thinking that by not answering, Yun Bei would be at a loss. However, Yun Bei was not one to show mercy. If she didn't answer, she would be hit. As long as she didn't seriously hurt her, it was fine. Being a doctor, she knew exactly where to strike to cause pain without real damage. Eventually, the woman couldn't hold out any longer and answered Yun Bei's questions honestly. Seeing that the female agent finally spoke, Yun Bei was satisfied and said, "It would have been better if you had cooperated sooner." The female agent wanted to retort, but she was afraid of being hit again. A moment of anger could lead to a painful consequence, which wasn't worth it. Yun Bei continued to ask questions, and the female agent struggled to keep up. She didn't want to talk, but Yun Bei's strength frightened her, and in the end, She had no choice but to respond. Meanwhile, Si Nan Zhao and his group had entered the mountains. Noticing the well-trodden path, the brothers became increasingly alert. After walking for a while, they discovered clear footprints. They stopped to examine them, estimating when the people had passed through. It looks like they left last night. Upon hearing this, the brothers thought of the police stationed on the mountain. If those people had gone up, would the officers up there be safe? With that concern in mind, they quickened their pace. Back in the mountains, the police officers noticed a large group approaching and became anxious as they couldn't see their clothing clearly. There seemed to be no fewer than 20 people. With only 8 of them, they knew they wouldn't stand a chance if a fight broke out. As the group got closer, they finally recognized their uniforms and realized they were allies. The officers were relieved. Their reinforcements had arrived. However, after the initial joy, they grew worried again. They hadn't received any news about military personnel coming. So, they were concerned that the newcomers might be spies in disguise. It's better to be cautious, they decided. That makes sense. When the others arrive, let's check their identification first. By the way, don't let them find out about Comrade Yun Bei. Yun Bei had no idea that the police were worried about bad people coming, so they didn't plan to reveal her presence. She asked all the questions she wanted, and then released the female agent. The female agent thought she was about to regain her freedom and felt a bit happy. But her happiness lasted less than 3 seconds before she saw Yun Bei tear her blanket and tie her up again. "You are too much." The female agent glared at Yun Bei, looking very unhappy. She had answered all the questions. Couldn't she get a better treatment? "How am I too much? You are an agent. I am being polite to you. Otherwise, I would make you unrecognizable to your parents." "You?" The woman was furious, but had no way to retaliate against Yun Bei. She couldn't defeat Yun Bei, and the wolves she trained were of no use. "Let's go back," Yun Bei said, pulling the woman out of the cave. Just as they were about to return to the original cave, they heard footsteps. Yun Bei was startled, thinking it was the woman's accomplices, and quickly pulled her back. Seeing Yun Bei's action, the woman suddenly shouted, "Help! Help!" She thought her companions had arrived, so she shouted quite happily. Officer Zhu and his team were climbing the mountain and heard the cries for help. Thinking Yun Bei was in danger, they rushed up. When they arrived, they saw the female agent break free from Yun Bei's hold and run outside. This time, to make it easier for the woman to walk, Yun Bei hadn't tied her legs. As a result, the female agent ran quite fast and quickly reached Officer Zhu and his team. Except for Officer Zhu and one other person who had seen the female agent, the others had never met her. So, seeing a woman, especially a good-looking one, shouting for help and running towards them, they instinctively shielded her behind them. The female agent stared at the police officers in uniform, a bit stunned. Why were they police officers and not her accomplices? Yun Bei laughed when she saw her rush into the group of police officers and mocked, "Surprised, woman? They are not your friends." The police officers also recognized Yun Bei and greeted her with smiles. As for the woman's identity, they understood now. Because yesterday, when Captain Zhu returned to the village, he had already informed them that they had captured a female agent. So, were they trying to protect the female agent just now? This realization made the police officer, who had just stepped in front of the female agent, blush and feel quite embarrassed. He never expected that the person he wanted to protect was actually the female agent. He quickly stepped aside and coldly said to her, "Why are you screaming for help? You made us think something was wrong. What's wrong with a female agent asking for help? You don't know how hard that woman hit me. If I hadn't run fast, she might have really hurt me badly," the female agent replied, lifting her shirt slightly. She felt a lot of pain from the earlier encounter and suspected she had many bruises. The police officers were surprised to see her lift her shirt in public, and they all turned red, not daring to look at her. Seeing their reaction, the female agent was not pleased and said, "I'm not shy, so why are you big men embarrassed? Look, I have so many injuries." Hearing this, Yun Bei laughed and said, "Are you imagining things? You don't have any injuries." "No injuries? That can't be true," the woman said, looking down at herself. To her surprise, her skin was clear with no marks at all. Earlier, when Yun Bei questioned her, he had indeed hit her. If it hadn't hurt so much, she wouldn't have revealed everything she knew. But how could there be no marks? The female agent was puzzled.
See?
There are no injuries, Yun Bei said mockingly. You're just in denial. Now you have nothing to say, right? It must be your doing. You hurt me so badly before. There's no way I wouldn't have marks, she insisted. Believe what you want, but facts speak louder than words, Yun Bei replied. The female agent was furious, but had no way to prove her claims since she couldn't provide evidence of being hit. Even if she did, no one would sympathize with her because she was a female agent. Yun Bei, what's going on in the cave? How did you come out? Officer Zhu asked, ignoring the female agent. They noticed a big truck coming, so everyone went to guard that exit, Yun Bei explained. They must have misunderstood. I'll go inform them that it's a military truck, Officer Zhu said. Hearing this, Yun Bei was surprised and asked, the military is here? Yes. Officer Zhu nodded, and then hurried with his team towards the cave they had visited earlier. Yun Bei noticed Officer Zhu's urgency, but did not stop him. As for the other cave and the radio, they could discuss that later. The others saw their captain rushing to inform the brothers on guard and followed behind. Meanwhile, Yun Bei and the female spy stayed back. The female spy felt a bad premonition as she realized it was just the two of them left standing there. She felt a dull ache in the places where Yun Bei had hit her before. Yun Bei smiled at her and asked, "Did you enjoy complaining just now? What do you want to do?" The female spy looked at Yun Bei warily, ready to escape at any moment. "You're too sensitive. Did I say what I wanted to do?" Yun Bei chuckled and said, "You seem very afraid of me." "And no," the female spy insisted, but inside, she was terrified. She realized that Yun Bei had many tricks up her sleeve, even more than she did as a spy. Wait, a spy? Could she be like me? Otherwise, how could a girl her age have so many skills? She had never seen many girls like Yun Bei, and those she had seen were not as capable. Yun Bei was unaware that the female spy suspected she was also a spy and was planning to report her secretly. This way, she could take revenge and also put Yun Bei in a difficult position. The more she thought about it, the better the idea seemed. However, she decided to leave the police alone since they seemed to have a good relationship with Yun Bei. Instead, she would quietly inform the soldiers. Compared to the police, the soldiers were a bit more gullible and would likely believe her. Having made up her mind, the female spy decided not to provoke Yun Bei for now to avoid getting into trouble again. Si Nan Zhao and his team quickly followed the trail of the spies from last night and soon arrived at the cave. Upon seeing the police on guard, they introduced themselves. "We haven't received any messages from above. Can we see your identification?" "Of course." Si Nan Zhao nodded and handed over his officer's ID. The police officer took a look and immediately showed respect, saying, "I've heard of you, Commander Si. You must have had a tough journey." "Not at all." Si Nan Zhao waved his hand, took back his ID, and replied, "Is everything still here?" "Yes." The police officer nodded and pointed to the captured spies behind him, saying, "By the way, these are the spies we caught last night." "You caught the spies? That's impressive." One of Si Nan Zhao's men couldn't help but give a thumbs up when he heard that the police had captured spies. They had followed the footprints all the way and found no trace of the spies, wondering if they had escaped. Unexpectedly, they were caught by a few police officers left behind. "This isn't our achievement," one of the police officers said with a smile. "We were able to catch these spies thanks to the herbs collected by Comrade Yun Bei. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. Even if we managed to catch them, we might not have gotten them all." Si Nan Zhao was startled to hear Yun Bei's name and quickly asked, "Wait, you mean Comrade Yun Bei is a woman, right?" "Yes, Comrade Yun Bei is indeed a woman." "Why, do you know her?" Before Si Nan Zhao could respond, one of his subordinates immediately said, "Not just know her, Comrade Yun Bei is the fiancé of our commander." "What? Comrade Yun Bei is the commander's fiancé?" "What? You don't believe it?" No, that's not it." The police officer waved his hand and smiled, saying, Comrade Yun Bei probably doesn't know the commander is here. Should I go inform her? She's here too? Si Nan Zhao's expression changed. He hadn't expected that Yun Bei was also in the area. Thinking about what had happened and the purpose of their mission, Si Nan Zhao began to worry. Yes, she was with us guarding this cave last night. However, she was at the other exit while we were here. Upon hearing that Yun Bei was on the other side, Si Nan Zhao immediately walked into the cave, without hesitation. Yun Bei was unaware that Si Nan Zhao was looking for her. She was leading a female spy into the cave. Of course, she didn't plan to go too deep, just guarding the entrance to prevent any surprises. She also felt the cave where the female spy had lived needed to be watched. Otherwise, she worried that there might be accomplices who could take things while no one was watching. In fact, the best approach would be to have someone search that cave and take the items away. Earlier, Yun Bei had thought about searching, but considering her identity, she held back. She thought it would be better to wait for the police to come and search. So, feeling bored, she was playing with a stick in her hand. The female agent was thrown aside by Yun Bei, and her legs were tied up again. She wanted to find the big soldier over there, but she couldn't. As Si Nan Zhao was halfway to his destination, he ran into Officer Zhu. After exchanging a few words, Officer Zhu learned that Si Nan Zhao was looking for Yun Bei and smiled, saying, "I just saw Comrade Yun Bei." She was with the female agent. She was alone with the female agent? Si Nan Zhao felt worried, fearing that Yun Bei might be in danger. Yes. Officer Zhu nodded and continued. This time, we were able to capture the female agent and discover the secret of the cave thanks to Comrade Yun Bei's efforts. Without her help, this operation might not have gone so smoothly. Not to mention, those wolves would have been a big problem for us. Concerned for Yun Bei's safety, Si Nan Zhao spoke a few more words with Officer Zhu before heading toward her. The female agent was thinking about what to say when she saw the big soldier, when suddenly she heard footsteps. The sound was different from that of the police, which made her alert. When she saw that it was a big soldier, she instantly felt happy and shouted, "Liberation Army comrade, you finally arrived. I want to report someone." Si Nan Zhao quickly spotted Yun Bei sitting at the cave entrance, feeling pleased, when he heard the loud shout. Upon closer inspection, he realized that a woman with her hands and feet tied was speaking to him. Yun Bei recognized the footsteps and wondered if it was someone she knew. Turning around, she was surprised to see not only a familiar face, but also her cohabiting partner for 2 months, her fiancé in name. Just as she was about to ask Si Nan Zhao why he was there, she noticed the female agent pointing at her, saying to Si Nan Zhao, "I want to report her as a spy too." At this, both Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao were stunned. They looked at the female agent, and Si Nan Zhao coldly asked, "What did you just say?" "I said she is a spy like me," the female agent replied smugly, looking at Yun Bei. "You can check. She not only knows martial arts but also medicine, and she even knows about radio equipment. Furthermore, before you arrived, she interrogated me. Just because of that, you claim she is a spy?" Si Nan Zhao's expression darkened, and he released a powerful aura, saying coldly, "Please provide evidence. Otherwise, you are making false accusations." "What I said is true. You can investigate if you don't believe me." The female agent saw that Si Nan Zhao didn't believe her and immediately became anxious. Si Nan Zhao naturally wouldn't trust her words. He had already investigated Yun Bei's background. Although he found her changes a bit strange, he thought it was because the Yun family had gone too far, causing her to change so much. If she hadn't changed in time, the Yun family would have taken everything from her, leaving nothing behind, let alone coming all this way to find him. Of course, he had once doubted Yun Bei's medical skills, but he was willing to trust him, to trust the old man's judgment, believing he wouldn't be mistaken about someone. Hearing this, Yun Bei couldn't help but laugh, looking at the female agent with a mocking expression, and said, "Can you really trust a spy? You?" The female agent's face turned ugly. She didn't expect Si Nan Zhao to not believe her. Darn it, wasn't it said that soldiers weren't very smart? Why didn't he believe her? If she had trusted her own words and brought Yun Bei for an investigation, it would have been easier. Then she could have added fuel to the fire, perhaps by hinting or saying ambiguous things during the interrogation, and she was sure Yun Bei wouldn't escape safely. She was fully aware that there was chaos outside. Yun Bei ignored the flustered female agent and looked at Si Nan Zhao, asking, "What brings you here?" Upon hearing this, the female agent was shocked to see Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao together and said, "You two know each other?" No wonder Si Nan Zhao didn't believe her. It turned out they were acquaintances. What a blunder. Neither of them paid attention to the female agent. Si Nan Zhao looked at Yun Bei and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, really," Yun Bei smiled and then said, "By the way, you came at the right time. There's something I forgot to tell Captain Zhu. There's a cave ahead with a radio inside. I suggest you search that cave. You might find something." Upon hearing this, the female agent's expression changed. She had indeed hidden something in that cave, a list of all the contacts for their group. When Yun Bei was questioning her in the morning, she hadn't revealed all the names on that list, only mentioning a few unimportant ones. Even if those people were captured, it wouldn't matter much. But if that list were found, it would be a different story. To discourage Si Nan Zhao from searching the cave, the female agent quickly said, "That's just where I eat and sleep. You can see everything at a glance. Is there really a need to search?" Yun Bei had spent over 10 hours with the female agent. She understood her a bit, and with what she said, Yun Bei felt that the cave had to be searched. "So," she said to Si Nan Zhao, "did you notice that she seems anxious?" Si Nan Zhao nodded. He also thought the female agent was a bit anxious. She clearly had a problem since she was trying to stop them from searching the cave. Thinking of this, he said to Yun Bei, "You keep an eye on her here. I'll go get a few people." "Go ahead." Si Nan Zhao went back to the cave to find his subordinates, while Yun Bei looked at the female agent with a mocking expression and said, "It seems that the beating you took before was too light. You still want to frame me. Do you think everyone is like you, giving up a good life to be a spy? Let me tell you, if it weren't for the fact that we can't just kill people now, someone like you would be one less in the world." "Humph, of course you would say that. That's because you've never had a hard life. When you're hungry and thirsty every day and someone gives you food and drink, you would act just like me. Don't make yourself sound so pitiful. There are many people in this world who have it worse than you. Why didn't they become spies? It just shows that deep down, you are a bad person." "You?" The female agent glared at Yun Bei, looking furious. She didn't think she was wrong. Whoever made her life better, she would work for them. Yun Bei ignored the female agent and waited for Si Nan Zhao to return with help. When Si Nan Zhao came back to find Yun Bei, his subordinates had already become familiar with the police and had seen what was in the cave. Seeing Si Nan Zhao return, they immediately said, "Captain, we've checked the items. We can move them now." "That can wait. I need 2 people to come with me to search another cave." Then he looked at Captain Zhu and said, "Captain Zhu, why don't you bring a few people with us too?" "Captain Si, are you saying there's another cave nearby?" "Yes, Yun Bei told me there's another cave not far ahead where the female agent stays, and there's a radio inside. She suspects there are other things besides the radio, so she wants us to check it out." "Okay, I'll join you right away." So, a group of 6 quickly returned to the entrance of the cave where Yun Bei was. Captain Zhu saw Yun Bei and said directly, "Comrade Yun Bei, why didn't you tell me earlier about the other cave? I would have sent someone to search it already." "Captain Zhu, it's not too late to tell you now." Yun Bei smiled and walked ahead to lead the way. As for the female agent, she was left alone in the cave for now. With more people around, they weren't worried about her escaping, especially since her hands and legs were tied, making it difficult for her to flee. The 2 caves were not far apart, and they reached the second one quickly. Looking at the cave, Captain Zhu felt a bit emotional and said to Yun Bei, "Comrade Yun Bei, it's a good thing you found this cave. Otherwise, we would have missed a lot of important information." Captain Zhu is right. Just the radio alone could provide a lot of information. Yun Bei smiled and replied, "This cave was well hidden. I found it by chance." The group entered the cave and indeed saw the radio. Si Nan Zhao and Captain Zhu approached the radio to inspect it, while the others began searching the cave. Aside from a large piece of bedding that Yun Bei had torn off, Nothing else in the cave had been disturbed. The 5 of them searched thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned, but surprisingly, they did not find anything useful.
Yun Bei was puzzled.
When she suggested searching the cave earlier, the female agent's reaction didn't seem like there was nothing there. Was there something they had overlooked? As she pondered, she scanned the cave again and suddenly noticed where the spring water flowed down. Because it was water, everyone had instinctively ignored it. Could something be hidden nearby? With that thought, Yun Bei walked toward the spot where the spring water flowed down. Soon, she stood in front of a natural water basin, formed by the water flowing from the stone wall. The basin wasn't very large, and the water was clear. It was easy to see if anything was hidden there. Therefore, Yun Bei slowly moved her gaze along the direction of the water flow, hoping to find something. At that moment, Si Nan Zhao noticed Yun Bei standing still and approached her, asking, "Yun Bei, what's wrong?" Yun Bei glanced at Si Nan Zhao and pointed upward, asking, "Do you think something looks different up there?" "What's different?" "Let me take a look," Si Nan Zhao replied, as he was taller and had a better view than Yun Bei. He glanced in the direction pointed out by Yun Bei, nodded, and said, "If you don't look closely, you can't tell. It does seem different from the other stones." The light in the cave was already dim, and with the constant flow of water above, it was easy to miss. "Let's think of a way to scrape that area." "Okay, I'll call someone over." Si Nan Zhao couldn't reach it while standing, so he called out to a nearby brother, Xiao Wu, "Come here for a moment." Xiao Wu quickly ran over and looked at Si Nan Zhao, saying, "Captain, did you call for me? That spot up there seems a bit different. Can you step on my shoulder to take a look?" Xiao Wu hesitated and replied, "Captain, isn't that a bit inappropriate? How about I get Zhou Rui instead?" Hearing this, Si Nan Zhao understood that Xiao Wu was hesitant to step on him, so he nodded and said, "All right, get Zhou Rui." "Got it, I'll go call him." Xiao Wu ran over to Zhou Rui and brought him back to Si Nan Zhao. Zhou Rui looked confused and asked, "Captain, what do you need? There's something off up there. You and Xiao will go check it out." "Understood." Zhou Rui replied, glancing up, then said to Xiao Wu, "You're lighter, so you can step on my shoulder to take a look." "No need to step, I can just sit on your shoulders," Xiao Wu said as he climbed onto Zhou Rui's shoulders. Once he was settled, he patted Zhou Rui and said, "You can stand up now." Zhou Rui slowly stood up, and Xiao Wu's hands reached the ceiling. He felt around in the direction of the water flow and quickly found something, so he started to scrape at it. As he moved, water droplets and moss fell onto Zhou Rui's head and shoulders. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Xiao Wu to remove the object. When Xiao Wu handed it to Si Nan Zhao, Yun Bei noticed it was a thick oil paper package. No wonder it was water-resistant. The contents were wrapped in oil. "Let's see what it is." Si Nan Zhao nodded and carefully opened the oil paper package. Soon, a thin piece of white cloth appeared before them. Seeing the plain white cloth, Xiao Wu and Zhou Rui were puzzled and said, "What's so special about this?" "There's nothing on it." Yun Bei laughed and replied, "Just because you can't see anything doesn't mean there's nothing inside." "What do you mean?" The two were even more confused. "My point is that we need special methods, like fire or water, to see what's in the cloth." "Oh, I see. So, should we use water or fire?" "Let's ask that female agent. She hid the item, so she must know how to reveal it. What if she lies to us?" "She wouldn't dare." Since Yun Bei took people to her cave, the female agent had been very anxious. The radio was already exposed, so she wasn't worried about that. Her only concern was the list she had hidden. Although she thought she had hidden it well and that it would be hard for anyone to find, Yun Bei was unpredictable, so she wasn't sure. She kept praying that Yun Bei wouldn't see or find it. If that happened, those people would be safe. As an agent, she understood her fate. She was already exposed and there was nothing she could do about it, but she didn't want those people to suffer the same fate. If they were exposed because of her, she would be the guilty one. However, things often don't go as planned. When the female agent saw Yun Bei holding the white cloth, her face instantly lost color. How could this happen? How did she find it? She had hidden it so well. Yun Bei didn't care how shocked the female agent was and directly asked, "Tell me, how can we reveal what's on the cloth?" "I don't know." The female agent tried to resist, not wanting to tell Yun Bei the method. Yun Bei already knew she wouldn't easily give in, so she smiled and said, "It seems you really like the package I sent you before. Since that's the case, I'll help you." As Yun Bei spoke, she prepared to take action. Si Nan Zhao and the others were confused by Yun Bei's words. What package? They hadn't heard anything about it. But soon, they witnessed what a package meant. Watching the female agent go from stubborn to crying out in pain and finally giving in, the way everyone looked at Yun Bei changed, and their gazes towards Si Nan Zhao turned sympathetic. They worried if Si Nan Zhao could handle having such a fiancé. What if they had a fight, and Yun Bei used this method again? Just thinking about it made them feel sorry for Si Nan Zhao. Yun Bei was unaware that others were afraid of her and worried about Si Nan Zhao. At that moment, she had already learned the method from the female agent. However, there was nothing useful around them at the moment. So, she could only put away the white cloth for now. To prevent any accidents, she placed the white cloth in her own space. Of course, others only saw her casually putting it in her pocket. Officer Zhu was a bit worried and said to Yun Bei, "Comrade Yun Bei, that item is very important. Shouldn't you keep it somewhere safer?" "Don't worry, it won't get lost with me," Yun Bei replied with a smile, knowing Officer Zhu's concern. There was no safer place than her space for that item. Naturally, Officer Zhu and the others didn't know this, so their worries were understandable. Captain Zhu, hearing Yun Bei's assurance, didn't say much more. However, he decided to keep a closer eye on her to prevent any mishaps. Yun Bei was unaware of Officer Zhu's thoughts and directly addressed everyone. "How much longer do we need to handle things here? Should we send these agents back first?" "Definitely." Officer Zhu nodded and then looked at Commander Si Nan Zhao, asking, "Commander, what do you think? How about this, you take the people back and we will handle the items here?" "That works. Thank you, Commander, and everyone." "Not a problem. But be careful when you take them back. Who knows if there are more agents nearby?" "Don't worry, we will be cautious." Captain Zhu nodded, knowing the importance of the situation. Then, Captain Zhu looked at Yun Bei and asked, "Comrade Yun Bei, are you coming back with us?" "Of course." Yun Bei nodded and then looked at Si Nan Zhao, saying, "Nan Zhao, I'm heading back now. Be careful when moving those items. They are not good things, and if they get damaged, it could be troublesome." "Don't worry, I understand." Si Nan Zhao nodded. He had already seen those items and knew they were dangerous. Even if they brought them back, they would need to find a relatively safe place to dispose of them properly. "Then I'll leave now. Take care on the way." "Okay." Yun Bei nodded and followed behind Officer Zhu and the others. However, after a few steps, she returned and handed Si Nan Zhao some powder, saying, "There are wolves in these mountains. This is a sleeping powder. If you encounter wolves, you can use it against them." "Got it. I'll keep it," Si Nan Zhao replied, accepting the sleeping powder and putting it away. Seeing him put away the sleeping drug, Yun Bei took out the antidote and said, "This is the antidote. You can take it first. It will help prevent you from being affected." "Okay." Si Nan Zhao took it again and said to Yun Bei, "Wait for me in the provincial city. I will come to find you then."
"Got it." Yun Bei nodded in agreement.
She understood Si Nan Zhao's worries, but he was overthinking this time. Now that they had captured the spies and discovered the suspicious white cloth pieces, she certainly wouldn't leave so soon. Besides, with a little kid around, it wasn't as easy for her to go wherever she wanted. The group led the spies down the mountain. The spies from last night had already woken up. Officer Zhu had them put their clothes back on, and like Yun Bei, they were tied up with the bed sheets used by the female spy. When the spies saw that the female spy was also captured, their expressions turned sour. They wanted to ask her what was going on, but they couldn't do so in front of the police. However, when they saw the police walking toward the village, they started to think. If they remembered correctly, there should be their people in the village. They hoped to take advantage of the situation to escape. If they couldn't escape, at least someone would hear about their capture. Yun Bei followed behind everyone, but her gaze occasionally scanned the spies. Although they weren't speaking, she noticed they were communicating with their eyes. Sometimes, they even mouthed words to each other. Yun Bei couldn't understand their eye communication, but she could decipher their lip movements. This helped her realize that there were accomplices in the village. Thinking back to her earlier interrogation of the female spy, she realized that the woman hadn't mentioned anyone from the village, which made her understand that the other side had hidden a lot from her. Fortunately, she had followed them, otherwise, she wouldn't have known that there were people from their group in the village. After walking for more than an hour, they finally returned to the village. The village chief saw the police bringing down several spies and immediately approached them, asking, "Officer, is there anything we need to do?" "No, thank you." Captain Zhu shook his head and called the other brothers from the village to prepare to return to the city. At that moment, Yun Bei spoke up, saying, "Captain Zhu, wait a moment. There's one more thing we need to take care of." "Comrade Yun Bei, what is it?" Captain Zhu looked at her in confusion, not understanding what else she needed to do. Some of the other officers even thought that women tend to complicate things. Yun Bei didn't think too much and directly walked over to an old man behind the village chief. Before the man could react, Yun Bei grabbed him and said, "Sir, you need to come back with us." "What are you doing?" The old man, Mr. Gua, struggled and shouted, "I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I go with you?" "Old man, you know what you've done," Yun Bei said as he brought Mr. Gua to Officer Zhu and added, "This man just spoke with those agents." "When did that happen?" "I wasn't aware of it," Captain Zhu said in surprise. He had been right there and hadn't seen Mr. Gua talking to any agents. "Because you weren't paying close enough attention," Yun Bei smiled and pointed to the agents, whose faces looked troubled. "Look at their expressions." Captain Zhu looked and noticed that the agents all looked uneasy. Just moments ago, they seemed fine, but when they saw Yun Bei grab the old man, their faces changed. Clearly, he was one of their own. The village chief didn't know Mr. Gua's background and stepped forward, saying, "Comrades, are you sure you have the right person? Mr. Gua is always honest and hasn't done anything wrong." "Honest?" Yun Bei laughed, grabbing Mr. Gua's hand to show the village chief. "Do you see this? The calluses on his hands are from someone who often uses a gun." Upon hearing this, the village chief looked at Mr. Gua's hands and was shocked. However, Mr. Gua denied it, arguing, "You're talking nonsense. Those are just calluses from working." "Is that so?" Yun Bei said mockingly, then pointed to another old man nearby and asked, "Sir, could you please show us your hands?" The old man complied and revealed his hands. Everyone compared the old man's hands to Mr. Gua's and noticed they were indeed different. Seeing that everyone understood, Yun Bei looked at Mr. Gua and taunted, "Do you see? Those are the calluses from real work." What this lady said is true. Their calluses are indeed different. So, Mr. Gua is an agent? It's hard to know a person's true character just by their appearance. Mr. Gua looks so honest, yet he's an agent. Exactly. You can never tell what's in someone's heart. Some people seem honest, but who would have thought they have bad intentions hidden inside? Oh my, that's terrifying. Old Gua has lived in the village his whole life. When did he become a spy? Who knows? Hearing the discussions around him, Old Gua's face turned dark as ink. He never imagined that after hiding for decades, he would be discovered by a young girl. Yun Bei ignored the hatred in Old Gua's eyes and said to Captain Zhu, "Officer Zhu, we can leave now." "All right, let's go." Captain Zhu nodded, signaling his team to bind Old Gua. As they were about to leave, a woman ran over and blocked their way. "Let my husband go, or I won't let you leave." "Lu Zhaodi, what are you doing?" "Move aside," the village chief said, looking displeased at the woman blocking the path. The woman was Lu Zhaodi, Old Gua's wife, known for her tough personality in the village. She was skilled at causing trouble, and everyone disliked her, but also feared her. People often tried to avoid her. "I won't. You can't take my husband unless you step over my dead body," Lu Zhaodi declared stubbornly, lying down on the ground, making it clear they would have to go through her. Seeing this, Officer Zhu's expression turned sour. As a man, he didn't want to physically remove her. He feared that if he did, Lu Xiaodi would cling to him, making it even harder to escape. Plus, wearing his uniform made it inappropriate to use force, as it would damage the police's image in the eyes of the public. Yun Bei had no such concerns. With a mocking expression, she stepped forward and easily pulled Lu Xiaodi up, tossing her aside. Yun Bei was strong, and Lu Xiaodi was no match for her. However, she was careful not to hurt her, knowing Lu Xiaodi would retaliate if she did. "Officer Zhu, let's go." Taking advantage of Lu Xiaodi's moment of surprise, Yun Bei signaled Officer Zhu to leave. She stayed behind to ensure Lu Xiaodi wouldn't cause any more trouble. However, her worries were unnecessary, as the village chief had already instructed his wife and several other women to hold Lu Xiaodi back. "What are you doing? Let me go." Lu Xiaodi shouted angrily at the women holding her back, struggling fiercely. Lu Xiaodi was strong, but she couldn't break free from the grip of several women. They held onto her tightly, preventing her from chasing after the police and stopping her from causing trouble. Lu Xiaodi watched helplessly as her man was taken away, filled with despair. She shouted at the women, "My man was taken away. Are you happy now? I hate you." "Lu Xiaodi, what good is your hate for us? You should be angry at your man. He was a spy, wasn't he? It's only right that he was taken. Do you want to protect him? Do you want to end up in jail like your man, or are you a spy too?" The word spy echoed in Lu Xiaodi's mind, leaving her stunned. She murmured, "Impossible, no way. You must be mistaken. My man can't be a spy. Are you saying the police are wrong? If you're so sure, go explain it to them yourself." Yes, you're right. My man must be innocent. I will seek justice for him." As she spoke, Lu Xiaodi broke free from the women's hold and ran after the direction the police had gone. After living with her man for decades, she couldn't believe he could be a spy. "Village chief, Lu Xiaodi has escaped. Should we chase her?" The women looked at the village chief, embarrassed that they had let her get away. "Let her go. She won't turn back until she hits a wall. I want to see how she seeks justice for Old Gua." The village chief was unhappy. Having a spy in the village meant they would miss out on future benefits. "Is it really okay to let her go like this?" someone asked worriedly. The village chief frowned, unsure. Lu Xiaodi was a tough person to deal with. After thinking for a moment, he decided to follow her, saying to the villagers, "You all go back. I'll take a few people to check it out." He called a few names and headed towards the town with them. However, by the time they arrived, the police had already left in their car. They didn't see Lu Xiaodi either, and didn't know if she had followed them or gone somewhere else. "What should we do now, Chief? Should we go to the police station?" "Forget it for now. I will look for the town mayor. You all head back." The village chief sent away the person who came with him and headed towards the commune alone. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaodi was quite fast. Before long, she caught up with the group of police officers. Seeing her approach, Officer Zhu's expression turned sour as he thought about how to send her away to avoid trouble. At that moment, Yun Bei spoke up, saying, "Officer Zhu, since she's here, let's take her along. It might be useful to question her. She could have some information." Officer Zhu considered Yun Bei's suggestion and decided not to send her away. Lu Xiaodi was prepared to make a scene if they tried to push her away, but to her surprise, they let her come along, which made her very happy. However, Old Guo was frustrated and anxious as he watched the foolish woman follow them. He shouted at her, "What are you doing here? Go back." "I won't. If they are taking you away, I have to go with you. I want to help you." Hearing this, Old Guo was furious. He thought the woman was incredibly foolish. While others would avoid such situations, she was willingly walking into one. Lu Xiaodi ignored him, and he couldn't do much about it. In front of the police officers, he couldn't say everything he wanted to. So, Lu Xiaodi followed Old Gua and was taken to the police station, where they were separated and detained. At the police station, Yun Bei went with Officer Zhu to meet their superior. Once they met the leader, Yun Bei handed over the white cloth and explained the method the female agent mentioned for revealing the writing on it. After submitting the information, Yun Bei left the leader's office to find Fugang. Fugang had been waiting at the entrance for Yun Bei, but As lunchtime approached and she still hadn't arrived, he went to the cafeteria to eat after being encouraged by a female officer. While he was having lunch, he suddenly noticed a shadow over him. Looking up, he was instantly filled with joy, forgetting about his food, and shouted, "Sister, you're back." He stood up, left his seat, and ran to Yun Bei, hugging her legs. "Sister, why did you take so long to come back? Fugang missed you." Yun Bei looked down at the little one, expressing his longing, and smiled, reaching out to pat his head, replying, "I missed you too." "Really? Did you really miss me?" Fugang asked, his face filled with surprise and his eyes sparkling. "Of course it's true. How could I lie to you?" Yun Bei smiled again and said, "You keep eating, and I'll go get some food too." "Sister, can you sit with me later?" Fugang looked up at Yun Bei with hopeful eyes. "Sure, just wait patiently in your seat, and I'll be right over," Yun Bei replied with a smile. She then turned to the nearby police officer and said, "Officer Wu, thank you for taking care of Fugang. I'm sorry for the trouble. Comrade Yun Bei, you are too polite. Fugang is very well behaved and hasn't caused me any trouble." "I really like him," Officer Wu said. "I'll go get food now, and we can chat later." "Okay." After getting the food, Yun Bei brought it over and sat down across from Fugang. She made sure to get him extra meat and placed it on his plate. Seeing the meat on his plate, Fugang immediately said, "Sister, I have vegetables too. You should eat some." "It's fine, I have plenty in my bowl." "You should eat more," Yun Bei replied with a smile. She also served some vegetables to Officer Wu and said, "I don't know how to thank you, so please enjoy some meat." "Comrade Yun Bei, you are too kind," Wu Yan said, feeling a bit shy as she looked at the meat in her bowl. She was assigned to watch over Fugang, and besides, Yun Bei had really helped them out. "All right, I won't say anything more. Let's eat." After finishing her meal, Yun Bei said goodbye to Wu Yan and took Fugang back to the guest house to rest. She didn't plan to get involved in the matters that followed. After a poor night's sleep, Yun Bei took a good nap when she returned to the guest house. When she woke up and saw Fugang still sleeping soundly, she felt a bit sorry for him, knowing he probably hadn't slept well either. She didn't want to disturb him, so she went to wash her face first. However, when she returned, she found Fugang hurriedly putting on his shoes, looking like he was about to leave. When he saw Yun Bei come in, he rushed into her arms and asked, "Sister, where did you go? I woke up and didn't see you, and I was scared you were gone." "I just want to wash my face." Yun Bei smiled and gently pinched Fugang's cheek, saying, "Don't worry. Since I promised to take care of you until your parents find you, I won't leave you behind. So next time you wake up and don't see me, just wait patiently in the room." "Got it, sister." Fugang nodded and released his arms from around Yun Bei. Yun Bei wrung out the towel and washed Fugang's face before asking, "Are you hungry? Let's go out to eat." "Sure." Fugang nodded and followed Yun Bei out of the room to find something to eat on the street. Since there were almost no street vendors, they had to go to a state-run restaurant. The siblings each had a bowl of noodles and felt full before slowly heading back to the guest house. As soon as they entered the guest house, Yun Bei saw a tall man sitting in a chair, and a smile appeared on her face. She asked, "What brings you here? Have you eaten?" "I finished my work and came to find you. I wanted to take you out to eat, but it looks like you already had something." "Yes, I want to eat with Fugang." "If you want to eat, you should go now, otherwise you might miss dinner." "It's okay if I miss a meal. It's not a big deal," Si Nan Zhao replied. Just then, Fugang spoke up, saying, "Brother, if you don't eat, your stomach will hurt. You should hurry and eat." "Who is he?" Si Nan Zhao asked Yun Bei, noticing the resemblance. "Yun Fugang, my adopted brother," Yun Bei introduced with a smile. "Adopted brother?" Si Nan Zhao was surprised. Given their looks, some might believe it. "Yes, adopted." Yun Bei chuckled and explained how she met Yun Fugang, telling Si Nan Zhao that she would keep him with her until they found his parents. Si Nan Zhao didn't mind having a child around Yun Bei. His salary could easily support one more person, and since Yun Fugang looked like Yun Bei, he thought they might really be siblings. Fugang noticed that Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao were busy talking and pulled on Yun Bei's sleeve, asking, Sister, who is this brother? He is my fiancé. You can call him brother or brother-in-law. After hearing this, Fugang thought for a moment and said, Then I'll just call you brother for now. When sister marries you, I'll call you brother-in-law. That's fine. You can call me whatever you want, Yun Bei smiled, not minding at all. However, Si Nan Zhao responded, You better be ready, because you'll be calling me brother-in-law soon. Then he turned to Yun Bei and said, Our marriage certificate has been approved. We can get married anytime. Hearing this, Yun Bei looked at Si Nan Zhao seriously and asked, Are you sure you want to marry me?
No regrets? Sure. Si Nan Zhao nodded.
If he wasn't sure, he wouldn't have submitted the marriage application, right? Although he hadn't fallen in love with Yun Bei yet, he didn't mind marrying her at all. In fact, he looked forward to living together. Si Nan Zhao, I did give you a chance. After this, you can't change your mind. Don't worry, I will never change my mind. Si Nan Zhao said seriously. Once he made a decision, he never looked back. All right, since you won't change your mind, let's get the marriage certificate when we return. Really? Si Nan Zhao's face lit up with surprise. He never imagined that Yun Bei would agree to get the certificate so quickly. What's wrong? Are you not happy? Of course not.
I'm thrilled.
It's just that the happiness came so suddenly that I didn't react right away. Si Nan Zhao looked at Yun Bei intently, completely ignoring the third person nearby. Fugang, feeling overlooked, pouted and reminded them, Sister, brother hasn't eaten yet. Can we let him eat first? Otherwise, he'll really be hungry. Yun Bei glanced at Fugang and smiled at Si Nan Zhao, saying, Did you hear that? Your brother wants you to eat. Go ahead. We can talk after your meal. Okay, I'll eat first. Do you want to come with me and eat together? Si Nan Zhao didn't want to part from Yun Bei and hoped they would join him. No, we've already eaten. You go ahead. We'll wait for you here. All right, I'll come find you after I finish eating. Si Nan Zhao went to eat, and Fugang looked at Yun Bei and asked, Sister, are you really going to marry that brother? Yes, why? Nothing. Fugang shook his head, but his little face showed worry. He was afraid Si Nan Zhao might dislike him since he and Yun Bei only looked alike and weren't actually siblings. Yun Bei noticed the little guy's unease, smiled, and patted his head, saying, No matter who I marry, it won't change my promise to you. Don't worry, he won't dislike you. Really? Fugang still felt uneasy. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied? Fugang felt reassured and said to Yun Bei, Sister, don't worry. I will be very good. I won't be a burden. I will help you with work. Good, but when I ask you to help, you can't complain about being tired. Don't worry, sister. I definitely won't complain about being tired, Fugang said, patting his chest confidently. Si Nan Zhao ate quickly, and Yun Bei didn't have to wait long for him to return. When he heard a knock on the door, Fugang went to open it. With a big smile, he greeted, Brother, you're back.
Come in.
Si Nan Zhao walked in and saw Yun Bei waiting for him, smiling as he asked, Did you wait long? Yun Bei chuckled and replied, Do you have a misunderstanding about how fast you eat? It took less than 20 minutes for you to go back and forth for a meal. Does that feel long to you? Si Nan Zhao felt a bit embarrassed and replied awkwardly, I'm used to it. Yun Bei didn't dwell on that and changed the topic, asking, When are you going back? Can I go back with you? If nothing unexpected happens, we'll leave tomorrow. I'll come to pick you up then. Okay, should I wait here or go directly to the police station? Wait here. All right. By the way, Yun Bei, since we're getting married, should we find some time to check out the supply store? We can see if there's anything good to buy. Buying things here? Wouldn't that be a bit strange? There's nothing wrong with it. But I might not have time to go with you. Can you manage on your own? I can manage, but I'm not sure what to buy. Si Nan Zhao thought for a moment and realized that he wasn't sure what to buy either. It seemed they would need to ask someone for help. So, he said to Yun Bei, I'll go find someone to ask. Upon hearing this, Yun Bei quickly refused, saying, Maybe it's better not to. It's late, and asking someone else for this isn't great. How about I go buy some things first, and if I miss anything, I can get it later. That works. I'll see if I can find time tomorrow to go with you. Just do what you need to do. I can handle it myself. They chatted for a while, and when they noticed it was getting late, Si Nan Zhao stood up to leave. He still needed to meet up with his friends, so he couldn't stay longer. Yun Bei and Fugang saw him to the door and watched him walk away before returning to rest. The next day, after breakfast, Yun Bei was getting ready to buy things for the wedding. Just as she was about to leave, she saw Officer Wu Yan. "Officer Wu, what brings you here?" Yun Bei asked, surprised and a bit confused. Wu Yan should be at work right now. Why was she at the guest house? Was she looking for her? Yun Bei had just finished her thoughts when Wu Yan said, "Comrade Yun Bei, our leader wants to see you." Okay. Yun Bei nodded and followed Wu Yan back to the police station with Fugang. When she arrived, she noticed Si Nan Zhao was also there. She greeted him with a smile before turning to the leader and asking, "Leader, you wanted to see me?" "Comrade Yun Bei, I called you here for a special request." The leader looked at Yun Bei and took out the piece of white cloth she had brought back yesterday. The cloth was filled with names. Yun Bei glanced at it but remained silent, instead looking at the leader for clarification. "Yun Bei, we questioned those spies last night and have a rough idea of where the people on this list live. One of the locations is very close to the military base." "So what?" Yun Bei was a bit confused. The fact that a spy lived near the military base didn't seem to concern her. They could just send someone to capture the spy directly. According to the female spy, the one living in Yang Village has connections to someone higher up. "To catch all the spies, I want to find that person. You have shown great courage and skill, so I would like to invite you to work with our police department. What do you think?" Yun Bei was taken aback. She never expected to have a job again. However, the provincial city was quite far from the military base, and she was hesitant about accepting the position. So, she directly told the leader, "Leader, I don't think that's appropriate." "How could it not be appropriate? We understand your situation, and I believe you are the best candidate. You have experience in Yang Village, so you won't raise any suspicion among the spies. You would return not as a police officer, but as a doctor." Seeing Yun Bei wavering, he added, "This way, you can practice medicine while secretly investigating the spies, achieving two goals at once." Yun Bei was still hesitant, unsure whether to proceed. After all, she had just agreed to marry Si Nan Zhao. Of course, that was only one reason for her hesitation. Another reason was that she now had Fugang by her side, and she worried he might be in danger. Noticing Yun Bei's uncertainty, the leader said directly, "Comrade Yun Bei, if you have any concerns, please share them, and we can find a solution together." "Leader, I do have some concerns." "Go ahead." The leader signaled Yun Bei to express her worries, so he could find a solution. "Leader, it's like this. First, I can't respond like other police officers. In other words, I can't be a real police officer. We thought about this already, so we want to hire you as a non-staff member of the police department," the leader replied with a smile. Before Yun Bei arrived, he had discussed this with Si Nan Zhao. First, the provincial city is far from the military base, and second, her identity as a military spouse and her skills in medicine. They felt it would be a waste to make her a pure police officer. It would be better to let her excel in her medical field. This way, she could only be a non-staff member. That means she would be called when needed, and otherwise, she could continue her regular work. Non-staff member? Yun Bei was a bit surprised. She didn't expect the leader to offer her that position. This could work. That way, she wouldn't have to be on duty all the time. They would only contact her when necessary, making her work flexible and allowing her to continue being a doctor.
Exactly.
Non-staff members have more freedom. We will only reach out when needed.
All right.
Since you have no objections, let's discuss your second concern. My second concern is about Fugang. I'm worried he might be in danger. Your concern is valid. How about this? We help you find a good family to temporarily take him in. What do you think? Fugang might not agree. Why don't you bring him in? I can ask him, the leader suggested, wanting to give it a try since Yun Bei was his most suitable candidate. Okay. Yun Bei went out to call Fugang in and said to him, "Grandpa has something to ask you. Feel free to share your thoughts." Okay. Fugang nodded, but felt a bit uneasy. He didn't know what the police officer wanted to ask him, but his intuition told him it might not be good news. Sure enough, When he heard the leader mention finding a good family to adopt him, his face turned pale. He didn't respond to the leader but turned to Yun Bei and asked, "Sister, do you not want me anymore?" "How could I not want you?" Yun Bei felt sad seeing Fuguang's pitiful expression. "Then why did Grandpa say he wants to find a good family to adopt me?" "Sister, please don't abandon me. I will be very good." Hearing this, Yun Bei felt a tightness in her heart and said to her leader, "Leader, you saw how resistant he is to the idea of adoption, so maybe we should forget about it. But the task you have to carry out has certain risks. Aren't you worried about putting him in danger?" Upon hearing this, Fuguang realized why the leader wanted someone to adopt him and quickly said, "Sister, I'm not afraid of danger. I just want to be with you." "Okay, then you can stay with me." Seeing Yun Bei agree, Fuguang immediately became happy and hugged her legs, saying, "Sister, you are so wonderful." Yun Bei gently tapped Fuguang's forehead and smiled. "It's fine for you to stay with me." "Exactly. Sister is the best person in the world. I like you the most. You are beautiful and kind."
You're so sweet.
Yun Bei playfully tapped Fuguang's forehead again and turned to the leader, saying, "Leader, you see how it is. So, let him stay with me. I'll be careful and try not to put him in danger." At that moment, Si Nan Zhao also spoke up, saying to the leader, "Director Wang, I can teach this kid some self-defense skills, so it should be fine." "All right, since you've made your decision, we'll forget about the adoption. But, Comrade Yun Bei, completing the task depends on ensuring your safety. Don't worry, leader. I will prioritize my safety." With that settled, the leader began to arrange for Yun Bei's identity. Previously, she was a doctor at the Good City People's Hospital, and now, if she returns to Yang Village as a doctor, the commune can directly assist her. This means Yun Bei will be a doctor specifically hired by the commune, responsible for treating villagers in Yang Village and 5 nearby natural villages. However, the clinic will still be located in Yang Village. Of course, this means Yun Bei will have to prepare her own medicines, as the county hospital won't supply them. She'll need to buy them herself. Fortunately, Director Wang promised Yun Bei that he would help her find a way to have the medicines she needs sent or delivered. Yun Bei had no objections to the leader's arrangements. Once everything was settled, and she saw there was nothing more for her to do, she took Fuguang and left. She still needed to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy things, and wanted to get there early before everything was sold out. When Fuguang saw Yun Bei enter the cooperative, he said, "Sister, you don't need to buy me food today. Why don't you buy more things for your wedding? If you can't carry it all, I can help you." "All right, then I'll buy a bit more and let you help me carry it." Yun Bei didn't know what to buy for the wedding, but she decided to ask. She specifically looked for a friendly-looking saleswoman and inquired about what items were needed for a wedding. The kind saleswoman, Ms. Zhang, was just as friendly as Yun Bei had hoped. She not only informed her about the necessary items, but also personally helped her gather everything. Looking at the pile of items at her feet, Ms. Zhang eagerly helped her find a cart to take everything back to the guest house. Yun Bei was very grateful to Ms. Zhang and took a handful of the wedding candies she had just bought, offering them to her. At first, Ms. Zhang refused, but when Yun Bei said it was to share in the joy, she accepted. Not long after the items arrived at the guest house, Si Nan Zhao came to pick her up. He had come early, planning to help her shop, but was surprised to see that Yun Bei had already finished. Seeing so many items, Si Nan Zhao immediately instructed the soldiers to load them onto the vehicle. Yun Bei then joined them, bringing out the wedding candies and giving each soldier a handful. The soldiers felt shy about accepting such generosity from Yun Bei, but they finally took them when Si Nan Zhao encouraged them. Hearing that Yun Bei and their commander were getting married, the soldiers were very happy and congratulated them with good wishes. Si Nan Zhao and Yun Bei listened to everyone's blessings, their faces filled with smiles. They exchanged a glance and laughed together. Everything was understood, without words. The vehicle sped forward towards the military base. Fuguang sat obediently beside Yun Bei, his bright eyes looking out the window, a slight smile on his face. It was clear he was very happy. Turning to Yun Bei, he asked with a grin, "Sister, are we going home?" "Yes, I'm taking you home," Yun Bei replied, gently patting Fuguang's head with a smile in her eyes. She had originally planned to explore the capital, but now she had to put those plans on hold. She wondered if Si Nan Zhao had told Mr. Si about her trip. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain her sudden change of plans. Thinking of this, she glanced at Si Nan Zhao and asked, "Nan Zhao, you didn't tell Mr. Si that I was going to the capital, did you?" "No." Si Nan Zhao shook his head with a smile. "I planned to wait until you left to tell him, so he could send someone to pick you up. But since you didn't call me, I didn't know where you were, so I didn't dare to mention it. Later, I saw you in the newspaper and learned you were in the provincial city, so I was even more hesitant to speak up. It's good you didn't say anything. Otherwise, if I suddenly didn't go, the old man would be upset. Don't worry, if he knows you can't go because of work, he won't say anything. He really dislikes those spies. So you need to work hard and try to catch those spies soon. Don't worry, I will definitely catch them quickly. Actually, there's no need to rush. The most important thing is to keep yourself safe. Don't put yourself in danger just to catch spies. After all, you're not alone. You have me and Fugang. I understand." Yun Bei smiled and nodded, then turned to Fugang with an approving look, pinched his cheek, and said, "Fugang, when we get back, you need to practice martial arts well with Brother Nan Zhao, okay? Don't worry, sister. I will learn well and protect you. Then I will be waiting for that." Since Yun Bei bought a lot of wedding items, the car took them directly to the family compound. The military wives saw the soldiers unloading items clearly meant for a wedding from the truck and curiously asked, "Who is getting married?" "It's our regiment leader who is getting married." "The regiment leader is getting married? Is it to Comrade Yun Bei? Isn't Comrade Yun Bei still not back? Maybe the person getting married has changed. I heard that Comrade Yun Bei was dismissed from the county hospital. When did that happen?" "I didn't know. It's been a while. I didn't know either until a few days ago when I went to the hospital and wanted to see Comrade Yun Bei. When I asked, I found out she had been dismissed." "Did you ask her why she was dismissed?" "I did. I heard it was because her medical skills were poor, and she caused a patient to die." Yun Bei originally didn't plan to speak up, but she couldn't hold back any longer upon hearing this. She said, "If you have questions, you can ask me directly. Also, who told you that I caused someone's death? I need to find out. I won't claim my medical skills are perfect, but I have never failed to treat a patient or caused anyone's death. What she said damages my reputation, and I need to report it." As soon as she said this, Sister Lin, who had been gossiping about Yun Bei, was quite startled. She quickly said, "Comrade Yun Bei, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spread your gossip. Everyone knows your medical skills are excellent. That person must be jealous of you, which is why they spoke ill of you. Don't worry, I will confront them and demand an explanation. Otherwise, I won't let it go." I must say, Sister Lin is quite skilled at adapting to the situation. Just moments ago, she was the one spreading gossip about Yun Bei, sharing what she had heard with others. Now, when Yun Bei mentioned reporting it, she became scared and instead wanted to confront the doctor who told her about Yun Bei. Yun Bei glanced at her and warned, "Sister Lin, I don't care what others say, but I hope the people in our community can avoid spreading false information. It's unacceptable to make up stories about things that aren't true. Comrade Yun Bei, don't worry. Such things won't happen again. By the way, I heard you are getting married to Captain Si. I haven't congratulated you yet." "Thank you." Yun Bei replied simply, then left with Fugang. Fugang walked beside Yun Bei, moving forward while occasionally looking back at Sister Lin and the others, his expression a bit displeased. He didn't expect anyone would speak badly about his sister. It seemed he needed to make some friends or gather a few younger companions. Then, if someone spoke ill of his sister, he could have his friends deal with them. Yun Bei was unaware that Fugang, at such a young age, was already thinking of standing up for her and even considering gathering friends to help him. At that moment, she returned home with Fugang and saw their house was as clean and tidy as usual, which made her smile. Remembering the soldiers who helped her move, Yun Bei went to the kitchen to boil some hot water for everyone. When Fugang saw Yun Bei enter the kitchen, he followed her in and offered to help her with the fire. Yun Bei accepted, and they boiled a large pot of water, some of which would be used for filling thermoses, while the rest could be used for a bath. Once everything was moved, Yun Bei brought out the sweetened water for everyone to drink. However, the soldiers laughed and quickly refused, then left in a hurry. Seeing the soldiers disappear so quickly, Yun Bei couldn't help but shake her head. She didn't expect that they wouldn't drink the water she had specially sweetened. Big sister, what should we do if the brothers won't drink this water? It has sugar in it and pouring it out would be too wasteful. If the brothers won't drink it, then you can have it instead. Yun Bei smiled and poured a glass for Fugang, saying, "Wait for it to cool down before drinking. I'll tidy up things first." Sister, brother said to wait for him to come back before cleaning up. He also said if you're tired, you can go rest in your room. Okay, I understand. Yun Bei smiled and started to clean up. After she finished, she prepared a room for Fugang. Seeing the tidy room, Fugang felt very happy and couldn't believe he had a room of his own. When he used to wander outside, sleeping under bridges or in garbage piles, he often thought about how nice it would be to have a home, loving family, and a room just for him. He never expected everything to come true so quickly. Not only did he have a home, but he also had a sister and brother-in-law who cared for him, along with his own room. However, he still asked uncertainly, "Sister, does this mean I will live alone from now on?" "Yes, do you like living alone? Or would you prefer to stay with me?" "I like living alone," Fugang replied immediately, afraid that if he took too long to answer, he would have to stay with his sister. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy being with his sister, but he didn't want to be a third wheel to her and her husband. If his sister was still living alone, that would be fine, but now that she was getting married, he needed to be considerate. "That's good to hear," Yun Bei smiled, gently patting Fugang's head. "Is there anything you need? Let me know, and I'll get it for you." "Sister, I don't need anything," Fugang said with a smile, shaking his head. Just having a place to stay was already great. He wasn't picky about anything else. He used to sleep under bridges and in garbage piles, so just having a place to stay was enough. He didn't have the luxury to be choosy. "All right, if you need anything, remember to tell me. Since I've accepted you as my brother, I won't leave you behind, okay?" "I understand. Thank you, sister. You're so nice." "Okay, I'm going to cook now. You can play for a while," Yun Bei said, gently pinching Fugang's cheek before heading to the kitchen. It was already 11:30, and if she didn't start cooking soon, they would be hungry. Although the cafeteria served meals, Yun Bei preferred to cook for herself. After all, when she cooked, she could make whatever flavor she wanted. "Sister, wait for me. I want to go with you." Fugang caught up with Yun Bei and followed her into the kitchen. Although he didn't know how to cook yet, he was eager to learn. He thought that once he learned, he wouldn't need his sister to cook anymore. He shared this with Yun Bei, who felt both warm and a bit sad. However, she didn't want to discourage his enthusiasm. Instead, she patted his head and said, "Then you should study hard. I'll wait for you to cook for me." "Don't worry, sister, I will definitely learn well." Si Nan Zhao returned at noon, carrying 2 lunchboxes with meat dishes he had specifically picked up from the cafeteria. He knew there were plenty of vegetables at home, but since he got back late, he hadn't bought any meat. So he went straight to the cafeteria to get 2 meat dishes. When Yun Bei saw him come back, she smiled and greeted him. "You're back just in time. I can cook a dish and then we can eat." "Okay, you can cook less. I brought back 2 dishes from the cafeteria."
Got it.
Si Nan Zhao placed the dishes on the table and washed his hands, preparing to help Yun Bei in the kitchen. As he entered, he saw Fugang sitting by the fire and couldn't help but praise him. "Wow, Fugang, you're so capable. You're helping your sister with the fire." "Of course. I'm learning quickly. I can do it pretty well now," Fugang replied proudly. Hearing both his sister and brother-in-law praise him made Fugang feel proud, and his face, slightly reddened from the heat, looked even cuter, like a ripe apple. Si Nan Zhao felt an urge to pinch his cheek, but thinking of the calluses on his hands, he suppressed that thought. Yun Bei cooked a vegetable dish, and then they sat down to eat. It was Fugang's first time tasting his sister's cooking. Even though it was just a vegetable, he found it incredibly delicious. He kept eating the vegetables and hardly touched the meat. Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao thought he was hesitant to eat, so they kept serving him more. Only when his bowl was piled high with meat did they finally stop. Fugang looked at the meat in his bowl, wanting to say something but ultimately saying nothing, and ate it. He knew it was his sister and brother-in-law's kindness, and he felt it would hurt their feelings if he refused. After dinner, Fugang and Si Nan Zhao argued over who would wash the dishes. In the end, Si Nan Zhao won the argument. Because his reasoning was solid, Yun Bei cooked, Fugang tended the fire, and he did nothing, so he should wash the dishes. Once he said this, Fugang stopped arguing with him. However, he secretly admired this brother-in-law. When he lived with his parents, his dad never did any chores. He heard his mom complain many times, saying she was tired and that his dad was not considerate and never helped. Now, seeing Si Nan Zhao voluntarily offer to wash the dishes, he thought it was great. Of course, he wouldn't let himself be outdone. He would help his sister more in the future. He also wanted to learn how to cook quickly so he could make meals for his sister and let her rest. After dinner, Si Nan Zhao wanted to talk to Yun Bei, so he asked Fugang to go back to his room to rest. Fugang was curious to listen, but being a child, he had been busy all morning and felt a bit tired. So, he lay down on the bed and soon fell asleep. As for what Si Nan Zhao wanted to discuss with Yun Bei, it was naturally about marriage. When he reported back today, he had already told his leader about his intention to marry. Normally, both families would need to be present for the marriage. However, Yun Bei was alone in her family, and his own family situation was also special, making it inconvenient for either his grandfather or parents to come. Of course, he could go back to the capital to handle it, but he didn't have any time off recently. He was worried that if he waited too long, Yun Bei might change her mind. Therefore, he was eager to get the marriage certificate now and become her husband. This way, even if she wanted to back out, it would be too late. Yun Bei also didn't want a big wedding. She preferred to just get the certificate and invite a few close friends for a meal to announce their marriage. So, when Si Nan Zhao suggested having a few tables at the cafeteria, she didn't refuse. After all, she wanted to keep things low-key, unlike in her past life, whether it was marriage or anything else. Okay, since you have no objections, when do you think we should go get the certificate? This was what Si Nan Zhao was most concerned about. Without the certificate, all their talk would mean nothing. Even if they held a celebration, it wouldn't have legal protection. What if Yun Bei found someone better and left him? After all, Yun Bei was still a young girl, just an adult. She might not be very mature yet, and his eagerness to marry her was also considering this issue. What if she regrets it when she gets older? So, it's better to secure her first. When are you free? We'll go then, Yun Bei replied readily. Since she agreed, she wouldn't go back on her word. Besides, getting married would actually benefit her. This way, fewer people would meddle in her personal life or try to set her up with someone. No one would try to use underhanded methods to win her over. Although she wasn't afraid, she disliked trouble. I'm free this afternoon. So let's go then? Si Nan Zhao said eagerly, leaving Yun Bei speechless. Even though she said that, there was no need to rush. So, she looked at Si Nan Zhao and tentatively asked, how about we go tomorrow morning instead? Upon hearing this, Si Nan Zhao became anxious and asked, Yun Bei, you're not backing out, are you? What are you thinking? Even though I'm a woman, I keep my word. How could I back out? Then why don't you want to go this afternoon? Si Nan Zhao was skeptical, thinking Yun Bei was indeed having second thoughts. His worries weren't unfounded. It hadn't been long, and Yun Bei was already reconsidering. No, he had to get the certificate quickly. Otherwise, if Yun Bei really changed her mind, he would have nowhere to express his sadness. I'm just worried we might run out of time, Yun Bei said, looking exasperated. She remembered how adamant he was about being against marriage just a while ago, and now he was rushing her to get the certificate. Honestly, if she were a bit less forgiving, Si Nan Zhao wouldn't have it so easy. She should at least make him a little anxious. After all, it wasn't her who wanted the certificate. But who could blame her for being soft-hearted and wanting to avoid trouble?
How could that be?
We still have several hours before work ends. If we go now, we'll have plenty of time, Si Nan Zhao said, pulling Yun Bei up. Come on, let's go get the certificate now. Yun Bei didn't follow him but stopped to look at her clothes and said, "Since we're getting the certificate, we should take a picture too. Wait for me, I'll change." After saying this, she pulled her hand away from Si Nan Zhao and went back to her room. She didn't have many outfits, just a couple she usually wore. But she had plenty of clothes in her space, all kinds of styles. Considering the fashion of this era, Yun Bei didn't dare to wear anything too flashy. So, she chose a cream-colored top and paired it with black trousers. She tucked the top into her pants, looking very stylish. Si Nan Zhao watched as Yun Bei came out in her outfit, his eyes wide. Although Yun Bei usually looked good, this new look gave her an indescribable charm that made his heart race. He controlled the urge to pull Yun Bei into his arms and took her hand instead, ready to leave. Seeing his anxious expression, Yun Bei said, "What are you in such a hurry for? Fugang is still sleeping. When he wakes up and doesn't see us, he might worry. Should I wake him up to come with us?" Si Nan Zhao wanted to refuse, but he thought Fugang was quite likable, so bringing him along wouldn't be bad. He went into the room and picked up the still sleeping Fugang. Fugang woke up quickly, startled at first. When he realized it was Si Nan Zhao holding him, he relaxed and asked, "Brother-in-law, why are you carrying me? I'm taking your sister to get our marriage certificate, and I didn't want you to be scared at home alone, so I thought I'd bring you with us." When Fugang heard they were getting the certificate, he perked up and struggled to get down from Si Nan Zhao's arms. Seeing he was awake, Si Nan Zhao set him down and said, "You'll come with us to get the certificate, but you need to behave, okay?" Fugang shook his head and replied, "Brother-in-law, I think I'll just wait at home for you." Yun Bei overheard and asked, "Aren't you coming with us?" "Big sister, I'll stay home and wait for you. Just remember to lock the door when you leave. I won't go anywhere." Although Fugang wanted to witness the moment his sister and brother-in-law got their certificate, he decided not to be a third wheel. "Are you sure? We plan to take pictures afterward. Don't you want to be in one?" Yun Bei tried to persuade Fugang to join them. Fugang was tempted but ultimately said, "Sister, I think I'll pass this time. Next time, I'll go with you for the pictures." Seeing that Fugang really didn't want to go, Yun Bei didn't push it. She and Si Nan Zhao left and locked the gate behind them. To keep Fugang from getting bored, Yun Bei brought out some snacks for him and found a little book for him to read to pass the time. However, Fugang was a hardworking child. As soon as Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao left, he got busy in the yard. In the morning, he noticed that there were a lot of weeds growing in the vegetable garden. Although he had never planted anything, he had seen it done before, so he knew he needed to pull the weeds. Otherwise, they would compete with the vegetables for nutrients, and the vegetables wouldn't grow well. So, he squatted down in the garden and started pulling the weeds. When Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao returned after getting their marriage certificate, they saw little Fugang busy in the vegetable garden, with piles of weeds behind him. Seeing this, Si Nan Zhao felt a bit embarrassed. Ever since Yun Bei left, he had been busy too, so aside from watering the garden, he hadn't done much else. As a result, the garden had grown quite a few weeds. Fugang was pulling weeds when he heard the door open and immediately looked up. Seeing Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao back, he ran over to them and asked, "Sister, brother-in-law, did you get the certificate?" "Yes, we did. Here, let me show you," Yun Bei said as she took out the marriage certificate for Fugang to see. Since they had just taken the photo today, there was no picture on the certificate yet. Plus, the marriage certificate was just a piece of paper, unlike the ones from her previous life, which were more decorative. Fugang thought it looked nice and looked at it several times before handing it back to Yun Bei. He then asked, "Sister, now that you and brother-in-law are married, does that mean you can have a baby?" Before Yun Bei could answer, he continued, "Don't worry, sister. I'll help take care of your baby. I can take him to play and teach him how to cook, so he can help you too. You're quite young, yet you worry about many things," Yun Bei said, ruffling Fugang's hair with a smile. She wasn't thinking about having a baby right now. First, she was still young, and having a baby now wasn't suitable. Second, she had tasks to complete, and it wasn't the right time to have a baby until those people were caught. Si Nan Zhao felt a bit moved by Fugang's words. However, he knew it was too early to talk about that. Not only had he and Yun Bei just gotten married, but they also needed time to adjust to each other. Besides, both of them had been busy lately, making it unsuitable to have a baby. Of course, the most important thing was that they were newlyweds, and he wanted to enjoy their time together without rushing into having children. "I'm not worrying, I'm just caring about you," Fugang said with a big smile. He already knew that after two people get married, they would have children. So, after hearing that Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao were getting married, he kept thinking about whether they would have a boy or a girl. Of course, he would be happy with either a boy or a girl. He would take good care of them and protect them. "Thank you for your concern." Yun Bei smiled and pointed to the weeds in the garden, praising Fugang. "You are really capable. In just one afternoon, you've pulled out so many weeds. Sister wants to reward you. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you." "Sister, I still want to eat that vegetable from lunch. It was really good," Fugang replied. He hadn't eaten much of the vegetable at lunch because Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao had given him too much meat. So he wanted to eat that vegetable again for dinner. However, when Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao heard this, it felt a bit off. In a time when meat was hard to come by, who wouldn't want to eat meat instead of just vegetables? Fugang must have said that because he didn't want to burden them. Thus, they felt both proud and sympathetic towards Fugang's thoughtfulness. However, Yun Bei didn't refuse. They had plenty of vegetables at home, especially in the garden. So she smiled and said, "All right, whatever Fugang wants to eat, I'll make it for you. But today, since your sister and brother-in-law got their marriage certificate, it's a happy occasion, and we should celebrate with some meat dishes. What kind of meat do you want? Pork, chicken, or something else?" Hearing this, Fugang couldn't help but laugh and pointed to the empty kitchen, saying, "Sister, we don't have any of that meat at home. Are you planning to make it appear?" Yun Bei wanted to say that she could make it appear, but she didn't dare to say that. So, she just laughed and replied, "No matter how that meat comes about, as long as you want it, I'll find a way." "Never mind, I don't want to trouble you." Fugang shook his head and said, "Eating vegetables is just fine. It's okay, if needed, I can send your brother-in-law to the mountain to hunt something. Maybe he can catch a rabbit or a wild chicken," she suggested. "Let's skip that." Fugang shook his head, not wanting to cause any trouble. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and it would be dark by 6. It would take time to get to the mountain, and it could be dangerous if they were still up there when it got dark. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. We'll go to a nearby village soon and trade for some meat. Just wait at home." Fugang looked at Yun Bei, wanting to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. He knew that if he opposed her again, it would be ungrateful. Today, his sister wanted to make a nice meal, not just to reward him for working in the afternoon, but also to celebrate her and her husband getting their marriage certificate. Yun Bei was going to Yang Village to tidy up the clinic, so she told Fugang to wait at home and rest instead of working. She then rode her bike with Si Nan Zhao to Yang Village. Fugang was a good and obedient child. After working hard for most of the afternoon, he was a bit tired. So, he didn't continue weeding but instead moved a stool to sit under the eaves and read the comic book Yun Bei had found for him. When Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao arrived at Yang Village, they found the village chief. The chief had already received the notice and knew that Yun Bei was coming back to be their village doctor. Honestly, after hearing this news, not just him, but the entire village was very happy. Yun Bei was not only skilled in medicine, but the medicine she prescribed was effective. Many people who felt unwell got better after taking her medicine. So, when they learned she would no longer be stationed in the village, everyone felt a bit sad. Now that Yun Bei was back and sent by the commune, it wouldn't be like last time when she left suddenly. If there were no special circumstances, Yun Bei might serve as the village doctor for a long time. The villagers were so happy that the chief didn't even need to say anything. Everyone jumped in to clean the clinic thoroughly, so Yun Bei didn't have a chance to help. Looking at the clean clinic, Yun Bei felt a bit complicated. Previously, when she was stationed in the village, she was sent by the county hospital for a short time. Now, she had a task and the duration was uncertain. Deep down, she understood that the village really needed a doctor who could stay long-term. However, her current abilities were limited, and she couldn't help much. Therefore, she hoped the country would develop quickly so that facilities could improve and farmers wouldn't struggle to see a doctor. At least, there would be a doctor in the village, and for minor illnesses, they could receive timely treatment instead of enduring them like now. Over time, small illnesses could turn into serious ones. After talking with the village chief for a while and noticing it was getting late, Yun Bei left the team office to go to the village to exchange for a chicken to stew for dinner. Since she had stayed in the village for a while, she knew which families had chickens. Spent $2.50 to buy a chicken, and then Yun Bei and Si Nan Zhao left directly. When they got home, Yun Bei cooked, Fugang tended the fire, and Si Nan Zhao handled the chicken. No one was idle, and the meal was prepared quickly because they all worked together. Compared to vegetables, chicken is definitely more delicious. So, Fugang ate with delight and said to Yun Bei's sister, "Can we raise chickens ourselves? Don't worry, if we raise them, I will take care of feeding them every day. Then, we can have chicken and eggs. You want to raise chickens? That's fine, but you need to keep the chicken coop clean. Otherwise, it will smell bad." Hearing this, Fugang immediately promised, "Don't worry, sister, I will keep the chicken coop clean, and I will watch the chickens so they don't make a mess. Alright, since you say so, I will catch some chicks another day. But once we have them, you must take good care of them. Don't change your mind later. Once you start, you have to see it through, understand?"
Got it, sister.
Fugang nodded seriously. He wasn't just being impulsive. He thought about how his sister would be busy with work and catching bad guys. If they could raise a few chickens at home that laid eggs, it would help provide her with nutrition. After dinner, Fugang and Si Nan Zhao washed the dishes together. Then, they took the candies they bought from the supply store and shared them with the neighbors to announce their marriage. The neighbors were very happy to receive the candies and offered their blessings. After making the rounds, by the time they returned home, it was already late. They quickly washed up and prepared to go to bed. However, when Yun Bei reached her room, she hesitated. If she weren't married, going to her room would be no problem. But now that she and Si Nan Zhao were married, going back to her room felt a bit strange. After all, they had already registered their marriage. Today should be considered their wedding night, and it wouldn't be right to leave Si Nan Zhao waiting. While Yun Bei was in a dilemma, Si Nan Zhao entered the room. Seeing her troubled expression, he couldn't help but smile. He stepped closer and said to Yun Bei, "Yun Bei, I know you're not ready yet. I'll give you time to adjust. But remember, we are married now." Hearing this, Yun Bei sighed in relief and said to Si Nan Zhao, "Thank you for understanding. I'm really not ready yet. If you give me a few days, I'll adapt as quickly as I can." "Alright, I'll wait. But I hope it won't take too long." "Okay, go get some sleep." As Si Nan Zhao spoke, he gently pushed Yun Bei into her room. Yun Bei stood at her room's door, glanced at Si Nan Zhao, and slowly closed the door. She truly wasn't ready. First, because they didn't have much of a connection. Even though they were legally married, she still hadn't fully accepted him in her heart. Secondly, she didn't want to get pregnant right now, so she needed to prepare some contraceptive methods. Meanwhile, after returning to his room, Si Nan Zhao felt a bit regretful. He regretted letting Yun Bei go to her room to rest. Now that they were married, even if they didn't do anything at night, they should be sleeping together. But he worried that Yun Bei might not want that, which could affect their relationship. Never mind, there's plenty of time ahead. He decided to wait. Instead of thinking about this, he should focus on planning the dinner for tomorrow. With these thoughts, Si Nan Zhao fell asleep. On the other hand, Yun Bei found it hard to sleep. So, she decided to go into her space and prepare the contraceptive methods. With this, she wouldn't have to worry about an unexpected pregnancy. The next morning, when Yun Bei got up, Si Nan Zhao had already gone out to exercise. He not only went himself, but also took Fugang along. He was a man of his word. Since he promised to teach Fugang some self-defense skills, he wouldn't go back on it. Fortunately, Fugang was a sensible and obedient child. Even though he hadn't fully woken up, he got out of bed when he heard they were going to exercise and followed Si Nan Zhao outside. After washing up, Yun Bei went straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. In the morning, She kept it simple and made hand-pulled noodles. After breakfast, Si Nan Zhao mentioned to Yun Bei that they would set up a few tables in the cafeteria tonight to treat everyone. Yun Bei didn't object and took out the 200 yuan Si Nan Zhao had given her earlier to hand over to the cafeteria staff. Si Nan Zhao looked at the 200 yuan Yun Bei offered and paused before saying, "That's too much. 100 yuan is enough." "That's all right, just take it and let the cafeteria make it nice." "Okay, I understand." Si Nan Zhao nodded and took the money to find old Lu from the logistics department. The cafeteria is managed by logistics, so he can just give the money directly to old Lu, and he will help arrange everything. They will have dinner together in the evening, and Yun Bei doesn't have much to do in the morning. She already spoke with the village chief yesterday about going to Yang village in a couple of days. First, she has been busy with wedding preparations, and second, the medicine promised by leader Wang hasn't arrived yet. She can't go to Yang village empty-handed to see the patients, right? Seeing Fugang getting ready to weed the garden, Yun Bei smiled and asked Fugang, "Do you want to go play on the mountain? Are you going to take me up the mountain, sister?" Fugang asked with excitement. As a city kid, he really wanted to see the mountain, especially since Yun Bei mentioned there were wild rabbits and chickens there. He hoped to catch a couple to bring home for dinner. "Yes, are you going?" "Yes, yes. Wait for me, sister," Fugang said as he ran to wash his hands. After washing his hands, he saw Yun Bei carrying a basket and wanted to carry one too. But there was only one basket at home, so he couldn't. Finally, he spotted a small basket under the eaves and picked it up. "Sister, let's go," Fugang said, smiling as he held Yun Bei's hand, and they walked out of the house together. Yun Bei locked the gate before heading up the mountain with Fugang. On the way, they met some other military wives. After exchanging greetings, they went their separate ways. Although the military wives were curious about Fugang, they didn't ask too many questions. After all, Fugang looked like a younger brother, and he kept calling Yun Bei sister. When they reached the mountain, Yun Bei told Fugang to stay close and not wander off. Fugang listened and stayed right by her side. Yun Bei was quite lucky. Not far into their walk, they spotted a rabbit. She quickly picked up some stones and threw them at the rabbit. Fugang was both nervous and excited. When he saw Yun Bei throw stones at the rabbit, he widened his eyes and held his breath. When he saw the rabbit fall, he became thrilled and ran over to pick it up without Yun Bei needing to say anything. "Sister, you're amazing," Fugang exclaimed, holding the rabbit and looking at her in admiration. He didn't expect Yun Bei to catch a wild rabbit with just a stone. "Do you want to learn?"
I can teach you next time.